Chapter 3141, Xiao Yuzhe gives in. But there must be a bet, so that it'll be interesting. If you can successfully strike up a conversation with her, I'll buy you a meal. If not, you'll buy us a meal. How is it? One man suggested. Although the bet was nothing for them, it wouldn't be interesting if there wasn't a bet. No problem. Xiao Yuzhe agreed. He also thought it would be fun with a bet. Therefore, they walked towards Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know Mo Jingxuan, but Ling Tianqi and the others had a relationship with him. Accordingly, as Mo Jingxuan and his friends walked over, Ling Tianqi and the others greeted them. "Hi, Mr. Mo." Upon hearing the way Ling Tianqi and the others greeted Mo Jingxuan, Leng Xiaoyao figured out who he was. If he was born in the Mo family and Xiao Yuzhe was with him, Li Mochen should know him too. Perhaps Li Mochen came to Master Mo's birthday party because of him. It was just a guess since the Mo family might be in the same faction as Li Mochen. "Hi, Mr. Ling, Mr. Pei, and Mr. Feng," Mo Jingxuan replied. Although he rarely showed up at a party, he was familiar with many members of high society. Even though Xiao Yuzhe and the other young men were good-looking, Shang Mengxin stayed calm because she had seen Li Mochen and the others who were much more handsome. She gave them a few glances, but didn't lose her calm like she had done at the meeting with Li Mochen and the others. "Miss, nice to see you, you look stunning today. I noticed you at a glance in this crowded hall. Can I know your name?" asked Xiao Yuzhe gently. Leng Xiaoyao had already heard their conversation, and felt displeased by their discussion, so she didn't want Xiao Yuzhe to succeed, but she still replied to him. They only said that if Xiao Yuzhe could successfully have a nice conversation with her, he would win. If she didn't talk to him nicely, he couldn't win. "Countless men have been stunned by me. Even if you want to chase me, I don't think you're qualified enough to stand in the line," Leng Xiaoyao said arrogantly. Her attitude was obviously bad. Xiao Yuzhe was embarrassed. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so arrogant. Mo Jingxuan and the other man felt amused. Although they were also surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's reply, they indeed didn't think Xiao Yuzhe could succeed. Therefore, they were happy to see Leng Xiaoyao reject him. Ling Tianqi and the others didn't know why Leng Xiaoyao did that, but they didn't ask, because they understood that Leng Xiaoyao must be doing that for a reason. "Miss, you broke my heart. I have no bad intentions. I simply want to make friends with you," Xiao Yuzhe said, pretending to be sad. Honestly, he felt it was more interesting when Leng Xiaoyao rejected him. "But I don't want to be friends with you," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Why not?" asked Xiao Yuzhe. "I heard your conversation. Why did you bet on me? Why did you gamble on whether I'll nicely talk to you? Do you think I'll have a good impression of you and nicely talk to you after hearing your discussion?" Leng Xiaoyao pointed the truth out. "What? You heard our conversation?" Xiao Yuzhe and his friends were shocked. He subconsciously asked that question, which meant it was true. There was a distance between them and it was noisy in the hall. How could she hear their discussion? It was unbelievable. Ling Tianqi and the others were also annoyed. How could they make fun of Leng Xiaoyao like that? "Mr. Mo, isn't that too much?" Ling Tianqi questioned in annoyance. Although the Ling family wasn't comparable to the Mo family, it didn't mean he was afraid of the Mo family. What they did was humiliating. "We were just joking. No need to be so serious." Mo Jingxuan was also slightly embarrassed, but didn't give up. "Oh, do you know Li Mochen?" asked Leng Xiaoyao suddenly. Xiao Yuzhe and his friends were struck dumb for a second. Since Leng Xiaoyao asked that, she must know Li Mochen. "Do you know him?" asked Mo Jingxuan. "Of course, he's my support. So I'll tell him what you did when he shows up later. I must let him teach you a lesson for me," Leng Xiaoyao said. Xiao Yuzhe was immediately scared. He didn't know whether Leng Xiaoyao was telling the truth, but she looked serious. Therefore, if Leng Xiaoyao really told Li Mochen and he defended her, they would be punished. Thinking of that, Xiao Yuzhe was frightened. Whether Leng Xiaoyao really had a relationship with Li Mochen, he had to apologize right now. Therefore, he smiled to flatter Leng Xiaoyao. "Miss, I'm so sorry. We didn't know that you were Mochen's friend. We were just joking. Please don't take it seriously. I don't think he needs to know, all right?" Xiao Yuzhe didn't make a big fuss over a minor issue, but Li Mochen was indeed temperamental. He didn't want to train during a vacation. Seeing that, everyone was curious about the reason why he was so scared of Li Mochen. Shang Mengxin asked curiously, "Why are you so scared of Mr. Li?" Xiao Yuzhe and the others stiffened a little. Why were they so scared of Li Mochen? Because he was their head. With a simple sentence, he could make them exhausted. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't actually plan to let Li Mochen teach them a lesson for her. She only scared them for fun. Therefore, she didn't continue when Xiao Yuzhe changed his attitude upon hearing Li Mochen's name. "I'm just joking too. Why are you so serious?" When they heard the same sentences, they were struck dumb, but Leng Xiaoyao said she was joking, so they relaxed. We need to deal with other things right now. See you later," Mo Jingxuan said. Because it was embarrassing, he didn't know how to face Leng Xiaoyao. "Oh, right, we can meet again after Mochen comes," Xiao Yuzhe said. Chapter 3142, Have a Good Eye for Character. "Enjoy yourselves," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't bother to argue with them. Afterwards, Mo Jingxuan and his friends walked away. "Jesus, I can't believe she has a relationship with Mochen. I was scared." Xiao Yuzhe wasn't relieved until they were far away. "But we've never seen her before. How did she know we're Mochen's friends?" asked a man curiously. "Only a few people know that Mochen will come to this party. If she knows, Mochen must have told her beforehand." "Perhaps Mochen told her we're friends," Mo Jingxuan said. When Leng Xiaoyao asked him whether he knew Li Mochen earlier, he had that guess. It couldn't be more obvious. "I hope the girl won't tell Mochen about what we have done. I don't want to ruin my vacation," Xiao Yuzhe said. He felt he had extremely bad luck today. "I don't think she'll tell him. She doesn't seem to be a backstabber," the other man said. He had a good eye for character. Earlier, he said Leng Xiaoyao wasn't accessible, and the truth proved he was right. "Yunxiao, you really have a good judge of character. But if the girl hadn't heard our conversation, would she have fallen into our trap?" asked Xiao Yuzhe. He was curious about it. If the result could be different, he wouldn't lose a lot. "I don't think so. After being with her for a while, I think she's different from other girls. Whether she's accessible depends on who you are. If you act like a playboy, she won't pay attention to you, but if you're polite and serious, she'll be nice to you," Jai Yunxiao said. "Right, she's definitely different from other girls if she can let Mochen be her support. And she indeed left a special impression on me," said Xiao Yuzhe. Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi were surprised when Mo Jingxuan and his friends went to talk with Leng Xiaoyao. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to know them too. Somehow they felt Leng Xiaoyao was extremely strange. Chu Jianan, Leng Yuqi, and the others were envious of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Chengyuan and the other members of the Leng family were also surprised. They had no idea that Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with the Mo family's eldest grandson. The party was about to begin within 10 minutes. All the invited guests were present, and Master Mo came out. Once Master Mo showed up, everyone walked forward and surrounded him to exchange greetings with him. When it was about 3 minutes away from 6 p.m., Li Mochen came along with Si Yiki and Lu Kei. No one recognized Li Mochen, but they saw Si Yiki and Lu Kei. Both Si Yiki and Lu Kei had a lot of fame in City Chong, so they attracted attention the moment they walked in. Because they were all handsome men, many females were amazed and could barely take their eyes off of them. "Wow, they're so handsome. I've never seen such handsome men before. Oh my, I'm going to faint in surprise. How could they be so handsome?" As soon as Li Mochen walked inside, Leng Xiaoyao saw him. Li Mochen also noticed her at a glance among a crowd of several hundred people. Although he had already seen Leng Xiaoyao with makeup, Leng Xiaoyao was even more stunning today after dressing up. Looking at Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao smiled gently. Li Mochen also gently watched her. When Leng Xiaoyao met Li Mochen's eyes, Xiao Yuzhe and his friends saw it. Actually, they paid special attention to them. Before making sure that Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with Li Mochen, they stayed doubtful, but Li Mochen's gaze fell on Leng Xiaoyao as soon as he walked in, so they believed they were familiar. However, Li Mochen had never been so close to any woman. It seemed that their relationship wasn't simple. Was there something happening between Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao? They thought about it a lot. However, they didn't have time to figure it out. Since Li Mochen was here, they immediately walked forward to welcome him. When Mo Jinlin saw Li Mochen, he was displeased. He didn't know Li Mochen's background, but he could see that he had a high status. Even his grandfather was unusually polite to Li Mochen. However, such an important man was Mo Jingxuan's good friend, which upset Mo Jinlin. As Li Mochen walked closer to Leng Xiaoyao frowned because Li Mochen didn't look well. He had a pale face and Leng Xiaoyao could smell blood from him. Undoubtedly, he was injured. Even if she had reminded Li Mochen to be careful, Li Mochen was still wounded. She had to admit that Li Mochen's enemies were too strong. Li Mochen couldn't really protect himself well. Li Mochen stopped staring at Leng Xiaoyao, but he gave her a sideway glance. He caught the instant change of her expression and understood that she could see that he was injured. When Leng Xiaoyao looked worried, Li Mochen somehow felt touched. He was no longer suspicious of her and believed that she had no intention of hurting him since she was worried about him, but he couldn't talk to her right now, so he only gave her a glance of comfort. Leng Xiaoyao knew that Li Mochen was fine, but she still felt anxious when he was wounded. She was eager to find the person who hurt Li Mochen and pay the person back 10 times. Xiao Yuzhe and his friends didn't miss Li Mochen's reaction. They were even more curious about his relationship with Leng Xiaoyao right now. When Master Mo saw Li Mochen walking in, he stood up and was respectful of Li Mochen. Li Mochen stopped in front of Master Mo. Before he could say anything, Master Mo spoke. "Mr. Li, it's my honor to have you at my birthday party. If the party isn't to your taste, please forgive me." Chapter 3143, Threat. Everyone was curious about Li Mochen's background. Since Master Mo was so polite to him. However, they had no idea and only knew that Li Mochen was a very important figure. Chu Jianan was aware of Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen and could feel that Li Mochen had a high status, but he realized Li Mochen's status was even higher than he thought when he saw Master Mo being so polite to Li Mochen. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng knew Li Mochen was the man who had saved Lu Chengwei along with Leng Xiaoyao, but they were unaware of his background. Therefore, they were surprised when they saw Master Mo's attitude towards him. They suddenly realized that Leng Xiaoyao's connections were more important than they thought. "It's my honor, Master Mo," Li Mochen said. The Mo family wasn't in the same faction as Li Mochen, but they had received a lot of help from Li Mochen. Mo Jingxuan was in Li Mochen's team, so Master Mo was very respectful of Li Mochen. However, Master Mo didn't know what Mo Jingxuan was doing with Li Mochen. He didn't clearly know about Li Mochen's background either. He only knew that Li Mochen was very powerful. Although he was curious about Li Mochen's background, he had never investigated it, because he understood that he shouldn't know some things. After that, Li Mochen took out a wooden box 7 or 8 inches in size and 10 centimeters high and handed it to Master Mo. "This is a gift from me. Master Mo, may you be healthy forever. Thank you so much, Mr. Li." Master Mo took Li Mochen's gift. After that, Si Yiki and Lu He sent Master Mo their gifts. Master Mo thanked them too, then asked Mo Jingxuan to treat them. Mo Jingxuan led Li Mochen and the others to the side, but they didn't walk away. Because the party was about to begin, Li Mochen didn't go to see Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't walk over either. Then Master Mo gave a speech and the guests surrounded him. Master Mo thanked them for attending his birthday party first, and asked them to help themselves. Afterwards, they started drinking and chatting. Leng Xiaoyao excused herself from her friends, then walked towards Li Mochen. Because Li Mochen was the biggest focus of this party, many people paid special attention to him. It was not only those rich ladies, businessmen and officials also wanted to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen. However, they were still hesitating to do that. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoyao walked towards Li Mochen, everyone saw her and turned to focus on her. Some were curious about whether Li Mochen would talk to Leng Xiaoyao, while some thought Leng Xiaoyao thought too highly of herself. How did she dare to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen? Nevertheless, some guests, who had seen Leng Xiaoyao talk with Mo Jingxuan, had different opinions. They weren't strangers, so it wasn't weird. Accordingly, they were envious of Leng Xiaoyao for having a relationship with Li Mochen. "Hi, Brother Mochen, Mr. C. and Mr. Lu." Leng Xiaoyao went to Li Mochen and the others, then greeted them. Hearing the way Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen, Xiao Yuzhe and his friends were even more convinced that Leng Xiaoyao had an unusual relationship with Li Mochen. "Hi, Xiaoyao," Li Mochen replied gently. "Miss Leng, you amazed me once again tonight. You look gorgeous," Si Yiki complimented. He was really amazed by Leng Xiaoyao. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. C." Leng Xiaoyao thanked him. Since he kindly complimented her, she sincerely thanked him. "Oh, this is Mo Jingxuan, the Mo family's eldest grandson. This is Xiao Yuzhe, and Jai Yunxiao." Li Mochen introduced them to Leng Xiaoyao. "Nice to see you, Mr. Mo, Mr. Xiao, and Mr. Jai." Leng Xiaoyao smiled and greeted them meaningfully. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao's meaningful smile, Mo Jingxuan and his friends were nervous. They were still slightly worried that Leng Xiaoyao might tell Li Mochen about what they had done earlier. "Nice to see you too, Miss Leng." Mo Jingxuan and his friends politely replied. "Brother Mochen, can we talk privately?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. Her sight fell on his stomach first, then his face. Her intention was very obvious. She wanted to ask him about his injury. Li Mochen understood what she wanted to ask about, so he said, "I'm fine. It's not serious. I've already dealt with it." Li Mochen said it aloud because his friends knew he was injured. There was no need to keep it a secret. When Leng Xiaoyao said she wanted to have a private talk with Li Mochen, Mo Jingxuan and the others thought she was going to tell Li Mochen what they had done just then, but they were relieved after hearing Li Mochen's reply. "Brother Mochen, if you don't agree, I'll just pull you to the side." Leng Xiaoyao threatened. Li Mochen wasn't seriously injured, so he didn't need to be worried about it, but Leng Xiaoyao knew he was going to have a relapse of his illness tonight. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't know the reason why and when Li Mochen would have the attack tonight, she must solve the problem before it happened. Once Li Mochen had a relapse of the illness, his wound would be pulled and might become serious. Mo Jingxuan and the others were surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's boldness. How did she dare to threaten their boss? They were curious about Li Mochen's reaction. Li Mochen wasn't mad at all, but said resignedly, "If I leave with you publicly, it'll cause rumors." Li Mochen didn't care about that, but Leng Xiaoyao was a girl, which wasn't good for her. Leng Xiaoyao clearly knew Li Mochen's character, so she understood that he cared about her. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it either, she had to protect the Leng family's reputation. "Fine, then I'll see you at the restaurant on the top floor in 10 minutes, Leng Xiaoyao said. Sure. Because Leng Xiaoyao gave in, Li Mochen didn't turn her down again. Although he could do that, he didn't want to hurt Leng Xiaoyao's feelings. "See you then," Leng Xiaoyao said. After that, she walked away to see her friends. Once Leng Xiaoyao was gone, Mo Jingxuan asked urgently, "Boss, what's your relationship with Leng Xiaoyao?" "Nothing," Li Mochen said. They weren't even friends yet. Chapter 3144, Accessible. "Nothing. How is that possible?" Mo Jingxuan and the others didn't believe it. "Right, if there is nothing between you, why did you let her get so close to you? And you weren't mad at all when she threatened you. She even said you're her support earlier." Because Xiao Yuzhe was too excited, he said everything Leng Xiaoyao had said to him. However, the moment he said it aloud, he realized he shouldn't have done that. However, it was too late. Mo Jingxuan and Jai Yunxiao gave him a glare at the same time. Xiao Yuzhe was causing them trouble. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Why did he say it aloud? Li Mochen frowned and asked, "Earlier. What happened? Did Leng Xiaoyao say he was her support?" He could accept that. Nothing," Xiao Yuzhe said at once, but he was guilty in front of Li Mochen. "Tell me." Li Mochen lowered his voice and ordered. Obviously, something happened. Although he understood Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't be hurt, he still wanted to know. Once Li Mochen became serious, Xiao Yuzhe didn't dare to keep it a secret. Therefore, he said, when we walked out earlier, we saw Leng Xiaoyao. We thought that she was beautiful and elegant and complimented her for a while. Yunxiao said she isn't accessible, but I wanted to try. So we went to strike up a conversation with her, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoyao had already heard our conversation. She directly pointed it out and asked Jingxuan whether he knew you. After knowing that you're familiar, Jingxuan admitted that he also knew you. Then Leng Xiaoyao said you're her support and she would let you teach us a lesson for her, but I've apologized to her for my behavior. She forgave me. When Xiao Yuzhe almost finished, he was really worried that Li Mochen would teach them a lesson for Leng Xiaoyao. He immediately added that Leng Xiaoyao already forgave him. Li Mochen wouldn't bother to punish them for that. It wasn't a big deal anyway, so he gave a little response, then said nothing. Xiao Yuzhe and the others thought they were going to be criticized, but Li Mochen didn't seem mad. They understood that he wouldn't punish them for that, so they felt relieved. They didn't think Li Mochen was mean and they would be punished, but their behavior had indeed been unacceptable. Therefore, if Li Mochen had been there, whether he had a relationship with Leng Xiaoyao or not, he wouldn't allow them to do that even if it was a stranger. After Leng Xiaoyao succeeded in striking up a conversation with them, some girls started trying as well, but only Mo Jingxuan socialized with them perfunctorily. The other men didn't even give them a glance. Normally, Mo Jingxuan had no interest in doing that, but it was the Mo family's party, so he had to behave himself. If the girls who tried to strike up a conversation with them were well-mannered, he would be polite to them. If they weren't, he wouldn't bother to be nice to them. Although many girls wanted to strike up a conversation with them, they understood that they shouldn't mess with them. Therefore, most girls who walked over to strike up a conversation with them were well-mannered. They quietly walked away when Mo Jingxuan and the other men had interest in them. On the other hand, Mo Jingxuan and his friends would be patient with businessmen and officials who came to chat with them. However, they didn't talk much and only exchanged courtesies. Right after Leng Xiaoyao walked away from Li Mochen, some guests came to strike up a conversation with her. Men wanted to know her, while women targeted Li Mochen. If those men had good manners, Leng Xiaoyao would be polite to them. If they didn't, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't hesitate to argue with them. "Miss, nice to see you. I was born in the Qin family. My name is Qin Qianwei. May I know your family and your name?" asked a woman who was about 24 years old. She seemed polite, but Leng Xiaoyao easily saw through her. She was simply acting. Anyway, since she was polite, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't be rude and politely replied. "My family is the Leng family. My name is Leng Xiaoyao." "Oh, you're the ugly Leng Xiaoyao who's a good-for-nothing with freckles all over her face." Qin Qianwei was surprised. Because Leng Xiaoyao's deeds weren't a secret in high society, many people had heard about her. After saying that, Qin Qianwei realized she shouldn't have said that. She immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I just blurted it out, but I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." She hadn't succeeded in striking up a conversation with Leng Xiaoyao yet, so she couldn't offend her right now. "It's fine. You merely told the truth, I just put on makeup this time," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't care about it at all. Do you have a relationship with Mr. Mo and his friends?" Qin Qianwei asked. "Yeah, we just met," Leng Xiaoyao said. "What? You just met? Are they accessible?" Qin Qianwei asked. If they were, she would go to strike up a conversation with them. She was worried that they weren't accessible, and she would be embarrassed if they ignored her. "I think they're very accessible," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't purposely say that to mislead Qin Qianwei after knowing Qin Qianwei's purpose, but in her eyes, they were indeed easy to get along with. Qin Qianwei's face lit up at once. She couldn't wait to strike up a conversation with them right now. "Thank you so much. See you later." Leng Xiaoyao nodded, then Qin Qianwei quickly walked away. She didn't go to Mo Jingxuan and the others right away, because she didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to see it and mock her. She deliberately walked to the other side first. Although she thought she disguised it very well, Leng Xiaoyao actually already knew her purpose when she asked whether she had a relationship with Mr. Mo. Honestly, Leng Xiaoyao had no interest in Qin Qianwei's plan. Before long, Qin Qianwei went to strike up a conversation with Mo Jingxuan, but Mo Jingxuan showed little interest in her, which filled her with displeasure. She even blamed Leng Xiaoyao for that and thought Leng Xiaoyao wanted to make her a joke, but on second thought, Leng Xiaoyao indeed had talked with them for a while earlier, so they should be accessible to Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, Qin Qianwei didn't go to question her. Chapter 3145, Commonplace Women. Ling Tianqi and the others didn't stay with Shang Mengxin and the other girls all the time. They went to chat with familiar faces too. The Qin family was obviously invited to this party, so Qin Wentao was also there, but Qin Wentao behaved himself tonight and didn't cause Ling Tianqi any trouble. He focused on expanding his connections instead. However, he paid attention to Ling Tianqi once in a while. When Mo Jingxuan went to talk with Leng Xiaoyao, he also saw it. He didn't know what they were talking about and who was the focus, but he thought Ling Tianqi might have a relationship with them, so he was unhappy. How could Ling Tianqi make friends with so many important people? He had tried to form a close relationship with Mo Jingxuan, but Mo Jingxuan ignored him. Therefore, he didn't try to strike up a conversation with Mo Jingxuan again. His pride wouldn't allow him to do that, even though he was unwilling to accept the result. Mo Jingxuan showed up with several important figures at this party. His friends were from the Xiao family and the Jai family in City Lu. One was a first-rate powerful family, while the other was a first-rate rich family. Countless people wanted to talk to them. Therefore, Qin Wentao hoped that Ling Tianqi and they were only nodding acquaintances. Hopefully they were not close. As for Leng Xiaoyao, he had tried to collect information about the woman who was skilled at gambling before, but failed. However, now he knew who she was. He didn't just know who the woman was, he also found out who the woman that was skilled at car racing was. It turned out to be the same person. To his astonishment, she was Leng Xiaoyao, who was notorious for being terrible at everything. Back to An Chenmeng and the other girls. An Chenmeng said excitedly, "Boss, how did you become friends with such a handsome guy? It's amazing. Tell me, what's your relationship?" "Friends," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Really? Just friends?" An Chenmeng was slightly disappointed. She hoped that Leng Xiaoyao could be closer to Li Mochen. After all, when they stood together, they looked like a perfect couple. Or what? Leng Xiaoyao understood what An Chenmeng was thinking after seeing her reaction and put on a resigned look. "When you stood together, you looked like a perfect couple. And you said he's your support. I thought there was something going on between you two," An Chenmeng said. "I also thought Xiaoyao and Mr. Li make a perfect couple." Shang Mengxin agreed with An Chenmeng. Both Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were good-looking and extremely skilled. She felt no one else deserved Leng Xiaoyao. Because Leng Xiaoyao had reminded her not to tell other people about what had happened at the circuit last time, she couldn't mention that now. "Xiaoyao, is it possible that you might get closer in the future?" Wu Minmin gossiped. "No idea, it's hard to tell. Maybe it won't happen, or maybe it's possible." Leng Xiaoyao answered. She didn't hate it when they connected her with Li Mochen. After all, they were a legal married couple in the previous incarnation. Although it was caused by an accident, it was true. Currently, Leng Xiaoyao only felt guilty when facing Li Mochen. She didn't think much about their relationship, so she wasn't sure what would happen in the future. In addition, she said that in order to let her friends feel that her relationship with Li Mochen was more than friendship, in case any of them fell in love with Li Mochen and eventually got hurt. After all, Li Mochen was too outstanding to be ignored. It wasn't a bad thing if they thought there was something different between her and Li Mochen, so that they would give up before falling in love with Li Mochen. In that case, they could still be good friends. "It sounds like you have a very good impression of Mr. Li," An Chenmeng said. She was looking forward to seeing a romantic relationship between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. "It's hard not to have a good impression of such a handsome man." Leng Xiaoyao said. "Ha ha, you're right. Many women can hardly take their eyes off of Mr. Li. I think they might want to eat him alive," An Chenmeng said. Although they were also attracted to Li Mochen, they were too young to be in a romantic relationship, so they didn't think much about it and simply appreciated Li Mochen for his handsomeness. Many of them tried to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen, but they were all ignored. "It's so funny," Shang Mengxin gloated. "They were all commonplace women and aren't comparable to Xiaoyao. Once Xiaoyao went to talk with them, they seemed very polite," Wu Minmin said. Many guests also came to chat with Leng Yuqi. Normally the guests paid attention to Leng Yuqi, then Chu Jiayu and ignored Zhang Yian, but this time, Zhang Yian became their focus because she was more attractive than Leng Yuqi and Chu Jiayu tonight. She was most men's type. Anyway, Zhang Yian only loved Chu Jianan, so she was polite to those men and didn't show much interest in them. Even though Chu Jianan wasn't really in love with Zhang Yian, she was his girl, so he got jealous when so many men surrounded her. Therefore, even though he was unwilling to face Leng Yuqi, he still walked to them. Not many people were aware of Chu Jianan's relationship with Leng Yuqi, so nobody thought much about it when they stood together, especially since Chu Jiayu was with them. It wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Watching Chu Jianan walk over, both Leng Yuqi and Zhang Yian were excited, but Leng Yuqi showed it on her face, while Zhang Yian kept it to her heart. "Hi, Jianan." Leng Yuqi greeted him gently. "Hi," Chu Jianan replied in a flat tone. He said nothing else, but glanced at Zhang Yian once in a while. Every time he looked at her, he became more aroused and could barely focus on what he was doing. Zhang Yian noticed his glances, and felt satisfied that he paid more attention to her than to Leng Yuqi. Chapter 3146, What's so fun about striking up a conversation with girls? It seemed that Chu Jianan really lost interest in Leng Yuqi and they should soon separate. Leng Yuqi and Chu Jiayu didn't notice that Chu Jianan glanced at Zhang Yian once in a while, because Leng Yuqi often lowered her head looking shy in front of Chu Jianan, while Chu Jiayu didn't care about Chu Jianan at all. Chu Jianan was her older brother, so she didn't bother to look at him. She would rather search for her type among the heirs. She was 18 years old. Although she knew little about romance, she clearly knew what she wanted. Whether she was going to date or marry, the man must be her type and his family must be at the same level as hers. She wouldn't give up her status for love, because she was snobbish. She could climb up the social ladder, but would never go down. Zhang Yian observed whether Chu Jianan paid attention to Leng Yuqi and Leng Xiaoyao, but she didn't see Chu Jianan glance at Leng Xiaoyao, which proved Leng Yuqi was right. Because Leng Xiaoyao embarrassed Chu Jianan every time they met, Chu Jianan hated Leng Xiaoyao. That was what she wanted to see. Leng Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to Chu Jianan, but she saw them by chance and knew something wasn't right. She noticed that Chu Jianan's glances at Zhang Yian were different, so she observed them for a while out of curiosity, then she figured it out. After figuring it out, Leng Xiaoyao sneered a little. It seemed that Chu Jianan had an unusual relationship with Zhang Yian. If she guessed correctly, they were secretly in love. In that case, Leng Yuqi made a joke out of herself. Leng Yuqi just stole Chu Jianan from her, but now Chu Jianan had a secret sexual relationship with Leng Yuqi's good friend right afterwards. If Leng Yuqi found out, would she have a meltdown? Since Leng Xiaoyao had the intention of paying Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan back, she wouldn't keep this secret for them. Therefore, she decided to investigate it before taking the next step. Many young men came to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoyao, and Chenmeng, and other girls, but they had no interest in things like that, so they directly chased them away. None of them was a gentle lady, and they were notorious for causing trouble in their school. They didn't really care about their face, so they weren't worried that they might offend any of those men. It's annoying. What's so fun about striking up a conversation with girls? And Chenmeng complained impatiently. It's indeed unpleasant, but it also means that we're attractive, so they came to strike up a conversation with us, Shang Mengxin said. She disliked it as well, but felt it proved their charm. Right, but I honestly don't like it. I think we should go to a less noticeable place, and Chenmeng suggested. The other girls agreed, then walked to a corner. After that, no one came to strike up a conversation with them. And Chenmeng and the others felt much better and continued to gossip. Boss, I actually want to complain about something, and Chenmeng said. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. What is it? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Does Leng Yuqi still think she's a kid? Why did she dress like that tonight? Why did Chu Jianan choose her instead of a sexy and mature woman? And Chenmeng asked. I had the same thought. Shang Mengxin agreed. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said meaningfully, different people have different preferences. Perhaps he prefers Leng Xiaoyao. Was that true? In the past, Chu Jianan really loved Leng Yuqi, but now he might change his mind. Well, if I were a man, even if I can't get an outstanding girl like Xiaoyao, I would chase Zhang Yian instead. Speaking of that, Zhang Yian is really different tonight. I think she's quite sexy, and Chenmeng said. And Chenmeng didn't notice what was happening between Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian, but from her perspective, she would definitely choose Zhang Yian instead of Leng Yuqi if she were a man. Leng Xiaoyao smiled silently, and Chenmeng pointed out the truth. In Chu Jianan's eyes right now, Zhang Yian was indeed better than Leng Yuqi. If Chu Jianan falls in love with Zhang Yian, Leng Yuqi will cry her eyes dry. Ha ha, ha ha. Shang Mengxin laughed. No girl could accept it when her boyfriend turned to her close friend. However, she kind of wanted it to happen, because Leng Yuqi had betrayed Leng Xiaoyao. They all wanted Leng Yuqi to be paid back. Actually, Shang Mengxin accidentally told the truth. Chu Jianan indeed had a sexual relationship with Zhang Yian. Leng Xiaoyao even doubted whether Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin had seen it too, but they didn't seem to notice. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen agreed to meet at the restaurant on the top floor 20 minutes later. After 10 minutes, Li Mochen and his friends left. Even if he didn't have an appointment with Leng Xiaoyao, he wouldn't stay for long because he simply dropped by for a visit. They didn't come to form a good relationship with anyone. They came for the sake of Mo Jingxuan. When 20 minutes were about to pass, Leng Xiaoyao excused herself and walked to the washroom, then went to the restaurant on the top floor. No one noticed where she went. The rooftop restaurant was a semi-open-air restaurant, because its top was glass. If it was fully open, the dining tables in the restaurant would be ruined once it was rainy or windy. In addition to the hall, there were private rooms in the restaurant. Li Mochen and his friends ordered a private room, and were all present. Because Li Mochen thought Leng Xiaoyao simply wanted to ask him about his injury, he didn't avoid Mo Jingxuan and the others. Leng Xiaoyao wanted to talk with Li Mochen about something secret, but she decided to mention it later. After Li Mochen and his friends arrived, Li Mochen sent Leng Xiaoyao a message telling her the number of the private room. Chapter 3147, Do You Mind? Leng Xiaoyao didn't rush to ask Li Mochen out. Instead, she sat down and drank tea with them. Miss Leng, do you need to have a private conversation with Mochen? Is it inconvenient if we're here? Once Leng Xiaoyao came and remained silent, Siyiki thought she might not be willing to talk with Li Mochen when they were present. Not at all, it's not urgent. Let me have some tea first, Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen was struck dumb for a second. He thought there was nothing important, so he didn't avoid his friends, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoyao really had something to say to him privately. Do we need to go out? Mo Jingxuan asked. Even if he didn't know what Leng Xiaoyao wanted to say to Li Mochen, he realized it wasn't just about Li Mochen's injury. Since she wanted it to be private, it must be very important. Because he knew Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen was different, he wasn't unhappy when Leng Xiaoyao said that. No need, I need Brother Mochen to go out with me for a while later. It's just an important private matter, Leng Xiaoyao explained. You can go out now, Li Mochen said at once. Since it was an important private matter that Leng Xiaoyao wanted to talk about, it wasn't a big deal to ask Mo Jingxuan and the others to go out. None of them dared to disobey it when their head gave an order. They weren't displeased at all and directly stood up. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it, but she said nothing since Li Mochen wanted them to go out. They listened to Li Mochen, so she wouldn't embarrass him by disagreeing with him. Therefore, she watched them leave. When they were gone, Leng Xiaoyao said directly, I can heal your wound and help you recover quickly, but do you trust me? Li Mochen was surprised and answered. Of course. Leng Xiaoyao was very special in his eyes, so it was possible that she could help him recover quickly. He also wanted to see Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. He believed she wouldn't hurt him. Leng Xiaoyao was relieved and said, Show me your wound. Because I need to treat the wound, I will unavoidably have to touch your body. Do you mind? Leng Xiaoyao was aware that Li Mochen disliked touching women, so she needed to ask him about that beforehand. I don't, Li Mochen said. If other people wanted to do that, he would be unhappy, but he didn't mind it when it was Leng Xiaoyao. Actually, the wound wasn't in a sensitive part, it was just on his stomach. If the wound was in a sensitive part, he wouldn't show it to Leng Xiaoyao. The next moment, Li Mochen lifted his clothing and showed his wrapped stomach. Leng Xiaoyao walked over and squatted, then unwrapped it. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't touch Li Mochen's skin yet, she touched his body through the bandages. Therefore, Li Mochen felt extremely nervous and trembled a little, but didn't avoid her hands. After removing the bandages, Leng Xiaoyao saw Li Mochen's injury. Because Li Mochen had injuries very often, he was skilled at dressing wounds and he did well this time, but he would need a long time to recover. Leng Xiaoyao directly covered his wound with her hand. She touched his skin, so he obviously trembled again. He subconsciously leaned back to avoid her hand, but he didn't really get rid of Leng Xiaoyao's hand. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it, nor did she withdraw her hand. She immediately poured her magical power into his body to treat his wound. The moment the magical power entered his body, Li Mochen stiffened again with surprise. He felt a flow of coldness circulating through his body, which was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even though he understood there were unbelievable things in this world, he was still amazed when he experienced it in person. Afterwards, the painful wound was relieved, which surprised him more. Although Leng Xiaoyao told him she could help him recover quickly, he didn't expect it to be so fast. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't heal Li Mochen's wound completely, but 70% wasn't a problem. He was almost back to normal now that the wound was mostly healed. He even had a scar there. Li Mochen was totally amazed when he saw the wound healed. Leng Xiaoyao's abilities were indeed beyond his imagination, but wasn't she afraid at all when she showed her abilities to him? "Aren't you afraid that I'll hurt you after knowing about your abilities?" Li Mochen asked. He obviously wouldn't hurt Leng Xiaoyao just because of that, but he was curious about Leng Xiaoyao's thoughts. "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have let you know. What I said to you last time is really true. As long as you trust me and need me, I won't hesitate to help you. Perhaps I owe you in the previous incarnation, so I need to return it to you in this incarnation," Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. It was true that she owed Li Mochen a lot, but she couldn't tell him right now. Though she would tell him sooner or later after there was enough trust between them. She wasn't afraid that Li Mochen would have bad intentions towards her. She was only worried that she couldn't win his trust. In order to win his trust, she still needed to do a lot. Li Mochen suddenly didn't know what to say. After knowing that there were unbelievably strange things in this world, he didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's words, but it was impossible for him to believe it right away. He only felt it might be true. Chapter 3148, Enemy or Friend. Even if Leng Xiaoyao owed him in the previous incarnation, he wouldn't ask her to return it. Because it happened in the previous incarnation, he wouldn't care about it in this incarnation. Therefore, he was still grateful to Leng Xiaoyao for healing his wound and he would return her kindness. Nobody knows what has happened in the previous incarnation. I don't care about it at all. You healed my wound, so I'm grateful for that. If you need me in the future, I won't spare any effort to help you, Li Mochen said. Fine, you can owe me for that. I'll let you know if I need you, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wouldn't turn him down. After all, only she knew what had happened between them. It was indeed difficult for Li Mochen to accept her unconditional help. Everyone had their own dignity. After Leng Xiaoyao's treatment, Li Mochen didn't need to dress the wound again. Do you still remember that I dreamed that you would lose control of yourself today? I don't know why it happens. I won't ask about it either, unless you trust me and are willing to tell me. I understand it takes time for you to trust me. I'm not sure whether I can help you, but I think I can. So, if you feel anything wrong with your body, don't hesitate to call me. I'll rush to your side as soon as possible. If you're afraid of accidents, you can keep someone you trust with you, but you must keep it a secret for me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Even if Li Mochen was familiar to her, she was a stranger in his eyes. As a result, it was impossible for him to risk his life because of her. Therefore, if Li Mochen didn't trust her, he could keep someone he trusted by his side when she treated him. Leng Xiaoyao could accept that and wouldn't be unhappy. She simply wanted to help Li Mochen solve the problem. Before she knew Li Mochen's physical condition, she wasn't sure she could heal him. She couldn't ask Li Mochen about it, so she could only observe it during the treatment. Leng Xiaoyao spoke in a flat tone without much emotion, but Li Mochen had mixed emotions and felt extremely touched. He could feel Leng Xiaoyao's sincerity. If he was wrong, Leng Xiaoyao must be extremely good at acting. Anyway, he didn't think she was bad. It would be disrespectful if he was suspicious of someone who really cared about him. Li Mochen knew why he would suddenly lose control of himself, but he couldn't tell Leng Xiaoyao. However, he wanted to try when Leng Xiaoyao said she could help him. The illness was torturing him, but he could do nothing about it. He didn't know the cause or whether it would kill him, so he was always worried. Everyone was afraid of death, just on different levels. As long as he could live, he wouldn't want to die. Therefore, he had always wanted to solve the problem. Since Leng Xiaoyao said she could help him, she must have a solution, but she hadn't tried it yet, so she wasn't sure whether she could succeed. I trust you. I don't need anyone to protect me, Li Mochen said. Although he was very weak when he had a relapse of the illness, he wasn't so weak that other people could easily hurt him. Even if he couldn't defeat Leng Xiaoyao, he believed that he would still be able to run away. I'm happy that you trust me. So, it's settled. Once your body goes wrong, call me, Leng Xiaoyao said. She was truly happy after winning Li Mochen's trust. Li Mochen felt Leng Xiaoyao's real happiness and was pleased too. Great, I should go down now, Leng Xiaoyao said. The party had started a short time ago, so it would be impolite if she was absent for too long. After all, she didn't excuse herself from Leng Chengyuan and the others when she left. If Li Mochen had a relapse of the illness before she left the party, she would make up an excuse and leave. Sure, Li Mochen answered. Then Leng Xiaoyao stood up and went out. Li Mochen walked her to the door. Outside the private room, Mo Jingxuan went to sit in a corner of the hall. Although they were curious about what Leng Xiaoyao was talking about with Li Mochen, they didn't discuss it. After all, there were many guests in the hall and other people might hear their discussion. Nevertheless, they turned to ask Xianxia how Leng Xiaoyao formed a relationship with Li Mochen. Was their relationship really different? Xianxia didn't keep it a secret and told them what he knew. After knowing that Leng Xiaoyao reached the finish line at the same time as Li Mochen in a car racing game and was only slightly worse than Li Mochen in fighting, they were all amazed, especially after watching the video of them putting out the fire and rescuing people from it. To their surprise, Leng Xiaoyao was much more skilled than they thought. She was nearly as strong as Li Mochen. Even they weren't comparable to her. Jesus, she's awesome, Xiao Yuzhe exclaimed. They were very strong, but he somehow felt that Leng Xiaoyao was stronger than them. She looks young, but is really powerful. Jai Yunxiao was also astonished. Was she really born in a rich family? Mo Jingxuan doubted it because Leng Xiaoyao didn't look like a rich heir at all. She was like a killer who had received professional training before. Oh, she's also skilled at hacking. Mochen said she might even be better than him at it. She just bought a technology company and decided to manage it by herself, Lu Kei said. Xiao Yuzhe and the others were surprised again. She was even better than Li Mochen at hacking. She just bought a technology company and decided to manage it by herself. She was full of surprises. I suddenly want to know if Leng Xiaoyao is an enemy or a friend, Xiao Yuzhe said worriedly. The others had the same worries. Chapter 3149, Stop Shouting Here. Right, did Leng Xiaoyao form a good relationship with Mochen for a purpose? Jai Yunxiao asked. After meeting her a few times I don't think so, but it's necessary for us to be careful. Don't worry, Mochen isn't weak even though Leng Xiaoyao is strong, Xianxia said. He trusted Leng Xiaoyao, but couldn't be so sure that she wasn't malicious. The others agreed. Li Mochen was so strong that he could protect himself well. Even if Leng Xiaoyao wanted to hurt him, she might not succeed. If Leng Xiaoyao has no bad intentions, I think we can accept her as one of us, Xiao Yuzhe said. It was a good thing if such a strong girl like her could join them. After Leng Xiaoyao walked away, Li Mochen called Mo Jingxuan and the others to come in. He said nothing about his private talk with Leng Xiaoyao, including that Leng Xiaoyao healed 70% of his wound. Boss, we heard something about Leng Xiaoyao. We know she's incredibly skilled, but we don't know if she's an enemy or a friend. What do you think? Xiao Yuzhe asked Li Mochen. Although they shouldn't interfere in Li Mochen's personal affairs. They cared about him. It was up to Li Mochen whether he wanted to tell them. Li Mochen understood that they were worried about him, so he wasn't unhappy when they asked about that. After all, he had the same suspicion at the beginning. I had the same suspicion at the beginning, but now I'm pretty sure Leng Xiaoyao is a friend. I can't tell you much, but it has been proven, Li Mochen said. He didn't want them to be suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao. Hearing that, they didn't ask further and trusted Li Mochen's words. I'm glad that she's a friend. Mochen, do you want to invite her to join us? I think it's a good thing if such a skilled person could be one of us, Mo Jingxuan said. I don't want to do that, Li Mochen said. He could be friends with her, and turn to her for help when he needed her, but he was unwilling to complicate it with benefits. Why? Asked Xiao Yuzhe. He felt it was a shame that Leng Xiaoyao couldn't join them. Li Mochen didn't answer, so Xiao Yuzhe stopped asking. Leng Xiaoyao was gone for half an hour, so Chen Meng and the others complained that she spent too much time in the washroom when she got back. Leng Xiaoyao said that she went to deal with something, but she didn't tell them any details, so Chen Meng and the other girls didn't ask about it. Miss Leng, I just saw you walk into the elevator. Did you secretly go to meet a rich man? At that moment, they heard an acidic female voice. Afterwards, 3 women walked to Leng Xiaoyao and her friends. Leng Xiaoran recognized them. One was Mo Jinbei, the eldest granddaughter of the Mo family, one was Shi Yuran, the deputy mayor's daughter, and the other was Huang Junyan, the daughter of a second-rate rich family. All of them weren't good people and easily got jealous. If they were jealous of a woman, the woman was going to be in trouble. They were obviously jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, so they came to cause trouble for her. After all, Leng Xiaoyao had never offended them before. It was true that they were very unhappy after seeing Leng Xiaoyao earlier. They weren't in the same age group and were about 5 years older than Leng Xiaoyao, but they were still jealous of Leng Xiaoyao and wanted to make things difficult for her. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't only beautiful, she also had a relationship with Mo Jingxuan and his friends. Those men were so outstanding that they were attracted to them too, but they were ignored when they tried to strike up a conversation with Mo Jingxuan. That being the case, they became even angrier. Why did they talk with Leng Xiaoyao but ignore them? They didn't think they were worse than Leng Xiaoyao. They refused to admit it. If they were willing to accept that Leng Xiaoyao was better than them, they wouldn't have come to cause trouble. Many guests saw Mo Jinbei and the others accost Leng Xiaoyao, so they understood that something bad was going to happen, but no one stopped Mo Jinbei or stood up for Leng Xiaoyao. After all, it had nothing to do with them and they didn't want to get in trouble. Besides, some of them also disliked Leng Xiaoyao, so they were happy to see what would happen to Leng Xiaoyao. They were all girls. Only the girls knew that Mo Jinbei and her friends weren't good people, the men didn't bother to pay much attention to them. Leng Yuki and her friends were included in the jealous group, so they walked over to watch the drama, but they didn't think Leng Xiaoyao would be hurt, because she was strong and brave. She might embarrass Mo Jinbei. It was Shi Yuran who interrupted them, so Chen Meng argued angrily. Shi Yuran, what are you talking about? Stop stirring things up here. Even though Shi Yuran watched Leng Xiaoran walk into the elevator, it wasn't an issue. After all, what Leng Xiaoyao went to do had nothing to do with her. I told the truth. She must have gone to a hotel room or the restaurant. She must have gone to meet a man. Shi Yuran insisted. She believed that Leng Xiaoyao went to do something unacceptable. Even if I went to see a man, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you shouting at me? Leng Xiaoyao asked coldly. She didn't hesitate to fight back. Because Shi Yuran was rude, she wouldn't be polite to her. Oh, did you just admit it? I didn't expect you to seduce men at such a young age. Huang Junyan mocked. Leng Xiaoyao instantly got angry and said in a colder voice, seduce. When did you see me seduce a man? If you have no evidence, stop defaming me, or you will have to take responsibility for that. Right, stop spreading rumors, or I'll tear your mouth to pieces. And Chen Meng said through her teeth. Right, we aren't weak at all. Shang Mengson was also mad. She hated that they wanted to defame Leng Xiaoyao. Chapter 3150, Bad People Speak Louder. Defame. Do you think you have a good reputation? Shi Yuran mocked Leng Xiaoyao first, then turned to Chen Meng and Shang Mengson. And you, I'm not talking to you. You should shut up. Leng Xiaoyao didn't have a good reputation in the past, but she was totally different now. If it wasn't something she did, she wouldn't allow other people to defame her. You should shut up. And Chenmeng was mad. Leng Xiaoran was annoyed by Shi Yuren's words, but didn't lose control of herself. She stayed as calm as usual. After all, she wouldn't forget her manners just because of that. It's my business whether I have a good reputation. You have no right or power to judge me. Who do you think you are? Do you think you all are good girls? It's a small circle, and we all know what kind of people you are. Don't pretend to be innocent after you did so many bad things. I don't care about you at all, but you shouldn't defame me, Leng Xiaoyao said mockingly and warned them. Tell you what, I'm not weak at all. If you want to bully me, you better prepare to bear the result. They pretended to be innocent after doing many bad things. The other guests agreed with Leng Xiaoyao on that. Shi Yuren and her friends honestly disgusted them. They made things difficult for other people first, but blamed other people for that instead. It was unacceptable. Shi Yuren and her friends were immediately angry. What did you say? How dare you say that we're pretending to be innocent? You're the bitch here, Shi Yuren roared, clenching her teeth. Huang Junyan also shouted angrily. Do you want us to bear the result? Who do you think you're? Can your family do that? Leng Xiaoyao, don't think too highly of yourself, Mo Jinbei said. The more arrogant Leng Xiaoyao was, the more she disliked her. So what? It's you who caused trouble first. Why should I tolerate it? Do you think you can do anything you like? Do you think you own this world and that everyone must listen to you? In your dreams, Leng Xiaoyao mocked them. It's Master Mo's birthday party. I don't want to argue with you, but if you dare to bully me again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. So, Shi Yuren didn't want it to end just like that. She wasn't afraid of Leng Xiaoyao, so she threw the wine in her glass at Leng Xiaoyao. The other guests were all shocked, but before they realized what was happening, Leng Xiaoyao fought back and knocked the glass back at Shi Yuren. The next moment, the wine was poured all over Shi Yuren's face. Shi Yuren was shocked. Seeing that, the other people rounded their eyes in shock. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, they had respect for her. Leng Xiaoyao reacted so fast. No one criticized Leng Xiaoyao, because they all knew Shi Yuren and her friends caused trouble first. It was their fault, not Leng Xiaoyao's. In fact, they disliked Shi Yuren and her friends more than they were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, they were very pleased when Shi Yuren was taught a lesson. Ah, Shi Yuren screamed after coming back to her senses, and attracted more attention. More and more people walked over, including the Mo family. It was the Mo family's party, so they should obviously come over to have a look if anything went wrong. Yuren, are you all right? Huang Junyan immediately went to check on Shi Yuren. Mo Jinbei turned to angrily criticize Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao, you're so rude. She was rude. It was Shi Yuren who wanted to pour the wine on her. She simply fought back and the wine was poured back on Shi Yuren. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't do that, she could have been covered with the wine. She only protected herself. Why was it rude? Leng Xiaoyao gave Mo Jinbei a glare. Mo Jinbei was scared and stiffened at once. Leng Xiaoyao looked so scary. I'm rude. I think you're the rude ones. Everyone saw it. You can't deny it, Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. Mo Jinbei was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. Leng Xiaoyao was right, so she panicked when Leng Xiaoyao put pressure on her. At this moment, the Mo family's eldest son walked over. The moment he saw the wine on Shi Yuren's face and body, he was displeased. Because Mo Jinbei and her friends were notorious for their bad behavior, the Mo family's eldest son understood that it must be Mo Jinbei who caused the drama. In that case, he wouldn't defend Mo Jinbei just because she was his niece. Instead, he needed to educate her more strictly. She caused a scene at their own family's party, which was embarrassing. Uncle Mo, Leng Xiaoyao poured wine on me. Shi Yuren blamed Leng Xiaoyao for it right away. Upon hearing that, and Chenmeng was furious. Before Leng Xiaoyao even said anything, she immediately retorted. Ridiculous. You tried to pour the wine on Xiaoyao first. Xiaoyao simply raised her arm to protect herself and the wine was knocked back to you. Right, don't pretend to be innocent after you tried to hurt other people. It's you who made things difficult for us. Xiaoyao tolerated it because we didn't want to cause a scene, but you didn't stop and even tried to pour wine on her. Shang Mengxin added at once. Her face was distorted in anger. You're so shameless to pin the blame on Xiaoyao. Wu Minmin was so angry that she almost couldn't finish the sentence. Shi Yuran was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. People who didn't know the reason realized what had happened after looking at Shi Yuran's expression. It turned out that she and her friends caused the girl trouble first. She was indeed shameless to put the blame on Leng Xiaoyao. How could they be so shameless? Other people who weren't shameless didn't know their thoughts. The Mo family's eldest son was even angrier. He knew it must be Shi Yuran's fault, but he was still surprised by her shamelessness. Chapter 3151, Your daughter isn't treated unfairly at all. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao opened her mouth. Mr. Mo, I'm so sorry for causing such an unpleasant scene at your family's party, but I honestly didn't want it to happen. They made things difficult for me at first. There are surveillance cameras around the hall, so it should be easy for you to find out the truth. I'm an invited guest, so I don't understand why Miss Mo would treat me like that. We're not in the same age group and we have never met before. There is no grudge between us. Have I ever offended Miss Mo? It happened because of Leng Xiaoyao, so it was just manners to apologize first. After that, she explained the situation and questioned Mo Jinbei. As the victim, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't mad and didn't cry. She stayed proud and only had a resigned look. She stayed proud because of her elegance, and felt resigned since she was dragged into trouble for no reason. Miss Leng, we should apologize to you. It's our fault that we haven't treated you well, Mr. Mo said. Although he had a high status, he never looked down his nose at other people. Instead, he had standards, so he thought they should apologize after finding out what happened. The next moment, he stared at Mo Jinbei and said seriously, Jinbei, shouldn't you apologize to Miss Leng right now? Actually, there was no need to watch the surveillance videos. Mr. Mo believed Leng Xiaoyao's words. If not, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't ask him to watch the surveillance videos. Besides, given Mo Jinbei and her friend's reaction, he could see that they were guilty and couldn't deny it. If they weren't guilty, they would retort in anger. It was true that Mo Jinbei and her friends would argue angrily if they weren't guilty. However, Mo Jinbei refused to apologize when Mr. Mo asked her to do that. I did nothing. Why should I apologize? In fact, Mo Jinbei indeed did nothing wrong. She only said a simple sentence, and it wasn't a big deal, so she was reluctant to apologize. If you did nothing, why did you come here? Mr. Mo questioned. He knew it was Shi Yuran who did it, but Shi Yuran wasn't a member of the Mo family. He couldn't criticize her, and Shi Yuran already learned a lesson by being splashed with wine. Why shouldn't I come here? Asked Mo Jinbei. You, Mr. Mo, was mad. At this moment, Leng Xiaoyao said, Mr. Mo, Miss Mo indeed did nothing, but her friends humiliated me right after they came. I warned them to stop, but they didn't listen. Then Miss Shi tried to pour the wine on me. Since Miss Shi has already learned a lesson, I don't want to punish her again, but Miss Huang should really apologize to me. Although Mo Jinbei was one of them, she hadn't said anything, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to punish her. Shi Yuran already learned a lesson after the wine poured back onto her body, so there was no need for her to apologize, but Huang Junyan had to apologize to her. Everyone thought Leng Xiaoyao was too kind, because they would punish them all if it happened to them. However, they needed bravery and abilities to do that. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't need Mo Jinbei to apologize, Mo Jinbei didn't feel grateful and even glared at Leng Xiaoyao. However, she felt scared when she saw Leng Xiaoyao's eyes. She couldn't forget Leng Xiaoyao's cold eyes. I didn't pour the wine on you. Why should I apologize? Huang Junyan refused. Because you humiliated me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Didn't you do the same thing to us? You said we're pretending to be innocent after doing so many bad things. I didn't blame you for that yet. Huang Junyan said. Isn't it the truth? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Everyone saw it. Huang Junyan was struck dumb. They had never met anyone who was as difficult as Leng Xiaoyao before. Before Huang Junyan said anything, they were interrupted. At this time, Mr. Shi and Mrs. Shi came. As soon as they saw Xianxia covered with red wine, they were angry. Ranran, what happened? Who did this? Tell Mom, Mom will stand up for you. Mrs. She didn't know what had happened, but she was furious when she saw her daughter was covered with wine. However, Xianxia was too guilty to answer that question. Mrs. She, please calm down. I'll handle it, Mr. Mo said. Mrs. She was always impulsive. She was too protective of her daughter to figure the situation out. Sure, Mr. Mo, you must help my daughter. My daughter can't tolerate such unfair treatment. Mrs. She acted like a victim. She didn't think her daughter had done anything wrong. In her eyes, her daughter was covered with wine, so she must seek justice. Unfair treatment. Your daughter didn't receive unfair treatment at all. It's a lesson she needs to learn, and Chenmeng said because she couldn't stand it any longer. What do you mean, Mrs.? She was displeased. What did it mean that it was a lesson her daughter needed to learn? She believed that her daughter was bullied. I mean, it's your daughter who tried to pour the wine on me. I raised my arm to protect myself and the wine was knocked back onto her. Don't you think she asked for it herself? Leng Xiaoyao said. Why did my daughter pour wine on you? You must have done something bad to my daughter first. Mrs. She still didn't believe it was Xianxia's fault. Leng Xiaoyao must have done something bad first, for her daughter to try to pour wine on Leng Xiaoyao. Mrs. She was sure that it was Leng Xiaoyao's fault. Many people disdained Mrs. She for her words, because most of them knew the reason, so Mrs. She was really shameless, but they had heard of Mrs. She's character, so it wasn't strange. Xianxia and Mrs. She were the same type of people. They behaved the same. My granddaughter would never attack other people without any reason. Don't get her wrong. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng walked over at this time. Leng Chengyuan was mad to hear Mrs. She putting the blame on Leng Xiaoyao. In the past, he might not say anything, but now he was sure that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't cause other people trouble without a reason. Chapter 3152, Impossible to Apologize. She's your granddaughter, Mrs. She was surprised when she saw Leng Chengyuan. She knew that Leng Chengyuan had two granddaughters and she had met both of them. However, she had never seen his granddaughter who was as beautiful as this girl in front of her. How could such a stunning girl be Leng Chengyuan's granddaughter? Of course she's my granddaughter. I guess you're not blessed to have such an outstanding girl in your family. My granddaughter is impressive and well-mannered, but your daughter made things difficult for my granddaughter first, and even tried to pour wine on my granddaughter. Do you think we're weak to bully? Leng Chengyuan demanded. He didn't hesitate to compliment Leng Xiaoyao, which amused her. Although the Leng family wasn't comparable to the Shi family, it didn't mean they were afraid of the Shi family. Before, if they bullied the Leng family wouldn't mess with them, but now Leng Xiaoyao was being bullied, so they would fight back. Do you think we're easy to bully? You must take responsibility for what you say, Mrs. She said in a domineering tone. She simply didn't think that it could be her daughter's fault, even if she knew her daughter wasn't a good girl. Actually, she behaved as badly as her daughter, which was the reason why she was so unreasonable. Chairman Shi, do you agree with Mrs. Shi? Leng Xiaoyao turned to look at Xianxia's father and asked meaningfully. Xianxia's father was the chairman of a large business group, so he shouldn't be as unreasonable as his wife. Even though he was protective of his daughter, he should know what was right and wrong. My wife is too worried about our daughter to stay calm. Miss Leng, please don't be mad. No matter what, it's Yuren's fault for trying to pour wine on you, but the wine was poured back onto her, so she has already paid for it. Miss Leng, please forgive her, Mr. She said. He didn't want to argue over that, but he was still defending Xianxia and implied that Leng Xiaoyao shouldn't ask more from them. He said that, not just to defend Xianxia, but to save his face as well. Xianxia was his daughter. When she was embarrassed, he wouldn't feel good either. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't mean, but she was unwilling to grin and bear it. Therefore, she didn't accept Mr. Shi's advice. Instead, she argued, I didn't want Miss Shi to pay more for that. If I did, she wouldn't just end up like this. However, Mrs. She criticized me as soon as she arrived without even asking about the situation. Even if she knows that Miss She tried to pour wine on me first, she still blames me. As a mother, doesn't she know her daughter's behavior? Shouldn't she ask about the situation? Does she bully me because I don't have parents? Speaking to the end, Leng Xiaoyao sounded very sad. Although she said that on purpose, she sincerely felt sad upon thinking of her parents. Her parents were extremely important in her heart for both incarnations. They gave her a life and she cherished them very much. In this incarnation, her parents passed away, while she had no idea when she could meet her other pair of parents. They must be heartbroken after she disappeared. She wondered whether they had the same dream as her. Would they believe that she would go home one day? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting believed that Leng Xiaoyao would come home one day, so they were less worried, but they still missed her. Ridiculous. Even if your parents are gone, Grandpa is here. Grandpa supports you and I won't allow anyone to bully you. It hurt Leng Chengyuan to the core when he heard her words. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to be sad because her parents left her. Yao Yao, uncle is also here. I also won't allow anyone to hurt you. No matter how powerful they are, I will protect you, Leng Yecheng said. He hated to see Leng Xiaoyao being sad. Leng Xiaoyao felt a little guilty when Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng became so emotional, but everyone felt sympathy for Leng Xiaoyao after seeing Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng's reaction. Kids without parents could indeed arouse people's sympathy. Mr. She understood that Leng Xiaoyao was unsatisfied with his answer and his wife's attitude towards her. Mr. She was extremely displeased, but he had to admit that he was surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. She easily saw through him. However, he was unwilling to yield, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Therefore, Mr. She asked with displeasure this time, so what do you want, Miss Leng? Before Leng Xiaoyao could say anything, Leng Chengyuan interjected. What do we want? We obviously want Mrs. She to apologize to my granddaughter. Everyone should be responsible for their behavior, right? Leng Chengyuan also saw through Mr. She and understood that Leng Xiaoyao was unhappy, so he stood up for her. Mr. She was unhappy, and so was Mrs. She. It was impossible for them to apologize. Apologize. It's impossible, Mrs. She said. Since Mrs. She is unwilling to apologize, I can't force you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, everyone thought Leng Xiaoyao gave up. Before Mrs. She showed off, Leng Xiaoyao said again, but I have a principle. If you don't mess with me, I'll never cause you trouble, but if you do, I'll make you pay the price. Since Mrs. She refuses to apologize, I won't force you, but I need justice, so I've recorded our conversation from the beginning to the end. I can post it on the internet and let the public judge who's right. What? Leng Xiaoyao just recorded their conversation. Some people were amazed by Leng Xiaoyao's intelligence, while some felt she was calculating. However, more people supported her. After all, it was the Shi family's fault. The Shi family were displeased and were even angry. You, Mrs. She was furious. Glaring at Leng Xiaoyao, she didn't know what to say. At this time, Huang Junyan's father seriously criticized her. Junyan, I heard you spoke rudely to Miss Leng just then and Miss Leng is unhappy about that. Shouldn't you apologize to her now? Did you forget what I normally tell you? We must keep our manners and don't cause trouble. Do you still remember? Chapter 3153, How do you dare to trap me? Huang Junyan's father came later, and asked Huang Junyan to apologize after knowing what had happened. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to Huang Junyan, as long as she didn't suffer any losses, but if she caused serious trouble, he would ask her to give in. In public, he didn't allow his kids to embarrass their family. However, he couldn't prevent them from doing that when he was absent. Huang Junyan realized that she couldn't get away from it upon hearing her father's angry words. Therefore, she immediately turned to apologize to Leng Xiaoyao. Miss Leng, I'm sorry. I accept your apology, Miss Huang. So, it's over, Leng Xiaoyao said. Since Huang Junyan apologized, she wouldn't make it more difficult for her. She couldn't let other people think that she was easy to bully, but she didn't want to leave a bad impression on them either. After all, she cared about the Leng family's reputation. Therefore, everyone didn't think Leng Xiaoyao was wrong. She only wanted an apology and didn't ask more than that. Apologize to Miss Lang right now. Mr. She understood that if Mrs. She didn't apologize to Leng Xiaoyao, it would cause a scene. It wouldn't do the Shi family any good in the end, so they had to yield no matter how reluctant they were to do so. Mrs. She didn't want to do that, but she had to give in after her husband asked her to. As a result, Mrs. She apologized to Leng Xiaoyao unwillingly. Miss Lang, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive earlier. All right, since Mrs. She apologized, I can get over it, but Mrs. The Shi family is a famous rich family in City Chong, so you should behave yourself in the future, Leng Xiaoyao advised. She wasn't reminding Mrs. She out of kindness, instead she did it simply to make fun of her. Mrs. She understood that very well. She wanted to retort, but still curbed her anger. Miss Lang, please delete the video. If you upload it to the internet, we can sue you because it's illegal, Mr. She said threateningly. Because Mrs. She apologized, he wouldn't allow it to become a scene. Chairman Shi, don't worry, I actually don't have a recording at all, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Mr. She and Mrs. She felt they had been trapped by Leng Xiaoyao. How dare you trap me? If not, you wouldn't have admitted your mistake. Leng Xiaoyao teased. You, Mrs. She was mad. She wanted to say something else, but her husband gave her a warning look, so she closed her mouth. Mr. She was also angry, but they couldn't argue further about that, so they had to tolerate it. After that, Leng Xiaoyao supported Leng Chengyuan and walked out of the crowd to the other side. A while later, the crowd dispersed. Although the drama happened, the party wasn't affected and they continued to socialize with other guests. Because these things often happened at parties, everyone was used to it. Shi Yuren left earlier because her clothing was dirty. Huang Junyan also left due to her bad mood. Leng Yuqi understood that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't easy to bully, but she was still displeased when Leng Xiaoyao didn't suffer any losses at all. Especially since Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were so protective of Leng Xiaoyao. She was extremely jealous. Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu were also unhappy. In the past, Song Meiyu would have criticized Leng Xiaoyao right after Mr. She opened his mouth. She would deliberately scold Leng Xiaoyao as an elder and criticize her for being rude and unreasonable, but now Song Meiyu didn't dare to say that, because she couldn't win if she went against Leng Xiaoyao right now. She might only embarrass herself instead. Mo Jinbei's parents didn't know about it until after it was settled. They didn't think it was a big deal, because Mo Jinbei wasn't the troublemaker, but they had to admit that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't simple. Other girls might tolerate it and be quiet. Even if they didn't tolerate it, they wouldn't be able to make the Shi family and the Huang family apologize. Mo Jingxuan and the others didn't know about it until a long while later, so they were slightly annoyed. They regretted not staying in the living hall, since Mo Jinbei and her friends wouldn't have dared to cause Leng Xiaoyao trouble if they were there. Leng Xiaoyao didn't suffer any losses, but it was unpleasant to encounter such trouble. After the drama happened, Leng Xiaoyao became famous in high society, but this time, everyone had a better impression of her. She had become pretty and strong. Only those who were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao disliked her, while the other people had a good impression of her. Many people were aware of Leng Xiaoyao's engagement with Chu Jianan, but few knew that their engagement had already ended. Some guests talked about them behind their backs. In the past, they had felt sympathy for Chu Jianan because he had to marry a stupid, mean, and ugly girl. None of them thought Leng Xiaoyao deserved Chu Jianan, but now they felt Chu Jianan didn't deserve Leng Xiaoyao instead. Honestly, Leng Xiaoyao was a lot more attractive than Chu Jianan. As for their family background, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't comparable to Chu Jianan, but she had powerful connections. Therefore, they believed it shouldn't be difficult for Leng Xiaoyao to find a better man than Chu Jianan. Leng Yecheng heard their discussions and walked over. I bet you don't know yet. Last month, Yao Yao ended her engagement with Chu Jianan. As for the reason, I think you all know that Chu Jianan never liked Yao Yao. If so, there is no need for them to be together. After ending the engagement, Yao Yao made up her mind to study hard and better herself. Now I don't think Chu Jianan deserves her, so please don't connect Yao Yao with Chu Jianan again. Leng Yecheng said that Leng Xiaoyao changed after ending their engagement because he didn't want people to think that Leng Xiaoyao dumped Chu Jianan after she became different. Whether she disdained Chu Jianan or Chu Jianan disdained her, it was easier to arouse people's sympathy by saying that she was the victim. Chapter 3154, Spoil Her. Everyone was surprised. Leng Xiaoyao had already ended her engagement with Chu Jianan. Leng Xiaoyao changed after their engagement ended and became so outstanding. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao's story was very inspiring. They all knew that Chu Jianan never liked Leng Xiaoyao and forced her to end their engagement, so they didn't doubt Leng Yecheng's words. They believed that Chu Jianan must have hurt Leng Xiaoyao, not vice versa. However, they understood why Chu Jianan disliked Leng Xiaoyao. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was stupid, petty, and ugly with freckles all over her face back then. All in all, they didn't think Chu Jianan's decision was really unacceptable. Nevertheless, they still felt sympathy for Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't make the engagement, and it was normal that she didn't want to leave Chu Jianan after they were engaged. Since Leng Xiaoyao has already ended her engagement with Chu Jianan, does it mean we have a chance now? Someone asked excitedly. He was attracted to Leng Xiaoyao tonight. Right, in that case, we can chase her now. Leng Yecheng suddenly didn't know what to say. Although he was very proud that his niece was so popular, she was only 18 years old. She was too young to be in a romantic relationship. He didn't think his niece would like them, so he didn't say anything and walked away. The party began at 6 p.m. Within an hour, most guests wouldn't leave unless they were important figures. After 7 p.m., some guests started leaving one after another, but most guests stayed. Most guests didn't leave until 8 p.m. The Leng family left when it was nearly 8 p.m., but Leng Xiaoyao didn't leave with Leng Chengyuan and the others. She told Leng Chengyuan that she needed to deal with something, so they left before her. Leng Chengyuan didn't stop her, he only reminded her to be careful. "Dad, don't you spoil her. She's so young and she should learn to behave herself. It's already late now. Why would you allow her to wander around outside? People might think she is a bad girl," Song Meiyu said in annoyance. "It has nothing to do with you. If you really care about your reputation, pay more attention to your daughter." Leng Chengyuan retorted angrily. He knew what Song Meiyu was thinking. Honestly, Leng Chengyuan was unhappy when he saw Leng Yuki stand with Chu Jianan earlier. Although no one knew what had happened between them yet, the truth would always come out. If they continued, their affair would be exposed sooner or later. Song Meiyu didn't dare to say anything else. Leng Yuki saw Chu Jianan today, but she was still in a bad mood because Chu Jianan left with his friends half an hour earlier. He didn't go with her. In the past, he wouldn't leave until she was gone, so Leng Yuki felt Chu Jianan didn't care about her as much now. However, Chu Jianan said that he needed to deal with something, so she said nothing in case he became unhappy with her. Zhang Yian left after Leng Yuki left, but she didn't go home. Instead she went to meet Chu Jianan. Chu Jianan just sent her a message and told her that she should go to see him if she had time tonight. He went directly back to his apartment. Therefore, Zhang Yian made up an excuse that she was going to her classmate's home, while she actually went to see Chu Jianan. Zhang Yian's parents didn't restrict her movements, and she was always obedient, so her parents trusted her. At that moment, Li Mochen and his friends were still in the private room. They had nothing else to do, and Mo Jingxuan had arranged for them to stay in this hotel tonight. It was still early, so they didn't rush to go to their rooms. They stayed in the private room and chatted with each other while drinking. Because of their professions, they rarely drank, so they didn't go to a bar. After the Leng family left, Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen and asked where they were. Li Mochen told her they were still in the private room, so Leng Xiaoyao went to them with their permission. However, before Leng Xiaoyao arrived, Li Mochen started feeling uncomfortable. He knew he was going to have a relapse of the illness. He couldn't tell when exactly it would happen, but Leng Xiaoyao knew it would happen tonight, which left a deep impression on him. The attack quickly acted, and would soon make him lose his mind. Therefore, he said he needed to go out for something right away and went out. Not many people knew that Li Mochen had a hidden illness, including Mo Jingxuan and the others. Li Mochen went out once he felt uncomfortable, so that they wouldn't see that something was wrong. They were only curious about why Li Mochen hurriedly went out. However, since Li Mochen avoided them, they wouldn't follow him out. As soon as Li Mochen was out, he called Leng Xiaoyao. Before Leng Xiaoyao answered his call, the elevator door opened and she walked out with her phone in hand. She saw him right away, so she didn't need to answer his call. She thought that Li Mochen came to pick her up in person, but she realized that it wasn't the case after seeing Li Mochen's face. What happened? Did you? Leng Xiaoyao frowned and wondered whether Li Mochen had a relapse of his illness. Go to your room right now, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't care whether it would damage her reputation if she went to Li Mochen's room with him. If it was another man, she would consider the consequences and wouldn't go to a room with him in a hotel, but she had no such worries when she was with Li Mochen. Saying that, she pulled Li Mochen into the elevator. When only they were in the elevator, she asked, "Which floor?" Leng Xiaoyao wasn't sure whether it would be the same as in the previous incarnation, so she had to ask. When Leng Xiaoyao pulled Li Mochen, she put magical energy into his body. The next moment, Li Mochen felt slightly better. He believed that Leng Xiaoyao might really be able to cure him. Won't it damage your reputation if you go to my room? Li Mochen asked worriedly. He didn't think it was a good idea. Chapter 3155, Affected by the Poisonous Magic. It's an emergency. No need to care about that. We can damage the surveillance cameras later. Tell me, which floor? Leng Xiaoyao interrupted. She cared more about Li Mochen's health. Maybe nobody had seen them and spread the news. Most importantly, they were both hackers, so it should be easy for them to damage the surveillance cameras. Hearing that, Li Mochen stopped hesitating. 19th floor. Leng Xiaoyao directly pressed the 19th floor button. There were a total of 26 floors, so they arrived at the 19th floor very quickly. No one came up in the middle, so they didn't meet anyone else before they entered Li Mochen's room. Li Mochen was still uncomfortable. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting him. It was extremely itchy and painful. He could barely tolerate it. His mind was in a mess, so he would soon lose control to release the pain. Fortunately, Leng Xiaoyao had put magical power into his body, so he didn't lose control of himself within several minutes. Although his body was still painful and itchy and he couldn't really think clearly, the attack of the illness was only half as serious as before. Therefore, he was still clear-headed. Li Mochen understood that it was the effect of the coldness that Leng Xiaoyao put into his body. Even if he knew Leng Xiaoyao would help him, he was still surprised when he really experienced it. However, Leng Xiaoyao was worried, because she figured out the reason why Li Mochen had an attack of the illness. It actually wasn't an illness, it was poisonous magic. When she put magical power into Li Mochen's body, she examined it as well, so she found the poisonous worm in his body. She wasn't sure yet because she needed more details of his symptoms. "Brother Mochen, how do you feel now?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. "I lost control of myself after 5 minutes when I had a relapse of the illness previously, but now I feel much less pain." "Thank you," Li Mochen said sincerely. "My pleasure," Leng Xiaoyao replied. However, her magical power could temporarily help Li Mochen relieve the pain, but it couldn't last long. The poisonous magic would kill him after a long time. Therefore, if he wanted to make a full recovery, the poisonous worm must be removed from his body. It wasn't easy, and was extremely dangerous. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't take action until she had 90% confidence. She wondered whether the poisonous worm was a child mother worm, or a single worm. If it was a child mother worm, the person who set the worm must have a mother worm in his hands to control the child worm in Li Mochen's body. Once the child worm was removed, the controller would know. However, if the controller put the mother worm in Li Mochen's mother, his life would be in great danger. As a result, if they decided to remove it, they must succeed at a time. They couldn't allow the mother worm to take the next step. If it was a single worm, it would be much easier. There was no threat from the other person and they could try several times. Only his body would suffer more. "How long will it take every time you have a relapse of the illness?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. "An hour," Li Mochen said. Although it only lasted for an hour, it was excruciating. Afterwards, he would be extremely exhausted and wouldn't feel energetic again until he had slept for a whole night. Brother Mochen, do you know why it happens? If you don't want to tell me the reason, you can say you know or don't know, Leng Xiaoyao said. Before Li Mochen was willing to tell her the details, she wouldn't ask further about it. Anyway, she could figure it out by herself and do her best to remove the poisonous worm. I don't know, Li Mochen said honestly. Leng Xiaoyao believed his answer, but since Li Mochen didn't know, Leng Xiaoyao decided to tell him straightforwardly. She didn't think Li Mochen would hurt her and she needed to let him know the truth. After all, they hadn't met for long. Well, I can tell you why it is happening. Leng Xiaoyao said, you're affected by poisonous magic. It's a witch-like poison formulated in some mysterious way. Poisonous worms are divided into child mother worms and single worms. For the child mother worms, the person who casts the worm can use the mother worm to control the child worm. The mother worm is left in the controller's hands, while the child worm is set in the victim's body. Only the people who raise the worms can control them. Single worms are different. Everyone can use them, but they can't control them. The worm will act on its own. The controller can kill child mother worms by ordering the child worm to hurt itself with the mother worm. If you're mentally strong, you can fight back and won't be controlled, but if you're not, you can end up injured. Single worms are asleep most of the time, but they'll wake up after a while and suck your blood. Once it happens, you'll feel unbearable pain. Single worms aren't as harmful as child mother worms, but they can also kill a person over time. Li Mochen was shocked by the secret of poisonous magic, then looked anxious. He had no idea what happened to his body, so he didn't know whether someone had harmed him or if it was his own problem. Now he realized it wasn't his problem, someone had clearly harmed him. Who was it? Li Mochen couldn't figure it out. If he was chaste, he might figure out a name, but poisonous magic was so strange that he couldn't think of anyone. Chapter 3156, It's Not a Good Thing. I don't know whether it's a child mother worm or a single worm right now, because I need to know enough details to make a judgment. I need to ask you some questions, but are you willing to tell me? Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course, I can tell you everything you are allowed to know. If you can't, I won't tell you, Li Mochen said. Because he didn't know what Leng Xiaoyao was going to ask, he couldn't promise that he would tell her everything. Sure, when did it happen to you for the first time? Leng Xiaoyao asked. 3 years ago, May 15th, Li Mochen said. How often does it happen? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Once every month or two. There is no fixed time, so I can't tell when the next time will be. I'll just stay alert when a month passes, Li Mochen said. In that case, the worm should have been set inside your body 2 months before you had the first attack. Who did you see during those 2 months? What happened? If you had no idea when the worm was put in your body, you should be suspicious of everyone and everything, Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen was so strong, but he felt nothing when the worm entered his body. Therefore, the person should be very skilled or someone he really trusted. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't straightforward, but Li Mochen understood what she was implying. Without delay, Li Mochen thought about whom he had seen and what had happened during those 2 months. His subordinates were also suspects. Although it wasn't something to be proud of, only people who were close to him could do it. Before the truth comes out, he must be careful. At the same time, he wouldn't doubt or make things difficult for anyone publicly. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't ask him whom he had seen and what had happened during the 2 months. Li Mochen also didn't rush to think about it in detail. Instead, he asked Leng Xiaoyao, since you know I'm under the effect of poisonous magic, do you know how to get rid of it? Yeah, but it's not easy. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way as soon as possible. I'll give you a Taoist talisman tomorrow when we meet. If you have a relapse again, the talisman will help you. Although it can't completely stop the poisonous worm from hurting you, you will feel much less pain, like today. A talisman can be used 3 times. After 3 times, it should be destroyed. I can draw as many talismans as I want, so you don't need to worry about that, but I hope I can help you get rid of the poisonous worm before you have the next attack, Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen was relieved. No matter how difficult it was, there was a hope that he could recover. When Li Mochen heard about the talisman, he was very surprised, although he knew that there were all kinds of strange things in the world and that there was a poisonous worm in his body. After finding out about the existence of these things, he was mentally prepared and could accept it. You have a lot of skills, Li Mochen said. Even if he was aware that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary person, he had never asked about what she was really doing. Because I'm not an ordinary human. I have superpowers that other people don't have, but I can't tell you any details right now. You'll know as time goes by, Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen felt that Leng Xiaoyao trusted him very much since she frankly told him that she had superpowers, so he gradually started to trust her as well. I don't know how to return your kindness after you did me such big favors. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. As long as I can, I won't hesitate to help you, Li Mochen said. Sure, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao stopped after pouring magical power into Li Mochen's body for about 20 minutes, but she didn't leave right away. Instead, she observed for a while to see whether the poisonous worm would act up again. 20 minutes later, nothing happened and Li Mochen's condition didn't get worse, so Leng Xiaoyao was relieved. The attack of the poisonous magic would last for an hour. Now 40 minutes had passed, so it wouldn't happen again today. Brother Mochen, I need to go now. You should be fine tonight, but you can call me if something happens, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, Li Mochen answered, then he sincerely thanked Leng Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, thank you. My pleasure. Leng Xiaoyao grinned. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao left. When Leng Xiaoyao was gone, Li Mochen rested for another dozen minutes till the pain completely faded, but his body was still weak, so he didn't go to see Mo Jingxuan and the others. He only sent Mo Jingxuan a message, telling them that he couldn't go back right now. They could go if they wanted. In that case, Mo Jingxuan and the others didn't stay and wait for Li Mochen. They separated after that. Leng Xiaoyao left directly for the Leng family's mansion. When she got back home it was still early and wasn't even 10 p.m. yet. Leng Chengyuan and the others were still up. Once Leng Xiaoyao was back, Leng Chengyuan brought up what happened tonight with great happiness. Yao Yao was the focus tonight. Many people couldn't stop complimenting her, Leng Chengyuan said proudly. Right. Many young men even want to chase Yao Yao after knowing that her engagement with Chu Jianan has ended, Leng Yecheng said. Upon hearing that, Song Meiyu was displeased. She hated that Leng Xiaoyao was so popular. Leng Chengyuan was also unhappy about that. That's not a good thing. They're only interested in Yao Yao's beautiful appearance. She had freckles all over her face before, so they paid no attention to her. Now Yao Yao is attractive, so I don't think they deserve her. I know Yao Yao doesn't like them, so I said nothing. It's just their dreams, Leng Yecheng said. Song Meiyu couldn't stand it any longer when they thought so highly of Leng Xiaoyao. People are realistic nowadays. Everyone wants to have a marriage between families of equal social status. You may be hurt if you marry into a family which has a higher status than yours. Chapter 3157, Can't Bear Arguments. Song Meiyu didn't remind them out of kindness, but implied that they thought too highly of Leng Xiaoyao. In her opinion, Leng Xiaoyao became arrogant after changing. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were displeased. Leng Chengyuan immediately snapped at her. Yao Yao doesn't need to ride on a man's coattails. She's already outstanding, only a good quality man deserves her. Leng Xiaoyao was undeniably outstanding in Leng Chengyuan's eyes, so he believed that only an extraordinary man deserves her. Sister Meiyu, why don't you look at yourself before saying something like that? Although the Leng family isn't the most powerful family, we've been wealthy for generations. We still accepted you even though your family is very ordinary. Oh, isn't Leng Yuki trying to marry into the Qin family? I think there is a gap between the two families too, Leng Yecheng said straightforwardly. He wouldn't allow Song Meiyu to criticize Leng Xiaoyao. It was true that Song Meiyu's family relied on the Leng family to get wealth and power, even if her oldest brother was a junior official and her older brother had a good business. Back then, there was a huge gap between the Song family and the Leng family, but the Leng family still accepted Song Meiyu because she left a good impression on them. Song Meiyu was indeed a very good girl when she just married into the Leng family. She wasn't gentle, but she was nice. Even if her family was ordinary, she had skills and had a good job. Now she also had a position in the government, but became somewhat hateful. Song Meiyu didn't know what to say and felt mad. She couldn't deny it because it was the truth. She was embarrassed when Leng Yecheng pointed it out. However, what he said was right, so she didn't know how to argue against him. Leng Yehua was also unhappy, but couldn't deny it either. Although Leng Xiaoyao never liked Song Meiyu, she didn't want Leng Chengyuan to always argue with Song Meiyu because of her. It wasn't a good thing and would affect Leng Chengyuan's mood. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao said to Song Meiyu, "Aunt Meiyu, Grandpa and Uncle Yecheng will help me with my life. I don't need you to give me advice. Please don't go against Grandpa all the time. Grandpa is old, we shouldn't anger him. I'm too old to bear arguments." Leng Chengyuan supported Leng Xiaoyao by acting tired. Song Meiyu felt aggrieved, but couldn't say anything. Leng Xiaoyao continued, "I'll choose a man who has his own abilities instead of based on his family background. I don't want him to be a good-for-nothing who can't do anything without his family. One can only have wealth by making it by himself. It means nothing if he relies on his parents to get everything. One can only enjoy his wealth when he has the ability to make money, otherwise he will lose it sooner or later. Yao Yao is right. One can only have wealth by making it by himself. I support Yao Yao." Leng Yecheng agreed with Leng Xiaoyao. "Right, I appreciate Yao Yao's confidence and independence. You have Grandpa's support. No matter who you want to marry in the future, as long as he's outstanding and treats you well, Grandpa won't interfere. We don't care about his family background," Leng Chengyuan said. He trusted Leng Xiaoyao very much, and he believed that her boyfriend wouldn't be bad. Song Meiyu couldn't stand it any longer, so she stood up and left the living room for her own room. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao went to her room too. When she was back in her room, Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen and asked about his condition. Hearing that Li Mochen was in a good condition, Leng Xiaoyao felt relieved. After hanging up the call, Leng Xiaoyao took out the leftover yellow paper and cinnabar, then began to draw a Taoist talisman for Li Mochen. Li Mochen couldn't really sleep after lying in bed. He kept on thinking about Leng Xiaoyao. After drawing the Taoist magic figure, Leng Xiaoyao remembered Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian. She immediately turned on her computer and investigated them. First, Leng Xiaoyao needed to find out whether they kept in touch by phone. Leng Xiaoyao was aware of Chu Jianan's phone number, but she didn't know Zhang Yian's, so she needed to find Zhang Yian's phone number. However, that couldn't be easier for Leng Xiaoyao. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao found Zhang Yian's phone number. Given their call records, she learned that they frequently contacted each other that week, while they barely did before. Leng Xiaoyao even read their messages and immediately understood that they were having an affair. Knowing that Zhang Yian would go to Chu Jianan's apartment tonight, Leng Xiaoyao hacked into the surveillance cameras around Chu Jianan's apartment. She really saw Zhang Yian walk inside. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao took screenshots of the surveillance video and decided to take action, but not right now. She needed to go to City Yun first, and she wanted to watch the drama with her own eyes. It would be very interesting. She wondered how much Leng Yuki liked Chu Jianan. Would Leng Yuki forgive Chu Jianan after knowing about his affair with Zhang Yian? If Leng Yuki forgave him, Leng Xiaoyao would have to respect her, not for how much she loved Chu Jianan, but for how cheap she was. Leng Xiaoyao would never forgive a man if the man betrayed her. After collecting the evidence, Leng Xiaoyao read messages from the WeChat group for Xiaoyao Technology Company and learned what had happened to He Fangqi. He Fangqi was still busy preparing money to return the public fund these days, but he needed more time to sell his houses, so the money wasn't enough yet. Mu Yufan and the others simply wanted to teach He Fangqi a lesson. They had no intention of ruining his life, so they waited patiently to see what He Fangqi would do and did nothing else, but He Fangqi was too anxious to feel at ease. If He Fangqi didn't take it seriously, Mu Yufan and the others wouldn't give up. They were determined to make He Fangqi return the money. Chapter 3158, You Thought Too Much. The next morning, because Leng Xiaoyao had asked for leave, she didn't go to school. After having breakfast, she went to her room to pack up. Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to carry too many things. She only packed a change of clothes and several makeup products, so a backpack was enough. It was a short journey, so Leng Xiaoyao missed the Chenkin bag Shengguan Yang gave her very much. She could put everything she wanted in it, which was much more convenient, but she lost it after coming to this incarnation. Anyway, she still had skills as a cultivator. It was good luck in misfortune. Although her abilities were limited, she wasn't weak. Compared with ordinary people, she would be a kung fu master. If she didn't run into monsters, ghosts, or other people with superpowers, she might not have competitors. After packing up, Leng Xiaoyao called Shen Ziyin and asked her whether she was ready. Shen Ziyin was already in the parking lot and decided to drive to the airport. Because Shen Ziyin and Leng Xiaoyao were in two different directions and they were running out of time, Shen Ziyin didn't come to fetch Leng Xiaoyao. Even if they had enough time, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't bother Shen Ziyin. She could ask her family to drive her to the airport or she could take a taxi. It wasn't a big deal. Even without Shen Ziyin, she could go there by herself. Because Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng knew that Leng Xiaoyao was going to City Yun with her friends, Leng Yecheng asked the chauffeur to send her over. Leng Xiaoyao would be gone for a few days, so she had to tell Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng why she was gone, but she didn't tell them that she was going to play stone gambling. She simply told them that her friend needed her help, so they were going to City Yun together. She told them that her friend was Mr. Anne's girlfriend, so they weren't worried, but they still reminded her to be careful. After all, it was the first time that Leng Xiaoyao had traveled a long distance, so it was hard for them not to be worried. The flight would take off at 9 a.m., so Leng Xiaoyao left at 7 a.m. It took about 40 minutes to go from the Leng family's house to the airport, so if she set off at this time, she would arrive at the airport at just the right time. After calling Shen Ziyin, Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen. Li Mochen and Si Yiki were farther from the airport, so they were already on the road. When Leng Yuki arrived at school, she met Chu Jiayu and Zhang Yian at the gate. Then they went inside together. After sleeping with Chu Jianan last night, Zhang Yian looked energetic and happy. Chu Jiayu and Leng Yuki were confused, and asked her why. Zhang Yian obviously wouldn't tell them, so she made up the same excuse that she had dreamed about her idol. Leng Yuki and Chu Jiayu believed it. However, Leng Yuki was still very upset because Chu Jianan didn't contact her at all after leaving the party yesterday. She sent him messages on WeChat, but he didn't reply. "Yuki, what happened? You look unhappy." Zhang Yian asked Leng Yuki with fake concern. She clearly knew that Leng Yuki was upset because of Chu Jianan ignoring her, but she still deliberately asked about that, because she was happy to see Leng Yuki sad. "I feel like Jianan is losing interest in me. He barely looked at me yesterday and left so early. In the past, he never left until I was gone," Leng Yuki said. "Didn't my older brother say he left to deal with something? It's understandable that he left early." "Yuki, you are thinking too much," Chu Jiayu said. Because she didn't notice Chu Jianan's change, she didn't feel it was strange. "But I sent him messages on WeChat yesterday. He doesn't reply to me at all," Leng Yuki said. "Perhaps he didn't see it," Zhang Yian said, but that obviously wasn't the truth. Chu Jianan simply ignored it. In fact, when Chu Jianan received Leng Yuki's messages, Zhang Yian was already in Chu Jianan's apartment, so she knew someone had sent Chu Jianan messages but didn't know who the person was. Chu Jianan gave it a glance, then put his phone down. He didn't bother to reply at all. After that, Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian had sex. Chu Jianan didn't break up with Leng Yuki yet and Zhang Yian was unhappy about that. Looking at Leng Yuki, she hated her more than ever, but she also knew she had a secret relationship with Chu Jianan, so she was mentally prepared and could tolerate it for the time being. "I don't believe that he didn't see it. He simply refused to reply. I'm sure he has lost interest in me," Leng Yuki insisted. Because it was very obvious that Chu Jianan had no interest in her now, she couldn't be convinced even though Chu Jianan explained that he was just in a bad mood. Even if that was true, she still felt extremely uncomfortable being ignored. "No way. My older brother is deeply in love with you. It's impossible for him to lose interest in you so quickly. You did nothing wrong," Chu Jiayu exclaimed. She thought it was unreasonable. Do you need me to ask my older brother about it when we're home? No need. Leng Yuki rejected it at once. I don't want him to think that I don't respect him. He will be mad at me. Leng Yuki cared about her image in front of Chu Jianan a lot, so she was always cautious. She was never really herself and did everything to please Chu Jianan. Even if she had ideas, she rarely said them aloud, unless she couldn't stand it any longer, and then she would tell him tactfully. Why should he be mad about that? You should directly ask him if you have any worries. If not, how can you know what he's thinking? Chu Jiayu said. Although she knew little about a romantic relationship, she understood that it was better to make it clear. Right. Zhang Yian chimed in. A few minutes after Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the airport, Shen Ziyin showed up. They met before getting the plane tickets. After collecting the plane tickets, it was about 7:50 a.m. Normally, passengers stopped checking in 45 minutes before the departure time, so they had to go through the security check before 8:20 a.m. They still had half an hour. About 5 minutes later, Li Mochen and Si Yiki arrived. They didn't come with any subordinates. Chapter 3159, Threaten with a Guilty Conscience. Actually, they and their subordinates took different routes to the destination. Normally, Zhang Han and Mu Fan rarely left Li Mochen, unless he ordered them to do something or didn't want them to follow him. This time, Li Mochen ordered Zhang Han and Mu Fan to go to City Yun before him. They arrived at City Yun earlier, so they could arrange accommodation and pick up. Hi, Brother Mochen, Mr. C. Upon seeing them, Leng Xiaoyao greeted them. When she greeted Li Mochen, she was very gentle, but when she faced other people, she looked serious. Shen Ziyin understood that Leng Xiaoyao was going to City Li with her friends this time and dropped by City Yun for her. However, she was surprised by the outstanding appearances of Leng Xiaoyao's two friends. She already had a boyfriend, so she wouldn't be interested in other men, but she would still be amazed by extremely handsome men. Hi, Xiaoyao. Hello, Miss Leng. Li Mochen and Si Yiki greeted her too. You should go get the plane tickets, Leng Xiaoyao suggested. She wasn't in a rush to introduce them to one another. Sure, they answered and immediately went to get the plane tickets. Because they didn't have large suitcases and only carried a small suitcase with several changes of clothing, they didn't have check-in luggage. They went to the ticket vending machine and went through the security check. Although there were many passengers at the security check, they only waited in line for 7 minutes, then went inside. On their way to the gate, Leng Xiaoyao introduced them to one another. They were acquaintances, who might not meet again, but they would sit in the same plane and could have a chat. They at least needed to know one another's name, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't elaborate further than that. She only introduced their surnames like Mr. Li, Mr. C, and Miss Shen. It was their first meeting, so there was no need to call one another intimately. Shen Ziyin had a boyfriend, so she kept a polite distance away from other men. She didn't talk much with them. They weren't either talkative, so they were quiet with Shen Ziyin, but talked more with Leng Xiaoyao. After all, they were more familiar with Leng Xiaoyao. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao knew a lot, and they could learn from her during the conversation. As successful men, they still felt they could learn from a young girl. When they were outside, Leng Xiaoyao covered her freckles with makeup. Therefore, they looked like beautiful couples traveling and attracted a lot of attention. Passers-by complimented them for their outstanding appearances. Li Mochen, Si Yiki, and Leng Xiaoyao were already used to it, but it was Shen Xian's first time being the focus of other people's attention, so she was a little nervous. However, she knew most people were attracted by Li Mochen and the others, so she was noticed too. After they reached the gate, they sat down and waited to board. The flight would take off after 10 minutes, but a drama happened before they boarded. Shen Ziyin met a familiar face, but it wasn't a pleasant meeting. Oh, Miss Shen, are you traveling with handsome men? Does Mr. And no, does he allow you to go out with other men? It was a sexy young woman, but she was clearly jealous of Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin was displeased at once and replied unhappily. I just met these two gentlemen at the airport. We are simply taking the same flight. Miss Jin, please don't spread rumors. I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. She didn't want herself or other people to be defamed. Chen Jin knew that she was going to City Yun with Leng Xiaoyao today and was also aware that Leng Xiaoyao's friends would go with them. Therefore, Chen Jin should trust her even if Miss Jin told him what she saw. If there was no trust between them, their romantic relationship would be too fragile. She wouldn't come to work in City Chong for Chen Jin. Her family was influential in City Yun, so it was a better choice for her to stay in City Yun. Ha ha, why should I believe you? I don't think you're telling the truth. Jin Yi snorted and refused to believe it. Believe it or not, but I'll sue you if you dare to spread rumors and damage my reputation, Shen Ziyin said. Jin Yi always went against her simply because she had feelings for Chen Jin, but Chen Jin wasn't interested in her. Only two of a kind could be in a romantic relationship. Even if a woman had feelings for a man, it didn't mean the man must accept her. There was no reason for that. Are you threatening me with a guilty conscience? Jin Yi believed Shen Ziyin was guilty, so she was threatening her not to tell other people. Shen Ziyin was angry, but didn't know what to say. After all, she wasn't good at arguing, so she only felt aggrieved. Because Li Mochen and Si Yiki were also being defamed when Si Yiki was slandered, Leng Xiaoyao had to say something. Therefore, she stood up and coldly stared at Jin Yi. Miss Jin, you can eat whatever you want to eat, but you can't say anything you want to say. You slandered Shen Ziyin and my friends are being affected too. I can't stand slander, so you better apologize to us, or you won't be able to take the flight today. Jin Yi was scared by Leng Xiaoyao's cold gaze and tone. She subconsciously got nervous and felt stressed. She didn't believe Leng Xiaoyao could do that, so she became even more angry. Even if Leng Xiaoyao put pressure on her, she still retorted. What? Do you want to beat me? If you dare to do that, I won't let you get away with it. You must pay a price for that. Jin Yi believed Leng Xiaoyao could only stop her from boarding by injuring her. If Leng Xiaoyao injured her, she wouldn't allow Leng Xiaoyao to leave. Chapter 3160, You Win. Leng Xiaoyao understood that she couldn't take the flight either if she injured Jin Yi. Therefore, she wouldn't do that. She decided to stop Jin Yi from boarding another way. Leng Xiaoyao was good at hacking. She could directly hack into the system at the airport and delete Jin Yi's information. In that case, she wouldn't be able to go through the ticket gate and would be asked to stay. Leng Xiaoyao carried her laptop everywhere, so it was convenient for her to do that. Beat you? I'm not so rude. I won't beat you unless you attack me, Leng Xiaoyao said. It was unnecessary to use violence unless it was an emergency or she was attacked. Oh, so what do you plan to do to stop me from getting aboard? Do you have the ability to tell the airport staff to keep me here? Jin Yi snorted with laughter. Since Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to injure her, she didn't think Leng Xiaoyao could stop her from boarding. Miss Jin, it seems you have a low opinion of me. Fine, nothing has happened to you yet, so it's very normal that you don't take my words seriously, but you slandered my friend, so you should apologize. If not, I won't waste more time arguing with you. And you will pay for what you've done, Leng Xiaoyao reiterated. She didn't care whether Jin Yi would apologize or not. If Jin Yi apologized, she would forgive her. If not, she would teach her a lesson. She wouldn't be mad at some things, but she couldn't stand what happened today. I don't want to apologize. What can you do to me? Jin Yi didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao could stop her from boarding. So she didn't take Leng Xiaoyao's words seriously. After that, Jin Yi turned around and walked away. She didn't say anything to Shen Ziyin again. Although she didn't think Leng Xiaoyao could do anything to her, she felt stressed when facing Leng Xiaoyao. Besides, the two men beside her looked extremely strong and made her nervous. Luckily, their argument didn't attract other people's attention. Only a few people near them heard it, so no one came over. Ziyin, if you're afraid that Mr. N will misunderstand it, you can send him a message or give him a call to explain it. I don't want any misunderstanding to be caused between you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao believed that there must be trust in a romantic relationship. If Chen Jin really believed Jin Yi's words, it meant he didn't trust Shen Ziyin and their relationship. That would hurt Shen Ziyin deeply. However, sometimes people cared so much about their boyfriends or girlfriends that they had doubts. If Shen Ziyin told An Chenjin about that first, it would prove that she cared about him. I believe there is trust between Chenjin and me, but I need to tell him in case Jin Yi spreads rumors. It also proves that I care about him, Shen Ziyin said. She had the same thought as Leng Xiaoyao. Afterwards, Shen Ziyin sent An Chenjin a message telling him that she ran into Jin Yi. Leng Xiaoyao also took out her laptop to cause some trouble for Jin Yi. Leng Xiaoyao would only stop her from taking this flight, but she could take the next flight. However, it would be enough to drive Jin Yi crazy. Li Mochen didn't think Leng Xiaoyao was wrong. Instead, she was doing it to protect him, which touched him. Siyiki was only kind to his family and friends. He had no interest in helping strangers, so he didn't think Leng Xiaoyao was wrong either, but he knew Leng Xiaoyao did that for Li Mochen, so he joked. Miss Leng, you're very protective of Mochen. The woman only slandered Mochen, and yet you decided to stop her from boarding. Isn't it too much? What? Are you envious or jealous? Has no one ever stood up like that for you? Leng Xiaoyao argued. Siyiki was struck dumb for a second, while Li Mochen was touched again, but the next moment, Siyiki replied to Leng Xiaoyao. Why should I be envious or jealous? I was also slandered, so you're also teaching her a lesson for me. Li Mochen was slightly displeased by Siyiki's reply, but no one paid attention to the change in his expression. Right, but you should thank Brother Mochen for that, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. It was the truth. If Li Mochen wasn't involved, she wouldn't stand out. If Shen Ziyin was in trouble too, she would help her out, but if only Siyiki encountered difficulties, she would watch the drama from the side. Li Mochen was pleased by Leng Xiaoyao's response, but even he didn't notice his change. Siyiki, however, was annoyed and complained. Miss Leng, do you have to be so straightforward? It hurts. Would you prefer it if I beat around the bush? I don't do that, I'm sorry if I've disappointed you. Leng Xiaoyao apologized, but still spoke straightforwardly. Siyiki didn't know what to say and doubted Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen once more. He was sure that Leng Xiaoyao saw Li Mochen as more than a friend, although Li Mochen saw her as a friend. There must be something he didn't know about going on between them. However, he knew neither of them would tell him even if he asked. He preferred to stay silent instead of embarrassing himself. Li Mochen didn't care about the way Leng Xiaoyao treated his friend. Instead, he was happy to see Siyiki being upset. It made him feel as if he was different in Leng Xiaoyao's heart and he received a different treatment. Fine, you win. I give up. Siyiki directly gave in. Leng Xiaoyao was much better than him at arguing. Shen Ziyin didn't think it was wrong that Leng Xiaoyao decided to teach Jin Yi a lesson. Women were sometimes mean, and she never liked Jin Yi. She was happy to see Jin Yi being taught a lesson. Jin Yi didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao could stop her from getting aboard, so she wasn't nervous at all. However, she was still angry. Chapter 3161, Not take the responsibility. Therefore, she went to an unobtrusive place after leaving and secretly took photos of them. She didn't believe that An Chenjin would stay calm after seeing these photos. Wouldn't he be mad at Shen Ziyin? Shen Ziyin, I met and chased An Chenjin before you. How could you show up suddenly and steal him away? I can never forgive you for that. However, Jin Yi never spoke frankly to An Chenjin about her affection for him, even if she met and fell in love with An Chenjin before Shen Ziyin. An Chenjin had no interest in her and had never done anything to mislead her. It was unrequited love, so she was wrong from the very beginning. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao and the others boarded, but Jin Yi wasn't on the same flight as then. She sat with them because she would take the next flight about 10 minutes later. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others got aboard, Jin Yi sent An Chenjin the photos. Jin Yi, Mr. N, I saw your girlfriend travel with other men. Did you know? Are you familiar with the two men? I'm afraid that Miss Shen might be cheating on you and I thought you should know. If I misunderstood, please forgive me. Jin Yi had the intention of stirring things up between Shen Ziyin and An Chenjin, but she knew it wasn't enough. Her purpose was to make them fight. Even though she planned to stir things up between them, she had to be careful, so she only hinted at something. Nevertheless, An Chenjin clearly knew Jin Yi's character. In addition, Shen Ziyin just sent him a message and explained it, so Chenzhen felt nothing when he saw the photos. The only feeling he had should be stronger hatred for Jin Yi. His romantic relationship with Shen Ziyin wouldn't be damaged so easily. If there was no trust between them, they wouldn't have fallen in love with each other. Therefore, after Shen Ziyin explained the situation to him, Chenzhen didn't think she had a special relationship with the two men who took the same flight as her. Moreover, the two men were Leng Xiaoyao's friends. Chenzhen didn't want to reply to Jin Yi, but she might think he was affected by her message if he said nothing. What was worse, she would disdain Shen Ziyin because of that. Accordingly, Chenzhen replied to Jin Yi, but not right away. He waited for a few minutes. Chenzhen, Miss Jin, please don't misunderstand. The two men were Miss Leng's friends. Ziyin is flying to City Yun with Miss Leng, so they met coincidentally. Reading Chenzhen's reply, Jin Yi was angry at her failure. Before long, Jin Yi went to take her flight, but the recognition system of the ticket gate couldn't read her information. As a result, Jin Yi couldn't go through. She needed to provide more of her information. Jin Yi instantly lost her temper and shouted, "What do you mean that my ticket isn't useful? If it's wrong, how could I get in the airport? There must be something wrong with your machine. Why should I take the responsibility? If I'm delayed, can you pay for it?" "Miss, please calm down. We'll figure it out as soon as we can," an employee said to comfort Jin Yi. They understood that her ticket should be fine, but they couldn't let her take the plane before figuring it out. Suddenly, Jin Yi remembered Leng Xiaoyao's words. Leng Xiaoyao said that she could stop her from boarding. Although she didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao had the ability, she really couldn't take the plane now. Jin Yi realized that it must have been done by Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, she asked the employee, "Did someone tell you to stop me from getting aboard?" If it was really Leng Xiaoyao, she would be surprised by her power. After being questioned by her like that, the employee was displeased but remained polite. "Miss, I can understand that you're unhappy because of the accident, but you can't slander us. We don't have the power to stop you from getting aboard no matter who said anything to us." It was true that the airport could stop someone from taking the plane and keep the person in the airport, but it only happened when the person broke the law and the police needed to come. After that, the staff at the gate could act in concert with those orders. However, what happened to Jin Yi was obviously different. They didn't receive any orders. There was only a problem with Jin Yi's plane ticket. Why doesn't anyone else have the same problem? Why is it only happening to me? I'm being targeted, right? Jin Yi questioned. She refused to believe she was wrong. That is why we need to investigate it. "Miss Jin, please be cooperative, or your time to board might really be delayed," the employee said. Fine, if you can't figure it out and give me an explanation, I'll make you pay." Jin Yi was furious. She understood that it was useless no matter what she said now, so she had to cooperate with them. Whether there was a result or not, she made up her mind to make the airport take responsibility. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't let the airport take the responsibility for her deed, so she did something to get the airport out of trouble. The result was that both Jin Yi's plane ticket and her ID information were wrong. In that case, she couldn't blame the airport, because her wrong ID information caused the machine to fail. This time, Jin Yi missed the flight and couldn't use her ID for the time being. The police came later. They made sure that Jin Yi's ID was legal and correct, so the airport helped her change her plane ticket. After solving the problem, 2 hours had passed. When Jin Yi successfully changed her flight, she still needed to wait for half an hour to board. She had to deal with something in the capital, otherwise she would have directly gone home. When the police came, Jin Yi insisted on saying that someone deliberately harmed her. She told them about what had happened and her conversation with Leng Xiaoyao. However, the police thought it was ridiculous, because they didn't believe Leng Xiaoyao was able to do that. It could just be a coincidence. Chapter 3162, Meet by Chance. Seeing that the police didn't believe her, Jin Yi was furious and wanted to become violent, but she couldn't do anything about it without evidence. However, she believed it must have something to do with Leng Xiaoyao, so she wouldn't forgive her. Although she didn't know Leng Xiaoyao's name and background, she could find it through Shen Ziyin since Leng Xiaoyao was Shen Xian's friend. She believed it shouldn't be difficult. Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the airport of City Yun after 2 hours of flight. Zhang Han and Mu Fan were already waiting for them in a car. Once Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived, they went to pick them up. Zhang Han and Mu Fan were surprised to see 2 women with Li Mochen. Li Mochen had told them to prepare a larger car because he had several friends, but he didn't say that his friends were women. They thought they were all men. After all, they had never seen Li Mochen with women before, not to mention that they looked very close. Zhang Han and Mo Fan were Li Mochen's assistants, so Leng Xiaoyao recognized them. In the previous incarnation, she was spied on by them in turns. They were terrible to Leng Xiaoyao back then, but they still had manners and didn't humiliate her. No matter what, Leng Xiaoyao was Li Mochen's wife at that time. If they dared to humiliate Leng Xiaoyao, Li Mochen would be embarrassed too. Anyway, she didn't harbor grudges against them no matter what they did to her before. "Boss, this is," Mu Fan asked. He was curious about Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen. "She is Leng Xiaoyao. She's going to City Li with us. The other woman is her friend," Li Mochen said. He appeared quite close when he introduced Leng Xiaoyao. "Nice to meet you." Zhang Han and Mu Fan greeted Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin at once. Before Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin responded, Li Mochen said, "These 2 are my subordinates, Zhang Han and Mu Fan." "Nice to meet you too." Leng Xiaoyao replied. "Nice to meet you." Shen Ziyin followed. Afterwards, they got in the car together and left the airport. "Brother Mochen, don't we need to wait for Mr. Mu?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. They agreed to gather at the airport of City Yun, but they left first. "No need, he has his own arrangements," Li Mochen said. Because Mu Yiyang came with 6 of his comrades, they had their own schedule. After Mu Yiyang was done, he would come to meet them. Zhang Han and Mu Fan, however, were astonished when they heard how Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen. "Brother Mochen." Were they so close? Most importantly, Li Mochen said nothing and replied kindly. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao was also familiar with Mu Yiyang. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't be an ordinary person. In fact, for those who were unfamiliar with Li Mochen, he still sounded cold when he spoke to Leng Xiaoyao, but people who were familiar with him understood that he was unusually kind today. It was the first time that they had ever seen him talk to a girl so gently. Li Mochen always kept a distance from other people. Because he was raised to be the heir, he barely had emotions. After he grew up, he risked his life with his subordinates many times, then started having emotions, but it only existed among close brothers, including loyalty and responsibility. However, he had never been in a romantic relationship. Due to his status and background, he wasn't allowed to have a romantic relationship, because he would only hurt his love. In the previous incarnation, he secretly sent many people to protect Leng Xiaoyao and kept his background a secret, but he simply did that to fulfill his duty. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant chosen by Zhang Han and Mu Fan. Then they had a meal. After the meal, Leng Xiaoyao left with Shen Ziyin. When they were gone, Mu Fan asked Li Mochen about his relationship with Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen said they were friends, so Mu Fan didn't dare to ask further about that, but he felt they were more than just friends. However, there didn't seem to be chemistry between them. Anyway, they must have an unusual relationship and got along very well. After Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin left, Leng Xiaoyao took out the jade pendant she got from Shenmeng and Shen Ziyin put it on. They didn't go to the Shen family's mansion right away, but found where Shen Xian's aunt, Shen Yimei, was first. They planned to create a coincidental meeting. Leng Xiaoyao found that Shen Yimei was hanging out with her friends in a shopping mall, and they were dining in a restaurant currently. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin went to the shopping mall. When they arrived, Shen Yimei was still in the restaurant, but they had finished eating. Currently, they sat there resting and gossiping. Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin walked inside. Because there were vacant seats beside Shen Ziyin, they walked towards her. The next moment, they pretended to notice Shen Ziyin and greeted her. "Hi, Aunt, what a coincidence," Shen Ziyin said to Shen Yimei. Shen Yimei was surprised to see Shen Ziyin because she didn't know that Shen Ziyin came home. Ziyin, when did you come home? Shen Ziyin asked after coming back to her senses. Subconsciously, Shen Yimei looked at Shen Xian's neck. She saw the jade pendant she sent to Shen Ziyin, then she stared at Shen Xian's face, but she didn't see anything wrong. As a result, Shen Yimei frowned a little with confusion. Shen Ziyin couldn't see the difference in Shen Yimei's expression, but Shen Ziyin saw it clearly. She wasn't very sure, but believed that Shen Yimei was aware of the problem with this jade pendant. I just arrived. I brought my friend home to have a tour. My friend didn't bring many clothes, so we came to shop. We haven't eaten yet either, so we decided to have a meal. I didn't expect to see you, Aunt, Shen Ziyin said. Afterwards, Shen Ziyin turned to the two rich ladies sitting opposite Shen Yimei. Nice to see you, Mrs. Lin, and Mrs. Wang. They were Shen Yimei's friends, but they were all members of high society, so they were familiar with one another. Nice to see you too, Miss Shen, the two rich ladies replied politely. Since we met, why don't you sit down and order some food? I'll pay the bill, Shen Yimei suggested. She seemed nice, but she was actually upset. Chapter 3163, Lu Laosin. It was exactly what Shen Ziyin and Leng Xiaoyao wanted, so they agreed at once. Sure, thank you, Aunt. After that, Shen Ziyin invited Leng Xiaoyao to sit down. Shen Yimei immediately beckoned to the waitress to bring menus, asking Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin to order what they wanted to eat. When Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin finished ordering, Shen Yimei said, Ziyin, why don't you introduce your friend to us? She's very beautiful. Right, she's indeed pretty. The other two rich ladies complimented as well. The moment they saw Leng Xiaoyao, they were amazed, but they weren't jealous of her. Not everyone would be jealous of a stranger. This is my friend from City Chong. Her name is Leng Xiaoyao, Shen Ziyin said. Nice to meet you all, ladies. Leng Xiaoyao politely greeted them. Nice to meet you too, Miss Leng. They responded nicely. I didn't see you wearing the jade pendant I sent you before. Why did you put it on this time? Shi Yimei asked, pretending to be casual. I'm sick of my other jewelry, so I put it on today, Shen Ziyin said. She was lying, but didn't appear guilty at all. If she didn't know this jade pendant was harmful, she would feel guilty for lying, but after knowing the problem with this jade pendant, she didn't feel guilty at all. Even when she acted intimate with Shen Yimei as if she knew nothing, she didn't feel guilty. Even if the result wasn't out yet, she no longer felt close to her aunt once she had suspicions. By now, Shen Ziyin had a very bad impression of Shen Yimei. She did her best to curb her anger in order to act as nice as usual to Shen Yimei. How long have you worn it? Asked Shen Yimei. Shen Ziyin wasn't suspicious of Shen Yimei till Shen Yimei asked that question. Instantly, she noticed that Shen Yimei was different. Was it true that Shen Yimei really knew the problem with the jade pendant? Shen Ziyin didn't want it to be true. She would rather that Shen Yimei didn't know about it. After all, they were relatives and they used to be close. She didn't want to ruin their relationship. However, if it was true, she had to tell her family for their safety, otherwise they might be harmed by Shen Yimei without being aware. About half a month. Shen Ziyin lied. Half a month. Shen Yimei was surprised. If she had worn the jade pendant for half a month, why was she still fine? Shen Yimei's reaction proved everything. Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin were sure that she was aware of the problem with the jade pendant. As a result, Shen Ziyin was angry and it showed a little on her face, but she couldn't let her aunt know about it right now. Therefore, she composed herself and acted confused. Aunt, is there anything wrong? Mrs. Lin and Mrs. Wang were also confused by Shen Yimei's attitude. Shen Yimei immediately realized that she shouldn't have said that. Oh, nothing, nothing. Her eyes blinked and she explained at once. However, her reaction betrayed her, so Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin didn't believe her explanation. In fact, it was true that Shen Yimei was aware of the problem with this jade pendant. She deliberately harmed Shen Ziyin. She did it for her daughter. Ziyin, are you used to life in City Chong? How have you been sleeping at night? Asked Shen Yimei. It sounded as if she cared about Shen Ziyin, but honestly she was just trying to find out about the effect of the jade pendant. Yeah, I'm used to the regular pattern of going to work and getting off work. I sleep well every night, Shen Ziyin said. She obviously understood why Shen Yimei asked her about that. Great, I'm glad to hear that. Shen Yimei forced a smile, but her mind was in a mess. Shen Ziyin verified that Shen Yimei was aware of the problem with this jade pendant. She realized that Shen Yimei deliberately harmed her, which filled her with anger and irritation. She didn't want to see Shen Yimei any longer, but she had to finish the act. No matter how furious she was and how reluctant she was to see Shen Yimei, she couldn't leave, otherwise Shen Yimei would know everything. Therefore, she had to wait till the meal was over. However, Shen Yimei couldn't stand it before Shen Ziyin. I suddenly feel uncomfortable and I want to go home. Let's call it a day. I'll pay the bill. You can enjoy the meal. She said that was all for today to Mrs. Lin and Mrs. Wang, and told Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin to enjoy the meal. Fine, I'm actually tired after shopping as well, Mrs. Lin said. See you next time, Mrs. Wang said. Aunt, if you don't feel well, you can go home for a rest. If it's serious, you should go to the hospital, Shen Ziyin said with feigned concern. Sure, I will, Shen Yimei answered. After that, she hurriedly packed up and paid the bill, then left. Once Shen Yimei was gone, Shen Ziyin could no longer hide her real emotions. She looked extremely mad. It's her. It's really her. Shen Ziyin was sad, because she didn't expect her aunt, who always treated her very well, to try to harm her. She was her father's biological younger sister, so it hurt Shen Ziyin deeply. Unfortunately, it had already happened, so she had to face it. Since we know it's her, we must take action. After this meal, we can go to your home first. Although your parents and older brother are fine for the time being, there might be harmful things hidden in your house, Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course, Shen Ziyin answered, but she lost her appetite. However, in order to not affect Leng Xiaoyao, she forced herself to eat a little. As soon as Shen Yimei walked out, Leng Xiaoyao took out her laptop and put on earphones. She was spying on Shen Yimei and her calls. By the time Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin finished the meal, Shen Yimei got home. About 5 minutes later, she made a call and a man answered it. Leng Xiaoyao clearly heard their conversation. Shen Ziyin anxiously said, Lu Laosan, didn't you say the jade pendant can make people weak and have nightmares? Why doesn't Shen Ziyin look weak at all? She's full of energy and sleeps well every night. Chapter 3164, What do you want to do to Shen Ziyin? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao was sure that Shen Yimei was aware of the problem with this jade pendant. Shen Yimei intended to harm Shen Ziyin, but couldn't see its difference. Her reaction after seeing the jade pendant proved everything. Afterwards, the man emotionally replied on the other side of the phone. How is that possible? Why would I lie to you? I met Shen Ziyin today. I asked her how long she has worn the jade pendant. She said she has worn it for more than half a month, Shen Yimei said. Lu Laosan was surprised, because it was impossible. Many people had gotten weak and had nightmares every night after being affected by the evil power of this jade pendant. Before Lu Laosan said anything, Shen Yimei asked impatiently, say something. Did you fool me? Lu Laosan, I gave you a lot of money. I didn't fool you. If I did, I wouldn't answer your call. I have witnessed the effect of this jade pendant before. It can make people weak and have nightmares, Lu Laosan said. You told me that, but I don't see it. How should I know whether it's true? Shen Yimei said. At the beginning, she believed it, but now she began to doubt it. Calm down. I'll go see Shen Ziyin to make sure, Lu Laosan said. Whether he had fooled Shen Yimei wasn't important. He wanted to know what had happened and why Shen Ziyin wasn't affected by the evil power. Great, you must give me an explanation today, Shen Yimei said. No problem, Lu Laosan replied. But you should tell me where Shen Ziyin is right now. She's in XX shopping mall. I met her at XX restaurant. She should be finished now and must be shopping, Shen Yimei said. Great, I'll go to see her right now, Lu Laosan said, then hung up the call with Shen Yimei. Without delay, he went out to find Shen Ziyin. After hearing their plan, Leng Xiaoyao told Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin asked Leng Xiaoyao what she should do next. She could only rely on Leng Xiaoyao now because she had no idea what to do. Our target isn't just Shen Yimei, it is also the person behind this jade pendant. So it's a good thing that the man is coming to see us. Even if he doesn't show up, I'll go to see him. I think we can just continue to hang out, Leng Xiaoyao said. No problem, Shen Ziyin answered. She would listen to whatever Leng Xiaoyao said. About 40 minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao sensed a touch of evil power. She immediately realized that the man was here. The evil power wasn't strong, which meant the man's level wasn't high. After 10 minutes, Lu Laosan found Shen Ziyin. What surprised him was that there wasn't any evil power around the jade pendant hanging on Shen Xian's neck. Lu Laosan wasn't just surprised, he was also confused. Was the evil power removed from the jade pendant by a master, or was this jade pendant not the same one? Because the design of jade wasn't unique, it was normal if there was a similar one. Lu Laosan didn't think the evil power was removed by a master. Although there were cultivators in this world, it wasn't easy to meet them. While Lu Laosan observed Shen Ziyin, Leng Xiaoyao observed him too. Lu Laosan wasn't a cultivator, he was a practitioner. Some people were born with special abilities, so they could learn magical powers. Lu Laosan was one of them, but he joined the evil practice. The evil practice was much easier than the good practice, so some people chose to join the evil practice after failing to be a good cultivator. After observing for a while, Lu Laosan walked straight towards Shen Ziyin. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing and waited to see what he was going to do. When Lu Laosan was closer, he pretended to give Shen Ziyin a glance by accident. Then he shouted in surprise, "Oh, this jade pendant. Miss, can you tell me where you got this jade pendant? It looks the same as the one my wife lost a while ago." Shen Ziyin was struck dumb for a second, but didn't doubt whether he was Lu Laosan. She replied honestly, "My aunt gave this jade pendant to me." "Oh, I understand." Lu Laosan looked more confused. Since it was given to her by Shen Yimei, why wasn't there any evil power now? He couldn't directly ask Shen Ziyin, so he said nothing else. After that, Lu Laosan walked away. When Lu Laosan was gone, Leng Xiaoyao said to Shen Ziyin, "That man is Lu Laosan. He could feel that there isn't evil power on this jade pendant, so he must think it's not the same one. So he deliberately asked you that." "Oh, he's Lu Laosan." Shen Ziyin was scared, because she knew the jade pendant was from Lu Laosan. Lu Laosan wasn't an ordinary man, so Shen Ziyin was afraid of him. If she had known that he was Lu Laosan earlier, she wouldn't have been so calm. Even now she was still a little scared in retrospect. After seeing Lu Laosan, Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin stopped hanging out and went back to the Shen family's mansion. Leng Xiaoyao decided to deal with Lu Laosan at night. She wouldn't rush to stop him right now. When Lu Laosan walked out of the shopping mall, he didn't contact Shen Yimei immediately because he hadn't figured it out yet. Before long, Shen Yimei called him, so Lu Laosan had to pick it up. "Lu Laosan, how is it?" asked Shen Yimei. "I'm not clear about it yet. I don't think it's the same jade pendant. Didn't I tell you the jade pendant is covered with evil power?" "This one isn't," Lu Laosan said. "What? It's not covered in evil power? Does it mean that it's harmless?" Shen Yimei couldn't accept it. "Yes," Lu Laosan said. "If I can't harm Shen Ziyin, that'll be a total waste of my money. You must figure out a way out to cause Shen Ziyin some trouble. Otherwise my daughter will never forgive me," Shen Yimei said. "What do you want to do to Shen Ziyin?" asked Lu Laosan. Since the jade pendant wasn't useful and he failed to help Shen Yimei, he obviously couldn't just leave. Otherwise, Shen Yimei would expose his secret and he would be in trouble. Chapter 3165, Visit the Shen family. I want her to be out of the designing industry. "So, disable her hands," Shen Yimei said. She looked malicious, but actually she was scared. If it weren't for her daughter, Shen Yimei wouldn't harm Shen Ziyin. After all, Shen Ziyin was her niece, her biological older brother's daughter, but for her own daughter, she was left with no choice. Even if she schemed against Shen Ziyin, she didn't dare to kill her. It was enough to get Shen Ziyin out of the designing industry, so that Shen Ziyin couldn't steal her daughter's thunder. No problem, leave it to me. Lu Laosan answered. It was easy for him. At the beginning, Shen Yimei didn't ask Lu Laosan to take action by himself because they preferred to keep it a secret. In order to not be discovered, they used a jade pendant. However, now the jade pendant didn't work, so she had to ask Lu Laosan to take action. Before Shen Ziyin came home, she told her family about her arrival. Mrs. Shen wanted to arrange for a car to pick Shen Ziyin up from the airport so that they could have lunch at home, but Shen Ziyin said she was with her friend and they would go to the city center first. She couldn't go home for lunch, but she would be back in the afternoon. After Lu Laosan left, Leng Xiaoyao was still eavesdropping on his phone because she was sure that he would contact Shen Yimei. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao heard his conversation with Shen Yimei from the first second to the end. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao was mad, but they were in a taxi, so she couldn't tell Shen Ziyin. Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell Shen Ziyin what she heard until they had arrived at the Shen family's mansion. Knowing that Shen Yimei asked Lu Laosan to disable her hands after failing to harm her with the jade pendant, Shen Ziyin was furious and her face turned pale in fright. What should we do? Asked Shen Ziyin. She was an ordinary person. If Lu Laosan wanted to hurt her, she couldn't fight back. Don't worry, I'll get rid of Lu Laosan tonight, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wasn't worried about that, but she was afraid that Shen Yimei might pay other people to hurt Shen Ziyin after Lu Laosan got in trouble. Hearing that, Shen Ziyin was relieved. But I'm afraid that Shen Yimei might pay other people to harm you after Lu Laosan fails. I think it's necessary to tell your family. You should threaten Shen Yimei to stop scheming against you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Shen Yimei tried to harm Shen Ziyin, they were family after all. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao didn't think Shen Ziyin would throw Shen Yimei in jail. Shen Ziyin would only argue with Shen Yimei and threaten her to stop. Sure, but I don't want my grandmother to know. She's old and can't bear it, Shen Ziyin said. It was hard for an old woman to accept the fact that her daughter wanted to harm her granddaughter. Of course, we can only tell your father and older brother. It's not good if too many people know about it, Leng Xiaoyao agreed. Only Mrs. Shen and old Mrs. Shen were home right now. Shen Xian's father and older brother were still at work. After Shen Ziyin took Leng Xiaoyao back to the Shen family's mansion, Mrs. Shen and old Mrs. Shen were both polite to her. They asked them several simple questions. When they heard that Leng Xiaoyao was only a senior high school student, they were surprised. They thought Leng Xiaoyao was the same age as Shen Ziyin. They had that feeling, not because Leng Xiaoyao looked older than her age, but because Leng Xiaoyao had put on makeup and didn't seem to be an 18-year-old girl. The Shen family was aware of Shen Xian's relationship with Chenzhen and approved of it. Therefore, when Mrs. Shen asked how Leng Xiaoyao became friends with Shen Ziyin under such an age gap, Leng Xiaoyao explained that she was a friend of Chenzhen's younger sister. Because she was coming to City Yun to deal with something and Shen Ziyin planned to go home this time, Shen Ziyin invited her to visit her family. Mrs. Shen and old Mrs. Shen didn't look down their noses at Leng Xiaoyao just because she was young. They were sophisticated, and could see that Leng Xiaoyao was more mature and stable than her peers from the way she spoke and behaved. During their conversation, they found that Leng Xiaoyao was different from other 18-year-old girls. They subconsciously regarded her as one of them. After sitting for a while in the living room, Shen Ziyin took Leng Xiaoyao to her room. It was an excuse. She simply wanted to walk around upstairs to see what they could find. After walking around, they found nothing. It seemed that Shen Yimei had only targeted Shen Ziyin. It was a good thing that Shen Yimei didn't target other people. Before dinner, Shen Xian's father and older brother came home. They politely exchanged greetings with Leng Xiaoyao without any arrogance. In fact, people with high status like them usually wouldn't be so nice to ordinary people, even if the guest was their children's friend. It really showed that the Shen family had good manners. Afterwards, they didn't talk to Leng Xiaoyao again. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was a girl, so it wasn't right for them to talk to her. female members of their family could treat Leng Xiaoyao. However, upon hearing their conversation, they found that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl. She looked young, but thought and behaved maturely. Therefore, Shen Xian's older brother joined them and they gradually turned to talk about business. Leng Xiaoyao was able to express her opinions on all kinds of topics. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao's ideas were inspiring and even Shen Xian's father took part in them later. That being the case, Mrs. Shen and old Mrs. Shen didn't know what to say instead, but they weren't unhappy. Actually, they were surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's knowledge at such a young age. Xiaoyao, I can't believe you know so much at such a young age. I even wonder whether you're really a senior high school student, Mrs. Shen said. She was extremely impressed by Leng Xiaoyao. What? A senior high school student? Shen Xian's father and older brother were astonished. Even though Leng Xiaoyao looked young, they thought that she was as old as Shen Ziyin and had worked for 1 or 2 years. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao was only a senior high school student. If so, she should be about 18 years old. There was a big difference between a girl who was 18 years old and a girl who was 24 years old. Chapter 3166, Can't give up, you don't seem to be 18 years old. I really can't judge you from your appearance, Shen Xian's older brother said in amazement. Once he said it aloud, he realized it wasn't polite. Therefore, he immediately changed his words. Miss Leng, I just mean that you're incredibly smart at such a young age. It's impressive. I'm flattered, Mr. Shen, Leng Xiaoyao said. No, I mean it. Miss Leng, you're very modest, Shen Xian's older brother said. This time, Leng Xiaoyao only smiled and said nothing. After the meal, they addressed one another differently. The Shen family called Leng Xiaoyao Xiaoyao instead of Miss Leng, while Leng Xiaoyao called them Uncle Shen, Aunt Shen, and Brother Shen. Shen Ziyin sent her father a message, saying that she and Leng Xiaoyao needed to talk with he and her older brother about something important. She told her father to make up an excuse and take them to the study. After reading the message, Mr. Shen didn't wonder what 2 young girls could talk about with him because Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl. Therefore, Mr. Shen said, Oh, Xiaoyao, I learned a lot from our conversation just then. I ran into a difficulty and don't know how to deal with it. Can you help me? Of course, I'm more than willing to help you, Uncle Shen, but if I'm not useful, please don't be mad at me, Leng Xiaoyao said. I won't. Let's go to our study now. Ziyao, Ziyin, you two go with me, Mr. Shen said. Sure. Shen Yiyao and Shen Ziyin answered, then walked to the study with their father. Because it was business, Mrs. Shen and old Mrs. Shen didn't go with them. In the study, Mr. Shen invited them to have a seat, then asked, What is it? Shen Ziyao was struck dumb for a second. Didn't his father ask Leng Xiaoyao to help him? It sounded as if Leng Xiaoyao wanted to talk about something with his father instead. Uncle Shen, Brother Shen, it might sound crazy to you. And it could be hard for you to accept it, but it matters a lot and it's about Xian's safety, so I thought you should know, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. Upon hearing that, Mr. Shen and Shen Ziyao frowned with displeasure. What do you mean? Asked Mr. Shen. I can't tell you much, because you won't believe it. You can listen to a recording first, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she turned on her laptop and played the voice recording of Shen Yimei's conversation with Lu Laosan. They recognized Shen Yimei's voice at once, so they didn't doubt it at all. Because they were sure it was Shen Yimei, they were furious after listening to the content. Shen Yimei was Shen Yaping's biological younger sister and Shen Xian's biological aunt, but she tried to harm Shen Ziyin. They could barely believe it. If there wasn't a voice recording and Leng Xiaoyao had no evidence, they would think it was a slander. However, it was indeed Shen Yimei's voice. No matter how unwilling they were to accept that, they had to believe it. Jade pendant, evil power. What do they mean? Why will a person get weak and have nightmares after wearing the jade pendant? Asked Shen Ziyao. He felt it sounded extremely strange. Why does Aunt want to harm Ziyin? Why does she want to get Ziyin out of the designing industry? How did you get this voice recording? Asked Mr. Shen. Before figuring everything out, he still had doubts if the voice was indeed Shen Yimei. By hacking, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't keep it a secret. In order to convince them, she had to be honest. You can hack. That's amazing. Shen Ziyao's eyes lit up at once. He admired hackers a lot because they were incredibly skilled and could do anything on the internet. Dad, do you have an impression of this jade pendant? Asked Shen Ziyin. She took out the jade pendant and said, this is a gift from Aunt. I didn't wear it and gave it to Chenjin's younger sister the other day, but Chenjin's younger sister got sick right afterwards. She had nightmares every night. Within 3 days, she was nearly dying. Because Chenjin's younger sister is Xiaoyao's schoolmate, Xiaoyao noticed her change. This jade pendant caused Chenjin's younger sister to get sick. After knowing that it's a gift from me, Xiaoyao came to see me and talked to me about it. I had no idea that this jade pendant was harmful. I would never try to hurt Chenjin's younger sister, so we became suspicious of my aunt. I didn't think my aunt would harm me at the beginning. I thought my aunt got this jade pendant by chance and gave it to me, but we met her today and her reaction proved that she's aware of the problem with this jade pendant. Xiaoyao then hacked into their calls and heard her conversation with a man called Lu Laosan. That's how we made sure of it. Shen Yaping and Shen Ziyao were furious after hearing Shen Xian's words. At the same time, they were surprised that Leng Xiaoyao knew about the existence of evil power. Why does Aunt want to harm Ziyin? Why does she want to get Ziyin out of the designing industry? Shen Ziyao couldn't accept it. Shen Yimei had a good relationship with them. Why did she suddenly try to harm Shen Ziyin so badly? For her daughter, of course. Didn't Aunt just mention that her daughter will be mad at her if she can't get me out of the designing industry? Cousin and I both major in jewelry design. We never got along since we were little. Perhaps she lost her cool after I made achievements in the industry. She asked Aunt to harm me and get me out of the designing industry, Shen Ziyin said through her teeth. They understood that, but still couldn't accept it. To their astonishment, Shen Yimei didn't hesitate to harm her own niece out of jealousy. It hurt them deeply. If it's really been done by her, we must make her pay for that, Mr. Shen said. Shen Yimei was his biological younger sister, but he wouldn't forgive her for trying to harm his daughter. Chapter 3167. Go to see Lu Laosan. His biological younger sister didn't care about his feelings nor the fact that Shen Ziyin was her niece. She tried to harm Shen Ziyin. It was her fault, so she deserved punishment. Shen Ziyin was completely innocent. She had never hurt Shen Yimei's family before. Shen Ziyin was more outstanding than Shen Yimei's daughter, but it was the result of her effort. How could they hurt her just because they were jealous of her? They're so malicious to try to harm Ziyin just because of that. Shen Ziyao stood up and said angrily, they have to give me an explanation. Saying that, he wanted to go out. He always respected his aunt, because she treated them well. However, his respect for her disappeared after finding out what she had done. In fact, they treated Shen Yimei's family very well too. And they were helping them all the time. Stop right there. Shen Yaping snapped at Shen Ziyao. Shen Ziyao immediately stopped, but turned to look at his father with reluctance. Shen Yaping said, it's late now. We can deal with that tomorrow. I'll visit them in person. Shen Ziyao could only return to his seat. Miss Leng, do you know about the existence of evil power in this world? Does it really exist? Asked Shen Yaping. Given his knowledge, he thought it wasn't real and only existed in TV shows. Unexpectedly, it really existed, which was totally beyond his expectations. Right, I know it's unbelievable for you and it sounds very strange and hard to accept, but there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Ziyin has also seen it with her own eyes. There is no need for me to lie to you. I don't have time to do that either. I just can't tell you much about it, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. Shen Yaping and Shen Ziyao understood that. Everyone had secrets. It was too strange, so no one wanted to talk about it. Since Leng Xiaoyao was willing to tell them about her abilities, it proved that she sincerely wanted to help Shen Ziyin. Yes, Xiaoyao told Chenjin's younger sister to remove the jade pendant. She drew a talisman and told Chenjin's younger sister to put it on. Afterwards, Chenjin's younger sister got better and didn't have nightmares again, Shen Ziyin said. Talisman. The thing drawn by Taoist priests. Shen Ziyao was interested. Yeah, Leng Xiaoyao answered, then continued. But what those Taoist priests draw today are useless. It's just a trick. Taoist temples today were commercialized, so there were rarely any real cultivators. It wasn't absolute, but it was hard to meet real cultivators. Isn't this jade pendant harmful? Why are you still wearing it? Remove it right now, Shen Yaping said nervously. He was afraid that it might hurt Shen Ziyin. Dad, don't worry, Xiaoyao has already removed the evil power from this jade pendant. I don't feel uncomfortable at all, Shen Ziyin said. Shen Yaping and Shen Ziyao were surprised again. Leng Xiaoyao was even more unbelievable than they had thought. Oh, Aunt asked the man called Lu Laosan to harm Ziyin again. What should we do now? Asked Shen Ziyao. Leave it to me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Xiaoyao, thank you so much for your help. You saved my daughter, so we owe you. Whatever you need in the future, feel free to let me know as long as I can help, Shen Yaping said seriously. Since Leng Xiaoyao said she could handle it, she must have a way to solve the problem. It's my pleasure, Uncle Shen. Ziyin and I are friends now, so I have to do something when she's in danger, but I accept your kindness. After all, we can only rely on our friends outside. People encounter difficulties. Perhaps I really will need your help in the future. Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn him down because she would need Shen Yaping's help sooner or later. It was about raw jade materials and it shouldn't be difficult for Shen Yaping. Shen Yaping didn't give a promise casually. He meant to return Leng Xiaoyao's kindness and also wanted to form a close relationship with her. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was very skilled, so he wouldn't miss the great chance. Oh, please keep it a secret that I know about the existence of evil power, Leng Xiaoyao asked. Xiaoyao, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Shen Yaping and Shen Ziyao answered in a serious tone. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't remind them to do that, they would keep it a secret. Great, I'll send this voice recording to you right now, Uncle Shen. Do you want to use a USB flash disk or can I directly send you an email? Leng Xiaoyao asked. You can send me an email, so that I can download it on my phone, Shen Yaping said, then he told Leng Xiaoyao his email address. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao sent the voice recording to Shen Yaping's email box. Xiaoyao, thank you. Shen Yaping thanked Leng Xiaoyao once more. Words of thanks weren't enough to return her favor, but he was full of gratitude. After it was done, Shen Yaping and Leng Xiaoyao exchanged phone numbers, then Leng Xiaoyao said she should go. Shen Yaping asked Shen Ziyao to give her a ride, but Leng Xiaoyao rejected. Shen Yaping didn't insist. Before leaving the study, Shen Yaping reminded Shen Ziyao and Shen Ziyin to keep it a secret from their mother and grandmother. They could deal with it on their own. After leaving the Shen family's mansion, Leng Xiaoyao immediately searched for Lu Laosan. Once she found where he was, she went to see him. Lu Laosan was rich, and he built a house in a suburb on a mountain. There were other buildings around, but it was about 100 meters away, so his place was very quiet. Due to his background, Lu Laosan needed to leave the crowd. When Leng Xiaoyao approached Lu Laosan's house, she sensed strong evil power from his house. It seemed that there were many evil objects in it. Lu Laosan lived alone in the house. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think he was a threat, so she directly broke in. Chapter 3168, Can't be easily persuaded. At this moment, Lu Laosan was practicing drawing talismans in the study on the second floor. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, none of the talismans were useful. Are you drawing talismans? Do you need me to teach you? Leng Xiaoyao said from outside the window. Lu Laosan was scared by the sudden female voice and immediately turned to look out of the window. Because of the security window, Leng Xiaoyao didn't get in. She only stepped on it and supported herself by pressing her hands against it. Actually, the security window couldn't stop Leng Xiaoyao from getting inside. She could easily break it. The moment Lu Laosan saw Leng Xiaoyao, he recognized her. She was the woman who was with Shen Ziyin today. When he saw her today, he only thought that she was beautiful and didn't think she was special. However, now she suddenly appeared, which proved she wasn't ordinary even if Lu Laosan didn't know who she was. She directly reached the window without him noticing anything. If she didn't talk to him, he wouldn't have known she was here. In addition, she knew he was drawing talismans and even asked whether he needed her to teach him. He understood that she wouldn't really teach him, but it meant that she could draw talismans. Thinking of that, Lu Laosin wondered whether the disappearance of evil power around the jade pendant had something to do with her. Who are you? Lu Laosin had goosebumps. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, he stayed alert. Lu Laosin had to be alert since Leng Xiaoyao could reach the window without attracting any attention from him. The person who come to cause you trouble. Leng Xiaoyao put on an evil smile. The next moment, Leng Xiaoyao pulled the security window off and directly went inside. Because she used magical power, Lu Laosin sensed it too and rounded his eyes in shock. It was magical power. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao climb in, Lu Laosin subconsciously wanted to run away. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Leng Xiaoyao blocked his way with her body. She also gave him a kick, causing him to fall to the ground. There is no grudge between us. Why do you want to cause me trouble? Lu Laosin asked, covering his stomach. Obviously he knew the reason. It must have something to do with Shen Ziyin, but he played dumb, trying to get away with it. There is indeed no grudge between us, but you have bad luck and I caught you trying to harm my friend, Leng Xiaoyao said. It's none of your business. Lu Laosin argued. So what? Anyway, I won't let evil people like you run away once I meet you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Normally, she wouldn't interfere in other people's affairs, but the situation was different this time. Lu Laosin was mad, but he understood that good cultivators would never allow evil cultivators to exist. Even if he didn't hurt Leng Xiaoyao's friend and she didn't catch him doing anything bad, she would still destroy him. However, he was reluctant to accept it when a stranger caused him trouble all of a sudden. Because he was reluctant to accept it, he decided to fight back. Without delay, Lu Laosin got up and attacked Leng Xiaoyao. Lu Laosin was good at fighting, but he was only stronger than ordinary people. He was not comparable to Leng Xiaoyao. As a result, Leng Xiaoyao easily beat Lu Laosin down within seconds. If Leng Xiaoyao was an ordinary person, Lu Laosin would be extremely astonished. After all, he was beaten by a young woman within a few seconds. However, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl, she was a cultivator. Therefore, even though she was young, it was normal for her to be so skilled. After failing to escape through violence, Lu Laosin had to give in. Although it might not be useful, he had to seize every chance to run away. He immediately knelt down to Leng Xiaoyao and begged. Please, please forgive me. I promise I won't harm Shen Ziyin again. If I do that again, you can directly kill me after catching me next time. Do you think I can be so easily persuaded? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Lu Laosin despaired. It seemed that this woman wouldn't let him go. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Leng Xiaoyao said. She usually didn't kill. Although Lu Laosin joined the evil practice, he wasn't completely one of them. He was half an ordinary and half a bad cultivator. Therefore, if she killed him, it would cause her bad luck. However, even if she wouldn't kill him, she would deprive him of his abilities. She wouldn't allow him to hurt anyone again. Upon hearing that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't kill him, Lu Laosin was excited. However, he was upset the next moment. Even though Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't kill him, she wouldn't let him go easily either. All in all, he had to pay a price this time and felt miserable. Observing the change in Lu Laosin's expressions, Leng Xiaoyao understood what he was thinking. She smiled and said, I won't kill you, but you shouldn't have the abilities to harm other people. Saying that, Leng Xiaoyao walked towards Lu Laosin. No, Lu Laosin was a sure bet right now. He had nowhere to escape, but he still struggled. Even if he was reluctant to accept it, he couldn't escape. Leng Xiaoyao deprived Lu Laosin of his abilities with magical power, then disabled his right hand. After Lu Laosin lost his abilities, he became very weak too. It was impossible for him to cultivate again, unless a cultivator at a high level cured him. Although Leng Xiaoyao knew it was possible, she wouldn't kill Lu Laosin just because a cultivator at a high level could cure him. After all, Lu Laosin didn't have to pay such a high price for what he had done yet. Leng Xiaoyao planned to check on Lu Laosan once in a while afterwards. Lu Laosan was disabled, so he couldn't harm other people again. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't ask someone else to do it. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao warned him, Lu Laosan, I'll check on you. If you dare to take revenge, you can attack me. My name is Leng Xiaoyao. I'm a student studying in No. 1 high school in City Chong. It's easy to investigate me, but if you dare to harm Shen Ziyin again, I'll kill you next time. Quote. Chapter 3169, It Can't Be True. In order to prevent Lu Laosan from harming Shen Ziyin, Leng Xiaoyao directly told him her identity. Because she was a cultivator, she wasn't afraid of Lu Laosan taking revenge. However, Shen Ziyin was different. She was only an ordinary person, so she would be in great danger if she was targeted. Lu Laosan hated Leng Xiaoyao to death and wanted to kill her, but he knew it wasn't easy. Before he had the confidence to do it, he had to stay away from her. In order to not hurt himself instead, he didn't dare to harm Shen Ziyin again for the time being. After Leng Xiaoyao left, she sent Shen Ziyin a message and told her that she had disabled Lu Laosan. Lu Laosan was unable to do anything right now, but Leng Xiaoyao still reminded Shen Ziyin to be careful in case something happened. If Shen Ziyin wasn't in a rush to go back, she could wait till Leng Xiaoyao came back from City Li and they could return to City Chong together. Shen Ziyin was scared by what had happened this time, so she decided to wait till Leng Xiaoyao came back from City Li and they could go to City Chong together. Anyway, they had agreed to return to City Chong this Sunday or next Monday. There wasn't a big difference. After Leng Xiaoyao left, she took a taxi back to the hotel. On her way back, she called Li Mochen and asked him what he was doing. It was still early and wasn't 10 p.m. yet, so Li Mochen and the others were chatting and drinking tea in the tea hall of the hotel. Normally, most people went to bed at 10 p.m., but Li Mochen and the others wouldn't go to sleep until 12 a.m. Even if they went to sleep late, they would still be full of energy. When Shen Ziyin received Leng Xiaoyao's reply, she spoke to her father about it. Her father reminded her to stay home other than when visiting Shen Yimei with him tomorrow until Leng Xiaoyao came back. If her friends asked her out, they could meet at her home, or she could say that she was sick and couldn't go out. Back in the hotel, Leng Xiaoyao directly went to meet Li Mochen and the others in the tea hall. At that moment, Li Mochen, Si Yiki, Mu Yiyang, Zhang Han, Mu Fan, and Mu Yiyang's subordinates were all in a private room of the tea hall. There were 6 of them in all. During this journey, only Si Yiki came without any subordinates. Because Li Mochen was there, he had nothing to worry about. Leng Xiaoyao was also with him. They went together and would go home together. Once Leng Xiaoyao walked inside, Mu Yiyang greeted her enthusiastically. Hi, Xiaoyao, you're back. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? I've been waiting for you for a long while. Mr. Mu, why are you waiting for me? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Can't I see you for no reason? I haven't seen you in a long time. Mu Yiyang said. A long time. I think it's only been several days, Leng Xiaoyao retorted. She directly went to sit down next to Li Mochen. Zhang Han, Mu Fan, and Mu Yiyang's subordinate immediately turned to glance at Li Mochen, but he didn't look displeased at all. Zhang Han and Mu Fan couldn't help thinking about it, while Mu Yiyang's subordinate was extremely shocked. The woman sat next to Li Mochen, but Li Mochen seemed very calm. However, what shocked them more happened afterwards. When Leng Xiaoyao sat down, Li Mochen naturally poured a cup of tea for her. Even Si Yiki and Mu Yiyang were slightly surprised. Is it done? Li Mochen asked with concern. They knew that Leng Xiaoyao went to deal with something, but they didn't know what it was. Anyway, it was Leng Xiaoyao's affair, so they wouldn't ask about it. Yeah, it's done, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, we'll leave for City Li at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Are you fine with that? Asked Li Mochen again. Of course, Leng Xiaoyao replied. Her business here was done, so she could leave at any time. When Leng Xiaoyao talked with Li Mochen, they seemed very close. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao turned to look at Mu Yiyang's subordinate and said, Your forehead is a little black. You must be more careful these days, but I don't think you can avoid the accident. Let me draw a talisman to help you. Hearing that, everyone was confused except for Li Mochen. They didn't take Leng Xiaoyao's words seriously and thought she was simply joking. His forehead was a little black. A talisman. She sounded like a scammer. Xiaoyao, you can see that his forehead is a little black and you can draw talismans. Asked Mu Yiyang, but he wasn't serious. Although he knew that Leng Xiaoyao was skilled, he didn't believe in superstitions. Yeah, I know you don't believe it, but Brother Mochen believes me. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Brother Mochen, right? Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao was aware that Mu Yiyang's subordinate had a close relationship with him, so she told them her secret. Because Li Mochen trusted them, she was willing to share her secrets with them. Mochen, that can't be true. Everyone turned to look at Li Mochen and Mu Yiyang asked him that question. Although he asked that question, he realized that it should be true since Leng Xiaoyao said it in front of Li Mochen. Therefore, they became serious in an instant. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, they were shocked. They couldn't believe it. It's true, Li Mochen said. Since Leng Xiaoyao said that, he wouldn't deny it. In addition, Li Mochen understood that Leng Xiaoyao told them the secret for his sake, so he was slightly touched. It was true that Leng Xiaoyao did it for Li Mochen. With Li Mochen's affirmative answer, everyone believed it because they didn't think Li Mochen would fool them. However, it was still totally beyond their expectations. Jesus, doesn't it only exist on TV? Mu Yiyang exclaimed. Miss Leng, how did you learn those skills? Asked Si Yiki. There are all kinds of strange things in this world, but I can't tell you how I learned those skills. I hope you can keep it a secret for me, Leng Xiaoyao said. After that, Leng Xiaoyao stared at Mu Yiyang's subordinate. If you trust me, I can draw a talisman and you can carry it with you. If you encounter any danger, it can help you survive, but it's useful only once. It'll turn to ashes after helping you. Chapter 3170, Duty. Some talismans could be used 3 times, while some were only useful once. It mainly depends on their effects. Leng Xiaoyao gave Li Mochen a talisman to protect himself from evil beings, while the one for Mu Yiyang's subordinate was to prevent him from encountering trouble. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't sure whether the trouble would kill him, but it was better to avoid it as much as possible. I trust you. Miss Leng, thank you for your help, Mu Yiyang's subordinate replied. Even if he didn't trust Leng Xiaoyao, he trusted Li Mochen very much. No need to care about them. Before Leng Xiaoyao said anything, Li Mochen spoke first. He didn't want them to bother Leng Xiaoyao. It's not a big deal. It's just a few talismans. It won't take much time, Leng Xiaoyao said. It wasn't difficult, so she didn't want to upset them. It would only take her a little magical power to draw the talismans. After resting for several hours, she could quickly recover. Thanks, Xiaoyao. Mu Yiyang thanked her at once. If so, draw one for me too, please, Si Yiki asked. No problem, Leng Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, she took out a pen, yellow paper, and cinnabar. She carried them wherever she went. After Leng Xiaoyao took the things out, everyone was subconsciously quiet and stared at her. They wanted to know how she would draw it. After placing the stuff properly, Leng Xiaoyao picked up the pen and dipped it in the cinnabar. She poured magical power into it, then started drawing. As Leng Xiaoyao released magical power, Li Mochen sensed it. He felt that it was very familiar and realized that Leng Xiaoyao needed the familiar power to draw talismans. Perhaps the power was useful, more so than the talisman. Li Mochen was right. The effect of the talisman didn't rely on the talisman itself, it relied on the magical power. Therefore, people without magical power couldn't draw useful talismans. Actually, not everyone with magical power could do it either because it relied on one's talent to cultivate. Leng Xiaoyao quickly drew on the yellow paper and surprised everyone. She was so good at it. After drawing, Leng Xiaoyao didn't give it to Mu Yiyang's subordinate right away. She would give the talismans to them together later. Leng Xiaoyao drew 6 talismans at once, so it took a lot of magical energy and her face looked a little pale. Are you all right? Asked Li Mochen with concern. Xiaoyao, is it okay? Miss Leng, are you all right? The others asked her in concern. It's fine. It only takes some energy. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. Then she folded them one by one into triangles before handing them out. Carry it with you wherever you go. Don't remove it and don't let it touch water. Thank you, Xiaoyao. Thanks, Miss Leng. Everyone thanked her. Xiaoyao, you're amazing. I honestly admire you more and more, Mu Yiyang said. He was indeed more and more impressed by Leng Xiaoyao. Do you still remember what I said to you? I have more surprises that you don't know about yet. I can say that to you again now, Leng Xiaoyao said with a confident smile. Of course, but I find it increasingly strange. Now I feel as if you're not really a human, Mu Yiyang said. Once he said that, Li Mochen gave him a cold glance. Mu Yiyang immediately realized that he shouldn't have said that, so he explained. I mean you're not an ordinary person. You're like a god. Leng Xiaoyao understood Mu Yiyang's meaning, so she wasn't displeased when he said that she wasn't really a human. I'm indeed not an ordinary person, but it's too exaggerated if you say that I'm a god. Leng Xiaoyao said, since I already shared a secret with you right now, I can tell you more about that. In this world, there are really strange beings you don't think exist. So, you should be mentally prepared. If you run into strange things in the future and can't deal with them, you can tell me. I'll help you. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, they all looked extremely serious, but had mixed emotions. They indeed didn't believe that those strange things really existed in this world. However, they were told that the truth was different. It was hard for them to accept it so suddenly. Thanks, Xiaoyao, but will it bother you? Mu Yiyang asked. He was grateful to Leng Xiaoyao for what she had done for them, but he was afraid that it might bother her. Right. Si Yiki chimed in. Not at all. Leng Xiaoyao said, different professionals have different duties. Soldiers should guard the country, the police should protect the people, and Taoist priests should kill monsters and ghosts. Although I'm not a Taoist priest, I have the same duty. Whenever I encounter monsters or ghosts, I have to deal with them. Knowing that, they were less worried. Xiaoyao, do monsters and ghosts really exist? Asked Mu Yiyang. Even if Leng Xiaoyao just said that there were all kinds of strange things in this world, she didn't mention any details. He wasn't sure how strange those things could be. Probably. I've encountered many strange things, but I haven't seen any monsters or ghosts yet. Leng Xiaoyao answered. Because she hadn't run into them yet, she wasn't sure. Anyway, since strange things really exist in this world, I believe monsters and ghosts are highly likely to be real too. So, you better be mentally prepared. Although Leng Xiaoyao wasn't sure of it, they agreed that monsters and ghosts really existed. Therefore, they took a breath in, feeling scared. They usually weren't afraid of anything, but now suddenly they felt anxious. No matter how bold they were still frightened by the fact that monsters and ghosts could really exist. They were humans, not gods. Everyone was silent, but Leng Xiaoyao's stomach suddenly grumbled. It broke the silence and everyone turned to look at her. Are you hungry? Asked Li Mochen. Yeah. Leng Xiaoyao nodded, not feeling embarrassed. What do you want to eat? Asked Li Mochen. Chapter 3171, You're too noisy. Leng Xiaoyao thought for a while. How about specialties of City Yun? No problem. Do you want Zhang Han and Mu Fan to bring them back, or must we go out? Asked Li Mochen. Because Leng Xiaoyao looked weak now, he wanted to ask for her opinion. He understood that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't so weak, drawing talismans for them just consumed her energy. Therefore, he should care about her. Let's go out. I think it's more interesting, Leng Xiaoyao said. After that, they went out together for night snacks. They weren't familiar with City Yun and didn't know where they could find delicious food. Therefore, they asked the receptionist about it before leaving. The receptionist recommended 2 places to them. One was farther, while the other was nearby. The nearby place was full of activity, but was also slightly dangerous. People often fought and caused trouble there, so the receptionist recommended the farther place more. Although fights and arguments sometimes happened at that place, they didn't happen every day. Even if anything went wrong, only a few drunk people shouted loudly. It wasn't a big issue, and only affected the visitor's mood. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoyao and the others weren't afraid of trouble, so they chose the closer place. However, they chose the nearby place not just because it was near, but also because it was a little dangerous. It was Leng Xiaoyao's decision, so the others didn't say anything. The place was only 1 kilometer away from the hotel. Xiaoyao, sometimes I feel you prefer quiet, but sometimes you want to join the busyness. Which is the real you? Asked Mu Yiyang. Whether I prefer quiet or busyness, it's me. It's completely up to my mood, Leng Xiaoyao said. You're right. Mu Yiyang agreed. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the night snack street. It was large and was crowded. Because it was full of activity, it was very noisy. Although Li Mochen and his friends had high statuses, they weren't picky and were used to places of different levels. They accepted the noise and busyness of this night snack street. Those picky, rich heirs might not like this place and might think it is dirty, but not every rich heir was picky, so some visitors who showed up here had high statuses too. Even if this place wasn't as clean and quiet as a luxury restaurant, it wasn't dirty either, some people were just dramatic. Once Leng Xiaoyao and the others walked into the night snack street, they attracted attention because they were extremely good-looking. On their way, some women who had drunk a little much came over to ask for their WeChat accounts, but were ignored. They found a clean and popular restaurant, then ordered a private room and their favorites. Because there were too many diners, they had to wait for a long while. However, they weren't in a rush to eat, so they waited patiently. However, before the dishes were placed on the table, they heard the noises of a fight from outside. We really have good luck. Right after we came, we ran into people who want to cause trouble before our dishes are even on the table. Leng Xiaoyao joked. She thought they might not see people fighting here even if it often happened. Unexpectedly, it happened right after they came. It was a joke, but they would do something since there were people fighting. As a soldier, Mu Yiyang stood up first. Let's go have a look, Mu Yiyang said, standing up, and the others followed. Then they went out. The fight was happening in the restaurant they were in. All the diners ran out of the front hall. Only a bunch of hoodlums were smashing and beating around, swearing loudly. What? You denied that you put cockroaches in our grilled fish. And you slandered that they were put by us. Do you want to play tricks and refuse to pay compensation? Are we that easy to bully? If you don't pay compensation, we'll smash your restaurant. Right, if you refuse to pay, we'll smash everything till our anger goes away. Saying that, they continued to smash the restaurant. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't know which of them put cockroaches in the food, she wouldn't allow the bunch of hoodlums to continue before figuring it out. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao wanted to step up to stop them, but Li Mochen blocked her. Leave it to Zhang Han and Mu Fan. Before Li Mochen finished, Zhang Han and Mu Fan stood out. Mu Yiyang's subordinate also went forward. He followed Zhang Han and Mu Fan up. The three of them were skilled at martial arts, so the bunch of hoodlums were no match for them. In fact, once Zhang Han and the others stood out, they quickly beat the bunch of hoodlums to the side. The bunch of hoodlums were scared and didn't dare to fight back. Because they didn't know which side was wrong yet, Zhang Han didn't seriously injure the hoodlums, and instead just stopped them from moving. Who are you? It's none of your business. The head of the bunch of hoodlums said. You're too noisy. Our mood to have night snacks is being ruined by you, Zhang Han said. We can lower our voice, the man said. He didn't think that Zhang Han was standing up for the owner of this restaurant. It's too late. Since we're involved, we'll find out the truth, Mu Fan said. You, the man was mad. He didn't think they were too noisy, Zhang Han just deliberately interfered. There were other diners, but they said nothing and left. Do you know who we are? If you dare go against us, you can't bear the consequences. The man threatened. Because he couldn't defeat them, he could only threaten them. It's not important. We're not afraid of that. What's important is finding out who did what, Leng Xiaoyao said, walking over. There are cockroaches in the food. We asked for compensation. They refused and even said that we put the cockroaches inside. We can't tolerate that, the man said angrily. The owner of this restaurant was also angry. It has nothing to do with us. Our kitchen and ingredients are all very clean. It has never happened before. It's you who put the cockroaches into the food. It hasn't happened before, but it doesn't mean it won't ever happen. The man argued. Chapter 3172, Bully Other People with Power. There are surveillance cameras in our store, but you smashed my computer once you heard that. Now we can't check the surveillance video. It's you who wanted to destroy the evidence, the owner of the restaurant said. Don't slander us just because we smashed the computer. The man argued. You, the owner of the restaurant, was angry and didn't know what to say. After the short argument, Leng Xiaoyao tended to believe the owner. It's fine if the computer is smashed. I have a laptop with me. I can play the surveillance video, Leng Xiaoyao said, raising the laptop bag in her hand to show them. The bunch of hoodlums were displeased. The next moment, their head threatened. I think you better not get involved. Since he threatened Leng Xiaoyao, it proved they were guilty. Otherwise, they would urge Leng Xiaoyao to play the surveillance video. Does it mean that you admit that you put cockroaches in the food by yourself? Leng Xiaoyao asked meaningfully. I didn't, but you should mind your own business, the man said, but his voice was much less aggressive. Sorry, I'm determined to be involved, Leng Xiaoyao said. You, the man was furious, but Leng Xiaoyao was so strong. If they caused trouble again, they couldn't bear the result. However, they would be humiliated if they gave in right now. Therefore, he continued, if you dare to interfere, we'll pay them back. Upon hearing that, the owner was angry and changed his mind. All of them were local hoodlums, so they could do anything. If he offended them this time, his business might be ruined. If so, I can directly put you in jail for a few years, Li Mochen said coldly. He sounded like the king of hell and scared them. However, they didn't think that Li Mochen could do that, so they laughed at him. Ha ha, you want to put us in jail for a few years. Who do you think you are? We have powerful support in City Yun. Right, you have no idea how powerful we are. You're a nobody in our eyes. The other hoodlums also mocked. The owner was very grateful to Li Mochen and the others for their help, but he already decided to give in for the sake of his business. He didn't dare to go against those hoodlums. Before the owner said anything, Li Mochen reversed the situation. Because you attacked a soldier, said Li Mochen. They attacked a soldier. Everyone was struck dumb for a second, looking at Li Mochen and the others in shock. They were soldiers. If so, the bunch of hoodlums would be punished heavily. Are you a soldier? Asked the head of the hoodlums. However, he believed that Li Mochen lied to him, so he said, are you lying? We're not idiots and won't be fooled. As he said that, he didn't sound confident because he was afraid that Li Mochen might really be a soldier. After people from the military come, you'll know, Mu Yiyang said. Hearing that, the man was frightened and frowned. Were they really soldiers? If so, they shouldn't mess with them. However, the bunch of hoodlums were reluctant to believe it. Perhaps Li Mochen simply wanted to scare them. Even if you're a soldier, we didn't attack you. It's you who interfered, said a hoodlum. Right, you interfered. You can't pin the blame on us, said another hoodlum. You have support and we have support too. As long as our support is more powerful, we can decide the details. There aren't surveillance videos anyway, Leng Xiaoyao said. You, the hoodlum, didn't know what to say. You were bullying us with power, the man said. You tried to bully us first. Why can't we do the same? Do you think you can decide everything? Leng Xiaoyao smiled. Do you think your supporter will continue to support you after knowing who we are? I think your supporter shouldn't be an idiot. There is no need for him to offend important figures for a person who is not important at all. I don't think he wants to be dragged into trouble. In fact, the more important a figure is, the more careful he is. He won't act against other people without confidence. He'll choose to protect himself first. Hearing that, the bunch of hoodlums became timid, because they knew Leng Xiaoyao was right. They knew their status, and it was true that their supporter wouldn't offend a more important figure for them. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. All right, that's all I want to say. It's up to you right now. Either you apologize to the boss and pay for his losses, or we'll directly call the police and you'll be put in jail. You just threatened us and it's enough to be used as evidence. I've recorded it. If you dare to pay this restaurant back, you'll be the main suspects. I'm a hacker, so I can pay special attention to this restaurant and their safety all the time. I can spy on you too. So, if you dare to hurt them, I'll know about it quickly. However, I don't have the hobby of peeping at other people's lives. So, if you choose to apologize and pay for the damage, I'll let you go and won't spy on you. I'll only focus on the boss, but if you do something else, you'll be left with no choice and will be put in jail, Leng Xiaoyao said. Even if they weren't sure that Li Mochen was a soldier yet, they were afraid that Li Mochen was telling the truth. If they went against them again, they might not be able to bear the result. After hesitating for a long while, they finally yielded and apologized to the boss. We're sorry. We're willing to pay for the damage. Yeah, we can pay you. Although they were reluctant to do that, they were scared of Leng Xiaoyao and her friends. They didn't show any unwillingness, because they had no intention of denying it. All in all, their attitude was acceptable. I don't need your money, but please don't trouble me again, the owner of this restaurant said. He was still afraid that they might pay him back. He trusted Leng Xiaoyao, but he wanted peace, so he decided to lose some money. Chapter 3173, A Perfect Couple. The boss says he doesn't want money. The hoodlum immediately turned to Leng Xiaoyao and the others. If it was possible, they obviously didn't want to pay the money. Although the number should be 10,000 at most, it wasn't little. They could eat a great meal several times with that money. Since the boss said that, so be it, but you must keep your word. Don't cause trouble here again, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing since the owner made the decision. After all, she didn't live in City Yun, so she couldn't protect them completely. If the owner wanted to be safe, she would listen to him. Oh, of course, the hoodlum answered, then ran away. After dealing with it, Leng Xiaoyao and the others returned to the private room. The drama didn't affect their mood and appetite. In order to thank them, the owner said they could have a meal for free. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to take advantage of the owner, so she still paid for the meal when they left. After having night snacks, they walked the same road back to the hotel. They could digest food by walking. When a girl walked with 5 men, it easily caused rumors and Leng Xiaoyao was amid criticisms. Leng Xiaoyao was unhappy, but didn't bother to argue with them. Xiaoyao, you look so calm. Aren't you angry? Mu Yiyang asked curiously when noticing that Leng Xiaoyao was calm. Even as men, they were angry when they heard those malicious comments. However, Leng Xiaoyao said nothing, so they didn't talk about it. Of course I'm angry, but I won't bother to argue with them. Even if I win, so what? They don't know us anyway. Nobody will know who they are judging, Leng Xiaoyao said. You're right, but you're really optimistic. Other girls might not tolerate them, Mu Yiyang said. I'm not an ordinary girl, Leng Xiaoyao retorted proudly. Right, ordinary girls aren't comparable to you, Mu Yiyang agreed. He didn't try to please Leng Xiaoyao, he was simply being honest. Ha ha, I agree. Leng Xiaoyao was pleased. However, Li Mochen somehow felt displeased when Mu Yiyang happily spoke with Leng Xiaoyao. He felt that Mu Yiyang was slightly hateful and he wanted to interrupt them, but he didn't know what to say. At that moment, Leng Xiaoyao glanced over Li Mochen's face and noticed that he didn't look happy. She remembered that he still had an injury and thought that he might feel uncomfortable, so she asked, Brother Mochen, are you all right? You don't look well. Do you feel uncomfortable? Anywhere? Li Mochen didn't know why, but he answered. Yeah, the wound is aching. Leng Xiaoyao immediately grabbed Li Mochen's hand to put magical power into his body. Seeing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. They weren't surprised that Leng Xiaoyao grabbed Li Mochen's hand, but that Li Mochen didn't get rid of her hand or show any dislike. Li Mochen was uncomfortable, but why did Leng Xiaoyao grab his hand? In addition, it seemed that Leng Xiaoyao cared a lot about Li Mochen, making it hard for them to believe that they only had a normal relationship. Li Mochen didn't care about what other people were thinking. When he felt the magical power from Leng Xiaoyao, he felt guilty because he actually didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Even if his wound didn't heal completely yet, it was almost fine and wasn't painful. If there was any part that was uncomfortable, it was his heart. After seeing Leng Xiaoyao's reaction, he felt much better. I'm fine now, Li Mochen said. Seeing that Li Mochen indeed got better, Leng Xiaoyao let go of his hand. Afterwards, she said to him, Don't hesitate to tell me if you feel uncomfortable, all right? Sure, I know, Li Mochen said obediently. After that, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen finally noticed the others looking at them. Without delay, Li Mochen gave them a cold glance and they immediately withdrew their gazes. Leng Xiaoyao understood what they were thinking. They were clearly surprised that Li Mochen didn't push her away. However, she didn't bother to explain it. Along the way, the others glanced at Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen once in a while. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that, but she became slightly unhappy when they wouldn't stop. Why can't you stop glancing at me? Are you in love with me? She joked. Even though Li Mochen understood why they were glancing at Leng Xiaoyao and him, he was also unhappy upon hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words and turned to stare at them. Mu Yiyang and the others were scared and explained at once. Please don't misunderstand us, Xiaoyao. We don't have that intention. So what do you mean? Leng Xiaoyao said aggressively. We just feel you and Mochen are a perfect couple, ha ha. Mu Yiyang blurted it out because he didn't know how to explain it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mochen snapped at him. Nonsense. Li Mochen didn't hate it when he was connected with Leng Xiaoyao. Instead, he was pleased when Mu Yiyang said that he and Leng Xiaoyao were a perfect couple. He snapped at Mu Yiyang simply because he was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao might feel embarrassed. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't feel embarrassed at all. She only felt it wasn't appropriate to say that given her relationship with Li Mochen right now. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao said, in fact, I agree with you because we're both good-looking, but I know what you're thinking. You were curious about my relationship with Brother Mochen. We're friends, so please don't think too much about it. If there is anything different, we won't keep it a secret from you. Li Mochen's heart skipped a beat when Leng Xiaoyao agreed that they were a perfect couple. However, he was upset when Leng Xiaoyao explained that there was nothing special between them and they were merely friends. However, they were indeed just friends. But Mochen has never been so close with a girl before. He's so close to you, and he treats you, Mu Yiyang said. He didn't accept Leng Xiaoyao's explanation. Chapter 3174, Don't Regret It. Although there was a big difference between Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao's status and it was impossible for them to be together realistically, they cared about love more than status. In addition, given Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, she would be a powerful person sooner or later. Therefore, Mu Yiyang thought that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were a perfect couple given their appearances and abilities. All right, stop there. Before Mu Yiyang finished, Li Mochen interrupted him and warned him with a cold glance. Mu Yiyang immediately shut his mouth, but it was really uncomfortable to have to keep it to himself. Afterwards, Li Mochen said to Leng Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, please don't be mad. What they said is completely nonsense. Even though Li Mochen understood that Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that, he still said that to comfort her. However, even he didn't notice that he actually said it in a fit of pique. Back in the hotel, Leng Xiaoyao and the others returned to their own rooms. Lying in bed, Li Mochen couldn't sleep. He remembered the picture that had appeared in his mind before. In the picture, the girl who looked exactly the same as Leng Xiaoyao angrily pointed and shouted at him. Perhaps because he kept on thinking of the picture before he slept, he dreamed about the picture after falling asleep. This time, he clearly heard her voice. Li Mochen, tell your people to stay away from me. I want to hang out. I can enjoy myself as I want. You have no power to restrict me. It sounded so similar to Leng Xiaoyao's voice, but the tone and attitude were different from the Leng Xiaoyao he met right now. After having the dream, Li Mochen abruptly woke up, then he began to think about it. Why? Was this girl Leng Xiaoyao? Was it just an illusion or reality? Was there really a thing like a previous incarnation which Leng Xiaoyao had mentioned? Did Leng Xiaoyao treating him so well have something to do with the previous incarnation? Was it true that Leng Xiaoyao owed him in the previous incarnation? Tonight, Li Mochen couldn't sleep. He didn't even sleep for 3 hours by the time the sky was bright. At 7 a.m., everyone got up and packed up. Before 7:40 a.m., they gathered together at the front hall and set off. At 9 a.m., Shen Yaping called Shen Yimei. After making sure that she was home, he visited her with Shen Ziyao and Shen Ziyin. Shen Yaping told Shen Yimei that he needed to speak to her about something, so Shen Yimei had no idea that her scheme was already exposed and didn't think it had something to do with Shen Ziyin, nor did she feel anxious. She didn't know why her older brother wanted to see her, but she would find out later. Shen Yimei's family wasn't far from the Shen family, so they arrived about 20 minutes later. Shen Yimei's husband's family was very ordinary, but she had received 10% of the Shen family's businesses as the daughter. Therefore, she was rich too and lived in an expensive block. In addition, with the help of the Shen family, Shen Yimei's husband had a successful business now. Shen Yimei didn't have a job, so she got up late. Although she didn't have a job, she received a dividend from the Shen family's businesses. She also bought many stores and houses. By renting them out, she could make a lot of rent every year. Therefore, she hung out all day with her friends, shopping and taking care of her skin. Because Shen Yimei knew that her older brother was coming, she didn't sleep late. Without delay, she got up quickly. Even if it was only her older brother, she still tidied herself up carefully. By the time Shen Yaping and the others arrived, Shen Yimei wasn't done yet, but she had asked the domestic servant to entertain them. About a dozen minutes later, Shen Yimei came downstairs. Shen Yimei understood that Shen Yaping would come, but she was surprised to see Shen Ziyao and Shen Ziyin. Besides, they looked angry. Somehow she had a premonition. Brother Yaping, Ziyao, Ziyin, why did you all come? Did anything happen? Asked Shen Yimei. Tell your domestic servant to go out for a while, Shen Yaping said. Curbing his anger. Hearing that, Shen Yimei was even more nervous, but she still asked the domestic servant to go out. She was afraid that Shen Yaping would say something to embarrass her and she didn't want the domestic servant to hear it. After the domestic servant went out, only the Shen family's members were in the living room. Shen Yaping lost his temper and questioned Shen Ziyin. Shen Yimei, my family has never hurt you before and we never hesitate to help you. It's fine that you're not grateful, but why did you try to harm Shen Ziyin? Shen Yimei was scared when Shen Yaping shouted her name. She immediately realized that this wasn't a friendly visit. After hearing Shen Yaping's words, Shen Yimei was shocked and trembled in fear. Her older brother already knew that she had tried to harm Shen Ziyin. Was Lu Laosan exposed? Brother Yaping, what do you mean? Before making it clear, Shen Yimei didn't want to admit it, so she played dumb. However, because she was guilty, her voice was trembling. What do you mean? Am I not clear enough? Or do you think you can get away with it by playing dumb? Shen Yaping was angry. In his opinion, Shen Yimei was simply a contemptible wretch making trouble. Brother Yaping, you got me wrong. I would never harm Ziyin. Shen Yimei continued to deny it. However, in front of the powerful Shen Yaping, Shen Yimei lacked confidence. Do you think I came to see you without evidence? Shen Yaping asked coldly. Afterwards, he took out his phone and played the voice recording. When Shen Yimei heard the voice recording of her conversation with Lu Laosan, she was too scared to stand steadily and her face turned deathly pale. How did they have a voice recording of her conversation with Lu Laosan? What do you want to say now? Asked Shen Yaping. Shen Yimei remained silent because she didn't know what to say after the evidence was placed on the table. You even tried to use evil power. Good for you. After you failed once, you even asked the man called Lu Laosan to take action by himself. Shen Yaping was so furious that he was out of breath. Shen Yimei still said nothing because she honestly didn't know what to say. She was in a total mess right now and had no idea how to face Shen Yaping and the others. Chapter 3175, Cut Off Relationship with Shen Yimei. The more Shen Yimei refused to say anything, the angrier Shen Yaping was. He felt that Shen Yimei didn't think she was wrong and didn't show any guilt. When you tried to harm Ziyin, did you plan to cut off your relationship with the Shen family? Asked Shen Yaping coldly. Or did she think they would forgive her for the sake of the Shen family? They weren't so weak. No, Shen Yimei replied subconsciously. It was impossible for her to cut off relations with the Shen family. Otherwise, her family would lose such a powerful support and they couldn't receive help from the Shen family anymore. Do you think the Shen family will still take you as a family member after you tried to harm Ziyin? Shen Yaping asked instead, feeling that her answer was ridiculously funny. Shen Yimei didn't know what to say. She obviously knew that the Shen family wouldn't regard her as a family member any longer after knowing that she had tried to harm Shen Ziyin. However, she had no idea that the Shen family would know. Unfortunately, the Shen family was aware of it now. What should she do? What could she do? Aunt Yimei, I always respected you, but I didn't expect you to harm me for my cousin's ambition. Aunt Yimei, you broke my heart. I even doubt whether you sincerely treated me well before. Is your care for me real? I can't treat you as my family any longer. This is the last time that I will call you aunt, Shen Ziyin said. Shen Yimei really hurt her heart and she could never get over it. Shen Yimei wanted to say something again, but didn't know what to say because she had indeed hurt Shen Ziyin. Shen Yimei, after you tried to harm Ziyin, shouldn't you apologize? We said so much, but you remained silent. Don't you feel guilty at all? If Ziyin hadn't had good luck and her friend had discovered it first, Ziyin would be ruined by you. Shen Yaping became angrier when Shen Ziyin didn't apologize. Upon hearing that, Shen Yimei realized that she was terribly wrong. She immediately apologized. Ziyin, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me this once. Shen Yimei really regretted doing it, but it was too late. In fact, if her scheme wasn't exposed, she wouldn't regret it. People never regretted doing wrong things until they paid the price. Moreover, people only regretted it because they were reluctant to pay the price. Before they did bad things, they had the idea of giving up and wondered what would happen if they were exposed. However, they still did it. Forgive you. Sorry, I can't do that. It's already very nice of me that I didn't call the police and put you in jail, Shen Ziyin said. She wasn't so tolerant and wouldn't forgive her aunt after she tried to harm her. If it were someone else, she wouldn't hesitate to throw the person in jail. They decided not to sue Shen Yimei precisely because she was a member of the Shen family and Shen Ziyin wasn't really harmed in the end. Hearing that Shen Ziyin wouldn't put her in jail, Shen Yimei was relieved. However, she also hoped that the Shen family could forgive her. She didn't want her relationship with the Shen family to be cut off. Brother Yaping, I know I'm wrong. It's my fault. Shen Yimei turned to beg Shen Yaping at once and cried out, hoping that Shen Yaping could forgive her and still accept her. It's your fault whether you know it or not, but it's not enough for you to admit that you're wrong. It's already very forgiving of us that we don't sue you. I didn't tell mother and your sister-in-law about this. I won't do that either, but from now on, you're no longer my younger sister nor Ziyao and Xian's aunt. Don't contact your sister-in-law again. I won't help your family anymore either. Our mother is still your mother. You can still go to see her at the Shen family's mansion, but you better do that when we're not home because we don't want to see you, Shen Yaping said with determination. Would you forgive me if I did the same thing to your daughter? Shen Yaping asked coldly. Shen Yimei was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say, because she couldn't do that if it happened to her daughter. So, why do you think I'd forgive you? Ziyao, Ziyin, let's go, Shen Yaping said. After that, he turned around and walked out, followed by Shen Ziyao and Shen Ziyin. Shen Yimei collapsed to the ground. After being in shock for a long while, she suddenly remembered something. Then she took out her phone and called Lu Laosan. She believed that Shen Yaping hearing about her scheme must have something to do with Lu Laosan. If Lu Laosao didn't betray her or give Shen Yaping the voice recording of their conversation, Shen Yaping wouldn't know about it. To her astonishment, Lu Laosan recorded their conversation. Because Lu Laosan was seriously injured, he couldn't answer Shen Yimei's call. That being the case, Shen Yimei was even more convinced that Lu Laosan told Shen Yaping what she had done and now he didn't dare to answer her call. After second thought, Lu Laosan might not be able to answer her call instead of not daring to do that. Shen Yaping forgave her because she was a member of the Shen family, but Lu Laosan wasn't. Therefore, Lu Laosan should be in trouble. Even if Shen Yimei blamed Lu Laosan for it, she had no intention of paying Lu Laosan back because she understood that he wouldn't have been willing to do that. He must have been forced to tell Shen Yaping everything. After all, Lu Laosan was in trouble because of her, so she had no reason to punish him. However, what should she do now? She understood her older brother's character very well. Once he said it, he would carry out his word. Therefore, she was full of regrets at this moment. In despair, she had no idea what to do. Coincidentally, right after Shen Yaping said he wouldn't help Shen Yimei's family again, Shen Yimei's husband encountered trouble. When Shen Yaping just arrived at home, Shen Yimei's husband called him. The moment Shen Yaping saw that the caller was Shen Yimei's husband, he didn't answer. He didn't care whether Shen Yimei's husband already knew what Shen Yimei had done to Shen Ziyin or needed help. He never liked Shen Yimei's husband, who didn't have abilities but had great ambition. Shen Yimei's husband loved to play petty tricks, so he always caused trouble and Shen Yaping had to help him deal with it. Chapter 3176, Become Poor. Although Shen Yaping never liked Shen Yimei's husband, he still helped him for Shen Yimei. However, now he decided not to do that again. They should bear the result by themselves. Shen Yaping refused to answer the call, so Shen Yimei's husband called him again. After trying several times, he stopped and instead called Shen Yimei. Yimei, I encountered some problems in the company. I need your older brother's help, but he didn't answer my calls. Why don't you call him? Shen Yimei's husband said. He didn't wonder whether Shen Yaping refused to pick up his calls. He failed to get through to Shen Yaping, so he asked Shen Yimei to try it. You failed to get through to him. I obviously can't either, Shen Yimei said, lacking confidence. Because she just cried, her voice became hoarse. Therefore, her husband asked her with concern, how are you? Do you have a cold? No, I'm fine, Shen Yimei said, but she felt even guiltier when she said that. For the time being, she didn't know how to explain the situation to her husband. It was impossible for her to keep it a secret from him. Because he needed Shen Yaping's help right now, he would go to ask Shen Yaping why if Shen Yaping refused to answer his calls. Therefore, he could quickly find out about it. All right, I'll continue to call him, Shen Yimei's husband said. After that, he directly hung up the call. It was urgent, so he had no time to care about Shen Yimei. Shen Yimei didn't mind, because she was unwilling to talk to her husband right now. After hanging up the call with Shen Yimei's husband continued to call Shen Yaping. This time, Shen Yaping answered it. Otherwise, he would be annoyed if Shen Yimei's husband wouldn't stop calling him. It was better to make it clear. Once Shen Yaping answered the call, Shen Yimei's husband said, Yaping, you finally answered my call. I just encountered. Before he could finish, Shen Yaping interrupted him. Deal with your own business in the future. Don't turn to me for help again. If you want to know the reason, ask Shen Yimei. The next second, Shen Yaping hung up on Shen Yimei's husband. Shen Yaping's response scared him. Shen Yaping said he wouldn't help him again. How could he do that? If Shen Yaping didn't help him, what should he do? During these years, he was used to relying on Shen Yaping. If Shen Yaping didn't help him, he had no idea what to do. Because he didn't know the reason yet, he couldn't call Shen Yaping again. Since Shen Yaping told him to ask Shen Yimei, he decided to ask Shen Yimei first. What had happened that angered Shen Yaping so much? Why did Shen Yaping refuse to help him? Without delay, Shen Yimei's husband called her again. Shen Yimei didn't know whether her husband had gotten through to Shen Yaping, but she felt guilty when she saw her husband's call. Finally, she still answered it. Yimei, I just called your older brother, but he said he won't help us again. He told me to ask you why. What happened? Shen Yimei's husband asked with displeasure and anxiety. Obviously, it had something to do with Shen Yimei. Shen Yimei stammered. She didn't know what to say. Tell me. Shen Yimei's husband shouted, what happened? Do you have something to do with why your older brother doesn't want to help me again? What did you do? Shen Yimei took a deep breath. Since her husband already knew, she had to be honest. Therefore, she decided to tell her husband everything. Shen Yimei said that their daughter was jealous of Shen Ziyin, so their daughter wanted Shen Ziyin to leave the designing industry. Their daughter asked her to disable Shen Xian's hand. If she didn't do that, their daughter would turn to someone else for help. Left with no choice, Shen Yimei agreed to help their daughter and paid someone to harm Shen Ziyin. Unfortunately, Shen Yaping learned about it and came to see her. He said that she was no longer his younger sister and he wouldn't help their family again. Shen Yimei elaborated on that, but she didn't mention the jade pendant. Although she wasn't sure whether the so-called evil power really existed yet, she felt the situation might be worse if she mentioned it. Knowing the reason, Shen Yimei's husband was furious. His wife and his daughter tried to ruin Shen Ziyin out of jealousy. Hadn't they ever thought about the fact that they relied on the Shen family to be rich? Given their treatment to Shen Ziyin, they were digging their own graves. Shen Yimei's husband wasn't a good man and he didn't have abilities. He only loved to play petty tricks. However, he understood that he relied on Shen Yaping to become successful. Therefore, he always pleased Shen Yaping and never thought of messing with him. He didn't lose his cool just because Shen Yaping was better than him. Moreover, he was grateful to Shen Yaping. Shen Yimei, don't you want to live a good life any longer? How could you harm your own niece? Don't you have any sense of gratitude? Shen Yimei's husband shouted at her. No matter how useless he was, he wouldn't have the idea of harming his family members. Unexpectedly, Shen Yimei, who looked nice, dared to do that. Shen Yimei was struck dumb. Her husband had rarely shouted at her like that because they had a harmonious marriage. Shen Yimei was mad, but she said nothing because she knew that she was wrong. I know I'm wrong. I'm full of regrets too, but my older brother refused to forgive me, Shen Yimei said, feeling aggrieved. If your scheme weren't exposed, would you regret it? Had you ever thought about the result when you did it? Shen Yimei's husband questioned her. You spoiled our daughter, so she became selfish and ungrateful. She even tried to harm her own cousin. Now your older brother refuses to help us. If I can't solve the problems, we'll become poor. Shen Yimei's husband said coldly. After that, he hung up and sank down on the chair, filled with irritation. He understood that Shen Yaping wouldn't answer his call again, so he sent him a message. He apologized to them. He knew Shen Yaping's character very well. Since Shen Yaping said he wouldn't help them again, he meant it. However, Shen Yimei's husband still wanted to try it. After all, he didn't try to harm Shen Ziyin. It was his wife and his daughter's fault. However, Shen Yaping ignored him. Chapter 3177, Feel and Guess. Afterwards, Shen Yimei's husband called their daughter and heavily criticized her. After Shen Yimei's daughter heard about it, she didn't think she was wrong at all. Instead, she was furious that they failed to harm Shen Ziyin and get her out of the designing industry. After having the call with her father, she immediately called Shen Yimei and blamed her mother for it. She believed that it was her mother's fault that their plan was ruined. Shen Yimei felt extremely aggrieved. She tried to harm her niece for her daughter, but she was criticized in the end. When Shen Yaping and the others got home, old Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Shen noticed that they were in a bad mood. They asked them why, but nobody explained. A while later, Shen Yaping went to the company. After 2 hours, Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived in City Li by car. Because there would be a stone gambling event, many visitors came to City Li and they had to book rooms beforehand. Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to worry about that. Li Mochen had already made all the arrangements once they decided to come here. When they got to City Li, it was still early, not even 10 a.m. yet. Do you need a rest first? We can go to the meeting place after lunch. Li Mochen asked Leng Xiaoyao. It sounded casual, but he actually asked that out of concern. Normally, Li Mochen wouldn't care so much about anyone. I'm not tired at all. I don't need a rest. How about you? If you need to, you can go rest for a while. If not, we can directly go to the main venue, Leng Xiaoyao said. As soon as they got to City Li, she couldn't wait to go there. They only had 2 days, so they should leave tomorrow or the day after. We're not tired, said Mu Yiyang and the others at once. They also wanted to see Leng Xiaoyao gamble on stones. It was true that they couldn't wait to see Leng Xiaoyao doing it instead of themselves. Because they didn't know much about stone gambling, they simply came for fun, but Leng Xiaoyao had skills. Great, then let's go to the main venue. I can't wait to see Miss Leng gamble on stones. I'm waiting to let Miss Leng pick up some for me, Si Yiki said. Sure, Li Mochen answered. Then they went straight to the stone gambling main venue. He also wanted to see Leng Xiaoyao gamble on stones, but he cared more about her condition. Zhang Han and the others realized that Leng Xiaoyao had skills in stone gambling. Even Si Yiki and Mu Yiyang both hoped that she could win. However, they just learned that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary person, so they weren't surprised by her abilities. The stone gambling event would be held for 3 days. On the first day, all the businessmen gathered together at the stone gambling street and square. They could freely choose the raw jade materials. On the second day, there would be an auction at the auction house of the antique appraisal. All the raw jade materials on sale were checked by experts and there was a high probability to cut jade from them. There were also half-cut raw jade materials. The number of the guests invited to the auction was limited. Normally, the host would send the invitation letter to the businessmen and some people would also get an invitation letter through connections. The invitation letter wasn't sent to a specific person. With an invitation letter, 2 people could go. Since they all came, Mu Yiyang got 4 invitation letters, so there was nothing for Leng Xiaoyao to be worried about. On the third day, they could make deals for jade. Many people would sell the jade and the most generous bidder would have it. Today was the first day, so they were all looking at raw jade materials at the stone gambling street and square. There were so many raw jade materials, so Leng Xiaoyao couldn't look at every piece within a day. She needed to touch them to see whether there was magical power. At a glance, she could see that there were over 10,000 raw jade materials and there could be more inside. She needed to spend at least 2 seconds on each raw jade material, so she didn't have much time. As a result, Leng Xiaoyao needed good luck to cut out jade. This time, she simply came to get familiar with this place. After the National College entrance examination, she would come here again to look at those raw jade materials slowly. At the big square, the raw jade materials at the stands were at low level. It wasn't likely to cut out jade from them. Therefore, they went directly to large stores. In large stores, there were more raw jade materials of high quality, so it should be more possible to cut out jade. We can go to larger stores, Leng Xiaoyao suggested. No problem, wherever you go, we'll follow you, Mu Yiyang said. Because Mu Yiyang replied to Leng Xiaoyao first every time, Li Mochen felt he was a little hateful, but he had no position to say anything. Right, we'll follow you, Si Yiki said. The others had no disagreements, so they went to the larger stores. Go get 2 carts, Li Mochen said to Zhang Han and Mu Fan. Sure, they answered and immediately left to carry out the order. Wait a second, Leng Xiaoyao shouted to them, 3 please. Lin Mu, go with them, Mu Yiyang said to his subordinate. Sure, Lin Mu answered, then went with Zhang Han and Mu Fan. A cart could accommodate many raw jade materials. Leng Xiaoyao asked for 3. They didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's ability. Instead, they were looking forward to it. There were many people in the large stores too, but they weren't as crowded as the square. Because they wanted to see how Leng Xiaoyao chose raw jade materials, they followed Leng Xiaoyao all the time and didn't go to look at the raw jade materials. Why don't you look around? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. We want to see how you choose raw jade materials, Mu Yiyang said. I rely on my feelings by touching them, Leng Xiaoyao said. Feelings? No way. Do you have special abilities? Si Yiki asked. He didn't finish, but his meaning couldn't be more obvious. Leng Xiaoyao put on a mysterious smile and said nothing, which was a silent admission. Knowing that, they all couldn't wait to see whether Leng Xiaoyao could cut out jade from the raw jade materials she chose. Leng Xiaoyao ignored them and began to feel the raw jade materials. When other people saw that Leng Xiaoyao pressed on the raw jade materials one after another for only 1 or 2 seconds, they knew that she was using her special ability to feel them. After dozens of raw jade materials, Leng Xiaoyao found no magical power, but it was very normal. Normally, there was only jade after cutting over 1,000 raw jade materials open. However, onlookers were surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's way of choosing raw jade materials. She touched them quickly, but didn't observe them carefully. It looked like she was grocery shopping. They felt that Leng Xiaoyao knew nothing about stone gambling and simply came for fun. Chapter 3178, Pay by Yourself. In fact, there were many visitors who came here for fun these days, so they didn't think it was a big deal. After all, only a few people were good at stone gambling. Leng Xiaoyao had good luck. After touching about 80 raw jade materials, she found 2 pieces with magical power. Unfortunately, the magical power was very weak, which proved the jade inside wasn't of high quality. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that. As long as there was magical power, she decided to buy them. If she gave them up just because they were of bad quality, she might not find jade again. Seeing that Leng Xiaoyao picked them up, the others guessed to themselves whether there was jade inside. They couldn't wait to cut them open. They didn't know whether there was jade in the raw jade materials which Leng Xiaoyao picked up, but they believed there was definitely no jade in those she left behind. Half an hour later, Leng Xiaoyao had touched a lot of raw jade materials and found 5 with jade inside. Among them, 4 had weak magical power, while only 1 had slightly stronger magical power. Leng Xiaoyao put the one with stronger magical power into another cart. Leng Xiaoyao was currently a low-level cultivator, so she didn't have much energy. After half an hour, she felt tired, so she rested for a while. Seeing that they followed her all the time, Leng Xiaoyao took out 2 raw jade materials with weak magical power and gave them to Mu Yiyang and Si Yiki. Each of you can have 1. Go pay the bill by yourself and cut it open. Don't you feel tired after following me for so long? Just know that whether you can cut out jade depends on your luck. Mu Yiyang's and Si Yiki's eyes lit up at once, because they had agreed that Leng Xiaoyao would pick up several raw jade materials for them. Therefore, they accepted the raw jade materials and took them over at once. Thank you, Xiaoyao. Thank you, Miss Leng. Great, we'll go to pay the bill and cut them open right now, they said and walked to the counter. When Mu Yiyang and Si Yiki walked away, Leng Xiaoyao felt someone staring at her back. She turned and saw Li Mochen. Li Mochen frowned and looked upset. Leng Xiaoyao immediately realized what he was thinking, so she said with a smile, "Wait a second. I'll give you a much better one than theirs." Li Mochen was satisfied and slightly smiled. Great. Li Mochen didn't know when he got used to Leng Xiaoyao's special treatment. If Leng Xiaoyao treated him the same as she did to other people, he would feel upset. Once she treated him differently, he would be happy. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao's interaction with Li Mochen, Zhang Han and the others were shocked. They had never seen Li Mochen jealous before. Because they were too shocked, they forgot to withdraw their sight. Li Mochen felt it and gave them a cold glance. The next moment, they immediately moved their eyes away. "I want to have some water," Leng Xiaoyao said. "I'll go buy it." Zhang Han answered at once, then went out. Before long, Zhang Han came back with a plastic bag containing bottles of water, then he gave each of them a bottle. After drinking water, Leng Xiaoyao felt much better and continued to check the raw jade materials. Mu Yiyang and Si Yiki went to cut their stones after paying the bill. Because there were many people today, 3 stone cutting machines were busy working. They stood in line and several people waited before them. None of the raw jade materials was completely stone, so it took only a few minutes to cut open a raw jade material. A while later, it was Mu Yiyang and Si Yiki's turn. Because Mu Yiyang and Si Yiki had expectations for the raw jade materials chosen by Leng Xiaoyao, they were very nervous when the stone cutters began to cut their stones. After the first layer of Mu Yiyang's raw jade material was removed, there was no green, but Si Yiki's showed green. Si Yiki was excited and the crowd exclaimed. Although many people had cut out jade in City Li before, it didn't often happen, so it still aroused surprise once there was green shown. Afterwards, many people showed their envy. There was no green in Mu Yiyang's raw jade material yet, so he was disappointed and was envious of Si Yiki, but he wasn't jealous. Leng Xiaoyao heard what they were doing. She stayed calm. Li Mochen wasn't surprised either, but Zhang Han and the others were astonished. They didn't expect to see green in it. Because they had to stay with Li Mochen and the others, they couldn't run there and have a look. After the second cut, Mu Yiyang's raw jade material also showed green. Si Yiki's raw jade material was profitable. Although the jade was an average type, he was still very happy. In addition, they admired Leng Xiaoyao more because there was jade in both of their raw jade materials. Both of them won and cut out money. Some people wanted to buy Mu Yiyang's and Si Yiqi's jade, but they wouldn't sell. After all, it was chosen by Leng Xiaoyao for them, so they would keep it as a souvenir. Even if their jade was an average type, it was big, so it was worth about 1,000,000 yuan. They only paid several hundred yuan for the raw jade materials. Therefore, they made a fortune. Before they finished, Leng Xiaoyao found 2 more raw jade materials with magical power. One had strong magical power, while the other had weak magical power. Mu Yiyang and Si Yiqi carried their jade back to Leng Xiaoyao's side and complimented her at once. "Xiaoyao, you're so unbelievable. See, both of us cut out jade," Mu Yiyang said. "Right, it seems there is jade in the rest too," Si Yiqi said, looking at the few raw jade materials in the cart. They admired Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing. She obviously knew that there was jade in the rest. Leng Xiaoyao continued to pick raw jade materials. About 20 minutes later, she found 2 more raw jade materials with magical power, then stopped. It was nearly 12 p.m., so they should go have lunch. Due to the large consumption of energy, she was hungry. "I'm starving. Let's go have lunch. We can come again after the meal," said Leng Xiaoyao. She took out those raw jade materials with weak magical power and gave 1 piece to each of them, but she gave one with strong magical power to Li Mochen. "Here, each of you can have 1 piece. Go pay the bill by yourself." At the beginning, Zhang Han and the others felt they shouldn't take them, so they rejected them. "Let me pay for yours as well," Li Mochen said to Leng Xiaoyao. "No need, I can do it myself." Leng Xiaoyao rejected, but she felt touched by Li Mochen's words. Chapter 3179, Do You Want to Prove Yourself? However, the others were surprised by Li Mochen's words. Li Mochen really treated Leng Xiaoyao differently. They were confused, but didn't dare to ask about it. After settling the bill, they left. There were many restaurants outside the stone gambling street. Because there were too many visitors, they had to wait a long time, so they drove to a farther place. It was a smart choice. Once they went to a farther restaurant, there were much fewer people and they could eat half an hour later. They ate quickly, so they finished the meal within 20 minutes. Afterwards, they ordered tea and rested for a while. Then they went back and continued to pick raw jade materials. They had agreed to enjoy themselves here, but now they followed Leng Xiaoyao everywhere. Since Leng Xiaoyao had the ability to find jade by instinct, there was no need for them to slowly observe raw jade materials, which was boring. It was more fun to watch Leng Xiaoyao pick raw jade materials. After coming to the stone gambling street again, they went to the same store. An hour later, Leng Xiaoyao felt most raw jade materials in this store and got 3 with weak magical power, 1 with strong magical power, and 1 with very strong magical power. Leng Xiaoyao promised to pick several good raw jade materials for Mu Yiyang and Si Yiqi, so she gave each of them 1 raw jade material with weak magical power and 1 with strong magical power. Li Mochen had the same treatment. Zhang Han, Mu Ke, and Lin Mu had a raw jade material with weak magical power. Leng Xiaoyao didn't feel it was a great loss after giving away so many raw jade materials with jade. After all, it didn't cost her much to get them. Most importantly, she took them as her friends. Since they were close, she wouldn't hesitate to send them valuable things. However, if they weren't close, she wouldn't do that. She wasn't very familiar with some of them, but they weren't strangers. After all, they were Li Mochen's close brothers. While Li Mochen wasn't just her family member, he was also the most important person in her life. Therefore, she would take the other men as her friends too. With the raw jade materials, they didn't go to cut them open at once because it would attract too much attention. They should rather keep a low profile for now. Anyway, it couldn't be easier for them to cut the raw jade materials. They could rent a warehouse and 1 or 2 stone cutting machines. They could cut the stones by themselves. They hadn't done that before, but it shouldn't be difficult. Leng Xiaoyao had no plan to cut the raw jade materials here, because it wouldn't be easy for her to take the jade home. She might be targeted and encounter trouble. Mu Yiyang came to City Li to deal with something, so he left at 3 p.m. with Lin Mu after receiving a call. When they left, Leng Xiaoyao reminded them to be careful. They left to do a task, so they couldn't go with raw jade materials, so they left theirs to Zhang Han and Mu Fan. Anyway, there were numbers on the raw jade materials, so they wouldn't get the wrong ones. Leng Xiaoyao and the others didn't stop picking raw jade materials till 6 p.m., and she went to 3 stores. In the end, she had 5 raw jade materials with very strong magical power, 8 with strong magical power, and 10 with weak magical power. Actually, she left many raw jade materials with weak magical power in the store, because the store owner still needed to do business. If the news that someone cut out jade in this store went abroad, people would think that the raw jade materials in this store were of high quality. Many people would come to try. If nobody cut out jade, people would think the raw jade materials in the store were of low quality and few people would visit this store. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't rob this store of all the raw jade materials with jade, since it would ruin the owner's business. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao found so many raw jade materials with jade in those stores, so she should help the owners make a profit. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoyao cut out jade at each of the stores she had visited. However, she didn't do it herself, instead she asked Zhang Han and Mu Fan to do it in turns. When it was time for dinner, Leng Xiaoyao didn't continue, but paid the bill and left. You followed me everywhere today, and you might not have enjoyed yourselves. So, let me buy you dinner later, Leng Xiaoyao said. No need, I'll do it, Li Mochen said. All right. Leng Xiaoyao didn't insist. They were all men. If she paid the bill, people might judge them. Whether they cared about their faces or not, she had to care about their dignity. There are too many raw jade materials. Our cars can't accommodate them. Why don't we rent a small truck? Si Yiki proposed. Those raw jade materials were many and heavy, so their cars couldn't move them. I already told Zhang Han to make the arrangement. The truck is in the parking lot now, Li Mochen said. He knew the difficulty, so he had already made the arrangements. Leng Xiaoyao felt touched. It turned out that Zhang Han went to rent a truck while he was gone for a while earlier. Oh, I just had the idea, but you have already made the arrangement. I feel hit, Si Yiki said, pretending to feel upset. He focused on Leng Xiaoyao picking raw jade materials today, and didn't realize the problem until he saw so many raw jade materials. However, Li Mochen made the arrangement before him. Li Mochen was displeased. Si Yiki felt hit. Why did he feel hit? Did he want to prove himself in front of Leng Xiaoyao? Thinking of that, Li Mochen asked, why do you feel hit? Do you want to prove yourself? Although Li Mochen said in a flat tone, Si Yiki was frightened. He immediately explained, no, you misunderstood me. I mean I'm not as considerate as you. Si Yiki emphasized his words in case Li Mochen wasn't convinced. He looked quite sincere. However, he complained to himself that Li Mochen was so mean. He didn't think he said anything wrong. Why did Li Mochen think that he was trying to prove himself? Why should he prove himself? Leng Xiaoyao was a girl. Shouldn't they take care of her? Chapter 3180, Are You Jealous? Didn't Li Mochen say that there was nothing special between Leng Xiaoyao and him? Why did Li Mochen question him like that? However, he didn't dare to ask Li Mochen that. The others were surprised by Li Mochen's question. Although he looked calm, it still shocked them that he sounded a little jealous. Brother Mochen, are you jealous? Leng Xiaoyao asked straightforwardly. She wasn't serious. Not at all. Don't think too much about it. Li Mochen denied. He didn't know whether he was really jealous, but he simply felt unhappy when he heard Si Yiki's words. However, when he denied it, he was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao might feel hurt, so his mind was in a mess. Leng Xiaoyao turned to Si Yiki and said, Mr. Si, aren't you too sensitive? Brother Mochen asked you casually. Why did you seem as if you did something wrong? The others might think that Brother Mochen is jealous because of your words. Fine, I'm too sensitive. Si Yiki smiled with embarrassment, but he didn't think it was the truth. Zhang Han and Mu Fan had the same feeling. They had followed Li Mochen's lead for so many years. Even if they didn't know him best, they knew him very well. Sometimes, they could know what he wanted them to do at a glance. Therefore, if Li Mochen didn't care about it at all, why would he ask Si Yiki that question? After all, Li Mochen didn't like jokes. He wouldn't joke about other people, but he was fine if other people joked about him. He didn't like jokes, but it didn't mean that he was mean. Li Mochen was unhappy when Leng Xiaoyao said that, but he said nothing else, because it would only make the situation more complicated. After they went out, they moved the raw jade materials to the small truck. Zhang Han was the truck driver, while Mu Fan was their driver. They went directly back to the hotel. Then they had a meal and didn't go back out to pick more raw jade materials. She would attend the auction tomorrow. Even though it would cost more money, she could make a lot of money. Compared with raw jade materials, few people would be willing to pay a high price at the auction. Because the raw jade materials were locked in the small truck, they weren't worried that they might be lost. In addition, there were separate parking rooms in the parking lot of the hotel. The rooms could be locked up. In case any accidents happened, they parked the small truck in a separate parking room, which was safer. After having a meal, it was still only 8 p.m. They had nothing to do, so Siyiki proposed drinking tea and chatting in the tea hall. They didn't want to go back to their rooms so early. It was too early to sleep. Moreover, they also wanted to see whether Mu Yiyang had any news or needed their help. It was their team's task, but Mu Yiyang would turn to Li Mochen for help once he encountered difficulties. Li Mochen never stood on the sidelines. Li Mochen might not help every time, because they weren't in the same place most of the time. As a result, Mu Yiyang and his teammates had to handle it by themselves. This time, Leng Xiaoyao saw that Lin Mu might encounter trouble, so they were more careful. If Mu Yiyang and his team didn't contact Li Mochen and Siyiki wouldn't contact them either. Whenever Mu Yiyang needed help, he would contact them. They went to the tea hall and ordered a private room. Leng Xiaoyao was a girl. However, she climbed up and down the mountain with a group of men, but didn't feel awkward at all. She wasn't afraid of rumors either. If anyone dared to judge her because she was with men, it would be his fault because he defamed her. When they were free, Leng Xiaoyao called Leng Chengyuan to set his mind at ease. Afterwards, she called Shen Ziyin too and asked about her condition. Shen Ziyin told Leng Xiaoyao about their visit to Shen Yimei's home today. Although Shen Yimei admitted her fault, her daughter might disagree with her. Accordingly, to prevent any accidents from happening, they had to be careful. Shen Ziyin had the same worry because she knew her older cousin well. Her cousin wouldn't change and even would blame her for it. After having the call with Shen Ziyin, Leng Xiaoyao took out her laptop to search for something. At the same time, she wanted to know what was going on with Mu Yufan. It was easy for Leng Xiaoyao to do two things at the same time, so she was able to join Li Mochen and the others' discussion while she worked on the laptop. Because they were chatting casually, Leng Xiaoyao could join them. They actually wanted to wait till Mu Yiyang was done, but unexpectedly Mu Yiyang really encountered trouble. At about 9:30 p.m., Li Mochen received Mu Yiyang's call. Mu Yiyang told them that he ran into a very strong person who had strange abilities. Because Leng Xiaoyao was also not an ordinary girl, he wondered whether the person had special skills too. Two of his teammates were injured, but luckily not seriously. Lin Mu was directly knocked away by the strong man and fell off a cliff which was 10 meters high. Fortunately, he only had abrasions and survived. Then they found that the talisman that Leng Xiaoyao had given them turned into ashes, so they believed that Leng Xiaoyao's talisman helped them. Otherwise, Lin Mu should be seriously injured or disabled after being heavily so hit and falling off of a high cliff even if he didn't die. In fact, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't say that, Li Mochen would ask her to join them. Therefore, once Leng Xiaoyao said that, they agreed. After that, they immediately left the hotel and headed to Mu Yiyang's location. This time, Mu Yiyang and his team came to catch a suspect. However, there was a strong man by the side of the suspect, so they failed and needed Li Mochen's help. Their target had run away, but Mu Yiyang and his team chased him. In order not to alert him, they didn't dare to go closer and decided to wait till Li Mochen and the others came. Chapter 3181, Run into an Evil Cultivator. Due to the long distance, they didn't arrive at the destination until 40 minutes later. The location was vague, so they still didn't know where the target was exactly. After all, they were deep in the mountains and forests right now, so it wasn't easy for them to get a vague location. Besides, it was late at night. Mu Yiyang and his team weren't familiar with this place, so they couldn't give Li Mochen and the others a detailed route. Therefore, Li Mochen and the others had to rely on themselves to find Mu Yiyang. Although they only had a vague location, it wasn't far away, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to find Mu Yiyang given their abilities. With Leng Xiaoyao's presence, it would be even easier. Once Leng Xiaoyao used her magical senses, she could quickly sense other people at this place. Afterwards, she guided Li Mochen and the others to where Mu Yiyang and his team were. Before they got close, they weren't sure whether those people ahead of them were Mu Yiyang and his team, so they moved quietly. They didn't make sounds until they were close and made sure that those people were Mu Yiyang and his team. They needed to tell Mu Yiyang that they were here, otherwise they might startle them. Once Mu Yiyang and his team heard the sounds, they hid because they weren't clear about who the approaching people were. When Mu Yiyang saw Li Mochen and the others, he immediately walked out. "Mochen, you're here. How's the situation now?" asked Li Mochen. "Take my laptop. I'll go over and have a look." Saying that, Leng Xiaoyao handed her laptop to Si Yiki, who took it. Mu Yiyang's other subordinates didn't know Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, so they were doubtful when they heard Leng Xiaoyao's reply. However, since she dared to say that, it proved that she wasn't simple. "I'll go with you," Li Mochen said. Even if he knew that Leng Xiaoyao had outstanding abilities, he wouldn't let her go there alone. "Great, the two of us can go up, while the others can wait here," Leng Xiaoyao said. "No problem, be careful," Mu Yiyang answered. He was aware of their skills, so he wasn't worried. After that, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went up. Several people who didn't know Leng Xiaoyao asked Mu Yiyang at once. "Boss, who's that girl? She's bold. It's because she has a lot of skills." "All right, stop doubting her. Even I admired her very much," Mu Yiyang said and stopped talking to them about Leng Xiaoyao. The others stopped asking him, but they realized that this girl wasn't ordinary at all. Otherwise, Mu Yiyang wouldn't admire her. However, she seemed very young and must be in her early 20s. It was shocking that she had outstanding abilities. When Leng Xiaoyao climbed up with Li Mochen, she used her magical senses to search for the cave, but she didn't know whether there were people. Because there was no one else, they directly used flashlights to illuminate it. After all, it was very dark in the woods at night. No matter how good their sight was at night, they couldn't clearly see the ground. If they stumbled or fell into traps, it would be troublesome. Within 2 minutes, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen reached the cave, but they didn't go inside right away. Instead, they observed outside for a while. Afterwards, they found footsteps on the ground of the cave, which were very fresh. The footsteps only went into the cave and didn't come out. Therefore, their target was either in the cave or this cave led to other places. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went inside. Leng Xiaoyao didn't stop feeling around and told Li Mochen everything she found. A few minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao sensed people's voices, so she told Li Mochen and they walked deeper towards those people. After that, Leng Xiaoyao felt an evil power. Mu Yiyang was right. Their target was indeed not an ordinary man, but Leng Xiaoyao wasn't sure who he was yet. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoyao told Li Mochen about it. "Can you figure out whether he's strong?" asked Li Mochen. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to take the risk with him. "He's barely comparable to me," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't take the man seriously. "There are 4 people in all. 3 of them are ordinary people. Only one man has evil power. You can deal with the 3 ordinary people. Leave the man with evil power to me." No matter how skilled he was an ordinary man. He knew little about evil cultivators, so it wasn't appropriate to let him deal with the evil cultivator. Leng Xiaoyao had special abilities, and knew a lot about evil power, so she was the best choice to deal with the evil cultivator. In case there were other exits, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen held their breath and stepped lightly even if they weren't afraid of those people. The evil cultivator sensed them when they were about 10 meters away. In an instant, he became alert and told the other people about it. Leng Xiaoyao understood that the evil cultivator would find them once they got closer. They didn't want those people to run away, so they sped up in the end. Therefore, shortly after the evil cultivator noticed them, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen appeared. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen walking inside, the 4 people inside were alarmed. Who are you? They didn't think Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were those who fought against them earlier, but they weren't sure whether Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were Mu Yiyang's teammates. No matter what, they weren't afraid. After all, Mu Yiyang and his team were no match for them. Nevertheless, some of them were injured, so they had to avoid Mu Yiyang and his team. As soon as they walked inside, Leng Xiaoyao recognized the man who had evil power. He was an evil cultivator. He was the first evil cultivator she had ever met in this time-space, but he was at a low level. Chapter 3182, You Don't Have the Ability. However, the evil cultivator couldn't see that Leng Xiaoyao was also a cultivator, because Leng Xiaoyao was a little special. Her soul was a cultivator, but her body wasn't. Therefore, as long as she didn't expose her secret, no one would know. Who are you? Leng Xiaoyao asked instead. It's none of your business who we are. So why did you bother to ask who we are? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. They were struck dumb by Leng Xiaoyao's reply. Another man said, we came here first. You're later than us. He implied that they could make the decisions because they came first and those who came later were intruders. Ridiculous. Is this your home? Why can't we come after you came? Leng Xiaoyao said. The man was startled again and didn't know what to say. What are you doing here? At this time, the evil cultivator opened his mouth. What are you doing here? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. The evil cultivator frowned. He realized that he wouldn't get any information about Leng Xiaoyao, so he directly threatened her. Who are you? Why are you here? If you don't tell us, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Although the evil cultivator could feel that Li Mochen was good at martial arts, he didn't take Li Mochen seriously. He simply didn't want to have a fight. I don't think you have the ability to do that. Leng Xiaoyao sneered disdainfully. The evil cultivator was angered and didn't want to waste time arguing with them any longer. If so, you asked for it yourself. The next moment, the evil cultivator attacked Leng Xiaoyao. He believed a girl couldn't fight back, so he decided to teach her a lesson first. Unfortunately, he was terribly wrong. Leng Xiaoyao was much harder to deal with than Li Mochen. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl, she was a cultivator like him. However, Leng Xiaoyao was a good cultivator, while he was an evil cultivator. Besides, Leng Xiaoyao was at a higher level than him as well. As a result, the evil cultivator was scared when he moved closer to Leng Xiaoyao and felt a strong magical power from her. To his astonishment, this girl was a cultivator. Why didn't he feel any hints from her? Was the girl at such a high level that he couldn't sense it? It seemed that they weren't kind visitors. Even though he felt threatened by Leng Xiaoyao, it was impossible for her to go away now. He had to face the fight. The evil cultivator wasn't at a high level, but it wasn't easy for Leng Xiaoyao to defeat him either. However, he couldn't stand it for long. Within a few minutes, he was injured by Leng Xiaoyao. When Leng Xiaoyao was fighting against the evil cultivator, Li Mochen was also dealing with the 3 ordinary men. Although they were strong, too, they were much weaker than Li Mochen. Besides, 2 of them were already injured. They weren't badly wounded, but they weren't in a good condition, so they weren't as strong as usual. As a result, Li Mochen easily defeated them within several minutes. There is no grudge between us. Why did you come to cause me trouble? The evil cultivator asked Leng Xiaoyao. Didn't you attack me first? Why is it me causing you trouble? Leng Xiaoyao played dumb. Stop playing dumb. You came here to make things difficult for us, the evil cultivator said. He was sure that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen targeted them. Right, we targeted you. Leng Xiaoyao stopped playing dumb since the evil cultivator pointed it out. She directly admitted it. What do you want to do? Asked the evil cultivator. Leng Xiaoyao smiled, but said nothing. She turned to Li Mochen. Go tell them to come over. I can watch them. Great. Li Mochen answered. Then he turned around and walked away. What do you want to do? The evil asked again when Leng Xiaoyao stayed silent. What do we want to do? To do what we should do, Leng Xiaoyao replied. The evil cultivator was mad. He realized that he couldn't get away with it today, but he was reluctant to be caught like that. Therefore, he tried to run away. There were other passages in the cave, but he didn't know whether they could lead to the outside. However, he decided to try. Without delay, the evil cultivator grabbed a man from the ground, then threw him at Leng Xiaoyao. The next moment, he turned around and ran away. Leng Xiaoyao squinted in fury. She directly took the man, then threw him to the ground. Without hesitation, she sped up to chase the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator wasn't as strong as Leng Xiaoyao and he was already injured, so he couldn't get rid of Leng Xiaoyao who wasn't injured at all. As a result, the evil cultivator was caught by Leng Xiaoyao after he only ran 10 meters and they quickly went back to the cave. The rest of those men tried to escape when Leng Xiaoyao ran to catch the evil cultivator. However, right when they stood up, Leng Xiaoyao brought the evil cultivator back, so they had to stop. Leng Xiaoyao gave them a cold glance, making them too scared to move again. "What? Do you want to escape?" Leng Xiaoyao sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Please, forgive us. Your target should be him." One man begged Leng Xiaoyao at once. He didn't know her relationship with Mu Yiyang yet. Upon hearing that, the evil cultivator was furious and immediately snapped at him. "You shameless thing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a terrible situation." If he had known about this, he would have left right after rescuing him, but now he was caught. The man lowered his head in guilt when the evil cultivator snapped at him. He didn't dare to argue against the evil cultivator. He clearly knew how strong the evil cultivator was. If he angered him, he wouldn't be able to fight back. "No, my target is you. He has bad luck. He helped you and was involved in trouble too," Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, the evil cultivator was shocked. He thought that he was the target, but unexpectedly he was just dragged into trouble. Chapter 3183, Leave It to Me. The rest felt guilty, but they were sure that Leng Xiaoyao was one of Mu Yiyang's team after hearing her words. However, they wanted to make sure of it, so they asked, "We have no grudge against you. Why did you want to catch us?" "I don't want to catch you, but my friends are searching for you. They fought with you today." Leng Xiaoyao understood what they were thinking, so she directly told them the truth. Although they guessed that it must have something to do with Mu Yiyang and his team, they still despaired after verifying it. Once they were caught by Mu Yiyang, it would be impossible for them to run away. "Damn it, I've been dragged into trouble by you." The evil cultivator angrily criticized them. Saying that, he wanted to beat them, but was stopped by Leng Xiaoyao. No matter how bad they were, Leng Xiaoyao would wait till Mu Yiyang came. It was the truth, but those men didn't think they were completely in the wrong. "We're partners, so it's your duty to rescue us. If we encounter any trouble, we should deal with it together. You can't pin the blame on us." One man argued. "Right." The other two men agreed. Although the evil cultivator was indeed dragged into trouble by them, they were partners, so they should bear the result whether they succeeded or failed. If they failed and he escaped alone, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Especially the man who was grabbed by the evil cultivator and thrown to Leng Xiaoyao, he wanted the evil cultivator to suffer something worse. Before long, Li Mochen came with Mu Yiyang and the others. They knew that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen would quickly catch them, but they were still surprised by their efficiency. After Mu Yiyang and the others came, Leng Xiaoyao said, "You can take the 3 men, and leave this guy to me." The guy was the evil cultivator. He was seriously injured, but was still able to fight back, so he was a big threat to Mu Yiyang and the others. If Mu Yiyang tried to deal with him, he would be in trouble. Since he was an evil cultivator, it was better for her to deal with him. Sure. Mu Yiyang understood Leng Xiaoyao's intention, so he agreed and immediately caught the 3 men. Mu Yiyang's teammates, who didn't know that Leng Xiaoyao had special skills, were confused by her idea. Why was the man left to her? However, Mu Yiyang already agreed, so they didn't dare to say much. Even if they wanted to ask about it, they wouldn't do that in front of Leng Xiaoyao. "You can go out now. I'll follow you later," Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen and the others replied and left first. Nobody asked about it because they knew that Leng Xiaoyao had special skills to deal with the man and she needed to avoid them. Once Li Mochen and the others were gone, Leng Xiaoyao turned to stare at the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator was frightened and asked, What do you want to do? Do you have other partners? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. The evil cultivator wanted to deny it, but suddenly an idea dawned on him. If he told Leng Xiaoyao that he had other partners, she would spend time searching for them and put him aside. In that case, he would have more time to escape. Therefore, the evil cultivator said, Of course, and they're very strong. If you dare to kill me, they'll pay you back once they hear it. Really? That's what I want. I'm wondering how to catch your partners if you have any. It seems that I can do that by killing you. I guess I don't need to keep you as bait, Leng Xiaoyao said. When the evil cultivator was thinking about how to reply to her, she saw his intention from his eyes. In fact, whether or not the evil cultivator had partners, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. She would deal with them once they met, but she had no time to search for them. She wasn't so free. No, the evil cultivator realized that he was wrong and was scared. He wanted to change his answer, but didn't know what to say. After all, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't dumb and wouldn't believe him. It's not up to you, Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. She was unwilling to waste time talking with the evil cultivator, so she punished him at once. Before long, the evil cultivator's energy center was destroyed and he lost his abilities as a cultivator. As of today, he wouldn't be able to get his skills back and it was totally up to his luck whether he could survive. Even if he didn't die, he would be useless and live a painful life. He would either live a hard life or kill himself after that. When it was done, Leng Xiaoyao turned around and walked away, leaving the evil cultivator in the cave. After Li Mochen's people walked away, one of Mu Yiyang's subordinates asked him, Boss, why did you leave the man to the girl? You saw how strange he was. We can't take him back, or he might cause us trouble. We must deal with him separately. Anyway, he isn't one of them, so there is no need to take him back, Mu Yiyang said. The others nodded. However, the man was very strange, but they left him to a girl. It seemed that the girl had special abilities too. The strange man already shocked them, and now Leng Xiaoyao, who had mysterious power, also showed up. It made them feel that this world was full of mysteries. Because Leng Xiaoyao only used a minute to punish the evil cultivator, she caught up with Li Mochen and the others before they were even out of the cave. Xiaoyao, what did you do to the man? Mu Yiyang asked curiously. He's disabled and lost all of his abilities. It's up to his luck whether he can survive, Leng Xiaoyao said. Thank you so much for your help this time. Let me buy you a meal when you have time, Mu Yiyang said. Sure, Leng Xiaoyao accepted his invitation. After all, she had indeed done him a big favor. If she didn't let him thank her with a meal, he might feel upset. When they left after catching the suspects, Mu Yiyang and Li Mochen separated for the time being. Mu Yiyang and his team left to deal with the suspects, while Li Mochen and the others returned to the hotel. The next day, the auction began at 10 a.m., but they could go inside at about 8 a.m. because they needed to observe those raw jade materials 2 hours before the auction. Chapter 3184, You have no position to do that. At the auction, they could directly bid for those raw jade materials. Therefore, many people went to the hall earlier. Because Leng Xiaoyao could feel whether there was jade by touching the raw jade material, she didn't rush to go there. When most people were already gone, they were still eating breakfast slowly. Mu Yiyang was absent because he wasn't done yet. He would contact them after he finished. I'm not a selfish person. So, if I see many raw jade materials with jade later, I'll tell you. You can buy some too, but pay the bill by yourselves, Leng Xiaoyao said. Really? Siyiki was excited, but felt that they shouldn't get so much money from Leng Xiaoyao. Is that okay though? You can make a fortune by doing that. I have plenty of ways to make money. I don't lack jade. Leng Xiaoyao said, I know you also don't lack money either, but since we came here for stone gambling, why don't you try it? It's fun, isn't it? You're right. Siyiki agreed and no longer felt that they shouldn't accept Leng Xiaoyao's gifts. Like Leng Xiaoyao just said, they didn't lack money at all. Since they were here, they could try it for fun. That was the reason why they were still excited to cut out jade from the raw jade materials Leng Xiaoyao sent them, even though they clearly knew it contained jade. They enjoyed the process. I was just afraid that you had no intention of bidding, so that was my idea, Leng Xiaoyao said. I know. I'm just saying it, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. She knew that they took her as a friend, so she was willing to share the jade with them. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother. Thank you, Miss Leng. If you need me in the future, don't hesitate to see me. I'll spare no effort to help you, Siyiki said. He wouldn't take everything from her without returning her kindness, so he gave her a promise. Since Siyiki accepted that, Li Mochen didn't reject it. If he rejected it, it might seem as if Leng Xiaoyao treated Siyiki differently. Right, if you need us in the future, feel free to ask us, Li Mochen said. He understood that Leng Xiaoyao was strong and could deal with many things on her own, but there were still some things she couldn't do or that were inconvenient for her to deal with. Accordingly, it was more convenient for them to stand out sometimes. Of course, I won't hesitate to turn to you for help. Leng Xiaoyao answered. Li Mochen was right. Even though she was strong and could handle many things by herself, there were many things she couldn't do. After all, she couldn't deal with everything using violence. She wasn't afraid of revenge, but she had a family. After having breakfast, Leng Xiaoyao and the others had nothing to do, so they went to the auction as well. When they arrived, it was almost 9 a.m. There weren't many people in the exhibition hall, because they needed an invitation letter to get in. The number of invitation letters was limited, so the hall wasn't crowded. After they arrived, they went inside. Because they were good-looking, they became the focus of people's attention wherever they went. Some women even came to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen and the other men. Li Mochen remained silent, while Siyiki put on a cold face and Zhang Han and Mu Fan were left dealing with those women all the time. However, they weren't nice to those women either and directly asked them to go away. Those women were angry, but didn't dare to argue with them. There was no need to do that, and those men didn't seem to be ordinary. If they caused trouble here, they might not be able to bear the result. However, they criticized them behind their backs, saying that they were aloof and arrogant. Those women didn't think they were wrong. However, they had gone to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen and the other men, so it was likely that they would be rejected. They had no reason to force Li Mochen and the other men to talk to them. Two of those women were very bold and had a quick temper. When Zhang Han and Mu Fan stopped them from getting close to Li Mochen and Siyiki, they directly swore at them. Move off. What do you think you are? One woman angrily snapped at them arrogantly. Since she shouted loudly, she attracted many onlookers. It wasn't strange that people argued on the streets, but many people loved to watch dramas, so they immediately walked over once they heard the noise. However, many people recognized the two women. They had a high status, but were troublesome, so normally people didn't want to mess with them. As a result, onlookers thought that Li Mochen and the other men would be in trouble now that they ran into the two women. Zhang Han and Mu Fan blocked the two women. Mu Fan said coldly, "It's none of your business. You have no position to judge us." Although the two women were under pressure when Zhang Han and Mu Fan stared at them, they weren't afraid. After all, in City Li, they were afraid of no one. "It's also none of your business that I want to talk to them," the woman said. She turned to look at Li Mochen and Siyiki. Then she gave Leng Xiaoyao a glance of jealousy. Obviously, they realized that Leng Xiaoyao was prettier than them, so they were jealous. If Leng Xiaoyao wasn't prettier than them, they would have given her looks of disdain. "We don't want to talk to you. So, please leave," Siyiki said straightforwardly. The two women were furious, but they didn't move because they felt embarrassed when Siyiki rejected them like that. Chapter 3185, No Other Meanings. One of the two women threatened him. "Do you know who I am? It's your honor that we walked over to talk to you. Don't flatter yourself. If you dare to annoy us, you can't bear the result. No matter who you are, it's shameless that you tried to sell sex to us publicly. And we're neat freaks. We would never pay for sex," said Siyiki acidly, implying that they were prostitutes. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao snorted with laughter. Many onlookers also laughed out loud, because they all understood what Siyiki meant. The two women understood it too, so they were furious. It was incredibly humiliating to them. They were born in rich families. How dare you? Do you mean we are? The one woman angrily shouted. Oh, aren't you? If not, why did you come to attract our attention? Xianxia said. He didn't believe it at all. The two women were even angrier. They didn't think that they were wrong, but they had no idea how to argue against Xianxia. If you're not, please move. We need to look at the raw jade materials, Xianxia said. Even if they failed to strike up a conversation with these men, they didn't want to lose face. I humiliated you. Didn't you make me misunderstand you first? Why is it a humiliation to you? And you wasted our time. We didn't ask you to apologize, yet you complained first. It's unreasonable. Xianxia mocked. The two women's faces were distorted in anger. Some people felt that Xianxia was a little rude and wasn't being a gentleman. He clearly didn't care about the two women's feelings at all. However, that wasn't the truth. Xianxia was a gentleman, but he wouldn't bother to be nice to strange women, let alone care about their feelings. He had different attitudes when he faced different people. Most people didn't think Xianxia was wrong. Like he said, the two women bothered them first. No matter what attitude he had, the two women asked for it themselves. Especially those who had a relationship with these two women, they gloated over their misfortune and felt extremely pleased. At that moment, a serious, deep male voice sounded from the crowd and a middle-aged man walked over. There were several other men with this middle-aged man. All of them seemed to be important figures. One of the two women immediately accused Xianxia. Uncle Chin, we just greeted them, but they humiliated us. They said that saying that, the woman showed anger and couldn't finish. What did they say? Asked Uncle Chin. He glanced at Li Mochin and the others seriously, but he could see that they weren't ordinary. All the invited guests were either rich or powerful. Although there were some ordinary people, no one knew the guests' background. Therefore, nobody was willing to offend other people. They said that we tried to sell sex to them. The other woman said, looking aggrieved. Hearing that, Uncle Chin stayed calm because he was familiar with the two women and clearly knew their behavior. Well, Xianxia sneered. You came to talk to us. We replied, but you wouldn't leave. We declined, but you swore at us. I don't think well-educated women would do something like that. There is nothing wrong with my guess. The women were angered by Xianxia's words once more. They wanted to deny it, but didn't know how. Really? Uncle Chin turned to look at the two women. He didn't rush to question Li Mochin and the others just because the two women complained about them. Obviously, he had no intention of helping them. Most importantly, the two women did something wrong first. Uncle Chin, we just wanted to make friends with them. We have no other intentions, one of them explained. Right, said the other. We don't want to be friends with you. Why would you threaten us because of that? Xianxia countered. The two women were struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. Is that true? Uncle Chin asked the two women. They wanted to deny it, but it happened in public. Everyone heard it, so they couldn't deny it. As a result, they could only remain silent. If so, you should apologize to them. You should know all the invited guests are either rich or powerful. You can't offend them as you like, Uncle Chin warned them. He wished that they could learn to behave themselves and stop causing trouble. No need, but please stay away from us. We're rushing to look at the raw jade materials, said Xianxia. He didn't mind, so he didn't need an apology. In that case, Uncle Chin said nothing else. After all, he couldn't embarrass the two women again, or he might be in trouble. The two women were a little scared after hearing Uncle Chin's words. If they really messed with someone they shouldn't offend, their families wouldn't forgive them. However, they were reluctant to apologize, but luckily Xianxia didn't need it, so they were relieved. The moment Xianxia finished speaking, he left them behind and walked to the area of raw jade materials. Leng Xiaoyao and the others followed him. The two women were unwilling to give up, but said nothing else. They turned around and walked away. When they were gone, Leng Xiaoyao joked with Li Mochin and Xianxia. You two are too attractive. Chapter 3186, Is Mr. Mew coming? Well, I can't do anything about being too handsome, Xianxia said resignedly. He was obviously showing off. 50 raw jade materials in all were put up at the auction. There were 25 complete raw jade materials and 25 half-cut raw jade materials. Those raw jade materials that were put up at the auction were mixed without levels. Therefore, half-cut raw jade materials were more popular and more likely to have jade. Meanwhile, it relied on one's own luck to cut out jade from complete raw jade materials. After all, not everyone had skills at stone gambling and could see whether there was jade. Accordingly, more people went to look at the half-cut raw jade materials. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that and she went to touch every one of them. Li Mochen and the others followed her as if they were her subordinates. Seeing that, many young women were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. Because of that, they looked at Leng Xiaoyao with unfriendly gazes. Leng Xiaoyao noticed it, but didn't mind. She had no time to argue with them about an unkind glance. However, if they dared to cause her trouble, she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. She looked tolerant when she didn't mind something, but she would seem mean if she argued about it. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it, but Li Mochen was unhappy, so he gave those people a glare. They were immediately scared and didn't dare to stare at Leng Xiaoyao any longer. No one was so idiotic to think that Li Mochen was looking at them kindly. Once Leng Xiaoyao sensed magical power, she recorded the numbers and the quality of magical power. After touching all the raw jade materials, half an hour had passed. Because there were many onlookers, she couldn't squeeze them away. Sometimes, she needed to wait till there were fewer people. Among the 25 complete raw jade materials, there was jade in 12. 6 had weak magical power, 3 had strong magical power, while 3 had very strong magical power. Among the 25 half-cut raw jade materials, there was jade in 18 raw jade materials. There was no need to bid for half-cut raw jade materials with weak magical power, because it wasn't profitable. Even if it wasn't extremely profitable, so Leng Xiaoyao had no interest in them. Among the 18 half-cut raw jade materials, 9 had weak magical power, and 9 had strong magical power. Leng Xiaoyao decided to bid for the 9 raw jade materials with strong magical power. She would share them with her friends. Each of them could have 2 raw jade materials. She wouldn't keep them all to herself. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao asked about Mu Yiyang, Li Mochen was a little unhappy, but he still answered. Yes, but he won't come in the morning. He should be here in the afternoon. Fine, Leng Xiaoyao replied. She didn't care much about that. If Mu Yiyang came, she would tell him to bid for 2 raw jade materials too. When the auction was about to begin, they went to find their seats. The numbers of their seats were written on the invitation letters, so they could find the seats according to the numbers. There were round tables in the auction hall. Each table could seat 8 people, but there were only 3 bidding paddles. Bidding paddles were prepared for guests with an invitation letter, while the other seats were prepared for their companions. They all could take part in the auction, but 3 bidding paddles were enough. Mu Yiyang got seats at the 3rd table of the 4th row, which was at the front. They went to sit down by the table, waiting for the auction to begin. Zhang Han and Mu Fan sat at one side, while Si Yiki and Li Mochen sat at the other side. Leng Xiaoyao sat alone. Afterwards, other guests also seated themselves. Before 10 a.m., everyone was ready and the auction began on time. At the beginning, the host gave a speech. After that, the first raw jade material was shown. It was a complete raw jade material, but there was no jade, so Leng Xiaoyao and her friends did nothing. The opening bid was 10,000 yuan and the bid increment was 1,000 yuan every time. Although it was a complete raw jade material, there should be a high probability to cut out jade from it, so many guests bid for it. Within a short time, the price of the first raw jade material reached 80,000 yuan. However, once its price reached 80,000 yuan, fewer and fewer guests still had interest in it. Because it was a complete raw jade material, its price wouldn't be very high. In the end, the first raw jade material was sold at 120,000 yuan. If they bought it at a store, it would only cost over 10,000 yuan at most. Number 2 was a half-cut raw jade material and its opening bid was much higher, at about 10 times as expensive as that of the complete raw jade material. Its opening bid was 100,000 yuan and the bid increment was 10,000 yuan. The opening bid was 100,000 yuan because the jade in it was of low quality. If the jade was of high quality, its opening bid would be higher. Jade at a low level wasn't worth a lot of money. There was no jade in this half-cut raw jade material either, so Leng Xiaoyao still did nothing. Finally, this half-cut raw jade material was sold at 800,000 yuan. Number 3 was a complete raw jade material without jade and was sold at hundreds of thousands of yuan. Number 5 was a raw jade material with jade. Odd numbers were complete raw jade materials, while even numbers were half-cut raw jade materials, so this one was a complete raw jade material. Number 5 had weak magical power, so Leng Xiaoyao decided to bid for it. The opening bid of those raw jade materials weren't the same, because they differed in size and quality. All the features could affect the opening bid. The opening bid of number 5 raw jade material was 20,000 yuan. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoyao said nothing, but she opened her mouth when it was almost over. Once Leng Xiaoyao raised her bidding paddle, Xi and the others were interested because they knew that there must be jade in the raw jade material. Leng Xiaoyao knew that there was jade in the raw jade material, so she didn't give up and continued to bid for it. Finally, she succeeded. Leng Xiaoyao paid 220,000 yuan for the complete raw jade material. She would make a fortune off it. Even if the jade was low quality, it was big and would be worth about 2 million yuan. There was jade in number 6 raw jade material, but it had weak magical power, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't want it. After a few raw jade materials, a half-cut raw jade material with strong magical power was shown. This half-cut raw jade material had a beautiful outer layer, so its opening bid was 500,000 yuan and the bid increment was 50,000 yuan. This time, Leng Xiaoyao still waited till there were only a few people bidding for it. Chapter 3187, Xiaoyao is so amazing. When Leng Xiaoyao started bidding for it, the price had already reached 6 million yuan. Although it wasn't a high price for a half-cut raw jade material, no one knew how big the jade in it was. Therefore, 6 million yuan was high enough. When the price reached 6.5 million yuan, no one continued, so Leng Xiaoyao won it this time as well. When another complete raw jade material with weak magical power was shown, Leng Xiaoyao asked Xi to bid for it and he won. When more raw jade materials with weak magical power were shown, Leng Xiaoyao told Zhang Han and Mu Fan to bid for them. They declined at first, because they felt that they shouldn't take the jade. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoyao was Li Mochen's friend, while they were Li Mochen's subordinates. They didn't think they were inferior to Leng Xiaoyao, but there was a difference between their status. Therefore, it wouldn't be right if they took gifts from Leng Xiaoyao. However, Leng Xiaoyao insisted and Li Mochen said they could accept the jade, so they listened and thanked Leng Xiaoyao. They didn't think of it as alms. Only jealous people would think badly about other people's kindness. Sadly, that wasn't rare. Due to jealousy, people would think that others were showing off instead of helping them. Even if they accepted the kindness, they wouldn't be grateful. Li Mochen understood Leng Xiaoyao's intention, so he didn't feel unhappy when she told Xi and the others to bid first. Instead, he was very pleased because he felt that Leng Xiaoyao treated him differently. Although he didn't care much about a piece of jade, he cared about Leng Xiaoyao's feelings for him. "Miss Leng, are you keeping the best raw jade material for Mochen by asking us to bid before him?" Xi joked. Whether or not it was the truth, he didn't feel upset about it. After all, he had no position to be mad at her. It was already very nice of Leng Xiaoyao to share the jade with them. Her kindness was priceless. Yes, Leng Xiaoyao directly admitted it. Xi gave Li Mochen a meaningful glance, then said, "You treat Mochen very differently." Hearing that, Zhang Han and Mu Fan focused on Leng Xiaoyao. They wanted to know how she would reply to that. Li Mochen understood the reason why Leng Xiaoyao did that, so he wasn't curious about her answer. "I met Brother Mochen earlier than you. Because of him, I was able to meet you. In addition, Brother Mochen and I have been through life and death experiences together. When we encountered a car explosion last time, we put out the fire and rescued people together. Yesterday, we went out to deal with enemies. So, our relationship is indeed different, but it's not what you think." Please don't think too much about it, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't treat Li Mochen differently just because of that, but she couldn't tell them everything. All right. Although Si Yiki felt this explanation wasn't persuasive, he stopped talking about it since she was unwilling to say more. Zhang Han and Mu Fan had the same feeling. They felt Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen wasn't so simple. In their eyes, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were closer than friends, but not a couple yet. The auction began at 10 a.m. and was over at 12 p.m. It lasted for 2 hours, but only 18 raw jade materials were sold. 32 were left for the afternoon auction. The afternoon auction began at 2 p.m. No one was sure when it would be over. They wouldn't finish until all the raw jade materials were sold. Anyway, 18 raw jade materials were sold within 2 hours in the morning, so the auction should be over before 6 p.m. Among the 18 raw jade materials, only 3 had average jade, which were bought by Si Yiki, Zhang Han, and Mu Fan under Leng Xiaoyao's guidance. 4 had strong magical power, including 3 half-cut raw jade materials and 1 complete raw jade material. Leng Xiaoyao bought the 3 half-cut raw jade materials, while Li Mochen bought the complete raw jade material. After the auction was over, they went to pay the bill and collect the raw jade materials they bought. Once the morning auction was over, they went to have lunch. Leng Xiaoyao and the others went to a distant restaurant for lunch because there would be fewer people and the dishes would be placed on the table faster. Mu Yiyang called them right after the morning auction was over. He was done and wanted to meet them. Li Mochen told Mu Yiyang where they were and told him to come now. Shortly after Li Mochen and the others arrived at the restaurant and were about to order, Mu Yiyang came. Mu Yiyang came alone. The suspects were taken back to the capital city by his subordinates. They decided to go back tomorrow morning. After the auction was over tonight, they would stay in City Yun for the night. Xiaoyao, what did you get in the morning? Upon seeing Li Mochen and the others, Mu Yiyang asked Leng Xiaoyao. He didn't even exchange greetings with Li Mochen. Li Mochen was slightly displeased, not because Mu Yiyang didn't greet him, but because Mu Yiyang was too excited when he saw Leng Xiaoyao. Mu Yiyang had no special feelings for Leng Xiaoyao. He was simply excited to see her because she was extremely excellent. Even if he had special feelings for Leng Xiaoyao, he would destroy them at an early stage due to Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Mochen. Although they said that they were just friends, other people didn't think so. Whether Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were just friends or not, as Li Mochen's friend, they wouldn't have inappropriate ideas about the girl Li Mochen was close to. Of course we got the best, Leng Xiaoyao said proudly. Sure. Xiaoyao, you're so skilled, you must have gotten the best. Mu Yiyang agreed at once. It seemed that he tried to please Leng Xiaoyao. Let's order the food. Li Mochen handed a menu to Leng Xiaoyao, interrupting her conversation with Mu Yiyang, but he didn't show any displeasure on his face. Great. Leng Xiaoyao took the menu and ordered her favorites. Chapter 3188, I'm better at arguing. After the meal, they rested for about 10 minutes. When the afternoon auction was about to begin, they left the restaurant for the auction hall. Once Li Mochen and the others came, someone recognized Mu Yiyang and came over to say hi to him. Mr. Mu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. It was a middle-aged man who walked over to greet Mu Yiyang. He was very polite and respectful. He was from the capital city and was a member of high society, so he knew Mu Yiyang. However, they had only met twice at events. They weren't familiar and only knew each other's background. Oh, hi, Chairman Fan, nice to see you. Mu Yiyang wasn't arrogant, so he politely replied when someone came to say hi to him. However, he stayed a polite distance from the man. There were 2 other middle-aged men and a young woman with Chairman Fan. The young woman seemed to be in her early 20s. She was beautiful and dressed conservatively. She looked like an obedient daughter. She didn't seem to be a mistress of one of those men. It was true that this young woman wasn't a mistress, she was the daughter of one of those men. Although she looked obedient, she was amazed and shy when she saw Mu Yiyang and the other men. She didn't avoid them and stared at Mu Yiyang. Fan Yaofeng felt excited and honored at being remembered by Mu Yiyang, but he didn't say it aloud. Otherwise, he would just embarrass himself. Mr. Mew, I didn't see you this morning. Were you not there? Asked Fan Yaofeng. In the morning, he saw Li Mochen and the others, but Mu Yiyang was absent. Mu Yiyang had a high status, so most people wanted to form a close relationship with him. Yeah, I went to deal with something in the morning, so I didn't come. Chairman Fan, please excuse me, I need to go over with my friends, Mu Yiyang said. He didn't want to talk to Fan Yaofeng for much longer. Sure, please, Mr. Mew. Fan Yaofeng wanted to talk to Mu Yiyang for longer, but he didn't dare to bother him, so he said nothing else. After that, Mu Yiyang and the others walked away. The young woman could barely take her eyes off of them, so she was disappointed when they walked away. Uncle Fan, who's this Mr. Mew? She asked Fan Yaofeng. He's from a very powerful family. His family is the Mew family in the capital city, Fan Yaofeng said. Hearing that, the others were surprised. Although they had guessed as much when Fan Yaofeng was so polite to Mu Yiyang, they were still surprised by Fan Yaofeng's answer. The young woman had a dream after knowing about Mu Yiyang's background. She wished that she could become Mu Yiyang's girlfriend. However, that was only her wish, not reality. She didn't even have a chance to talk to him. When Fan Yaofeng exchanged greetings with Mu Yiyang, Uncle Qin also saw it. He didn't know Mu Yiyang, but he recognized Fan Yaofeng. Fan Yaofeng was a famous and successful entrepreneur in the capital city, but he was very polite and respectful of Mu Yiyang, which meant that Mu Yiyang was more powerful than Fan Yaofeng. Moreover, Mu Yiyang came with Li Mochen and the others, which proved that they were important figures too. Luckily, he had stopped the two women from causing trouble this morning. If unreasonable people had been there, they might have sided with the two women because of their status. By then, they would have offended Mu Yiyang and his friends and they would be in serious trouble. Li Mochen and the others went to sit around the same table. 10 minutes later, the auction began. The number 19 raw jade material was a complete stone with a little magical power, so Leng Xiaoyao told Mu Yiyang to bid for it. You're so nice to me. You want me to have the first one. Mu Yiyang was excited, because he knew that there must be jade since Leng Xiaoyao asked him to buy it. Their conversation meant nothing, but Li Mochen was unhappy after hearing it. Don't think too much. You're the last one who has gotten raw jade material. Brother Mochen and the others already did that this morning, Leng Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. Hey, do you have to be so straightforward? Mu Yiyang asked resignedly. Why? You don't like the truth? Leng Xiaoyao said. I'm just joking. Mu Yiyang complained. I'm better at arguing, Leng Xiaoyao retorted. Mu Yiyang was struck dumb for a second. He felt it now, so he didn't know what to say. Fine, you win. He directly gave in. Seeing that Leng Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to argue against Mu Yiyang, Li Mochen was pleased. Mu Yiyang listened to Leng Xiaoyao, and opened his mouth when there were only a few bidders left. In the end, Mu Yiyang won without doubt. I can't wait to see what type the jade is. Mu Yiyang looked forward to seeing it. Aren't you afraid that it's just a stone? After all, I can't be right every time, Leng Xiaoyao joked. Even if it's just a stone, I'll accept it, but I still believe you can do it, Mu Yiyang said. He had a lot of confidence in Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing, but Li Mochen disliked Mu Yiyang's attitude more and more. In the following auction, Leng Xiaoyao told Zhang Han and Mu Fan to bid for the other two raw jade materials with a little magical power. On the other hand, Li Mochen got 3 half-cut raw jade materials with strong magical power. During the auction, Mu Yiyang felt that someone was staring at him all the time and got irritated. It was the young woman who was with Fan Yaofeng and the others earlier. Because she focused on Mu Yiyang too much, even her father and the others couldn't stand it. What? Do you like him? Her father joked. Her father didn't think it was wrong that his daughter liked Mu Yiyang. After all, Mu Yiyang had a high status and was very handsome. There were few women who didn't have interest in him. In addition, her father thought highly of himself and believed that his daughter was the best. He didn't feel self-abased at all when his daughter fell in love with a man who had a much higher status than them. Chapter 3189, Seek chances to be close to Mu Yiyang. Thank you readers. Instead, he believed that his daughter could try to find out more about Mu Yiyang if she had interest in him. The young woman immediately came back to her senses. Because her father pointed out the truth, she flushed in an instant. "Dad, don't be ridiculous." "I'm not. You can barely take your eyes off of him," her father joked. "Dad." The young woman seemed a little mad and lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't know what to say, but her response proved everything. "It's not a big thing if you like him. Why didn't you admit it? After the auction, we can turn to your Uncle Fan for help," her father said. "Brother Fan, can you help my daughter introduce herself to Mr. Mu later?" he said to Fan Yaofeng next to him. Upon hearing that, Fan Yaofeng looked unhappy. Fan Yaofeng didn't care about the face and directly said, "I can't do that. Mr. Mu is different from those rich heirs you usually see. He's aloof. Many rich ladies have tried to strike up a conversation with him, but were all coldly rejected. I have only met him twice. We're not familiar at all. It's my honor that he still remembers me, but it won't do me any good if he gets mad at me if I help you." Fan Yaofeng complained to himself that they had no clear acknowledgement of themselves. It wasn't strange that they were attracted to Mu Yiyang, but Mu Yiyang was totally out of their league. Even if the man had status in City Yun, he was a nobody in the capital city. Therefore, Fan Yaofeng believed that it was impossible for Mu Yiyang to be interested in them. Even if Mu Yiyang had interest in his daughter, the Mu family wouldn't accept her because rich families preferred a marriage between families of equal social status. It was very rare for a super-rich family to accept someone from a much poorer family. Originally, the young woman was pleased to hear that her father wanted Fan Yaofeng to help her introduce herself to Mu Yiyang. Therefore, she was greatly disappointed after hearing Fan Yaofeng's reply. Her father was also displeased, but he said nothing. At the same time, Siyiki joked about Mu Yiyang. Well, Yiyang, I think she's interested in you. There are too many women who are interested in me, but I have no interest in them," Mu Yiyang said proudly, but it was the truth. In fact, he stayed in the military most of the time. He barely had private time, so he actually didn't have many chances to meet women. His admirers were those women who struck up a conversation with every man at parties. They easily fell in love with a man as long as the man reached their standards. "What's your type?" asked Siyiki. "I'll know it when I see her," Mu Yiyang said. "Actually, I'm most curious about Mochen's type. What kind of girls can make Mochen fall in love?" Siyiki said. As he said that, he glanced at Leng Xiaoyao, then at Li Mochen. Obviously, he had an intention by saying that. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen noticed Siyiki's glances, so they understood what Siyiki was thinking. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care and said nothing, but Li Mochen gave him a cold glance. "It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. I'm just a little curious," Siyiki argued. "Like Mr. Mu said, you'll know when you meet her. Even if you're curious about it, you can't know right now," Leng Xiaoyao said. Siyiki was struck dumb by Leng Xiaoyao's words and didn't know what to say. The 12 complete raw jade materials and 9 half-cut raw jade materials that Leng Xiaoyao paid special attention to were all bought by her and her friends. Li Mochen bought a complete raw jade material and a half-cut raw jade material. Both of them had strong magical power. Siyiki and Mu Yiyang had gotten a complete raw jade material with a little magical power and a half-cut raw jade material with strong magical power, and Zhang Han and Mu Fan had gotten 2 complete raw jade materials with a little magical power. Leng Xiaoyao also bought 5 complete raw jade materials and 6 half-cut raw jade materials with strong magical power. She got many raw jade materials of high quality today. After the auction, they went to pay their bills. Because the young woman was unwilling to see Mu Yiyang leave like that, she bought a raw jade material too in order to meet him again at the counter. When the young woman bid for the raw jade material, Leng Xiaoyao and the others understood what she wanted to do, but they couldn't openly say that she was targeting Mu Yiyang. After all, every guest came for the auction. Without surprise, Mu Yiyang and the others saw the young woman when they went to deal with the contracts. They didn't pay much attention to her, but she came to say hi to Mu Yiyang. "Hi, Mr. Mu. Once she did that, Leng Xiaoyao and the others were sure that she bought the raw jade material in order to meet Mu Yiyang closely. What's wrong? Mu Yiyang clearly knew that she came to strike up a conversation with him, but he pretended that he knew nothing and asked coldly. And nothing. The young woman didn't know what to do or say when Mu Yiyang was so cold. Great. Mu Yiyang answered, then ignored the young woman. Standing at the side, the young woman was extremely embarrassed. She was in a dilemma. However, since she had already walked over, she would regret doing that if she didn't talk to Mu Yiyang for longer. Therefore, she took a deep breath and summoned up her courage to talk to Mu Yiyang again. Mr. Mu, I know it's a little abrupt that I came to talk to you, but I have no other intentions. I simply hope that we can be friends. Can you give me your phone number? I'm sorry, I can't. Mu Yiyang rejected her without delay. Hearing that, the young woman was upset and disappointed. Although she was reluctant to accept the result, her dignity didn't allow her to continue. Therefore, she said, fine, if so, I should go. The next moment, she turned around and walked away. Even when she was gone, Leng Xiaoyao and the others didn't discuss her, because it was rude. Chapter 3190, Shen Ziyin is in trouble again. Anyway, this young woman wasn't as hateful as other women, who wouldn't leave Mu Yiyang alone after they were rejected. However, because the young woman was rejected, she was in a bad mood. Although this was the first time that she had met Mu Yiyang. And she didn't fall in love with him right away, she had a lot of interest in him due to his outstanding appearance and background. Her father witnessed everything, so he was displeased that his daughter was rejected straightforwardly. However, Mu Yiyang was too powerful for him to mess with, so he didn't dare to say anything. Actually, there was no reason for him to be unhappy. It was his daughter who went to strike up a conversation with Mu Yiyang after Fan Yaofeng warned her not to. Therefore, she asked for it herself. It just showed that selfish people were all abnormal. After dealing with the contracts, they could take away their raw jade materials or the host could deliver them, but they needed to pay a fee. Leng Xiaoyao and the others didn't need the host's help since Li Mochen had already arranged for Zhang Han and Mu Fan to move the raw jade materials tonight. Therefore, before the auction was over, Zhang Han and Mu Fan had already left. While the others were dealing with the contracts, they finished making the arrangements. They drove the small truck they rented yesterday and directly loaded it. Before they left, they had a meal first, after which they left City Li. To get from City Li to City Chong, they needed to drive for 20 hours. Even if they were physically strong, Leng Xiaoyao still reminded them not to drive when they were tired. They should rest when they were tired. Zhang Han and Mu Fan understood what they should do, but they accepted Leng Xiaoyao's advice. This truck was full of raw jade materials containing jade, so they were under pressure and needed to be very careful. Zhang Han and Mu Fan drove straight towards City Chong, while Li Mochen and the others took another car to City Yun. Their flight would take off at 9:40 a.m. the next morning. Li Mochen and Si Yiki returned to City Chong with Leng Xiaoyao, while Mu Yiyang went back to the capital city alone. Li Mochen had nothing else to do in City Chong. He simply went back with Leng Xiaoyao. Si Yiki always stayed in different cities for a while. He didn't live in City Chong all the time, but he didn't need to leave City Chong for anything either, so he went back with Li Mochen. Even if Li Mochen didn't go back, Leng Xiaoyao was going home. Although Leng Xiaoyao was strong and could protect herself well if anything happened, they should go back together since they came together. Mu Yiyang knew that Li Mochen was going back to City Chong, but he still asked meaningfully, Mochen, do you need to deal with something in City Chong? Why are you asking so much? Li Mochen asked in return. He understood why Mu Yiyang asked that question, so he sent him a cold glance. Mu Yiyang panicked a little and rubbed his nose. Nothing, I just casually asked. If you don't want to tell me, just forget it. He was curious, but he knew that Li Mochen wouldn't say anything if he was unwilling to tell him. Therefore, he didn't ask again. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others made sure of the departure time of their flight, Leng Xiaoyao told Shen Ziyin, who booked a plane ticket for the same flight. After Li Mochen and the others arrived at City Yun, it was still early, so they went to have some tea and chat. They had tea and chatted every night, not because they liked doing that or because they were bored, but because they would rarely meet. They were usually busy, so they seized the chance to spend time together when they met. At about 10 p.m., Leng Xiaoyao's phone rang. The caller was Shen Ziyin, so Leng Xiaoyao immediately picked it up. "Xiaoyao, are you asleep?" Shen Ziyin asked urgently. "Not yet. What happened?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. One of my good friends just called me. She said that she saw my older cousin in XX clubhouse. They had conflicts and my older cousin threatened her into calling me over. And she doesn't want me to tell our family. I know my older cousin is targeting me. I don't want my friend to be in trouble because of me. So, can you go with me? Shen Ziyin asked. She honestly didn't know what to do and had to turn to Leng Xiaoyao for help. "No problem, you can wait for me at home. I'll go pick you up. You can tell your family that you're going to have night snacks with me. After it's done, I'll drive you home," Leng Xiaoyao said. It happened because of her, so she had to help Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin already agreed to work with her, so they were a team. Now Shen Ziyin was in trouble, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't hesitate to help. "Great, thank you, Xiaoyao." Shen Ziyin thanked Leng Xiaoyao seriously and felt relieved. Li Mochen and the others were skilled at martial arts and had a good hearing too, so they heard Shen Xian's words. "I need to go out for a while. You can sleep if you want," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Do you need me to go with you?" asked Li Mochen. Although he understood that Leng Xiaoyao was able to handle it alone, he felt it wasn't right to let Leng Xiaoyao go out alone. However, if Leng Xiaoyao turned him down, he wouldn't insist. "Oh, sure, can you drive?" Leng Xiaoyao wanted to turn him down, but she felt it wasn't a bad idea if Li Mochen went with her. "We can go with you too. What do you think? We can go have night snacks afterwards," Mu Yiyang suggested. He didn't want to be the third wheel, but he and Si Yiki would be left here being bored after Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao left. In addition, he wanted to have night snacks. "Why not?" Leng Xiaoyao answered. She didn't care about it. Li Mochen was slightly unhappy, but he said nothing since Leng Xiaoyao agreed. Since Mu Yiyang wanted to go with them, Li Mochen asked him to drive. Because they needed to pick Shen Ziyin up, they asked for a 7-seat MPV from the hotel. In order to convince them, Leng Xiaoyao got out of the car and said hi to Shen Xian's family after she arrived. Then she left with Shen Ziyin. Chapter 3191, Don't Point It Out. After getting into the car, Si Yiki saw Li Mochen and the others and immediately got nervous, then, she greeted them. Because she didn't know Mu Yiyang, she only gave him a nod and a smile in greeting. When they left the Shen family's mansion, they drove straight to the club that Shen Ziyin had told them about. On the way, Leng Xiaoyao spoke to Shen Ziyin about her older cousin. "Your older cousin is extremely bold. How dare she ask you out right now?" Leng Xiaoyao said. She was slightly curious about Shen Xian's older cousin. However, since her older cousin dared to call her out right now, her older cousin shouldn't be too smart. She's always been reckless because Shen Yimei spoils her. Just like what she wanted to do to me this time. She wanted to harm me, so Shen Yimei paid someone else to do that so that she wouldn't get in trouble, Shen Ziyin said. After what Shen Yimei had done to her, Shen Ziyin refused to call her aunt any longer. She directly called her by her full name. However, upon remembering that, Shen Ziyin was still very upset. After all, it was her close aunt who had tried to harm her. Precisely because they used to be very close, Shen Ziyin was still sad even though she didn't take Shen Yimei as her aunt any longer. If they weren't close, she wouldn't be so sad. After arriving at the bar, Leng Xiaoyao told Li Mochen and the others to wait in the car. She went inside with Shen Ziyin. They didn't need so many people, not to mention that they were men. Even if they had to wait for Leng Xiaoyao in the car, Li Mochen and the others weren't unhappy at all. Before they came, Shen Xian's friend had already told her the number of the private room, so they went directly to the private room. Because it was a high-end club, there were waiters standing outside each private room. Only the people in the private rooms could come and go as they wanted. Other people from the outside needed permission from people inside to get in. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin had to wait outside while the waiter went to inform the people inside. After the waiter walked inside, Leng Xiaoyao used her magical senses to observe the people in the room. The waiter told the people inside that a woman called Shen Ziyin had come and asked them whether she was their friend. Once Shen Xian's older cousin, Qin Jiayu, heard that Shen Ziyin was here, she said, "Tell her to wait for a while outside. Don't go out until I tell you to leave." Qin Jiayu wanted to take Shen Ziyin down a notch. Sure. The waiter didn't dare to say anything and agreed at once. Therefore, he moved to stand at the side and didn't go out. Leng Xiaoyao heard it with her magical senses. "Oh, is she alone or with someone?" asked Qin Jiayu. "Ha ha, Shen Ziyin is a coward and came with someone else. Does she think that she will be fine if she's not alone?" Qin Jiayu wasn't mad, instead she mocked. "But I have to admit that Shen Ziyin really cares about you, Kelu. I wonder what she'll feel after hearing that you've betrayed her." Zhang Kelu was the friend Shen Ziyin mentioned. "Jiayu, Shen Ziyin and I were friends before, but it didn't last long and we're no longer friends. On the contrary, I spend more time with you and I'm your friend now. It's not a problem for me to help you deceive her into coming here," Zhang Kelu said airily. She didn't feel guilty at all when she betrayed Shen Ziyin. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao was angry. She directly said to Shen Ziyin, "Ziyin, do you trust me?" "Of course." Shen Ziyin answered at once. If she didn't trust Leng Xiaoyao, she wouldn't turn to her for help. Although she didn't understand why Leng Xiaoyao asked that, she knew that Leng Xiaoyao must do that for a reason. "I heard their conversation. When the waiter went inside and asked for their permission, one woman said she wanted you to wait for a few minutes. She's called Jiayu. I bet she should be your older cousin. Then she said to a woman called Kelu that you care about her so much and that she wonders how you'll feel after knowing that Kelu betrayed you," Leng Xiaoyao said. Knowing that her older cousin wanted her to wait for a while, Shen Ziyin felt nothing because she knew that Qin Jiayu wouldn't do anything good to her. However, when she heard that Zhang Kelu had betrayed her, she was displeased and shocked. Zhang Kelu had betrayed her. Leng Xiaoyao continued. "The woman called Kelu said that you were friends before, but your friendship didn't last long. And she spends more time with Jiayu now. They are friends, so she doesn't think it was a big deal to help Jiayu deceive you into coming here. I can't believe that Zhang Kelu is such a person." Shen Ziyin was furious. She didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's words at all. Although she had only known Leng Xiaoyao for a short time, Leng Xiaoyao had helped her a lot, so she believed that there was no reason for Leng Xiaoyao to lie to her. She couldn't believe that Zhang Kelu would betray her, but Zhang Kelu was right. They were friends, but they hadn't been together for a long time. It was possible that Zhang Kelu and Qin Jiayu became friends. "We should go." "I don't want to go in," Shen Ziyin said. Since she heard that Zhang Kelu and Qin Jiayu were friends now, she didn't see the meaning of her going inside. "Since we're already here, why don't we have a look inside? I think you need to see and hear Zhang Kelu's betrayal by yourself. Otherwise you won't be willing to accept the result," Leng Xiaoyao said. There was no reason for her to lie to Shen Ziyin, but Shen Ziyin might not be willing to accept the result if she didn't hear and see Zhang Kelu's betrayal on her own. Shen Ziyin agreed on that, so she said, "Sure. Remember not to point it out after going inside. You can pretend that you don't know at first. We need to see what they want to do." Leng Xiaoyao said, "Oh, you can ask Zhang Kelu why she came here and how she met your older cousin. You can make a judgment after seeing her reaction. I'll try." It wasn't easy for Shen Ziyin to pretend that she knew nothing because she could barely control her emotions right now, especially after knowing that her good friend had betrayed her. Shen Ziyin could only promise that she would do her best. Chapter 3192, How Dare You Push Her? Great. Leng Xiaoyao understood that it wasn't easy, so she didn't ask Shen Ziyin to do more. "We can't wait so long. Let's go inside." Saying that, Leng Xiaoyao walked forward and pushed the door open. Shen Ziyin didn't think it was wrong and followed Leng Xiaoyao. Qin Jiayu and the others didn't expect Shen Ziyin and her friend to burst in all of a sudden, so they were startled and immediately turned to look at the door. Leng Xiaoyao was in the front, so they saw her first. In that instant, all the men were attracted to Leng Xiaoyao's outstanding appearance, while the women were jealous of her. There were 4 men and 4 women in the room. Before Leng Xiaoyao came inside, they were harmonious. The moment Shen Ziyin walked inside, she saw that the smile disappeared from Zhang Kelu's face. She didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's words and was now sure that Zhang Kelu wasn't abducted at all. As soon as Zhang Kelu saw Shen Ziyin, she was nervous and acted pitiful. She immediately stood up and ran to Shen Ziyin. When she was in front of Shen Ziyin, Zhang Kelu grabbed her hand and apologized pitifully. "Ziyin, you're finally here. I'm sorry, if I had known that Qin Jiayu was here, I wouldn't have come. I don't want to waste your time." When Zhang Kelu grabbed her hand, Shen Ziyin stiffened a little. She wanted to get rid of Zhang Kelu, but still tolerated it. However, she looked displeased. Everyone thought that Shen Ziyin was mad at Qin Jiayu instead of assuming that she knew that Zhang Kelu had betrayed her. "Since I'm the target, how can I be absent?" Shen Ziyin said. She said to herself that if she didn't come, she wouldn't have known that Zhang Kelu already joined Qin Jiayu and even betrayed her. She wouldn't complain about it if Zhang Kelu left her for Qin Jiayu, because it was Zhang Kelu's choice. However, Zhang Kelu teamed up with Qin Jiayu to trap her, which filled her with fury. She didn't think that she had hurt Zhang Kelu before, on the contrary she had actually helped her a lot. She wouldn't force Zhang Kelu to be grateful, but Zhang Kelu returned her kindness with malice. It was hard for her not to be angry. "Qin Jiayu, I'm here now. What do you want to do?" Shen Ziyin directly asked Qin Jiayu. "Nothing special. If you drink this bottle of wine by yourself, you can leave with Zhang Kelu," Qin Jiayu said. She glanced at Leng Xiaoyao, implying that Leng Xiaoyao couldn't help Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin ignored Qin Jiayu and turned to look at Zhang Kelu. "Kelu, who did you come here with? How did you meet Qin Jiayu?" Without surprise, guilt flashed in Zhang Kelu's eyes. Even if Zhang Kelu didn't feel guilty for betraying Shen Ziyin, she still did something bad, so she felt guilty. There was a difference. Seeing the anxiety in Zhang Kelu's expression, Shen Ziyin was disappointed. However, she didn't point it out and waited for Zhang Kelu's reply. I came with other friends. I went out to answer a call, then ran into Qin Jiayu," Zhang Kelu said. Because she didn't expect Shen Ziyin to ask her that, she thought for a while before answering it. "Who are your friends? Do I know them? Which private room are they in right now? Have they not called you after you've been gone for so long?" asked Shen Ziyin. Zhang Kelu was struck dumb by Shen Xian's questions and didn't understand why Shen Ziyin questioned her. Normally, Shen Ziyin wouldn't bombard anyone with so many questions. Did Shen Ziyin notice something? That idea dawned on Zhang Kelu, but she didn't think it was possible, so she stopped thinking about that. However, it was still very strange. Qin Jiayu also heard Shen Xian's questions. When Zhang Kelu couldn't answer her questions, she immediately interrupted. "Stop talking. You haven't given me your answer yet. If I don't agree, what do you plan to do?" asked Shen Ziyin instead. "Don't agree. You're already here. Do you think you have a choice? Even if we have to pour the wine into your mouth, you have to drink it," Qin Jiayu said. Then she turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao with jealousy and said maliciously, "Your friend is pretty. I'm sure my male friends must be interested in her." It couldn't be more obvious that Qin Jiayu threatened Shen Ziyin to agree, or she would ask her male friends to rape Leng Xiaoyao. Those men came to drink with them, but they weren't their boyfriends, so they didn't care if they had an interest in other women. When Qin Jiayu wanted to hurt Leng Xiaoyao, Shen Ziyin became extremely mad. She knew that Leng Xiaoyao could protect herself, but it was humiliating for Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao was also angry upon hearing that and opened her mouth. "Do you want to hurt me? I don't think you are able to," Leng Xiaoyao said coldly, full of disdain for them. "You're bold. I'm afraid you can't fight back," Qin Jiayu said. After that, she gave Zhang Kelu a glance and Zhang Kelu immediately pushed Shen Ziyin forward. She tried to push Shen Ziyin into the middle, so that they could hold her hostage. Leng Xiaoyao noticed what they were doing at once, and wouldn't allow it to happen in front of her. When Zhang Kelu pushed Shen Ziyin, Leng Xiaoyao pulled Shen Ziyin away without delay. Zhang Kelu failed and lost her balance, shouting in fear. Seeing that, everyone was scared, but nobody ran to help Zhang Kelu. Even if someone wanted to, it was too late because she fell within a split second. With a loud crash, Zhang Kelu fell to the ground and was hurt badly. She cried in pain, but was too embarrassed to scream. Shen Ziyin was even more disappointed when Zhang Kelu tried to push her. If Leng Xiaoyao weren't here, she would have been treated badly. After a long while, Qin Jiayu and the others finally realized that Zhang Kelu fell to the ground. Qin Jiayu asked two men to support Zhang Kelu back to her feet. How dare you push her? Qin Jiayu blamed Leng Xiaoyao right away. She didn't feel guilty at all. Chapter 3193, Look Down Nose at You. Ha ha. Leng Xiaoyao snorted with laughter, looking at Qin Jiayu mockingly. That's funny. I didn't expect you to be so blind, Miss Qin. It's Zhang Kelu who wanted to push Shen Ziyin. I pulled Shen Ziyin away and Zhang Kelu fell. How can you say that we pushed her? Miss Qin, why don't you go to the hospital to check your eyes? You, after being humiliated by Leng Xiaoyao, Qin Jiayu was furious. Although Leng Xiaoyao told the truth, Qin Jiayu didn't feel guilty. Instead, she said domineeringly, so what? I said that you pushed her, so it's you who did it. What can you do about it? Shen Ziyin turned to look at Zhang Kelu. Zhang Kelu lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't dare to meet Shen Xian's eyes, but she still didn't feel guilty. It seems that I also need to go to the hospital to check my eyes. I took such an ungrateful person as my close friend. Shen Ziyin laughed at herself. Zhang Kelu was embarrassed, but she still didn't feel guilty. She didn't argue against Shen Ziyin either. Although she didn't feel guilty because she had her purpose, she understood that she had betrayed Shen Ziyin. Zhang Kelu, it's your choice no matter how you want to make friends. I won't blame you if you don't want to be my friend any longer, but you shouldn't have used my kindness to scheme against me. I'll never force you to be grateful to me, but you've returned kindness with ingratitude. People like you will never have real friends. You'll regret being friends with them sooner or later, Shen Ziyin said, feeling very hurt. She had just experienced her aunt's betrayal and hadn't gotten over it yet, but now her close friend schemed against her and betrayed her. It was dramatic and pathetic. Hearing that, Zhang Kelu finally felt a little guilty. It was true that Shen Ziyin had helped her a lot and had done her many big favors. However, she betrayed Shen Ziyin. Wasn't it too unacceptable? Shen Ziyin, why do you think Zhang Kelu will regret being friends with us? We can give her a lot. We can introduce her to rich handsome heirs, but you, as the daughter of the Shen family, you've never introduced any good men to Zhang Kelu. You're not her friend. Qin Jiayu argued and disdained Shen Xian's behavior. Shen Ziyin realized that Zhang Kelu had the intention of marrying into a rich family. In order to achieve that goal, Zhang Kelu didn't hesitate to scheme against and betray Shen Ziyin who had helped her before. At that moment, Shen Ziyin was really upset. Zhang Kelu's family wasn't poor, but they weren't rich either. Besides, her parents valued boys over girls and treated her badly in the past. However, after Zhang Kelu became friends with Shen Ziyin, her parents began to care about her and treated her well. Her parents cared about her and treated her well now for a purpose. They wanted Zhang Kelu to marry into a rich family and help them get rich through her friendship with Shen Ziyin. At the beginning, Zhang Kelu cherished pure love above anything else, so she disliked it when her parents wanted her to marry into a rich family. Back then, she wasn't snobbish either. As the daughter of the Shen family, Shen Ziyin had a relationship with many rich heirs. Zhang Kelu had spoken to her about that in a joking tone and wanted her to introduce a man to her. However, Zhang Kelu didn't say that the man had to be rich and handsome. Although Shen Ziyin had a relationship with many rich heirs, she wasn't familiar with them. They were barely friends. How could she introduce one of them to Zhang Kelu? After all, she was a girl, and wouldn't be very close to boys. In addition, she became An Chenjin's girlfriend when she studied in the university, so she kept a distance from other men and didn't have close male friends. Even if she had some close male friends, none of them were good men. Every one of them played around all day with their allowances. She took Zhang Kelu as her friend. If she was going to introduce a man to her, she would wait till there was a reliable man. If the man wasn't reliable, Zhang Kelu might blame her for it. What should she do then? Moreover, Shen Ziyin honestly didn't want to do that. After all, it was better to rely on oneself to find a good partner. Zhang Kelu felt slightly guilty after betraying Shen Ziyin, but she went back to normal after hearing Qin Jiayu's words. Right, since you treat me as your friend, why didn't you introduce a man to me when I have mentioned it many times? Do you think I don't deserve a quality man? Do you look down your nose at me? Zhang Kelu questioned Shen Ziyin. Suddenly, she felt that Shen Ziyin looked down her nose at her. After all, there was a big gap between their status. I don't look down my nose at you, otherwise we wouldn't have become friends. I didn't introduce a man to you simply because those rich heirs I know are merely playboys. They play around every day with their allowances. If I introduced them to you, it would be irresponsible, Shen Ziyin argued. Although she and Zhang Kelu were no longer friends, she still wanted to explain it clearly. I don't care, Zhang Kelu said. She obviously knew that few of those rich heirs were good and loyal men. For example, the few rich heirs she met were skilled at playing around and dated many girls at the same time. However, she cared about money more than she did about loyalty. As long as a man could give her enough money, she would turn a blind eye to his private life. In fact, when she just became friends with Shen Ziyin, she didn't have that value and cherished sincerity. However, after Shen Ziyin went to City Chong, she could only hang out with other friends and was gradually affected by their values. She began to value money above anything else and lost her original values. People changed in different circles. In good circles, people could learn to be good people. In bad circles, people would pick up bad habits. Shen Ziyin was struck dumb and was hurt deeply. Afterwards, she sneered and said, I didn't know you're like this. Fine, we have different values and shouldn't be friends. Anyway, since we're no longer friends, I don't want to talk about it. Chapter 3194, It's Not Up to You. Shen Ziyin didn't want to talk with Zhang Kelu any longer. Zhang Kelu's behavior had completely broken her heart. She had been betrayed and still felt very sad. She did her best to fight back her tears, or she would start to cry. Afterwards, Shen Ziyin turned to look at Qin Jiayu and asked her, What do you want now? The same thing. Drink this bottle of wine, then I'll let you go. If not, my male friends will help you and I can't promise that they'll not do anything to you after that, Qin Jiayu said. Qin Jiayu implied that those men would do some unacceptable things to a girl like her. You, Shen Ziyin was furious. Aren't you afraid that my parents will find out what you are trying to do to me? Qin Jiayu was slightly surprised, but she wasn't afraid at all. She harbored too many grudges against Shen Ziyin and her strong hatred for Shen Ziyin surpassed her fear of Shen Xian's parents. She was eager to pay Shen Ziyin back to release her anger. No one can prove that I called you over. It's Zhang Kelu who called you and asked you whether you wanted to come over. You agreed, so you came. These are all your friends. It's you who wanted to come over to hang out with them. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Jiayu said. She had already made up an excuse. Qin Jiayu wasn't very smart and still dared to cause Shen Ziyin trouble at this time. Unfortunately, she wasn't dumb either, and she was able to make up a good excuse. Leng Xiaoyao opened her mouth again. It seems that I can't remain silent any longer. It's me who asked Ziyin out for a meal, so Mr. Shen and Mrs. Shen allowed her to go out. If anything happens, it'll be my fault. I can't allow that to happen, so I guess I should teach you a lesson first. Do you think you can deal with us alone? Qin Jiayu said disdainfully. Although Leng Xiaoyao quickly pulled Shen Ziyin away earlier, Qin Jiayu and her friends didn't think it was a big deal. Really? Let's try. Leng Xiaoyao challenged Qin Jiayu. Mr. Yang, you and your friends have good luck today. Go catch them now, and you can enjoy yourselves, Qin Jiayu said, showing obvious jealousy. She was so jealous of Leng Xiaoyao that she couldn't wait to destroy her. Actually, even if Shen Ziyin drank a bottle of wine, they wouldn't let Shen Ziyin and Leng Xiaoyao leave. The wine was doctored, so Shen Ziyin would lose her mind after drinking only a glass. However, Qin Jiayu still wanted Shen Ziyin to drink the whole bottle in order to confuse her. Shen Ziyin might think that Qin Jiayu only wanted to test how much wine she could drink instead of drugging her. We love to play with beautiful women. Those men leered at Leng Xiaoyao at once, then walked to her. Step back, Leng Xiaoyao said to Shen Ziyin. Sure, Shen Ziyin answered and stepped back a little. She wasn't worried about Leng Xiaoyao's safety at all, because she knew how strong Leng Xiaoyao was. Qin Jiayu and the others didn't expect that Leng Xiaoyao was skilled at martial arts, so she was merely a contemptible wretch making trouble in their eyes. Therefore, they waited to watch the drama. When those men approached Leng Xiaoyao, she attacked them before they could react. Leng Xiaoyao kicked one man's stomach first and he fell to the ground. Then he knocked the man behind him over and they fell together. After that, Leng Xiaoyao threw a man over her shoulder and kicked the last man's stomach as well, causing him to collapse to the ground. After a series of movements, all the men were beaten down. They didn't even realize that a girl beat all of them until they were injured the second time. They were angry and frightened. Due to the sharp pain all over their bodies, they could barely stand or fight back. Ha, a bunch of useless men. You can hardly take a hit from me, Leng Xiaoyao mocked disdainfully. Afterwards, she immediately turned to stare at Qin Jiayu and her other friends. Qin Jiayu and her friends were scared and quickly moved backwards. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so strong that she could easily beat 4 men alone. She was unbelievable. No wonder Shen Ziyin dared to come. How dare you attack them? Qin Jiayu blamed Leng Xiaoyao. Why can't I? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. She honestly thought that Qin Jiayu was crazy. How dared she beat them? If she didn't fight back, should she stand still and let them injure her? Qin Jiayu, if you have a problem with your brain, go to the hospital. Don't make a joke out of yourself in front of me. If I didn't fight back, should I stand there and let them beat me? Leng Xiaoyao said coldly as she walked towards Qin Jiayu. Don't come over. Stay away. Qin Jiayu was scared and stepped back when Leng Xiaoyao walked towards her. Since we're here, we don't want to go back without doing anything. Otherwise it'll have been a waste of my time. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. She didn't have time to waste on Qin Jiayu. Don't you want Ziyin to drink this bottle of wine before leaving? Now, you can drink this bottle, then I'll let you go. What do you think? Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think that Qin Jiayu would really let Shen Ziyin go after drinking the bottle of wine. Shen Ziyin wouldn't be drunk after drinking just one bottle. She would only feel a little faint. Zhang Kelu used to be very close to Shen Ziyin, so she must know that. Therefore, they must want more than to just let Shen Ziyin drink a bottle of wine. Leng Xiaoyao guessed that this wine must be doctored. It was just her guess, but she would soon make sure of it. Upon hearing that Leng Xiaoyao wanted her to drink that bottle of wine, Qin Jiayu was even more scared. She immediately refused. No, I don't want to drink it. I don't want to drink it. Qin Jiayu's reaction proved that there was something wrong with this bottle of wine. You don't want to? I'm afraid it's not up to you, Leng Xiaoyao said. She went straight to the table and picked up the bottle of wine, then she walked to Qin Jiayu. She pinched Qin Jiayu's cheeks and poured the wine into her mouth. Chapter 3195. Don't you like us at all? Qin Jiayu struggled but couldn't get rid of Leng Xiaoyao's hand. The others had just witnessed Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, so they didn't dare to go up to rescue Qin Jiayu. They understood that they couldn't help Qin Jiayu and they might be in trouble as well. Leng Xiaoyao didn't force Qin Jiayu to drink the whole bottle. Since the wine was doctored, a large mouthful of it would be enough. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao only filled Qin Jiayu's mouth with the wine for a while. Once Qin Jiayu was free, she had no time to criticize Leng Xiaoyao. Without delay, she stuck a finger down her throat, trying to vomit the wine up. Unfortunately, no matter how she tried, she couldn't get it out. If it hadn't been for Zhang Kelu, Shen Ziyin wouldn't have come here. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao would punish Zhang Kelu too. Therefore, after forcing Qin Jiayu to drink a mouthful of the wine, Leng Xiaoyao grabbed Zhang Kelu too and poured wine into her mouth as well. Zhang Kelu just stumbled once and still felt pain all over her body, so she didn't struggle. Because she knew the wine was doctored, she despaired when the wine was poured into her stomach. At that moment, she really regretted betraying Shen Ziyin in order to please Qin Jiayu. At the same time, she blamed Shen Ziyin for bringing Leng Xiaoyao over. If Shen Ziyin didn't do that, she wouldn't be tortured like this. She was so selfish that she always blamed other people for her faults. She wanted to harm Shen Ziyin first, but she wouldn't allow Shen Ziyin to fight back. It was unreasonable. When Shen Ziyin saw Zhang Kelu swallowing the wine under violence, she didn't feel well. After all, they used to be close friends. However, once she thought about what Zhang Kelu had done to her today, she no longer felt sorry for her. She wasn't the Virgin Mary, and wouldn't forgive those who had hurt her. It was already very nice of her that she didn't pay them back seriously. Now she only gave them a taste of their own medicine, which was a light punishment. Even though she wasn't really hurt, it still happened, so she wouldn't forgive them. Leng Xiaoyao made Zhang Kelu swallow a mouthful of the wine, then let her go. As soon as Zhang Kelu was free, she did the same thing and stuck her finger into her throat. Unfortunately, she was unable to get the wine out either. Leng Xiaoyao glanced at the other two women. The two women were scared and immediately moved backwards. It has nothing to do with us. It was their idea. The two women were extremely frightened after seeing Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. They rushed to get themselves out of trouble. It was true that it had nothing to do with them. They were only aware of the trap, so Leng Xiaoyao had no intention of punishing them. She withdrew her gaze after a moment. After that, she turned around and walked to Shen Ziyin. Afterwards, she stared at those people in the room. I started recording as soon as I came into this room, including our conversations earlier. If you don't want to cause a sensation, we can call it a day today. Oh, to be honest with you, I'm a hacker. If you've done anything illegal before, I can easily find it. So, if you dare to harm Shen Ziyin again, I'll expose your dirty secrets. If you don't, I won't do anything. Leng Xiaoyao threatened. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao finished speaking, she pulled Shen Ziyin away. She didn't care about what would happen to those people afterwards. Anyway, they wouldn't have a good result. Qin Jiayu and her friends were reluctant to accept the result, but they could do nothing about it. Jie Jiayu, what should we do now? Zhang Kelu asked in fear. She started feeling the burning desire in her body. Only men could help them get rid of the effect of the drug, but she didn't have a boyfriend. She didn't want to have sex with a random man. What can we do? Get a man. If you don't have one, you can only pick one from the four of them, Qin Jiayu said. Saying that, she immediately took out her phone and called the man she was closest to. However, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they were just sex partners. Upon hearing Qin Jiayu's words, the four men were excited and turned to look at Zhang Kelu. Zhang Kelu was beautiful and sexy, so they were interested in her for a long time and all wanted to help Zhang Kelu solve the problem. Anyway, they were doing her a favor and didn't need to take responsibility. Although the four of them were all rich heirs, their families weren't very rich and they had plain faces. Zhang Kelu had no interest in any of them, so she didn't want them to help her. At that moment, Zhang Kelu was in a complete panic. I don't want them. Zhang Kelu refused at once. She would rather pay a rent boy to do that. Miss Zhang, don't you like us at all? You need us to help you out right now. If you don't choose us, who do you want? One man said with displeasure. Although they were injured, they were still able to have sex. I'll call a man over, Zhang Kelu said and immediately called one of her admirers. This man was handsome and her type, but he wasn't rich, so she was unwilling to accept him. However, at this moment, she would rather have sex with him than any of these four men. The four men felt displeased, but didn't force her to accept them. After all, she was Qin Jiayu's friend, and they were respectful of Qin Jiayu. Without Qin Jiayu's order, they wouldn't be violent. After Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin left, Shen Ziyin was still very upset. Leng Xiaoyao said, I know you're really upset right now. I don't know how to comfort you, because it's hard to get over it after it happens, but I hope you will feel better as soon as possible. After all, there are many beautiful things and good people by your side. I know. I'll try to get over it, Shen Ziyin said. It was just that right now she was still sad. Anyway, since Zhang Kelu had betrayed her, she wouldn't do anything for her again. She would try to get over it as soon as possible. Chapter 3196, I Trust You. Because Shen Ziyin was in a bad mood, Leng Xiaoyao didn't ask her whether she wanted to have night snacks with them. Leng Xiaoyao directly sent Shen Ziyin home. After Shen Ziyin got home, Leng Xiaoyao and the others left to have night snacks. It wasn't too late since it was just past 11 p.m. Because it wasn't too late, Shen Xian's parents were still up when she got back. When she came home early, they asked her why. They thought that she wouldn't be back until 12 a.m. When she got back home, Shen Ziyin composed herself in case her parents noticed that she didn't feel well. As a result, her parents didn't notice anything wrong with her. To her parents' question, Shen Ziyin answered that they had night snacks nearby. Because they needed to get up early in the morning tomorrow, they went home after eating. Leng Xiaoyao and the others returned to the hotel after having night snacks when it was about 1 a.m. After that, they went to their own rooms. Once in her room, Leng Xiaoyao didn't immediately go to bed. Instead, she turned on her laptop and hacked into the surveillance cameras of the club that she had just been to. She wanted to see what happened after they left. Qin Jiayu and Zhang Kelu were picked up by two men one after another. They didn't seem to be in the right condition. At a glance, Leng Xiaoyao knew the reason. They were under the effect of an aphrodisiac. Once a woman took the drug, only a man could help her get rid of its effect. So, they originally planned to ruin Shen Ziyin. Leng Xiaoyao had thought it was a psychedelic. An aphrodisiac was more harmful than a psychedelic, so Leng Xiaoyao frowned when she saw Qin Jiayu's and Zhang Kelu's condition. If Shen Ziyin was really drugged, her relationship with An Chenjin would be in serious trouble. Even if An Chenjin forgave and still accepted her because it was a trap, it would leave a scar in their relationship and would affect their future. Leng Xiaoyao had no intention of telling Shen Ziyin about that. Anyway, Shen Ziyin no longer took Zhang Kelu as her friend. It was impossible for them to be friends again. The next morning, Leng Xiaoyao and the others went to the airport after having breakfast, while the Shen family sent Shen Ziyin to the airport. Because Shen Ziyin couldn't sleep last night, she looked haggard. Even makeup couldn't help her look better. However, after a night, Shen Ziyin was in a better mood. After going through the security check, Mu Yiyang separated from Leng Xiaoyao and the others, because the gates for their flights were in different directions. In addition, the flight Mu Yiyang was going to take was 15 minutes earlier than the one Leng Xiaoyao and the others would take. He needed to board quickly, so he couldn't spend much time with Li Mochen and the others. When he walked away, Mu Yiyang said to Leng Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, if you have time, you can come to the capital city. I'll be your guide and you can have a trip for free." "Sure, I'll come to see you when I have time," Leng Xiaoyao said. She understood that he wasn't just saying it as a courtesy, so she wouldn't hesitate to let Mu Yiyang pay for her journey. However, Li Mochen was unhappy whether it was a courtesy or not, but he said nothing. The capital city was his second home, so he stayed in the capital city for a long time and was very familiar with it. They were again the focus of people's attention, but no accidents or drama happened. They smoothly returned to City Chong. When they were back in City Chong, Leng Xiaoyao drove back to the city center with Shen Ziyin, while Li Mochen and Si Yiki left on their own. Because Leng Xiaoyao needed to talk to Shen Ziyin about something, Li Mochen and the others didn't interrupt them. Knowing that Shen Ziyin came back, and Chenjin planned to pick her up. However, Shen Ziyin told him that her car was parked in the parking lot of the airport and Leng Xiaoyao was with her. She didn't need him, so An Chenjin didn't come. Although it was Monday today, Leng Xiaoyao didn't go anywhere. She had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she took Shen Ziyin to have a tour of Xiaoyao Technology Company. Shen Ziyin was in a bad mood now, and didn't have much interest in it. However, it was her job, so she couldn't let her emotions affect her work. Since Shen Ziyin agreed to work with Leng Xiaoyao and the raw jade materials were on the way and would arrive tonight, they should start getting prepared. The game would be released in 2 months. Once it became popular, they could advertise the jade jewelry. Because Leng Xiaoyao believed that the game would be popular, they needed to be prepared. No one would help Shen Ziyin with the designing and carving. She needed to do that by herself. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't just going to build a jewelry brand, she also wanted to bring fame to Shen Ziyin. Therefore, Shen Ziyin must design and carve the jewelry on her own. Shen Ziyin understood that she couldn't let her emotions affect her work. Whether or not she was in a good mood, she needed to get her work done. Therefore, when she heard that Leng Xiaoyao would take her to have a tour of the company, she did her best to cheer herself up. I don't think you can drive right now. Let me do it. Although I don't have a driving license, I'm skilled at driving. There is no need to worry about that, Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course I trust you, Shen Ziyin replied. She wasn't worried about anything Leng Xiaoyao did. After that, Leng Xiaoyao drove Shen Xian's car. On their way, Leng Xiaoyao talked about the future of the jewelry brand with Shen Ziyin. I haven't registered for a jewelry company yet, because I don't have that much time. The National College entrance examination is around the corner, and I'll be going to study in the capital university. I plan to register for a jewelry company in the capital, so it'll take more time, but you need to start designing the jewelry. I think you might want to quit your current job. Since you're a designer, you can have a flexible job. You don't need to go to the capital city with me. You can stay here to make jewelry. I only need the products. As the designer and a shareholder of the company, you need to show up sometimes. You will need to meet the staff, and the staff as well as other shareholders will need to see you too, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because Shen Ziyin came to City Chong for in Shenzhen, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't take her to the capital city. If she did that, Shen Ziyin might not be willing to work with her. After all, Shen Ziyin didn't lack money. As Leng Xiaoyao's company expanded, she would need more designers than only Shen Ziyin. After all, Shen Ziyin couldn't do everything alone. Chapter 3197, Want Both Fame and Money. Different people had different ideas, designs, and tastes. Therefore, Shen Ziyin could only stand for a group of people's preference. Anyway, Shen Ziyin would be the only designer for this game's characters. Her name would be connected to the game. As long as the game became popular, the jewelry and tools in it would be popular too. In that case, Shen Ziyin couldn't be ignored. Moreover, Leng Xiaoyao planned to design a role of the magic weapon shop proprietress in the game. She would directly use Shen Xian's image and name. It would bring more fame to Shen Ziyin. Leng Xiaoyao hadn't spoken to her about that yet. If she wanted to do that, she had to get Shen Xian's agreement, even though she didn't think that Shen Ziyin would disagree. After all, Shen Ziyin would get both fame and money by doing that. Anyway, it showed her respect for Shen Ziyin. When Shen Ziyin heard that Leng Xiaoyao would allow her to do anything she wanted, she was deeply touched. It was true that she moved to City Chong for in Shenzhen. If Leng Xiaoyao asked her to go to work in the capital city, she might not agree to work with her, though she would still be grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. If Leng Xiaoyao needed her help with raw jade materials, she wouldn't spare any effort to help her. Not only she, but her parents would do the same thing. Xiaoyao, thank you so much for being tolerant. I'll often visit the capital city at that time, Shen Ziyin promised. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't force her to work in the company in the capital city, so she should be more diligent and often visit the company in the capital city. Oh, I need your opinion about something else as well, Leng Xiaoyao said. What is it? Asked Shen Ziyin. Since we have decided to do that, we must get both fame and money. I'm not going to promote the game, jade jewelry, and you too. I have an idea to bring fame to you. I can design a magic weapon shop proprietress using your name and image in the game. It's not a player, but a NPC. It shows up many times in the game, because players need to go to your store to buy magic weapons. At that time, you'll appear. Since you show up many times, people will remember you. After the promotion, people will find out that you're a real person and that all the jewelry and magic weapons are designed by you. In that case, it should be easy for you to gain fame. Leng Xiaoyao said, are you willing to do that? Shen Ziyin was astonished and excited. Like Leng Xiaoyao said, since they decided to do this, they obviously wanted to get both fame and money, as long as it was legal. Fame mattered more than quality in today's society. If there were brands of the same quality with different fame, consumers would definitely buy the more famous one. Even if they were of the same quality, famous brands could be sold at higher prices than a less famous brand. Famous brands were just more attractive to consumers. In most people's eyes, fame was equal to quality. Of course I'm willing to do that, but will it affect your production of the game? Shen Ziyin asked worriedly. She was more than happy to see such a role, but she didn't want Leng Xiaoyao's game to be affected. It won't. If there is a bad effect, I wouldn't have mentioned that idea to you. There is a role like that in the game, but it was set to be a male. Now I feel it's better for it to be a female, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great. Shen Ziyin was relieved. Because the company wasn't open yet, they had casual working hours. Great, Shen Ziyin said. She had no complaints about that, because she knew that Leng Xiaoyao gave her the best treatment. We haven't started recruiting yet. We only have 8 employees who are from the previous company. All of them are male. You're the only female, but don't worry, they're reliable. If they dare to sexually harass you, you can tell me, Leng Xiaoyao said. She knew that they were reliable because she had investigated them. Otherwise, she wouldn't trust those who she had only met a few times. Sure, Shen Ziyin agreed. She didn't think it was a big deal. After Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin arrived at the city center, they didn't rush to the company. Instead, they went to have a meal because it was lunchtime. Although they had some food in the plane, they still wanted to have a normal meal. After eating, they went to the company. Shen Ziyin followed Leng Xiaoyao to Xiaoyao Technology Company. When they met Mu Yufan and the others, Leng Xiaoyao introduced them to one another. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao asked Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai to come see her in the office. She told them about Shen Xian's background and purpose. This is Shen Ziyin, a jewelry designer. She'll be the designer of the jade jewelry and magic weapons in the game this time. She majors in jade and jewels. I'll be in charge of other jewelry and magic weapons in the game. All the jewelry and magic weapons that appear in the game will be the first batch of goods of the jewelry brand I build. The jewelry brand is closely connected to the game. Once the game becomes popular, the jewelry will be famous too, Leng Xiaoyao said. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai were surprised. They didn't expect that Leng Xiaoyao wanted to build a jewelry company. Chapter 3198. Let me help you release your anger. Boss, your idea is amazing. Although there will be copies of popular things, jewelry is still rare, Mu Yufan said excitedly. He felt that Leng Xiaoyao had a lot of talent when it came to business. They could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, if it didn't become popular, it would be a waste of their energy. Anyway, they could doubt other people's abilities, but they would never doubt Leng Xiaoyao's. Right, once the game becomes popular, the jewelry will be famous too. Zhou Yongkai agreed. I'll register for a jewelry company after I go to the capital city. Shen Ziyin will work with you here for the time being. She's the fiancée of the Yin family's heir. Don't treat her unfairly, or the Yin family and I will pay you back, Leng Xiaoyao warned. She trusted them, but it was necessary for her to remind them to be nice. Hearing that Shen Ziyin was the fiancé of the Yin family's heir, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai were both surprised. Don't worry, boss, we won't treat Miss Shen unfairly. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai promised. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't remind them to be nice, they would still behave themselves. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoyao said that, they would be more careful. Leng Xiaoyao only said that to them because she cared about Shen Ziyin very much. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao told Mu Yufan to prepare an office for Shen Ziyin, then she took Shen Ziyin to have a tour of the company. Because there weren't enough employees, several offices were empty. As the designer, Shen Ziyin needed a quiet place, so she asked for a separate office. After getting familiar with the company, Shen Ziyin needed to know about the game characters, especially those she would design jewelry and magic weapons for. Leng Xiaoyao had only drawn a few characters so far, so Shen Ziyin learned about them first. She would wait till Leng Xiaoyao was done for the rest. Shen Ziyin would design jewelry and magic weapons according to the descriptions and images of those characters. After looking at the few characters, Shen Ziyin had ideas. She would start designing when she got back. To prevent the designs from being leaked, Leng Xiaoyao didn't let Shen Ziyin have the draft of those characters. Leng Xiaoyao trusted Shen Ziyin, but even Mu Yufan and the others could only see the characters' draft on Leng Xiaoyao's laptop. Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin didn't leave the company until 5 p.m. In the afternoon, Shen Ziyin was busy with work, so she forgot about Zhang Kelu for the time being. By the time she remembered it when her work was done, she wasn't as sad. That was the reason why many people occupied themselves with work when they were sad. Once you got busy, you had no time to be sad. Because Shen Ziyin felt much better, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't so worried about her and let her drive the car. It wasn't early and was about to be rush hour. The Leng family lived in the opposite direction of Shen Xian's home, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't ask Shen Ziyin to send her home. Shen Ziyin could go home, while Leng Xiaoyao went to take a taxi. Leng Xiaoyao had told Leng Chengyuan that she would come home. When she got out of the plane today, she gave Leng Chengyuan a call and said that she wouldn't come home right away, but she would be home after having dinner. When she finally got home, it wasn't yet 6 p.m. The other family members weren't home yet, so Leng Chengyuan was alone in the house. "Grandpa, what happened? Who angered you? Tell me, and I'll teach the person a lesson," asked Leng Xiaoyao. She understood why Leng Chengyuan put on that face, but she deliberately joked with him. "It's you. No one else dares to anger me. After you've changed, you barely stay at home. You're always gone. I hardly see you," Leng Chengyuan complained. Although he wasn't really mad, he meant what he said. Leng Xiaoyao immediately went up to massage Leng Chengyuan's shoulders. "Oh, it's me who angered you, Grandpa. I've just grown up. I have a lot of things to deal with. I can't hide under your protection forever, or I'll become useless. You're so young. I don't see other teenagers who are as busy as you," Leng Chengyuan said disgruntledly. Actually, he was really proud of Leng Xiaoyao for her outstanding abilities at such a young age, but at the same time, he didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao should take on so much pressure at her age. However, he couldn't interfere in Leng Xiaoyao's decisions. Like Leng Xiaoyao said, she couldn't hide under his protection forever. He was old and could only live a few more years. If Leng Xiaoyao couldn't become independent, she would have a hard life in the future. "Don't you feel proud of me for my outstanding abilities at my age? Have you seen another young person who is as skilled as me? So, I think that you should be proud of me," Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. Leng Chengyuan was struck dumb for a moment. "I know I'm always gone these days, but I'll try to spend more time with you, Grandpa. Can you forgive me?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. She knew that she had neglected Leng Chengyuan recently, but she could do nothing about that. After all, she needed to manage her business. "All right, you can come back to see me when you have time. If there is anything you need to deal with, you can leave," Leng Chengyuan said. Even though he was unhappy because Leng Xiaoyao was barely home, he understood that she had a lot of things to deal with. If he asked too much from her, her business would be affected. "Grandpa, you're the best." Leng Xiaoyao immediately leaned on Leng Chengyuan's shoulders and acted cute. Although Leng Chengyuan was very considerate, she decided to spend more time with her grandfather, otherwise, she would have even less time to see Leng Chengyuan after she went to university. "Ha ha." Leng Chengyuan felt resigned yet happily. "Oh, Grandpa, I need to move some raw jade materials over later. I want to store them at home for a while. So I need an underground storage room," Leng Xiaoyao said. She could directly do that, but she felt it was better to tell Leng Chengyuan beforehand. "Raw jade materials? You bought raw jade materials?" asked Leng Chengyuan. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao had gone to City Yun, but he didn't know that she actually went to take part in the stone gambling event. Chapter 3199, No One Will Steam Them. Leng Chengyuan was unaware of the stone gambling event, because he paid no attention to that. "Yeah, I bought some," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Can you cut jade from them?" asked Leng Chengyuan. Because Leng Xiaoyao had already cut out 2 pieces of jade before, Leng Chengyuan was full of anticipation this time. "Would you believe me if I said yes?" Leng Xiaoyao put on a mysterious smile. Leng Chengyuan was surprised. Although he didn't think it was likely, he believed in Leng Xiaoyao. "Of course." Leng Chengyuan asked, "What do you want to do with so many raw jade materials?" "Cut them open and sell the jade." "Yes." Leng Xiaoyao answered because she hadn't told Leng Chengyuan that she was going to establish a jewelry company yet. Before it was done, she wouldn't tell her family in case they were worried. After she cut out jade and made money in the industry, her family wouldn't be worried and would instead support her. How many did you buy? Asked Leng Chengyuan. Several dozen, Leng Xiaoyao replied. To be honest, she didn't know how many she had bought. She guessed there should be about 50 raw jade materials. Some raw jade materials were large and could reach tens of kilograms. Small ones could be several kilograms. Therefore, about 50 raw jade materials accounted for 2/3 of the 2 small trucks. Leng Chengyuan couldn't help but wonder how much money they could make after cutting out jade from half of the raw jade materials. How likely are you to cut jade from them? Asked Leng Chengyuan curiously. About half of them have jade, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't mean to fool Leng Chengyuan, but it would be hard to explain if she told him that there was jade in every one of them. After all, most of them were complete raw jade materials. It was already a lot if there was jade in half of them, so Leng Chengyuan was amazed. Well, keep it between us. It's fine if your third uncle knows, but don't tell other people. If your second uncle asks you about them, you can say that your friends are storing them in our house for a while. I don't trust them, especially your second aunt. Even if they don't want your jade, they might be jealous of you and destroy your business, Leng Chengyuan said. He was afraid that that might happen. Sure, I know, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Although she wasn't worried, she would listen to Leng Chengyuan in case any accidents happened. At about 6 p.m., Leng Yecheng got back and immediately called Leng Xiaoyao out. He asked her about the stone gambling event, because she had told him what she was going to do. Leng Xiaoyao said that she bought about 50 raw jade materials and that they would be delivered at about 8 p.m. That was the information Mu Yuan gave Li Mochen, which Li Mochen then shared with Leng Xiaoyao. Meng Fan and Mu Yuan drove the car in turns. When one was driving, the other would have a rest. Therefore, they didn't waste any time on the road other than for eating and going to the toilet. How likely are you to cut jade from them? Asked Leng Yecheng. He had no intention of stealing Leng Xiaoyao's jade, but he was curious. Because Leng Xiaoyao had successfully cut out jade last time, he knew that she was good at stone gambling. At least half of them have jade, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't tell Leng Yecheng the truth either. If so, you can make a fortune. Leng Yecheng took a deep breath. He felt that it was enough to cut out jade from half of those raw jade materials. After all, it wasn't easy for other people to cut out 1 or 2 pieces of jade. Betting on stones had a much lower winning rate than normal gambling. Leng Yecheng wasn't talking about Leng Yehua because Leng Yehua had principles and wouldn't do something like stealing. However, Song Meiyu and her daughter had no principle at all. Sure. Grandpa just reminded me to say that they are my friends, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great. Leng Yecheng nodded. Then he said, let's go inside. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yecheng went inside. After dinner, Leng Xiaoyao went to clean up in the storage room. She didn't go to school for the evening class that night. She would go tomorrow. Leng Chengyuan could order servants to do it for Leng Xiaoyao and she could rest, but Leng Xiaoyao rejected it. She said that only she knew how to place those raw jade materials, so Leng Chengyuan asked the servants to help her instead. Why do you want to clean up the storage room? Asked Song Meiyu curiously. However, no one answered. Song Meiyu didn't feel embarrassed, but she was a little displeased. She was full of curiosity, so she decided to have a look by herself since none of them answered her question. Leng Xiaoyao looked at a few storage rooms and chose the smallest one. She moved stuff out of the smallest storage room and placed it in another room. Because there wasn't much stuff in it, they quickly moved it away. After that, they mopped the floor. A lock was also needed. In order to stop other people from getting inside, Leng Xiaoyao went to buy a new lock after putting those raw jade materials in order. Seeing that, Song Meiyu mocked. Oh, did you put gold or silver in it? Why did you go to buy a new lock? No one will steal it. You might, Leng Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. Leng Yecheng snorted with laughter. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so straightforward. However, he didn't think she was wrong. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was very straightforward and honest. Leng Chengyuan also wanted to laugh, but he restricted himself. Song Meiyu was mad and questioned Leng Xiaoyao in anger. Leng Xiaoyao, what do you mean? You humiliated me. Aunt, I'm sorry, but I'm simply telling the truth, Leng Xiaoyao said. Song Meiyu was furious. Oh, it's not my stuff, it's Mr. Li's. You saw him at the Mo family's birthday party not long ago. His two subordinates will move the stuff in later. Since I promised to help him store the stuff, neither the Leng family nor I can bear the result if it's lost, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she returned to the underground floor and left Song Meiyu behind. Chapter 3200, Can You Bear the Stress? Song Meiyu was still angry, but could do nothing to Leng Xiaoyao. She could only be mad at herself. Since the stuff was Mr. Li's, she didn't dare to steal it. She honestly doubted whether it was really Mr. Li's stuff. Perhaps Leng Xiaoyao lied to her. However, whether the stuff belonged to Leng Xiaoyao or Mr. Li, Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with Mr. Li. If she stole Leng Xiaoyao's stuff, she couldn't bear the consequences if Mr. Li said it belonged to him. However, she didn't say that she would steal the stuff. She didn't have that idea in the first place. She was trapped by Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, she admitted that she was very curious about what Leng Xiaoyao had put in the room. After replacing the lock, Mu Yuan and the others hadn't arrived yet, so Leng Xiaoyao went to her room to deal with her work. In her room, Leng Xiaoyao turned on her laptop to check what Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian had done recently. On Saturday night, Zhang Yian stayed in Chu Jianan's apartment and left the next morning. At 2 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, Leng Yuki went to Chu Jianan's apartment and returned to school after dinner. Leng Xiaoyao had to admit that Chu Jianan had skills to fool two girls at the same time. When it was almost 9 p.m., Meng Fan called Leng Xiaoyao. He said that they were already back and should arrive at the Leng family's mansion 10 minutes later. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao went downstairs. Within 10 minutes, Meng Fan and Mu Yuan came. Leng Xiaoyao went outside to welcome them in person. After that, the car drove into the yard, then Meng Fan and Mu Yuan got out of it. Thank you so much, Leng Xiaoyao said. Not at all, Meng Fan and Mu Yuan replied at once. Please help me move them to the storage room. Leng Xiaoyao asked. No problem, Meng Fan and Mu Yuan answered. Without delay, they pulled the back door of the small truck open. Let me help you too, Leng Yecheng said, walking over. However, Leng Xiaoyao stopped him at once. You can watch from the side. You haven't made a full recovery yet. Don't do laborious work. Leng Yecheng was struck dumb for a second and realized that he had just recovered. He indeed shouldn't do such work. He couldn't even stand for too long. Fine, I'll watch from here. Since he couldn't help, Leng Yecheng chose to guard at the side. Great, Leng Xiaoyao agreed. Hearing the noises, Song Meiyu immediately walked out to see what Leng Xiaoyao was putting into the storage room. Knowing that they were raw jade materials, Song Meiyu wondered whether there was jade in them. If there was jade, it could be worth a lot of money given the large pile of raw jade materials. If they belonged to Leng Xiaoyao, she would be extremely jealous of her. However, it would be fine if they belonged to Mr. Li. Did they belong to Leng Xiaoyao or Mr. Li? Song Meiyu remembered that Leng Xiaoyao had given both Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng a piece of jade that she cut out from raw jade materials. She didn't believe that those raw jade materials belonged to Mr. Li. Song Meiyu was unhappy. Seeing Song Meiyu walking over, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that. If Song Meiyu dared to cause her trouble, she would teach her a lesson. No one could stop her from doing that, and she would ask Song Meiyu to pay for her loss. Honestly, the jade in those raw jade materials was worth a fortune. Leng Xiaoyao could tolerate her once, but she wouldn't tolerate her repeatedly. Leng Xiaoyao directly carried a large raw jade material from the truck. It weighed about 50 kilograms, but she easily moved it as if it was only several kilograms. Even if Leng Yecheng and Song Meiyu were aware of Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, they were still shocked by her strength. Only Meng Fan and Mu Yuan stayed calm. Because they were aware that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl, it shouldn't be a problem for her to carry up a stone that was 50 kilograms. In fact, it was easy for them too. It wasn't even heavier than them. They didn't compete with Leng Xiaoyao. After all, 50 kilograms were still heavy for ordinary people. It wasn't easy to move such a heavy stone. A 50-kilogram stone was as heavy as an adult. Normally, people couldn't easily carry an adult. However, Leng Xiaoyao was an 18-year-old girl. Other people who didn't know her strength would definitely be surprised by her behavior. Afterwards, Meng Fan and Mu Yuan carried other raw jade materials and followed Leng Xiaoyao to the room. Leng Chengyuan was in the living room. Although they didn't need to go through the living room to get to the storage room, they would pass it. Therefore, Leng Chengyuan got a fright when he saw Leng Xiaoyao carrying such a large raw jade material. Even if it looked easy for Leng Xiaoyao to do that and he was aware that Leng Xiaoyao was extremely strong, he was still a bit worried. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked towards her. "Yao Yao, it's so large. Can you handle the weight?" "Of course, no need to worry about me, Grandpa," Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Chengyuan was still worried, but he said nothing else. Standing at the staircase, he watched them quietly. They had to move large raw jade materials one by one, while the small ones could be moved in sacks. There were several raw jade materials as large as a 20-inch suitcase. Within a short time, they moved all the raw jade materials to the storage room. Leng Xiaoyao thanked Meng Fan and Mu Yuan, then walked them out. "Why did you let them leave right after unloading the truck? Why didn't you invite them to have a cup of tea?" Leng Chengyuan ordered the servants to prepare tea, but Meng Fan and Mu Yuan had already left. As a result, he criticized Leng Xiaoyao. "I asked them to stay, but they wanted to leave. I can't force them to stay. They said that Mr. Li is still waiting for them, so they need to go back right away," Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao had indeed invited them to stay for a while longer, but they rejected it, so she didn't insist. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to make it difficult for them. In that case, Leng Chengyuan said nothing else. He asked Leng Xiaoyao to sit down at once to drink some tea. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't tired at all, but she still listened to Leng Chengyuan. She sat down and enjoyed the tea for a while. Afterwards, she called Li Mochen and told him that Meng Fan and Mu Yuan had already delivered the raw jade materials. Actually, it was just an excuse Leng Xiaoyao made up in order to call Li Mochen. However, due to Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng's presence, she couldn't talk to him for long, so she hung up quickly. Chapter 3201, Defend Li Mochen. "Yao Yao, what's Mr. Li's background?" Leng Yecheng asked curiously. At Master Mo's birthday party, he saw that Master Mo was very respectful of Li Mochen, so he was curious about it ever since. "I'm not clear about it either. I only know that he's very powerful and skilled at martial arts. He also had all kinds of abilities and many shares in different companies. He has a close relationship with officials in the government too," Leng Xiaoyao said. She was indeed unclear about Li Mochen's background. If she knew, she would tell Leng Yecheng. "Are you interested in Mr. Li?" Leng Chengyuan suddenly became alert when Leng Xiaoyao complimented Li Mochen like that. Although Li Mochen was handsome and seemed to be born in a powerful family, Master Leng felt there was a huge gap between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Even though Leng Xiaoyao was also outstanding and deserved a quality man, Master Leng had a clear understanding of their family's status. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to have too much interest in Li Mochen. He was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao would be hurt. In addition, they weren't sure whether Li Mochen was a good man yet. Leng Yecheng got nervous as well. He had the same idea as Leng Chengyuan and looked at Leng Xiaoyao nervously. "Although Mr. Li is handsome and impressive, I don't think he's easy to get along with. Many people went to strike up a conversation with him, but he had a cold face all the time." Because of that, Leng Yecheng had a bad impression of Li Mochen. He felt that Li Mochen was very arrogant and self-centered. Leng Xiaoyao understood their worries. She put on a resigned smile and said, "Grandpa, it's not only Mr. Li, his friends are also very skilled. You asked me about him, so I complimented him a little. Why do you think I'm interested in him just because of that? If you had asked me about someone else, I would have complimented them too. Mr. Li is indeed a little cold, but that's just his character. It has something to do with his childhood. I heard that he has the same experience as me. His parents passed away when he was little. He grew up with his grandparents, but none of his grandparents, uncles and aunts liked him. His cousins always bullied him. He was even pushed into a lake once. He almost died that time. After experiencing all this, he completely changed. It's impossible for him to have normal emotions after growing up in such a family. I have love from grandpa and uncle, but if I grew up in the same family as him, I would probably be the same. No matter what her relationship with Li Mochen was, they were destined to meet each other. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao didn't want Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng to misunderstand Li Mochen and hold a bad opinion about him. She also wanted to arouse their sympathy through her explanation. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were touched. They thought that Li Mochen relied on his family to become so successful, but unexpectedly he had a hard life. In that case, he became successful on his own. After going through so much, it was understandable that he became cold. And those women went to strike up a conversation with Mr. Li for a purpose. Mr. Li simply dislikes their hypocrisy. You also saw that they were polite and nice to me when I went to talk with them. I have no intention of pleasing them and they are impressed by my brave behavior. That's the reason why they're willing to be nice to me, Leng Xiaoyao explained. Hearing that, Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng agreed. Their impression of Li Mochen immediately changed. However, they somehow felt it wasn't right, but they couldn't tell why. When they changed their opinions about Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao felt relieved and continued. No matter what, they all have abilities and high status. It won't do our family any harm if I can form a good relationship with them, as long as they don't hurt us. Didn't you notice that other people were much more polite to us after seeing me talk with them? Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng finally understood. Right, we weren't so popular at other events before, but after Yao Yao formed a good relationship with those powerful people, those who disdained us immediately came to talk to us, Leng Chengyuan said. However, he disliked them upon thinking of their snobbish faces. Many heirs from rich and powerful families also tried to form a close relationship with me these days. Leng Yecheng said, but they all did that for a purpose. I don't want to make friends with them. Perhaps they will betray me once I can't bring them any benefits. Although connections were very important, they couldn't build connections with just anyone. Even if those heirs had a high status too, Leng Yecheng wouldn't randomly make friends with them. As they chatted, Leng Yuki came home. Because Leng Yuki dated Chu Jianan yesterday, she was in a good mood today. However, Leng Xiaoyao felt it was ironic. She wanted to see how Leng Yuki felt after knowing that Chu Jianan was dating two girls at the same time. When Leng Yuki saw Leng Xiaoyao, she was immediately displeased. She didn't deliberately give Leng Xiaoyao that attitude, but she really couldn't be happy to see Leng Xiaoyao given their bad relationship. Anyway, she didn't dare to have conflict with Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Chengyuan, Leng Yecheng, and Leng Xiaoyao were happily chatting, but their mood was affected by Leng Yuki's arrival and they all looked less happy. Hi, Grandpa, Uncle. Leng Yuki greeted them. Hi. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng replied in a flat tone and didn't bother to give her a glance. It had happened many times, but Leng Yuki still felt upset. She didn't stay in the living room for long. After greeting Leng Chengyuan, she went upstairs. Leng Xiaoyao spent a bit more time with Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng, then went to her room. Leng Chengyuan also needed to go to bed. Back in her room, Leng Xiaoyao continued to work. She didn't go sleep until it was very late. Li Mochen, on the other hand, stayed up all night for cultivation. If Li Mochen really wanted to be a cultivator, he had to learn to control the power inside his body to circulate and strengthen himself. Only after completely improving his body could he successfully purify his essence. Even though Li Mochen was talented, he couldn't succeed immediately. Actually, he had failed many times. No matter what, Li Mochen wouldn't easily give in. In fact, he was determined and strong-willed. Even if he had failed many times, he wouldn't give up. Instead, he paid more attention to cultivation. Chapter 3202, Why Should I Prove It to You? After his tireless efforts, he was finally able to control the power inside his body. He could even make it circulate in his vessels. Once he started cultivating, he didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, when he woke up, it was already 6 a.m. and he was actually woken up by the neighbors' shouts at the kid to get up and go to school. This was a high-end block, and there was a long distance between houses. Even if Li Mochen had a good hearing, he could barely hear neighbors' voices in the past. However, he clearly heard it this time, although it wasn't loud. The moment Li Mochen woke up, he smelt something stinky and he frowned. After opening his eyes and observing for a while, he suddenly found that the stinky smell was from his body and there was a layer of oil over his skin. He was disgusted at once and rushed to take a shower in the bathroom. After Li Mochen had the shower, he found his skin was cleaner than ever and his body was full of energy. When he looked at his body in the mirror again, he found the scars all over his body had faded a lot. He walked out of the bathroom and glanced at the clock. It turned out to be the next morning, but he didn't feel tired at all. Li Mochen was surprised, but quickly accepted it because he realized that it was the result of his cultivation. However, Li Mochen only expelled a small part of the impurities. After all the impurities were expelled, he would have a complete change. Anyway, he already saw an obvious effect after a small part of the impurities were expelled. Li Mochen was very grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. Thinking of that, Li Mochen sent Leng Xiaoyao a message. He thanked her and told her about his progress in cultivation. Leng Xiaoyao understood that Li Mochen was a talented cultivator and that he could make progress dozens of times faster than normal cultivators. However, she was still shocked by his speed. Li Mochen was very outstanding in all aspects, so she didn't doubt it. Li Mochen was able to make the power circulate in his body, so he kind of reached the period of practicing qi. However, it was still slightly different. Normally, cultivators needed to absorb magical power from the outside during the period of practicing qi, but Li Mochen used the power in his body. Because there was power in his body, he could cultivate without magical power. To be honest, even Leng Xiaoyao was a little jealous of him, but there was no malice. Anyway, Leng Xiaoyao still asked Li Mochen to buy her a meal that afternoon since he wanted to thank her. Leng Xiaoyao simply wanted to dine with Li Mochen and he agreed with alacrity even though he had actually planned to leave Citychong that afternoon. After Leng Xiaoyao came downstairs, Song Meiyu saw her and frowned at once. "Xiaoyao, isn't makeup prohibited in your school? Why did you put on makeup? You're a student, so behave like one." Because Leng Xiaoyao made progress in cultivation, the freckles on her face disappeared and her skin was flawless. Song Meiyu thought that she had put on makeup. Song Meiyu didn't remind Leng Xiaoyao kindly, she disliked it because Leng Xiaoyao looked so pretty. In fact, when Leng Xiaoyao had no freckles, she was a lot more beautiful than Leng Yuqi. Leng Chengyuan also looked at Leng Xiaoyao with a frown. He didn't approve of her behavior either. "Yao Yao, why did you put on makeup?" Leng Chengyuan was worried that Leng Xiaoyao might have fallen in love with a boy since she suddenly cared so much about her face. Thinking of that, Leng Chengyuan was unhappy. "Grandpa, I didn't put on any makeup. The freckles on my face simply disappeared," Leng Xiaoyao said resignedly. "The freckles on your face disappeared? How is that possible?" Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi exclaimed at the same time. They were surprised and unable to accept it. "Why is it not possible?" Leng Xiaoyao turned to stare at Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi and asked meaningfully. "Why did the freckles suddenly disappear?" Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng couldn't believe it either. "Didn't I go to City Yun last weekend? I met a skilled doctor. He told me that there were impurities in my body, causing me to have freckles. He helped me expel it with acupuncture and I've completely gotten rid of those freckles using a herb bath," Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. She was lying, but she seemed to be sincere. Except for Leng Chengyuan, no one believed it. Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi still felt that Leng Xiaoyao had put on makeup. Even Leng Yecheng couldn't believe it either. He believed that the doctor must be Leng Xiaoyao herself. He was aware that Leng Xiaoyao knew medicine and was quite good at it. After all, she helped him quickly recover. However, he didn't point it out. "Did you say that on purpose to fool us into believing that you didn't put on makeup?" Song Meiyu said. She refused to believe that Leng Xiaoyao really got rid of those freckles. "Why should I do that? I'm not so bored," Leng Xiaoyao retorted. "Do you dare wash your face in front of us?" Leng Yuki demanded. Why? Why should I obey your orders? It's humiliating. And why should I prove it to you? Leng Xiaoyao countered. Leng Yuki opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. All right, since Yao Yao explained that she already got rid of her freckles, that's it. Even if it's not, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you arguing about it? Leng Chengyuan snapped at them with displeasure. He believed that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't lie to him. That being the case, Song Meiyu and Leng Yuki couldn't say anything else. In school, Leng Xiaoyao met An Chenmeng right after. Getting out of the car, she handed the jade pendant back to An Chenmeng. Boss, I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Once Leng Xiaoyao saw Leng Xiaoyao, she was excited and gave Leng Xiaoyao a big hug. Leng Xiaoyao disliked it, but didn't avoid her. Did you fall in love with me? She joked instead. Yes. And Chenmeng admitted it at once. She indeed liked Leng Xiaoyao very much because Leng Xiaoyao was extraordinary. But it's not the same thing. My sexual orientation is heterosexuality. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing. She obviously knew that. Oh, aren't we forbidden to put on makeup on campus? Why did you do that? Aren't you afraid that you'll be criticized? Asked An Chenmeng. Chapter 3203, Blackened Forehead. Although their school didn't allow them to put on makeup, normally no one would discover that the girls wore some foundation and drew their eyebrows. I didn't put on makeup. I've gotten rid of my freckles. Leng Xiaoyao grinned. Really? Jesus, that's unbelievable. And Chenmeng was excited, but she didn't doubt her at all. When Li Mochen got up and came downstairs, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan saw him. They could see that Li Mochen was different, but couldn't tell why. You two come and practice with me, Li Mochen said. He wanted to test his martial arts skills. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were both good at kung fu. When they practiced with Li Mochen in the past, it was always even. However, if they fought against Li Mochen alone, they were no match for him. Now that Li Mochen's physical condition had improved, he wanted to see how strong he was. Sure, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan answered, then followed Li Mochen out. In the yard, they directly began. From the start, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan could obviously feel that Li Mochen was better than before. When their fists and feet met his, they were directly knocked away by a great force. It surprised Mu Yuan and Meng Fan. Li Mochen also felt that his strength had been greatly improved. After all, he couldn't knock them away like this before. They were basically at the same level. Jesus, boss, did you take a power pill? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Mu Yuan exclaimed. Right, why did you become so much stronger overnight? Meng Chen agreed. Continue. Li Mochen didn't explain and asked them to continue. The longer they competed, the more surprised Mu Yuan and Meng Fan became. In the end, they were heavily hit. In the past, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan could fight with Li Mochen for at least half an hour, but this time they lost within 5 minutes. The winner was undoubtedly Li Mochen. Li Mochen was also surprised by his performance. After a night's cultivation, he had greatly improved his skills. In addition, Li Mochen had only strengthened 1/5 of his potential. He couldn't use the power inside his body yet. Boss, why did you suddenly become so skilled? Mu Yuan and Meng Fan asked curiously. It's a secret, Li Mochen said. Although they were his confidants and knew many of his secrets, he couldn't tell them about his power for the time being. Oh, change the flight to tomorrow morning. Li Mochen remembered that he was going to invite Leng Xiaoyao to have a meal. Boss, is something up? Asked Mu Yuan. It's private. Afterwards, Li Mochen turned around and went into his room, leaving a confused Mu Yuan and Meng Fan behind. Does it have something to do with Miss Leng? Meng Fan asked Mu Yuan. He thought of Leng Xiaoyao at one, because Li Mochen never had any private affairs before. I don't know, but it's possible, Mu Yuan said, thinking about something. I agree that there is something different between boss and Miss Leng. Miss Leng isn't only beautiful, she is also outstanding. I think she deserves our boss, Meng Fan said. You're right, Mu Yuan agreed. Although Li Mochen was already in the living room, he still heard Mu Yuan's conversation with Meng Fan. However, he didn't dislike it. Were they a perfect couple? It seemed to be true. Li Mochen was surprised by his sudden idea. Why did he have that idea? He must have been affected by them. That must be the reason. Li Mochen immediately get rid of the idea. Leng Xiaoyao was only 18 years old and she was still a senior high school student. Along the way, Leng Xiaoyao attracted a lot of attention. However, because she was too pretty, nobody realized that she was Leng Xiaoyao. Right as Leng Xiaoyao was outside the classroom, she met Wang Yiming. When she saw Wang Yiming's face, she frowned. "Mr. Wang," Leng Xiaoyao called him. Wang Yiming's sight fell on Leng Xiaoyao and he was surprised at once. He recognized Leng Xiaoyao's voice, but he didn't recognize this beautiful girl before him. "You are?" asked Wang Yiming, thinking that perhaps this girl's voice sounded like Leng Xiaoyao's. "I'm Leng Xiaoyao," Leng Xiaoyao said with a vague smile. "What?" Wang Yiming was shocked and frowned. "Don't you know that you shouldn't wear makeup at school? Why did you put on makeup?" "I didn't. I just removed the freckles on my face," Leng Xiaoyao said. "What?" Wang Yiming was surprised again, but he didn't doubt her or ask further about it. "Oh, I was going to see you. Come to my office." Of course. Leng Xiaoyao had something to talk to Wang Yiming about too, so she agreed to have a private conversation with him. Leng Xiaoyao followed Wang Yiming to his office. At that moment, the other teachers had already gone to supervise the students' reviews, so there was no one else in the office. The thing is that there is a liberal arts defense this Friday in the city. Every school can recommend 3 students. The principal had a talk with me and we want you to join in the competition. I think you're a great choice. What do you think? Asked Wang Yiming. Although they wanted Leng Xiaoyao to take part in the competition, they couldn't force her. No problem. Leng Xiaoyao answered without hesitation. Since the principal recommended her and it fell within her abilities, there was no reason for her to turn it down. Great, I'll recommend you to them then. Once Leng Xiaoyao agreed, Wang Yiming became very happy. Although he understood that she was likely to agree, he still worried before she gave him an affirmative answer. "Mr. Wang, I noticed that you seem to be out of energy and your forehead is black. I'm afraid you might be injured these days," Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. Wang Yiming was struck dumb for a second and looked embarrassed. Staring at Leng Xiaoyao, he had mixed emotions. His forehead was black. It sounded like a ridiculous trick. However, Leng Xiaoyao looked very serious. Wang Yiming somehow couldn't doubt it upon thinking of Leng Xiaoyao's changes recently. Moreover, he indeed felt tired these days. However, he had to deliver classes, otherwise he would be resting at home. Leng Xiaoyao, can you tell the future?" Wang Yiming asked half-jokingly. Although he couldn't believe it, he still asked since Leng Xiaoyao pointed it out. Chapter 3204, Gao Qilu. "I can't, but I can read faces. So I can see that your forehead is dark and you might be injured soon, but I don't know when it'll happen and how serious it is. Mr. Wang, if you trust me, I can draw a Taoist talisman for you. You can carry it wherever you go, it can protect you from being hurt," Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. She understood that Wang Yiming didn't trust her very much. After all, there were few people who believed it, especially when they heard it from a young girl's mouth. "You can draw Taoist talismans." Wang Yiming was surprised again. "Yes, I know normally people don't believe it, but it doesn't mean that it's not true. Mr. Wang, if you still think it's unbelievable, it won't do you any harm if you carry a Taoist talisman with you," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't expect Wang Yiming to trust her right now. As long as he could accept her talisman and carry it with him, he would believe it once the accident happened. Wang Yiming agreed. Whether it was true or not, he also wanted to be safe. Therefore, he accepted it. "Sure, thank you, Leng Xiaoyao." Since Wang Yiming accepted it, Leng Xiaoyao immediately took out paper, a pen, and cinnabar from her backpack. Wang Yiming was surprised. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to carry it with her. Even though he was confused, he chose to stay silent. After Leng Xiaoyao placed it properly, she quickly drew a talisman. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao drawing it so proficiently, Wang Yiming was shocked. He was convinced and believed in Leng Xiaoyao's words and abilities. Leng Xiaoyao folded the talisman and handed it to Wang Yiming. "Keep it with you. Don't touch it with water. After this talisman helps you survive once, it'll turn into ashes and disappear." "Great, thank you, Leng Xiaoyao." Wang Yiming immediately took it. Even though he still had doubts, he was willing to listen to her. My pleasure. I'll go back to the classroom now, Leng Xiaoyao said. Sure, Wang Yiming answered. Then Leng Xiaoyao packed up her stuff at once and walked out. Wang Yiming had mixed emotions. If it was real, Leng Xiaoyao had many skills that were beyond his imagination. Without delay, Wang Yiming put away the Taoist magic figure and went to see the principal. He needed to tell the principal that Leng Xiaoyao agreed to take part in the liberal arts defense. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao walked into the classroom, she attracted a lot of attention from her classmates. They were all surprised and stunned by her beauty, but didn't know who she was. Boss, you, Shang Mengson exclaimed. Because she hadn't seen Leng Xiaoyao without freckles before, she was surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's appearance today. Leng Xiaoyao. This beautiful girl was Leng Xiaoyao. In that instant, everyone was extremely surprised. Are you Leng Xiaoyao? Someone asked. Did you put on makeup? Asked another person. I didn't. The freckles on my face have been removed, Leng Xiaoyao said. I didn't expect you to be so pretty without the freckles. I think you're even prettier than Gao Qilu. No one doubted it when Leng Xiaoyao said that her freckles were removed. Right, I think Leng Xiaoyao is the prettiest girl in our school now. Gao Qilu was the current well-known, prettiest girl in their school and she studied in the best class. I agree with you, but if Gao Qilu hears about it, I'm afraid she'll make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao. Thinking of that, they were worried about Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Qilu was different from Chengmeng and Leng Xiaoyao. She tended to play dirty tricks. On the surface, she looked friendly and wanted to make friends with you. She always smiled at you, but you had no idea when she would scheme against you. Besides, Gao Qilu's family was one of the richest families in City Chong. Her family was even richer than Chengmeng's, so people were very scared of her. Those who knew what kind of person Gao Qilu was would rather offend Chengmeng than her. If they offended Chengmeng, they would only be beaten once and Chengmeng would let them go. However, if they offended Gao Qilu, they wouldn't be able to bear the result because Gao Qilu was skilled at defaming a person and ruining their reputation. It had happened many times before. Unfortunately, those victims were from much poorer families, so they didn't dare to sue Gao Qilu. If so, we better not say it aloud. Anyway, I think Leng Xiaoyao is the prettiest girl in our school. All the students in Class 8 were Leng Xiaoyao's fans now. Therefore, they didn't want Gao Qilu to cause trouble for her. Leng Xiaoyao didn't take Gao Qilu seriously, but she didn't want to get in trouble either. Boss, I thought you put on makeup. I can't believe that your freckles have been removed. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao was back in her seat, Shang Mengson complimented her. Right, how did you remove your freckles? Wu Minmin asked curiously. Leng Xiaoyao told them the same explanation she gave Leng Chengyuan and the other family members. They believed it. Once the morning classes were over, and Chengmeng ran to see Leng Xiaoyao and they went to have a meal together. Even if Leng Xiaoyao was absent, she would go to see Shang Mengson and the other girls. She totally forgot her own friends. Lin Xiaoxiao was fine with that and didn't have any disagreements, but the other girls hated Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. Leng Xiaoyao understood that very well, so she asked Chengmeng, aren't you afraid that your friends will be mad if you run to see us every time? Why would they be mad? Don't I have the right to hang out with other people? I asked them to come with me, but they refused. I can't do anything about that. Anyway, I'll still come to see you even if they don't come with me. Everyone has the freedom to make friends. I won't say anything if they go to meet other girls, and Chengmeng said. She didn't think it was a big deal, even though her friends were a bit unhappy about that. You're right, but you should care about their feelings since you are friends. If we leave you behind and go hang out with other girls, how would you feel? Upon thinking of that, Chengmeng was displeased and she answered honestly. I'll be unhappy. So, although everyone has the freedom to make friends, you are their friend. You can't just go to see them when you need them and abandon them when they're unnecessary. It hurts. After all, you've been friends for so long. You can't leave them behind as you want. Otherwise no one will be willing to be friends with you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because of that, Leng Xiaoyao didn't cut off her friendship with Shang Mengson and the other girls even though she wasn't the same Leng Xiaoyao right now. Chapter 3205, Gao Qilu comes. What should I do then? I just want to spend more time with you, and Chenmeng said. She was in a dilemma, because she preferred to hang out with Leng Xiaoyao and the others. Even though we're friends, we don't need to be together every day. Different people have different lives and friends, especially after we graduate. The National College entrance examination is around the corner, and we'll leave for different cities at that time. It might not be possible for us to meet again. So, we must learn to cherish our time right now. Since they're unwilling to hang out with us, you can spend some time with them without us too, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine. And Chenmeng agreed with Leng Xiaoyao. Along the way, Leng Xiaoyao attracted a lot of attention. Even if her classmates didn't spread the news that she was prettier than Gao Qilu still heard discussions about her and Leng Xiaoyao. When Leng Xiaoyao and the others had almost finished their meal, they saw Gao Qilu walking over with two girls. Seeing that, and Chenmeng and the others frowned at once because Gao Qilu obviously came to cause trouble. Boss, I think you're being targeted by Gao Qilu. You must be careful. Although she looks nice on the surface, she's actually very malicious, and Chenmeng said to Leng Xiaoyao. And Chenmeng and Gao Qilu never liked each other, but they didn't have any conflicts because they were afraid of one another. Don't worry, I don't think she can hurt me, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't take Gao Qilu seriously. She wouldn't mess with other people, but she wouldn't be afraid if anyone dared to mess with her. When she got to Leng Xiaoyao and the others, Gao Qilu greeted Leng Xiaoyao nicely. Hi, what a beautiful girl you are. Nice to see you, I'm Gao Qilu from the best class. How about you? Gao Qilu looked very friendly. Even though she saw that Leng Xiaoyao was indeed no less pretty than her, she didn't show any jealousy. It made Leng Xiaoyao doubt whether the rumors about her were true. However, Gao Qilu came to see her right after hearing discussions about them, which proved that she wasn't kind. If Gao Qilu didn't care, she wouldn't have come to see Leng Xiaoyao. Either way, Leng Xiaoyao replied in a flat tone. I'm from class 8. My name is Leng Xiaoyao. You are Leng Xiaoyao. Isn't Leng Xiaoyao the ugly girl with freckles all over her face? Gao Qilu exclaimed, then she frowned. Did you put on makeup? To her astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao was so pretty with makeup. I didn't put on makeup. The freckles on my face have been removed, Leng Xiaoyao said. Removed. Gao Qilu didn't believe it, so she didn't stop observing Leng Xiaoyao to see whether Leng Xiaoyao really didn't wear makeup. Did she have plastic surgery? A girl next to Gao Qilu asked. Lian, don't be ridiculous. Gao Qilu immediately snapped at the girl. She sounded displeased with her friend's behavior, but Leng Xiaoyao felt that it was just an act. It was true that Gao Qilu did that on purpose to make herself seem considerate. Actually, she had the same idea as her friend. Who could recover within a weekend after having plastic surgery? And Chenmeng argued unhappily. Although Chenmeng and Gao Qilu were afraid of each other, and Chenmeng still dared to argue with Gao Qilu, it's just that there normally weren't conflicts between them. Gao Qilu and her friends were struck dumb for a second. They indeed doubted that Leng Xiaoyao might have had plastic surgery, but they ignored the fact that no one could recover within a weekend after surgery. We've already finished. If there is nothing else you want to say, we need to go, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't want to talk with them any longer. Nothing else. It's simply hard to see such a beautiful girl. You also looked strange to me, so I thought you had just transferred to our school, so I came to say hi. Well, I've heard a lot about you. Why don't we become friends? Gao Qilu said, seemingly sincere. I don't make friends randomly, especially when we have just met. I'm sorry, Leng Xiaoyao said before standing up and calling her friends to leave. Gao Qilu didn't stop her, but she looked angry as soon as Leng Xiaoyao left. Her eyes were full of anger and malice. At this moment, she looked completely different from the nice and kind girl. In Gao Qilu's eyes, Leng Xiaoyao thought too highly of herself. Qilu, how dare Leng Xiaoyao embarrass you? It's her honor that you want to be friends with her. One girl said angrily from beside Gao Qilu. She also felt that Leng Xiaoyao didn't cherish the chance. Since she doesn't cherish it, don't blame me for teaching her a lesson, Gao Qilu said coldly. Friend. Like Leng Xiaoyao said, she also didn't make friends randomly. She asked to make friends with Leng Xiaoyao for a purpose. However, Leng Xiaoyao refused and embarrassed her publicly. Because Leng Xiaoyao told An Chenmeng not to ignore her own friends that afternoon, An Chenmeng didn't go to see Leng Xiaoyao, and instead went to have a meal with Lin Xiaoxiao and the other girls. Lin Xiaoxiao and the other girls even thought that An Chenmeng had quarreled with Leng Xiaoyao. "Boss, why are you suddenly eating with us?" asked Lin Xiaoxiao. "Boss, did Leng Xiaoyao anger you? Or don't they take you as their friend at all?" One girl mocked. She felt that An Chenmeng couldn't join Leng Xiaoyao so quickly. After all, Leng Xiaoyao and her friends had known each other for so long. It was impossible for them to treat An Chenmeng sincerely because they had a serious conflict before. Back then, if Leng Xiaoyao wanted to join them, they wouldn't accept her either. The girl understood it with her own thought. An Chenmeng, however, was displeased. "Leng Xiaoyao, Shang Mengxin and the other girls all sincerely take me as their friend. They don't have bias against me just because we had conflicts." When An Chenmeng still defended Leng Xiaoyao, the girl became even unhappier. She felt that An Chenmeng was closer to Leng Xiaoyao than to them. An Chenmeng continued, "I wanted to dine with you today because Leng Xiaoyao told me that though I have the right to make friends with anyone I want, you're my friends too. Since you don't want to hang out with them, I shouldn't ignore you. I should spend more time with you. Anyway, the National College entrance examination is around the corner. If we can't study in the same university, we'll rarely see each other. So, we must cherish our friendship now." Chapter 3206, I'm Not Easy to Bully. Hearing that, those girls felt ashamed. They thought that Leng Xiaoyao and her friends would be happy that An Chenmeng preferred to stay with them. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao was so considerate. However, two of the girls believed that it was insincere. "Oh, I know you have a bad impression of Leng Xiaoyao because I often hang out with her, but that's actually my fault. Leng Xiaoyao did nothing wrong. She and her friends don't mind it if you also hang out with them like me, but you don't want to, so please don't hold any hatred for Leng Xiaoyao," An Chenmeng said. In fact, Leng Xiaoyao did nothing bad to them, instead they refused to hang out with her and the other girls. So, they really shouldn't harbor grudges against Leng Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, not everyone had the same opinion and some girls still believed that it was simply an act. Although Leng Xiaoyao said that nicely, she might think differently in her heart. After the afternoon classes were over, Leng Xiaoyao left school to dine with Li Mochen. They dined at a 5-star restaurant in City Chong. However, there were conflicts everywhere. Right after Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the restaurant, she ran into Mo Jinbei and Shi Yuran before even seeing Li Mochen. Because of what happened at the Mo family's party, Mo Jinbei and Shi Yuran began to hate Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, they wouldn't let Leng Xiaoyao go easily since they met her today. When Leng Xiaoyao walked past them, Shi Yuran suddenly reached out her foot trying to make Leng Xiaoyao stumble. However, Leng Xiaoyao noticed Shi Yuran's movement beforehand. She reacted quickly and directly stepped on Shi Yuran's foot. Shi Yuran screamed in pain and attracted a lot of attention from onlookers. "Leng Xiaoyao, how dare you step on me?" Shi Yuran shouted. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoyao directly stepped on her foot. "Miss Shi, do you think I'm easy to bully? If you hadn't suddenly stuck your foot out, I wouldn't have stepped on it. Why did you do that all of a sudden? You did that right when I was about to pass you, so what did you intend to do?" Leng Xiaoyao questioned at once. Upon hearing that, everyone gave Shi Yuran an accusatory look. They immediately figured out what happened. Shi Yuran panicked a little, but refused to admit it. "That's ridiculous. I felt tired, so I stretched slightly." "Really? Do you think I'd believe that?" Leng Xiaoyao smiled coldly. "There are surveillance cameras in this restaurant. Whether it's a scheme or an accident, we can figure it out by watching the surveillance video. What do you think, Miss Shi?" Shi Yuran was struck dumb. Because she did it on purpose, she didn't dare to watch the surveillance video. "Miss Leng, do you have to be so aggressive? It's an accident. Since you stepped on her foot, you can just apologize and that's it. We won't force you to do anything inappropriate," Mo Jinbei said. She disliked that Leng Xiaoyao was so aggressive. Even though it was indeed Shi Yuran's fault, they would be humiliated if they gave up now because it would prove that they did that on purpose. Leng Xiaoran sneered and looked at Mo Jinbei disdainfully. Miss Mo, is there anything wrong with you? You tried to cause me trouble first, but you failed and had to bear the consequences on your own. How could you blame me for that? Miss Mo, it seems that you know nothing about the law. Mo Jinbei was angry when Leng Xiaoyao said she was insane. Before Mo Jinbei could say anything else, Leng Xiaoyao continued. I think I've made it very clear. Since you refuse to admit that you did it on purpose, we can watch the surveillance video to find out the truth. If it's my fault, I'll apologize to you. If it's Miss Xi's fault, she should apologize to me instead. However, if you stop arguing with me right now, I can let you go. I'm not mean, so I won't punish you. Leng Xiaoyao, you are, Mo Jinbei said through her teeth. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, she wished that she could tear Leng Xiaoyao to pieces. However, she understood that it wouldn't do them any good if they continued. Fine, if so, there is no need to argue over it any longer. I don't want to make a joke out of ourselves. Mo Jinbei gave in, but hated Leng Xiaoyao even more. Shi Yuren was reluctant to yield, but she understood that it wouldn't do them any good if they continued. Therefore, she said nothing. Leng Xiaoyao was aware that they would hate her more than ever, but she didn't care. Whether at the Mo family's party or at this restaurant, they tried to make things difficult for her first. She had done nothing wrong. Leng Xiaoyao is too arrogant. We should teach her a lesson, Shi Yuren said, her voice filled with hatred and malice. You're right. Mo Jinbei agreed. She had the same idea. Don't you know that gangster, xianxia? Why don't you turn to him for help? Mo Jinbei wanted to teach Leng Xiaoyao a lesson, but didn't want to do it by herself because she was afraid that it would come back to cause her trouble. Great, I'll do that later. Shi Yuren didn't think much about it and was reckless. After all, she was hurt twice in the end, so her hatred for Leng Xiaoyao was even deeper. Leng Xiaoyao went to the private room that Li Mochen booked. He had waited for her for a while. Seeing Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao smiled. Brother Mochen, how long have you waited? Li Mochen was distracted by Leng Xiaoyao's beautiful smile, but the next moment he came back to his senses. He panicked a little. Not long. What do you want to eat? You can place your order. Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to save money for Li Mochen. She ordered her favorites, but didn't order much because she didn't want to waste food. Brother Mochen, when will you go back to the capital city? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Tomorrow morning, Li Mochen said. He somehow didn't want to leave, and was shocked by that thought. Can you do me a favor? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. What is it? Asked Li Mochen. I'm going to take the National College entrance examination soon, and I want to study in the capital university, but I don't want to live on campus. I plan to buy a house in the capital city. I'm not familiar with the capital, so can you help me find a house with a good location not far from the capital university? I'll see what size I want at that time, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because Leng Xiaoyao needed to manage her company, it wasn't convenient for her to live on campus. Chapter 3207, The company has been smashed. She could do that on her own, but she was unfamiliar with the capital city. All in all, it was more convenient for Li Mochen to do it. However, that wasn't the main reason. No matter how inconvenient it was, she could handle it. She simply wanted to have more chances to see Li Mochen. No problem, I can do that. Li Mochen agreed with alacrity. He didn't think it would be difficult. In fact, as soon as she asked him for help, he already thought of a place. Although the housing price was a little high in that place, he knew that Leng Xiaoyao made a lot of money from the stock market. It wasn't a big deal for her to buy a house. In addition, since Leng Xiaoyao turned to him for help, he would help her get the lowest price. Moreover, he didn't doubt that Leng Xiaoyao had the ability to be accepted by the capital university. Thank you, Brother Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao said. It's my pleasure, Li Mochen replied. After eating, Li Mochen drove Leng Xiaoyao home. Although they didn't chat much in the car, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to go home right away. Just as she tried to think of a reason to persuade Li Mochen to take her out for fun, her phone rang. The caller was Mu Yufan, so Leng Xiaoyao answered it at once. What happened? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Boss, bad news, our company has been smashed, Mu Yufan said urgently. Leng Xiaoyao was immediately angry, and so was Li Mochen, who was next to her. Do you know who did it? Leng Xiaoyao asked in a serious tone. It was a bunch of gangsters, but we've never offended any gangs. I think they might have a relationship with Tianhe Technology. After all, only Tianhe Technology has any conflict against us. Feng Yang has a new boss and hasn't opened yet, so there shouldn't be any grudges between us and other companies, Mu Yufan said. Leng Xiaoyao also had the same guess. I'll come right now. We can talk about it later, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't carry her laptop today, so she couldn't investigate it right now. She had to wait till she arrived at the company. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao asked Li Mochen to send her to Xiaoyao Technology. Need help? Asked Li Mochen, even if he understood that Leng Xiaoyao could handle it. I'll see after finding out exactly what's happening, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't know any details yet, so she wasn't sure whether she needed Li Mochen's help. Even if she didn't have Li Mochen's help, she could deal with all kinds of situations on her own, but she said that to keep Li Mochen by her side. About a dozen minutes later, they arrived at Xiaoyao Technology. The gangsters were already gone. At that time, only Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai were in the company, and there were 8 gangsters. All of them were strong and skilled, so Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai were no match for them. They were both injured. Everything in the building was a mess and all the computers were destroyed. After a glance, Leng Xiaoyao was furious. Boss, I'm sorry, we failed to protect the company. As soon as Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai saw Leng Xiaoyao, they apologized. No matter who those men were, they believed that it was their fault, so they blamed themselves. It's not your fault. Are there any good computers left? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't blame Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai. Even if it happened because of them, it wasn't their fault. My laptop is still fine, Zhou Yongkai said. He immediately went to bring his laptop out. Although both of them were injured, luckily it wasn't serious. Leng Xiaoyao took his laptop, turned it on, and immediately began to investigate. Within half an hour, she found not only those gangsters but the mastermind behind it too. The mastermind was indeed someone from Tianhe Technology, and it turned out to be He Fangqi. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think He Fangqi took revenge because she had discovered that he stole the public money and threatened him. She had confidence in her skills and believed that Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai would keep it a secret. Therefore, He Fangqi must have smashed Xiaoyao Technology Company for another reason. As for what that reason was, she needed to ask He Fangqi. Those men who ran to smash her company were indeed a bunch of gangsters. They belonged to Ji Yanxi's gang. She didn't think Ji Yanxi knew about it, but she needed to see him since those men belonged to his gang. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao immediately took out her phone to call him. Before long, Ji Yanxi answered and joked. Miss Leng, you rarely call me. What happened? Mr. Ji, my company has been smashed. After investigating, I found that it was done by your people. One of them is called Zhang Zhengxu. The mastermind is He Fangqi, who works in Tianhe Technology. Mr. Ji, please help me catch them. I need to interrogate them, Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. Although it had nothing to do with Ji Yanxi, she couldn't be gentle right now. Leng Xiaoyao found that they had a relationship with He Fangqi, but there was no evidence to prove that it was He Fangqi's order. That being the case, she needed more evidence and had to make one side admit to the crime. Hearing that, Ji Yanxi was also angry. He replied angrily, Miss Leng, I'm sorry, I had no idea about that. I'll catch them right away, then hand them over to you. Great, Leng Xiaoyao answered. After hanging up, she turned to Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai. Let's go. Let me send you to the hospital. You don't need to care about what happened here. We can clean it up after Tianhe Technology pays the compensation. Sure, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai agreed. Because they were injured, they didn't insist on staying there. Shortly after Leng Xiaoyao and the others left the company, Ji Yanxi called her. Miss Leng, I already ordered them to be brought to the casino. They should be there in 20 minutes. When do you want to come? Asked Ji Yanxi. I need to send 2 of my subordinates to the hospital right now. I should be there in about half an hour, Leng Xiaoyao said. No problem. Xianxia answered. After the call, Xianxia was still angry, which scared his two close subordinates. This time, Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers would definitely receive a serious punishment. How dare they offend their manager's friend? The Chao organization was one of the top 100 large corporations in country Han. It owned casinos, hotels, clubhouses and so on. Although it seemed to be a corporation on the surface, it was actually the most powerful gang in the south, the Chao gang. Xianxia was one of the managers of the 6 departments of Gang Chao. He had an extremely high status in the gang and directly carried out orders from their leader. Chapter 3208, Don't Care About the Rules. After Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers finished the task, they made some money and were about to hang around. Unexpectedly, he received a call from the manager and was asked to go to the casino right away. The manager wanted to see them. They belonged to Xianxi's department, but they were junior heads and rarely saw him, so they were surprised that Xianxi wanted to see them all of a sudden. "Shu, why does Manager Ji want to see us?" one hoodlum asked Zhang Zhengsu. He was somewhat anxious. "How should I know?" Zhang Zhengsu answered impatiently. "Did Manager Ji find out that we did something wrong? Is he going to punish us?" asked another lackey. Zhang Zhengsu frowned. They didn't do many things recently, and nothing went wrong. Did it have something to do with what they had done tonight? That couldn't be possible. After his investigation, he learned that Tianhe Technology had the Leng family's support, but had no relationship with the Chao gang. The Leng family was only an averagely rich family in City Chong, so they weren't afraid. "Perhaps he simply wants us to do something." "Don't scare yourself," Zhang Zhengsu said unhappily. However, he was also worried. However, no matter how worried he was, he wouldn't know the reason until he saw Xianxi. After they arrived at the casino, they were guided to a private room, but Xianxi didn't appear for a long time. They became more confused and anxious. About half an hour later, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen arrived. Once Leng Xiaoyao arrived, she called Xianxi. Xianxi walked out and told Leng Xiaoyao to go to number 7 private room. They could meet there. When Xianxi saw Li Mochen next to Leng Xiaoyao, he was surprised because he knew Li Mochen. To his surprise, Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with Li Mochen. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao was more influential than he had thought. "Mr. Li, nice to see you." Xianxi politely greeted Li Mochen. Xianxi called Li Mochen Mr. Li instead of Lord Li because he was aware that Li Mochen had a bad relationship with the Li family. Li Mochen didn't want to be connected with the Li family, so he was unwilling to be called Lord Li. Li Mochen left home at a young age, but now he owned shares of many companies and had powerful connections, so Xianxi respected him. However, he only knew about Li Mochen's identity on the surface. He didn't know everything about Li Mochen, but he believed that Li Mochen had an extremely powerful background. He couldn't figure it out, nor did he have the intention of doing so. It wouldn't do him any good if he knew too much. "Nice to see you too, Mr. Ji." Li Mochen also recognized Xianxi and kindly replied. Xianxi felt a little guilty facing Leng Xiaoyao after knowing that Zhang Zhengsu had smashed her company. Although he didn't know about it beforehand, Zhang Zhengsu belonged to his gang. After Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers went into the private room, they waited for a while. Finally, Xianxi and the others came, but he was shocked the moment he saw Leng Xiaoyao. Since they dared to smash Xiaoyao Technology Company, they obviously knew that its boss was Leng Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao, who they thought didn't have many connections, had a relationship with Xianxi. Leng Xiaoyao showed up here, so she must know that they had smashed Xiaoyao Technology Company. Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers trembled in fear. Damn, they were screwed this time. Manager, Zhang Zhengsu greeted Xianxi in a trembling voice. Manager. Leng Xiaoyao was aware that Xianxi was a member of Gang Chao and had a high position, but she didn't expect him to be a senior manager who was only inferior to the gang leader. "I'm sure you must know why I called you here. Tell me what you've done today and who asked you to do it." Xianxi said coldly. He didn't finish, but his intention couldn't be more obvious. If they weren't honest, they wouldn't be able to bear the result. Of course, of course. Zhang Zhengsu answered at once. Before xianxia said anything, he had already made up his mind to be honest. Now that xianxia gave the order, they definitely didn't dare to lie. If Leng Xiaoyao came to see them alone, they wouldn't know about her relationship with xianxia and would refuse to tell her what they had done. They even would ignore her. However, they didn't dare to do that now. At about 10 p.m. last night, we hung out at the night bar. One of our clients who regularly pay us to do tasks called me. He said that his friend wanted to make a deal with us. Then he came over with Fangqi, the deputy general manager of Tianhe Technology. Fangqi gave us 100,000 yuan to smash Xiaoyao Technology Company. As for the reason, he told us that he has grudges against Xiaoyao Technology Company. We didn't ask more about that. After finding out that Miss Leng was behind Xiaoyao Technology Company, we didn't hesitate and took action, Zhang Zhengsu said. He was horrified. We didn't expect Miss Leng to be your friend, Manager Ji, otherwise we wouldn't have. You didn't expect it. Whether you knew or not, it's a rule that you can't take paid tasks privately. How dare you break the rules? Xianxia said coldly, putting pressure on Zhang Zhengsu and the others. Zhang Zhengsu knelt down in fright. The Chao gang was an illegal gang, so they were unavoidably involved in illegal businesses. However, they couldn't do that publicly now. There were more restrictions. After all, it was illegal and they could still be punished by the law. Accordingly, all the members couldn't take paid tasks in private. Even if the Chao gang took paid tasks, they wouldn't just do anything. Zhang Zhengsu's behavior clearly broke the rules of their gang. The Chao gang was very large and had many members, so many members still hoped that they would have good luck and secretly take paid tasks in private. After all, they could make much more money by doing that. They were paid a minimum of dozens of thousands of yuan every time. Not everyone could say no to money. Before anything went wrong, those managers would turn a blind eye on it. However, if any accidents happened, they would be punished. Manager Ji, I'm sorry, we won't do it again. Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers immediately admitted their fault. Everyone needs to pay for what he has done, Xianxia said. Afterwards, he turned to ask Leng Xiaoyao, what do you want to do? Chapter 3209, Doubled Compensation. Upon hearing that, Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers turned to beg Leng Xiaoyao for mercy. Miss Leng, I'm sorry, it's our fault. We're willing to pay the compensation. Please forgive us this time. Right, we can pay for it. Miss Leng, please punish us lightly. They didn't dare to ask Leng Xiaoyao to let them go. After all, they had smashed her company. Even if they weren't the mastermind, they really did that. If they didn't admit it and pay for the damage, they would receive a more serious punishment. Given the current situation, I can't beat them for it. If so, you should pay me a doubled compensation and medical fees as well as mental damage compensation for my 2 injured employees. That's what I want, but I can't tell whether your gang will punish you or not, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoran sounded tolerant, but that wasn't the truth. Although she was really mad after it happened, they only made her lose some money. In addition, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai weren't seriously injured. They only had surface injuries. As a result, it wouldn't be a good solution if she beat them. She would rather ask them to pay the compensation. Honestly, it wasn't a light punishment. After all, they also needed to pay Tianhe Technology because they failed. Besides, she didn't punish them with violence, but Xianxia might. She didn't know whether Xianxia would punish them again after she asked for compensation, but she implied that in her reply. Therefore, Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers needed to pay more than just money for what they had done. Xianxia understood Leng Xiaoyao's implication. In fact, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't imply that, he would punish them again. After all, they had broken the rules of their gang, which couldn't be solved using money. They wouldn't die, but they would learn an unforgettable lesson. Otherwise, they would become used to getting their way. At the same time, other members of the gang would pay less attention to the rules. Without necessary punishments, they would only indulge themselves. All in all, it was sometimes necessary to punish someone as a warning to others. Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers didn't understand Leng Xiaoyao's implication, but they clearly knew that Xianxia wouldn't let them go easily. However, since Leng Xiaoyao forgave them, Xianxia wouldn't punish them too seriously. If Leng Xiaoyao asked to teach them a serious lesson, they would be disabled at minimum. After hearing Leng Xiaoyao's reply, they immediately thanked her. "Thank you so much, Miss Leng." They had only smashed some computers and desks, which weren't expensive. They were able to pay 300,000 yuan for that. After all, they had taken many paid tasks in private, so each of them had savings worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Now they needed to share the compensation of 500,000 yuan, so each only needed to pay about 70,000 yuan. "They ought to pay you the compensation, but I also need to punish them," Xianxia said in reply to Leng Xiaoyao. "Sure," Leng Xiaoyao answered. Then she turned to Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers. "Come to see He Fengqi with me. I need you to be the witness." Leng Xiaoyao didn't call the police, because she preferred to deal with it by herself. "No problem." Zhang Zhengsu and his brothers answered at once. Zhang Zhengsu followed Leng Xiaoyao leaving. All of them didn't need to go with her. Only Zhang Zhengsu and 2 of his brothers were enough. The others stayed in the private room. Xianxia didn't need to go with them either, so he went back to his lounge when Leng Xiaoyao left. In the lounge, Han Yu was drinking tea casually. He had been here for a long time, so he knew about what had happened when Xianxia received Leng Xiaoyao's call. However, he was an outsider, so he didn't go with Xianxia. "How is it?" Seeing Xianxia walking over, Han Yu asked. Leng Xiaoyao asked Zhang Zhengsu to pay the compensation, but I'll still punish them according to the rules. I need to teach them an unforgettable lesson. If they don't pay a heavy price for it, others won't restrict themselves either. They will cause trouble again, Xianxia said. Sometimes it's necessary to punish someone as a warning to others. Because they haven't offended someone they shouldn't mess with recently, they have become bolder. Han Yu agreed. "I heard that a girl jumped from a clubhouse not too long ago. The girl's older brother angered several men in your gang, who then forced the girl to have fun with them. The girl refused and jumped off the building. Luckily, she survived." Han Yu wasn't a completely kind or bad person. Although he thought that those gangsters were terrible, he wouldn't do anything because it had nothing to do with him. However, if they were his people, he would get rid of them. Hearing that, Xianxia was displeased. Although he wasn't aware of that case, he understood that it wasn't rare. Because it wasn't placed on his table, he didn't pay attention to it. After all, he was busy every day, and couldn't know everything. There were different levels in the management, including junior and senior managers. If the junior managers kept it a secret, he wouldn't know. Now that it was already past, he had no interest in investigating it, but clearly he needed to be more strict. "All right, no need to talk about that any longer. You won't believe who I saw next to Leng Xiaoyao today," Xianxia said. Upon thinking of Li Mochen, he was still full of surprise. "Who?" asked Han Yu curiously. "Li Mochen," Xianxia replied. "What?" Han Yu was astonished. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to have a relationship with Li Mochen. "You're surprised too, right?" "I was shocked the moment I saw him. It's beyond my imagination that Leng Xiaoyao could have a relationship with such a powerful figure." Xianxia said. "Li Mochen followed Leng Xiaoyao here and they seem to be very close. I think they make a beautiful couple. I'm really curious about their relationship." To be honest, Xianxia was really curious. Given his knowledge, Li Mochen disliked being close to women. There were no women who could get so close to him, yet today he showed up with Leng Xiaoyao. Chapter 3210, Doesn't Dare to Lie. Han Yu was somewhat upset when he heard that. Leng Xiaoyao is still a senior high school student. She's 8 years younger than Li Mochen. How could there be any special relationship between them? They should be normal friends. However, Leng Xiaoyao must be very special since she could become Li Mochen's friend even if they were just normal friends. So what? I think an age gap of 8 years is still normal. After all, there are couples with a 10-year age gap, Xianxia countered. He didn't think it was a big deal. That's not the main problem. Leng Xiaoyao is a senior high school student. She's not in the same class as Li Mochen, so they can't be together. Besides, although Li Mochen is powerful, he isn't reliable. He's in a very complicated situation, Han Yu said. He didn't approve of Li Mochen, so he sounded a little harsh. I know Li Mochen is in a complicated situation, but I think he's able to protect Leng Xiaoyao well. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao isn't weak, Xianxia said. Although there was a huge gap between their status, he felt that they were a perfect couple due to their abilities. Saying that, Xianxia suddenly realized something. Wait a second, it's a bit strange. Why? Asked Han Yu. It's their personal matter whether they are a couple. Why are you so emotional? Do you have feelings for Leng Xiaoyao? Xianxia joked with an evil smile. After all, Han Yu strongly disapproved of Li Mochen, so he was unavoidably suspicious of him. If that was true, Xianxia hoped that his close brother would end up together with the girl he liked. He knew Han Yu very well. Although Han Yu didn't fall in love easily, he was an extremely loyal boyfriend once he was in love. Once upon a time, there was a woman who won Han Yu's love, but she, upon thinking of that, Xianxia felt upset. Few people cherished pure love and the woman betrayed Han Yu in the end. Han Yu panicked a little and frowned. That's ridiculous. I'm simply expressing my opinion. Really? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Firstly, I won't like a girl who's so much younger than me. Secondly, Leng Yecheng is my friend and his niece is the younger generation. Thirdly, Leng Xiaoyao has outstanding skills and has saved my life, so I appreciate her very much, but that has nothing to do with love. Han Yu explained seriously and tried to defend himself. He didn't want Xianxia to misunderstand him. I'm joking. Why are you so serious? The more serious you are, the more I will feel you have feelings for her, Xianxia said. At the beginning, he wasn't sure, but now he was sure that he was right. Whether it's a joke or not, I think it's better to explain it to avoid misunderstandings. If I don't explain it, you might say that I'm admitting it by staying silent. At that time, I'll be unable to clear my name. Han Yu rolled his eyes at Xianxia. He didn't want to continue to talk about it. Without delay, he changed the topic. All right, let's drop that topic and talk about business. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others left, Zhang Zengsu called He Fengqi and asked him where he was right now, saying that he wanted to meet him. He Fengqi didn't know why Zhang Zengsu wanted to see him. After all, Zhang Zengsu had called him after the task was finished. However, He Fengqi still told Zhang Zengsu that he was in a club with his friends. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao and the others went to the club. When He Fengqi saw Zhang Zengsu walking over with Leng Xiaoyao, he immediately realized that something had gone wrong. X-Shu, what are you? He Fengqi's voice was trembling. Even if he guessed that his dirty trick was exposed, he still wanted to get away with it. At the same time, he was mad at Zhang Zengsu for ruining it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have turned to Zhang Zengsu for help. However, even though he was mad at Zhang Zengsu, he didn't dare to vent his anger at him. After all, Zhang Zengsu was a gangster. If he angered Zhang Zengsu, he couldn't bear the result. He couldn't be as violent as a gangster. He Fengqi, I already told Miss Leng everything you wanted me to do to Xiaoyao Technology Company. You better be honest too and pay the compensation, or you can't bear the result, Zhang Zengsu said. He didn't feel guilty at all for betraying He Fengqi. Instead, he blamed He Fengqi for it. Zhang Zengsu thought that they were punished because of He Fengqi. After all, it was He Fengqi who told them that they didn't need to be afraid of Leng Xiaoyao after his investigation. Even though He Fengqi correctly guessed the result when they showed up here, he still couldn't accept Zhang Zengsu's betrayal. What do you mean? He Fengqi still played dumb. What do we mean? Deputy General Manager He, no one is an idiot. I've made it very clear. Stop playing dumb. It's meaningless. Leng Xiaoyao mocked. Since you refuse to be honest, let me tell you straightforwardly. The fact that you paid Zhang Zengsu and the other gangsters to smash my company has already been exposed. Is there any grudge between us, Deputy General Manager He? Why do you want to cause me trouble? He Fengqi said nothing, struggling to get himself out of this trouble. His friends, however, were surprised by the fact that He Fengqi paid a bunch of gangsters to smash Xiaoyao Technology Company. All of them were aware that He Fengqi had schemed against Fengyang Technology Company, but now it had a different name and a new boss. Why did He Fengqi still scheme against them? Besides, Leng Xiaoyao was able to make Zhang Zengsu admit the crime, which proved that she had a powerful background. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't mad and continued. Deputy General Manager He, I'm sure you're not so dumb as to try to deny it. After all, Zhang Zhengxu has already admitted it. It's meaningless even if you try to deny it. Do you know why he admitted it? I didn't offer him any benefits, but I'm his manager's friend, so he doesn't dare to deny it. Before I found him, I had already figured out the truth. I'm the boss of a technology company, so I can't be bad at hacking. Hearing that, He Fengqi was frightened. To his astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with Xianxia, not to mention that he had ignored the fact that she was a skilled hacker. He didn't clean up the mess and was easily caught. Chapter 3211, Don't Cross the Line. I have no grudge against Xiaoyao Tech, but against Fengyang Tech. My cousin's boyfriend, Zhang Zeshu, holds a grudge against Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai. I simply helped him to teach them a lesson. I thought it's just a cover that Fengyang Tech has a new boss, so I targeted it. Since you're its new boss, Miss Leng, I'm terribly sorry and I'm willing to pay the compensation. Please forgive me, Miss Leng. I won't do anything to attack Xiaoyao Tech again. Given the current situation, He Fengqi couldn't deny it. He refused to admit that he smashed Xiaoyao Tech for his own reason though. He used Zhang Zeshu to protect himself so that Leng Xiaoyao would be less angry with him. He was willing to pay the compensation, but he didn't want the police to get involved and cause a scene. Once it became a sensation, the reputation of Tianhe Tech would be affected. By then, it wouldn't do him any good. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't convinced at all, but since He Fengqi agreed to pay the compensation, she wouldn't sue him. However, although she wouldn't sue him, she would still pay him back after he paid the compensation. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't let the mastermind go so easily. If so, as long as you pay the compensation, I can let you go. You should pay for double my loss along with my 2 employees' medical fees and mental damage compensation of 100,000 yuan, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, He Fengqi was mad. He felt that Leng Xiaoyao was robbing him, but he couldn't argue against her. Even if it was only about 500,000 yuan in all, he had just returned 20 million yuan. He didn't even have 100 yuan with him right now, not to mention that he owed a lot of money. He had houses he hadn't sold yet, but he couldn't sell them. After selling only one house, he quarreled with his wife. If he needed to pay the compensation, he would have to think of another way. If he was left with no choice, he would steal the public money again. Anyway, he had stolen 20 million yuan and returned it. It shouldn't be a problem if he stole 500,000 yuan again. Therefore, He Fengqi agreed to pay the compensation as Leng Xiaoyao wanted. All right, Deputy General Manager He, you can continue to enjoy yourself. After I have an exact number, I'll tell you how much you need to pay. You can transfer the money to my bank account within 3 days, Leng Xiaoyao said seemingly considerately. Can you give me more time? Asked He Fengqi. 3 days weren't enough for him. Don't cross the line. Leng Xiaoyao said, you should know that your company will be greatly affected if I call the police. I didn't call the police because I prefer to deal with it out of court. Of course, He Fengqi answered. He didn't dare to bargain with Leng Xiaoyao again and immediately agreed. When Leng Xiaoyao was gone, He Fengqi sank to the sofa with cold sweat all over his body. Manager He, are you all right? Someone asked with concern. However, after what happened, he couldn't stay in the club any longer, so he left. When Leng Xiaoyao and the others walked out of the club, she told Zhang Zhengxu to leave by himself, while she left with Li Mochen. She also called Ji Yanxi and told him the result. Although Leng Xiaoyao had perfectly solved the problem, Li Mochen still hated to see her encountering such trouble. Leng Xiaoyao was only 18 years old, but she was totally different from her peers. Normally, girls her age were either studying in school or hanging out all day. Leng Xiaoyao, however, was an excellent student and a successful businesswoman. She also had many skills that other people couldn't imagine. Actually, Li Mochen started working when he was a teenager as well. Brother Mochen, what's wrong? You don't look happy. Leng Xiaoyao sensed that something wasn't right from Leng Xiaoyao's expression, so she asked with concern. Li Mochen compressed his lips and said, I'm a little touched that you have to deal with so many things at such a young age while your peers hang out all day after class. Brother Mochen, does that mean that you care about me? Leng Xiaoyao joked with a smile. Not at all. Don't think too much. Li Mochen denied it at once. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to misunderstand him. Fine, I thought that you cared about me, but you're really cold. Leng Xiaoyao pretended to be upset. I didn't mean that. Li Mochen was slightly anxious. He wanted to explain it. So what do you mean? Leng Xiaoyao asked aggressively. I care about you because you're my friend, Li Mochen said. He said that Leng Xiaoyao was his friend in case she misunderstood it. Leng Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. Because she had no affection for Li Mochen yet, she didn't think it was wrong that he took her as a friend. In fact, she was very happy when Li Mochen agreed that they were friends. The car stopped outside the Leng family's mansion. Leng Xiaoyao got out and smiled at Li Mochen. See you, Brother Mochen. See you, Li Mochen replied. Watching Leng Xiaoyao walking into the gate and disappearing from his sight, Li Mochen left. However, he couldn't stop thinking of her smile. Li Mochen shook his head and immediately got Leng Xiaoyao off his mind. What happened to him? Did he really fall in love with her? How was that possible? They just met and she was much younger than him. Leng Xiaoyao didn't go to the evening class, so it was only 9 p.m. when she got home. The Leng family was surprised. Yao Yao, why are you home so early? Asked Leng Chengyuan. I ate with my friend, so I didn't go to the evening class, Leng Xiaoyao said. If so, Leng Chengyuan said nothing else. However, the others had a different feeling. It was not only the Leng family. Leng Chengyuan's younger brother, Leng Chengming and his family, were sitting in the living room as well. You didn't go to the evening class. You really indulge yourself. Uncle Chengyuan, you shouldn't spoil Leng Xiaoyao like that. Aren't you afraid that she'll lose her principles? After all, many beautiful young girls have dated boys at a very young age. It seems that they go to school every day, but no one knows what they leave to do. It was Leng Chengming's daughter, Leng Xinyue. She was acidic and harsh and had an unpleasant voice. The Leng family had beautiful genes, so Leng Xinyue was pretty. However, she looked as mean as her character was. Leng Xinyue was 28 years old and she had married once. She divorced because her ex-husband couldn't stand her temper and she ruined his dignity. Chapter 3212, Borrow Money. Leng Xinyue looked at Leng Xiaoyao, her gaze filled with jealousy. Before Leng Xiaoyao came home, they talked about Leng Xiaoyao, so she learned that Leng Xiaoyao's freckles had been removed. She thought that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't be pretty even if the freckles were removed, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoyao had become stunning. It was totally beyond her expectations that Leng Xiaoyao would be so beautiful now. Why did Leng Xiaoyao suddenly remove her freckles? Leng Chengyuan was displeased and said in a deep tone, Yao Yao won't lose her principles. She's a good girl. You don't stay with Leng Xiaoyao all day. How would you know whether she's lost her principles? Leng Xinyue argued. Leng Chengyuan frowned. At that moment, Leng Xiaoyao spoke. It has nothing to do with whether I'm a good girl. Leng Xiaoyao had a bad impression of Leng Xinyue, not because of her words, but because Leng Xinyue never got along with her. They had even fought many times. Leng Xinyue won all the time. After all, she was an adult, while Leng Xiaoyao was only a teenager. She was obviously no match for Leng Xinyue. Hey, I'm your aunt. How could you talk to me like that? I said it because I care about you. Don't waste my kindness. Leng Xinyue didn't like Leng Xiaoyao, so she was angry when Leng Xiaoyao argued with her. So what? You have no position to judge me. Leng Xiaoyao coldly argued. If I'm willing to accept you, you're my aunt. If not, you're a nobody. Given Leng Xiaoyao's bad relationship with Leng Xinyue, she wouldn't bother to care about Leng Xinyue's face. Leng Xinyue was mad. She immediately turned to Leng Chengyuan and questioned. Uncle Chengyuan, did you see her attitude? She has no manners. Enough. Leng Chengyuan snapped at her. Yao Yao is right. What kind of girl she is has nothing to do with you. If you say that she doesn't have manners, you're implying that I've failed to educate her well. I think you should mind your own business. Leng Xinyue was scared by Leng Chengyuan's power. After all, Leng Chengyuan used to be a very important figure in the government, so ordinary people couldn't handle his pressure. Brother Chengyuan, Xinyue was reminding you kindly. It's fine if you don't want to accept her kindness, but why are you mad at her? Leng Chengming's wife said with dissatisfaction. She's kind to me. That's ridiculous. No one is an idiot. It can't be more obvious that she's being mean to me. Don't try to fool me, Leng Xiaoyao retorted. Leng Chengming's wife was angry. However, before she said anything else, Leng Chengming stopped her. All right, stop arguing. Since Leng Chengyuan and Leng Xiaoyao already said that, they shouldn't continue to embarrass themselves. After all, they came for help this time. If they offended the Leng family, they might not get what they wanted. Because Leng Chengming opened his mouth, his wife didn't dare to say anything else, and neither did Leng Xinyue. Leng Chengming beamed and said to Leng Chengyuan, "Brother Chengyuan, don't take their words seriously." Leng Chengyuan said nothing because he knew exactly what kind of people they were. If they were really kind, he wouldn't be so angry. Song Meiyu wanted to go against Leng Xiaoyao when Leng Xinyue came, but unfortunately Leng Xinyue quickly failed. Leng Chengming didn't feel embarrassed even though Leng Chengyuan said nothing. He continued, Brother Chengyuan, it's 9 p.m. now. When will Yecheng be home? Why don't you give him a call again? Why are you so impatient? He said he'll be home at about 9 p.m., so he will come home at about 9 p.m. He might be a bit late. It's normal. If he isn't coming home, he'll call me, Leng Chengyuan said unhappily. Even though Leng Chengming was his biological younger brother, he didn't welcome his family. If they visited him because they were relatives, he would welcome them. However, they never visited him unless they needed something. Leng Chengming couldn't urge Leng Chengyuan again. 10 minutes past 9 p.m., Leng Yecheng got back. Seeing Leng Chengming's family, he politely greeted them, but showed no interest. In fact, he deliberately kept his distance from them. Leng Yecheng disliked them because they came to ask them for money or help every time. However, they never returned the money. This time, they came to borrow money again and they wanted a lot. Yecheng, the thing is that your older cousin just got a girlfriend. They're about to get married, but his girlfriend's family wants a house without a loan. You know the housing prices are crazy nowadays. A 100 square meters house costs about 3 million yuan. We only have savings of about 1 million yuan. We need at least 2 million yuan. Can you lend us the money? We'll pay you back once we have money, Leng Chengming said. Even though the Leng family wasn't surprised by Leng Chengming's purpose, they were still struck dumb for a second. How dare he ask for 2 million yuan? Although it was nothing for Leng Yecheng, he wouldn't lend the money to other people casually. Uncle Chengming, if it's beyond your abilities, why do you still want to do that? Since the girl's family is making it difficult for you, you shouldn't satisfy their needs, Leng Yecheng said. He didn't understand why they would do that. Because your older cousin loves her deeply, Leng Chengming sighed. Resignedly. Doesn't the girl love him? Leng Yecheng asked. He honestly wondered why the girl wanted to marry his older cousin. My son is so outstanding. It's impossible that she doesn't love him. If she doesn't love him, she wouldn't marry him, Leng Chengming's wife said proudly. As a mother, she believed that her son was the best. In addition, she didn't show any dissatisfaction when the girl's family wanted a house without a loan. She was doing her best to satisfy the girl's family. I understand that my older cousin loves the girl and is willing to borrow 2 million yuan to satisfy her need, but the girl doesn't care about my older cousin's abilities at all. She even wants him to borrow money. I don't think she really loves him, Leng Yecheng said. He still seemed confused and disdained them. Although he said that, he knew that it shouldn't be the girl's demand to buy a house without a loan. It must be their own idea. They simply wanted to use that excuse to borrow money. It was true that the girl's family didn't ask them to buy a house without a loan. Chapter 3213, Do you have to be so cold-blooded? Anyway, Leng Yecheng was so rich, it didn't matter when and whether they returned the money. Hearing Leng Yecheng's reply, Leng Chengming's family was displeased. They didn't think he was being reasonable and felt that it was an excuse made up by Leng Yecheng. Why do you want such a girl to be your daughter-in-law? She doesn't care about you at all. She is young. She can make money by herself. You can help them with the down payment and they can pay the loan on their own. Leng Xiaoyao supported Leng Yecheng and showed disdain. It's easy for you to say. It's hard to make money. Leng Xinyue sneered. She thought that Leng Xiaoyao was full of imagination. It's hard to make money. Is it easy to borrow money? If you know it's difficult to make money, when can you return the money to me if I lend 2 million yuan to you? Leng Yecheng said unhappily. Leng Chengming's family was angry. Leng Yecheng said all of this to them simply because he didn't want to lend them money. Leng Yecheng, do you think you're superior to us? Leng Xinyue asked. She hated that she was being disdained. Xinyue, shut up. Leng Chengming snapped at her at once. Even if he disliked Leng Yecheng's attitude, they were begging him for help, so they couldn't be aggressive. If you think you're good, why did you come to borrow money from me? Leng Yecheng argued without hesitation. Leng Xinyue hated it, but said nothing else. Although she couldn't afford a house, she cared about her face. Yecheng, you know Xinyue has a quick temper. Please don't take her words seriously. Leng Chengming immediately mediated the dispute. He also gave Leng Xinyue a warning glance. She wasn't being helpful and even ruined their plan. Please don't be mad. Leng Chengming's wife chimed in. She continued. Yecheng, you have a large company. You don't lack 2 million yuan. It won't affect you even if we return the money to you later. We didn't say that we won't return it to you. In fact, they indeed had the intention of not returning the money, but they couldn't say that, otherwise no one would be willing to lend them money. It won't affect me, but I'm not an idiot. If everyone borrows money from me like you and doesn't return it, I'll lose a lot of money. After all, it's not easy for me to make 2 million yuan, Leng Yecheng said. Yecheng, we've said enough about it. Are you still refusing to lend us the money? It's not right. We're relatives. Ce and you are cousins. We're a family. How could you do nothing when we need help? Leng Chengming's wife was unhappy and directly criticized Leng Yecheng. Leng Yecheng sneered and said nothing. Leng Chengming turned to look at Leng Chengyuan instead. Obviously, he was in a bad mood too. Brother Chengyuan, say something. Don't you take me as your brother. If you don't have money, it's fine. I won't make it difficult for you, but 2 million yuan is nothing for you. It's Yecheng's money. I won't interfere. I rely on Yecheng to support me right now. My retirement pay is barely enough, Leng Chengyuan said. He didn't want to lend them money either. After all, they didn't need money urgently and weren't poor. If they really encountered trouble, he would help them. However, they simply took him for an idiot. Yecheng is your son. His money is also your money, Leng Chengming's wife argued. She felt that Leng Chengyuan was just saying that on purpose. The company isn't owned by the Leng family, it is my sister-in-law's. It has nothing to do with my father, Leng Yecheng said. Your sister-in-law has passed away for so many years. Now the company is under your name. It's yours. If it hadn't been for you, the company wouldn't have become so successful. Xiao is a girl. You can't give the company to her. After she marries, the company will belong to other people, Leng Chengming's wife said. She thought that Leng Yecheng was dumb. Since the company was under his name and he brought the company to success, it had nothing to do with Tang Yu. Shut up. Leng Chengyuan seriously snapped at her. You clearly don't have any manners. Leng Chengming's wife was stirring things up between Leng Yecheng and Leng Xiaoyao. He wouldn't allow it to happen. As long as Yao Yao wants it, it'll be hers. No matter how successful the company is under my leadership, Yao Yao is the sole heir, Leng Yecheng said. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't want the company, he was willing to give it back to her if she wanted it. Song Meiyu was unhappy as well to hear this. She didn't want Leng Yecheng to lend money to Leng Chengming, but she was even more unwilling to see Leng Yecheng giving the company to Leng Xiaoyao. Even if he didn't give it to Leng Xiaoyao, it wasn't theirs. However, her family benefited a lot from it as long as they didn't move out of the Leng family's mansion. Leng Yecheng bought the house and cars, but they could use them as they wanted. Even the living expenses were paid by Leng Yecheng. Song Meiyu's family did nothing. However, they were still dissatisfied and wanted to share the company. If I were you, I wouldn't have come to ask for money. During these years, you've borrowed a lot of money from me. I'm sure the number should be at least 500,000 yuan. You've never returned it. Don't tell me that you have no money. You just said that you have savings of 1 million yuan. If you returned the money every time you borrowed it, it wouldn't be difficult for you to borrow money again. However, you never want to return it. I don't dare to lend you money again. It's none of your business how much money I have. You have no position to tell me what I should do. I lent you money because we are relatives. If not, that's not my fault. I don't want you to return the 500,000 yuan, but I won't lend you a cent this time, Leng Yecheng said with determination. Leng Yecheng embarrassed Leng Chengming's family publicly. They indeed owed Leng Yecheng 500,000 yuan and had no plan to return it. However, they were unwilling to give up. Leng Chengming's wife said, "We simply want to buy a house, so that Ce can get married. We didn't return the money to you because you don't lack money. It should be fine if we return it to you later. It doesn't matter to you, but I care about it. You think I don't lack money, so you don't return the money to me, but I think you are liars without credit. Businessmen care about credit the most. If we meet people without credit, we won't cooperate with them. So, you should stop arguing. I already told you that I won't lend you any money," Leng Yecheng said. "Yecheng, do you have to be so cold-blooded?" Leng Chengming asked, seeming hurt. Chapter 3214, Hanlin Manor. "If I was cold-blooded, I would ask you to return the money right now instead of letting it go," Leng Yecheng said. He felt that he had done his best. Song Meiyu wanted to interrupt several times. After all, it was 500,000 yuan. How could Leng Yecheng tell them not to return it? It was crazy. Leng Chengming's family clearly had money because they even had the idea of buying a house for Leng Junts to get married. Leng Yehua didn't receive 500,000 yuan from Leng Yecheng without paying it back. Song Meiyu felt that it was unfair. However, she opened her mouth a few times, but said nothing. She didn't think it was appropriate. In fact, Leng Yecheng wasn't mean to Leng Yehua's family, but they didn't behave themselves. If they were nice and treated Leng Xiaoyao kindly, Leng Yecheng would be willing to give each of them a house, let alone several 100,000 yuan. However, what they had done really disappointed Leng Yecheng. They wanted to benefit from their relationship, but not in good ways. Nobody was willing to treat them well. Even if anyone treated them well, they wouldn't be grateful and would only return kindness with ingratitude. Leng Chengming's family opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. In the end, Leng Chengming had to leave. "If so, we shouldn't bother you any longer." "Great, bye," Leng Chengyuan said. They came to City Chong today and Leng Chengyuan ought to ask them to stay in the Leng family's mansion for a night. However, they had an argument, so Leng Chengyuan said nothing. "Dad," Leng Xinyue was unwilling to accept the result, but Leng Chengming stopped her before she could finish. After that, Leng Chengming's family left. Because there was only 100 kilometers between City Jin and City Chong, they only spent 2 hours on the road by car and directly drove home. After they were in the car, Leng Xinyue complained angrily. "Leng Yecheng is too arrogant. 2 million yuan is nothing for him. How could he be so cold-blooded and refuse to lend it to us?" "Right, your older brother didn't help you at all. I don't think they take you as his brother," Leng Chengming's wife agreed. She was also mad at Leng Chengyuan's family. Leng Chengming said nothing. Although he was also unhappy, he understood that Leng Yecheng didn't do anything wrong. In the Leng family's mansion, the Leng family were also complaining about them. "They're so shameless. They just came to take advantage of us," Leng Yecheng said angrily. "We're not dumb. They wouldn't succeed. Who is kind as the loser? After all, they might not return our kindness. He might want even more in the future," Leng Xiaoyao said. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yecheng didn't continue. The news that Xiaoyao Tech was smashed was known to all the staff. Although they couldn't go to work right now, except for Shen Ziyin, they all still needed to go to the company to make a list of damaged things. Leng Xiaoyao also specially told them to write down the highest prices for those damaged things. In addition to their financial loss, they could also write down the loss of materials. Even if they didn't suffer a loss of materials, they could add it to the list. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't being unfair. It was already nice of her that she only asked for a doubled compensation. Everyone was mad about it and wanted to smash Tianhe Tech to vent their anger, but it was only an idea. If they really did that, they would have to pay the compensation. The loss would outweigh the gains. The next morning, Li Mochen went back to the capital city. At about 12 p.m., he arrived at the airport. Without delay, he ordered Mu Yuan to drive straight to Hanlin Manor. Hanlin Manor was the most luxurious block in the South District. It wasn't far or close to the capital university. It only took 10 minutes by subway. It would just take a bit longer to get in and get out of the subway station. All in all, it took about 20 minutes. It could be about 10 minutes by taxi or car. Even if it was rush hour, it only took half an hour at most. Li Mochen went straight to Hanlin Manor without investing because he had a house here. The house was decorated, but he hadn't stayed in it yet. When he was in the capital city, he normally stayed in his Sihewan in the East District. He preferred traditional buildings because he was more familiar with them. "Boss, why do you want to go to Hanlin Manor?" Mu Yuan asked curiously. "To see a house," Li Mochen replied. "Do you want to stay in the house at Hanlin Manor?" asked Meng Fan. Why did Li Mochen suddenly want to move to Hanlin Manor? They felt that it was more comfortable to live in the Sihewan. "Leng Xiaoyao needs to buy a house and asked me to do her a favor. The house over there is always empty. I'll take several photos and see whether she likes it. If she likes it, I can sell it to her," Li Mochen said. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were surprised. Right after Li Mochen got off the plane, he urged them to go to Hanlin Manor simply because Leng Xiaoyao wanted to buy a house. He really cared about Leng Xiaoyao a lot. After all, Mu Yiyang was still waiting for him. There was no special relationship between them yet, but Li Mochen already cared so much about Leng Xiaoyao. If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, would he be even more willing to serve Leng Xiaoyao? That was Mu Yuan's and Meng Fan's thoughts, but they didn't dare to say anything. "Boss, do you plan to give it to her or charge some money?" asked Meng Fan. He was trying to figure out Li Mochen's relationship with Leng Xiaoyao. "Even if I give it to her, she won't take it. I'll sell it to her at the lowest price," Li Mochen said. He wouldn't care even if he gave it to Leng Xiaoyao for free. After all, Leng Xiaoyao had done him a big favor. A house was hardly enough to return her kindness. However, he understood that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't take it if he gave it to her for free. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan, on the other hand, were shocked, because it meant that Li Mochen had thought of giving it to Leng Xiaoyao for free. This time, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were sure that Li Mochen had special feelings for Leng Xiaoyao. The capital city was very big, and it took an hour and 20 minutes to get to the South District from Hanlin Manor. No wonder Hanlin Manor was the most luxurious block. It had the best security and was green. There weren't many houses in Hanlin Manor, with there being only about 100, but it occupied a large piece of land. Chapter 3215, Wang Yiming has a car accident. Li Mochen's house was at the front of the block, but they still drove a while to get to it. Once Li Mochen was out of the car, he took pictures from the gate to the yard, building, living room, bedrooms, backyard, and the pool. Seeing that Li Mochen was focused on taking pictures, both Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were struck dumb. As soon as Li Mochen finished, he sent Leng Xiaoyao a message, telling her the location and size of the house. Li Mochen's house was gray, just like his character, showing a little coldness, but Leng Xiaoyao disliked bright colors, so she liked the house the moment she saw its decoration style and location. Without delay, she called Li Mochen. "Brother Mochen, I like this house. How much is it?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. 20 million yuan, Li Mochen said. Leng Xiaoyao was shocked. 20 million yuan. This house is being sold for 20 million yuan. "Brother Mochen, did you pay some of the cost already?" The prices in this timeline were the same as those in her previous incarnation, so Leng Xiaoyao was clear about the housing price in the capital city. "Not really, I own this house. I invested in Hanlin Manor, so I didn't pay much for this house. I won't lose any money no matter how much I sell it for," Li Mochen explained. "Great, if so, I accept your house. Give me your bank account, and I'll transfer the money to you. I won't rush to transfer the house to my name. We can do that when I go to the capital city after the National College entrance examination." Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn it down because it was Li Mochen's idea. "No problem," Li Mochen answered. He was happy that Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn it down. After it was settled, Li Mochen went to see Mu Yiyang. In the afternoon, the staff of Xiaoyao Tech had an exact number of their losses. The price should have been about 200,000 yuan, but they raised it to 300,000 yuan. The doubled compensation was 600,000 yuan, and He Fengqi also needed to pay for Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai medical fees. Because they were still in the hospital, the medical fees were still unknown. Anyway, it shouldn't be more than 50,000 yuan. If it was 50,000 yuan, the total number should be 150,000 yuan along with the mental damage compensation of 100,000 yuan. All in all, the doubled compensation came to 750,000 yuan, which was 250,000 yuan more than He Fengqi and Zhang Zhengsu estimated. Therefore, when they heard the number, they were struck dumb for a long while. They were mad, but didn't dare to deny it. As a result, they had to transfer the money to Leng Xiaoyao's bank account. Zhang Zhengsu did that right after finding out the number, while He Fengqi took 2 days. Wang Yiming didn't encounter any accidents yesterday. He was very busy, so he forgot about the Taoist magic figure. However, in the afternoon, he received a call from his younger brother. His younger brother said that their mother stumbled and needed to go to the hospital. Without delay, he rushed out. Although their mother cared more about his younger brother than him ever since they were little and even asked him to help his younger brother with unreasonable demands, it was his biological mother. He had to do something when his mother was in trouble. Wang Yiming drove steadily. He didn't get anxious because his mother wasn't well, but he still encountered an accident. Halfway there, a truck suddenly changed lanes in order to avoid another car, then lost control and knocked into Wang Yiming's car. Besides, the truck tipped onto its side after knocking into Wang Yiming's car and fell onto it. Seeing that, no one thought that Wang Yiming could still be alive in the car. After all, his car was crushed. Due to the car accident, all the traffic was blocked on the road, so everyone went to rescue Wang Yiming. Within a few minutes, people finally pulled Wang Yiming out of the car. However, they surprisingly found that he was only a little injured. Wang Yiming was also shocked and didn't know what had happened. When the car accident happened, he felt that he was doomed to die. Especially when the big truck pressed down on his car, he could barely breathe. However, he didn't feel as if he was seriously injured. He only felt pain in his head and legs. Jesus, this is a miracle. He survived. I thought, he must be blessed because he has done many good things in the previous incarnation. He really has good luck. After Wang Yiming came back to his senses, he remembered the talisman that Leng Xiaoyao gave him. However, when he found it, there were only ashes. Obviously, he survived this time because of the talisman that Leng Xiaoyao gave him. In the beginning he didn't believe it, but now he was convinced, because it was proved to be the truth. He couldn't deny it anymore. Because he was injured, he couldn't go to the hospital where his mother was right now. As a result, he took out his phone and called his younger brother. Xiangyang, I had a car accident and I'm injured. My car has been crushed. I can't go to the hospital right now. I need to wait till the accident has been handled. You can help me take care of mother for a while, Wang Yiming said. Car accident. You're injured. Wang Yiming, did you make up the excuse simply because you don't want to come? If your car was squashed, why are you still fine? Wang Xiangyang swore in a nasty tone. It was very unpleasant because he didn't care about Wang Yiming at all and even thought that Wang Yiming was just fooling him. Wang Yiming understood that he was merely an outsider in their family. They never cared about his feelings and always took everything from him, but hearing Wang Xiangyang's reply, Wang Yiming was deeply hurt and sad. Wang Yiming gave in most of the time because he didn't know what else he could do. However, he wasn't weak. When he was hurt and sad, he was also mad. Wang Xiangyang, what do you mean? Would I joke about that? Do you think everyone is as ungrateful as you? You don't care about me at all even though I'm injured because of a car accident. You even think that I want to fool you. Do you want me to be crushed? Saying that, Wang Yiming suddenly realized that he was in the public. He shouldn't let everyone know what happened in his family, so he immediately stopped speaking. He didn't know what to say to Wang Xiangyang, so he directly hung up. Although he survived due to the talisman, he was still injured and felt a lot of pain from his wounds. Onlookers heard Wang Yiming's conversation on the phone and felt sympathy for him. His family didn't care about him at all and even thought that he was lying. He must be very sad right now. Afterwards, Wang Yiming called his wife. Although he knew that his wife would worry about him after finding out that he had been in a car accident, he was more afraid that his wife would go to see his mother alone and be bullied. Chapter 3216, How dare you say I'm dumb? His mother even disliked him, so it was impossible for her to like his wife. After Wang Yiming's wife received the call, she rushed over. Wang Xianxia, on the other hand, was mad that Wang Yiming hung up on him. He immediately complained about it to his mother. "Mom, Wang Yiming hung up on me. He doesn't care about you at all. Perhaps he really had a car accident. If so, he might be heartbroken because of your words. What if he won't help us again? Let me call him first." Old Mrs. Wang didn't think that Wang Yiming would deliberately lie to them. She was afraid that Wang Yiming might be hurt deeply by Wang Xiangyang's words. After all, she still hoped that Wang Yiming could support them. "No matter what, he's your son. He must listen to you," Wang Xiangyang said airily. He believed that Wang Yiming should serve them. "Then we must keep it a secret that he isn't my biological son. If he finds out, he won't listen to me any longer." Old Mrs. Wang said. Wang Yiming was raised by her, so she clearly knew his character. He was a filial child, but he wasn't dumb. They couldn't get everything they wanted from him. If he learned that he wasn't her biological son, he might cut off their relationship. "No one will know it if we keep it between us. Anyway, my father is already dead. Even if he isn't your biological son, he might be our father's biological son. You raised him, so he should take care of you," Wang Xiangyang said. In his eyes, it was Wang Yiming's duty to look after old Mrs. Wang. However, they forgot that Wang Yiming was very independent ever since he was little, even though they lived together. Old Mrs. Wang did nothing and only old Mr. Wang took care of Wang Yiming. "All right, stop being harsh. Let me call him now." Old Mrs. Wang snapped at Wang Xiangyang. Wang Xiangyang curled his lips and said nothing else. Old Mrs. Wang immediately called Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming answered it at once, but he directly told them his situation. Old Mrs. Wang didn't doubt it. She only asked him to tell them which hospital and ward he was in. They could go to see him tomorrow. Today she needed Wang Xiangyang's care and couldn't go out. Wang Yiming understood that they wanted to come and see him to make sure whether he was really hospitalized. Anyway, if they wanted to check, he could let them do that. Therefore, he agreed, but felt hurt even more than ever. In fact, if old Mrs. Wang wasn't his biological mother, he wouldn't have yielded to her again and again. Wang Yiming was burdened and hurt by his familial relationships. An ambulance quickly arrived and Wang Yiming and the truck driver were sent to the hospital. The truck driver was slightly injured. As for the car, they left it to the traffic police. Wang Yiming would deal with it when he recovered. Wang Yiming had a medical checkup and was sure that he was only slightly injured. Even the doctor had to explain that it was a miracle. Wang Yiming's wife felt they were extremely lucky that Wang Yiming was fine. However, what they didn't know was that it was Leng Xiaoyao's credit that Wang Yiming could survive. Although he was injured only slightly, he still needed to stay in the hospital for a while. After all, he needed to deal with his surface injuries. Without delay, Wang Yiming called the principal and asked that Leng Xiaoyao teach his class. Therefore, the principal went to class 8 to see Leng Xiaoyao. He told Leng Xiaoyao that Wang Yiming had been in a car accident and that he wanted her to teach his class. Because it wasn't beyond Leng Xiaoyao's expectation that Wang Yiming would encounter an accident, she wasn't surprised and understood that her talisman saved his life. Leng Xiaoyao asked the principal about Wang Yiming's condition. After finding out that he was fine, she was relieved. Knowing that Wang Yiming encountered a car accident, all the students said that they wanted to see him in the hospital. However, because there couldn't be too many people, they decided to choose 5 representatives in the end. Leng Xiaoyao, the class leader, the deputy class leader, the commissary in charge of studies and the math class representative would represent class 8. The students also voluntarily donated to Wang Yiming. Even if they were students and didn't have much money, they were willing to help. After all, they couldn't go to see their teacher with empty hands. However, all the students in Class 8 were accepted by their school through connections. They were either from rich or powerful families, so most of them donated several hundred yuan. All the money was kept by Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to upset them, so she agreed to do that. Finally, they donated about 12,000 yuan. Leng Xiaoyao also joined them and donated 300. The next day, when the morning classes were over, the student representatives went to the hospital. However, right when they were outside the ward, they heard Wang Yiming's angry shouts. "Wang Xiangyang, do you really take me as a family member? I'm injured and I'm in the hospital now. I badly need money. How can you ask me for money at this moment? Do you want me to be kicked out by the hospital?" Wang Yiming was furious. He thought that Wang Xiangyang only came to see whether he was really injured. However, he actually came to ask him for money. "You don't need to take responsibility for the car accident. The man who knocked into you will pay for your medical fees. You don't need to pay by yourself," Wang Xiangyang said, taking it for granted. "Are you an idiot? The man who knocked into me should take the responsibility, but it's not been investigated yet, so I need to pay for it on my own. After it's done, the man will pay me back," Wang Yiming said in anger. Sometimes, he honestly felt that Wang Xiangyang couldn't think normally and had no common sense. He was spoiled by old Mrs. Wang, so he was reckless and impulsive, especially with Wang Yiming. If there was an outsider, he might behave. However, he only dared to bully the weak. Wang Yiming was so used to being bullied by them, so they weren't afraid of him at all. "How dare you say I'm dumb? Mom is in the hospital. Don't you care about her at all?" "I don't have any money," Wang Xiangyang said, pretending that he was totally innocent. "Why'd I have to deal with everything? What did you do? I'm not the only son of our mother. I can barely take care of myself right now. How could I look after her? I've done a lot for you. What did you ever do for me? You ask everything from me and never care about me. Do you want to deprive everything from me?" Wang Yiming finally lost his temper. He didn't care that there were other people in the ward. Chapter 3217, Not Biological. Although the other patients were displeased when they quarreled loudly, they felt even more sympathy for Wang Yiming. He really had bad luck to have such a terrible family. "I really wonder whether Mr. Wang is really your mother's biological son." At this time, a cold female voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone turned to look at her and a few teenagers walking inside. It was Leng Xiaoyao's voice. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she pointed it out straightforwardly. She only said that because she felt that Wang Yiming shouldn't be treated like that, not because she really had that doubt. After all, there were parents who treated their kids differently. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, everyone had the same doubt. Wang Xiangyang panicked a little and immediately argued. "Nonsense. My older brother is obviously our mother's biological child. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have taken care of him for so many years." Leng Xiaoyao caught his reaction and seriously had doubts this time. Was Wang Yiming really not their mother's biological child? Wang Xiangyang was obviously guilty. Leng Xiaoyao glanced at Wang Yiming to see his reaction. Wang Yiming only mocked himself. "Sometimes I even doubt that myself. Perhaps I'm not our mother's biological son, and that is why you oppress and exploit me so badly." Leng Xiaoyao realized that Wang Yiming didn't know that he wasn't his mother's biological child. On the other hand, Wang Xiangyang reacted guiltily and made her think that it might be true. She decided to investigate it. Even though it was their family affair and she was an outsider, she made up her mind to get involved. After all, she liked to follow her instincts and did things according to her mood. In addition, it wasn't a bad thing. Perhaps she could help Wang Yiming get rid of his terrible family. She really disliked Wang Xiangyang's attitude. Sometimes, you were tolerant of your family, but your family oppressed and exploited you in return, which was unacceptable. Hearing that, Wang Xiangyang panicked again, but he quickly composed himself and criticized Wang Yiming. "Wang Yiming, don't say that and hurt our mother." Being criticized by Wang Xiangyang, Wang Yiming felt slightly guilty. He agreed that he shouldn't have said that. However, he was really hurt by their behavior and unavoidably had that idea. Since Mr. Wang is your mother's biological son, why are you still asking him for money after he encountered a car accident and needs to pay medical fees in the hospital? You clearly don't care about him at all. Leng Xiaoyao said a little aggressively. Right, no biological brothers would do that to each other. Why do you turn to Mr. Wang for help every time? Can't you do anything? He clearly relies on his mother and older brother to live. If he had any skills, he wouldn't have come here to ask Mr. Wang for money. Right, normally, brothers would help each other and would ask Mr. Wang whether he has enough money to pay the medical fee. Right, since you are brothers, you shouldn't make things difficult for your older brother. After all, you're connected by blood. He can hardly take care of himself now. He has no energy to look after you. Even if you want him to help you, you should give him some time. Shut up. It has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business. Wang Xiangyang didn't feel ashamed. He was only furious. Even though he was wrong, he wouldn't allow other people to judge him. Especially since they all sided with Wang Yiming. He was especially angry at that. Tell you what, I'm determined to get involved today. If you continue to argue here, I'll call the police. Let's see who the police will take away. Leng Xiaoyao threatened. Right, we're involved now. The other students walked forward to protect Wang Yiming at once. They didn't want Wang Xiangyang to get close to him. At this time, Wang Yiming and his wife were extremely touched. Even Wang Yiming's family wasn't so protective of him. Wang Xiangyang was mad. He turned to question Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming, will you allow your students to shout at me? He's your older brother. Shouldn't you be polite? Leng Xiaoyao said. You're a bitch. I should teach you a lesson. Wang Xiangyang angrily raised his hand to hit Leng Xiaoyao. Wang Yiming and the other students were aware of Leng Xiaoyao's skills, so they knew that she wouldn't be hurt. However, at this moment, they were still slightly worried about her. Other people in the ward were nervous as well, but no one stood out. They were willing to help but didn't have the ability because most of the patients' relatives were women. Right when they thought that Leng Xiaoyao was about to be beaten, Leng Xiaoyao easily caught his hand and subconsciously wanted to break it, but she stopped herself right away. It wasn't necessary to do that. This scene shocked a lot of people. No one could believe that a young girl could react so quickly and was so strong. Wang Xiangyang immediately struggled, but failed, so he got really mad. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to continue, so she pushed him away with a lot of force. He almost fell to the ground. Do you know what class Mr. Wang teaches classes? Although we're bad at studying, we all have connections. Do you know what connections are? We're from either rich or powerful families in City Chong. So, you better be careful. If you dare to bully Mr. Wang, we can easily chase you out of City Chong. Leng Xiaoyao threatened in an extremely unfriendly tone. She had to do that when faced with people like Wang Xiangyang. Right, my father is an executive officer for the XX Bureau. My father is the second largest shareholder of XX Business Group. My father is. Several of the students introduced their family background in order to scare Wang Xiangyang. Wang Xiangyang was angry, but he was also frightened by their words. Because he knew what class Wang Yiming taught, he didn't doubt their words. The other people in the ward were shocked too. To their astonishment, this bunch of teenagers were from such rich and powerful families. And, my grandfather is a retired deputy mayor of City Chong. Although he's retired, I think his connections will still work. Leng Xiaoyao stared at Wang Xiangyang meaningfully. Wang Xiangyang was extremely scared, so he immediately ran away. Chapter 3218, How much do you want to borrow? Leng Xiaoyao understood that Wang Xiangyang was scared right now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't return. After all, old Mrs. Wang was behind his back. Old Mrs. Wang was Wang Yiming's mother, so it was useless even if they called the police if she came to make things difficult for him. Besides, Wang Yiming's reputation would be affected by then. Once Wang Xiangyang left, Wang Yiming and his wife were relieved. Although they knew that Wang Xiangyang wouldn't really hit him no matter how terrible he was, they were still furious upon hearing his words. Thank you so much. Wang Yiming thanked Leng Xiaoyao and the other students. He was especially grateful to Leng Xiaoyao because Leng Xiaoyao had saved his life. "You're welcome, Mr. Wang," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Oh, this is our good wishes for you." Leng Xiaoyao took out a red envelope and gave it to Wang Yiming. They brought him the student's donation along with fruits and milk. The moment Wang Yiming saw the thick red envelope, he rejected it. "I can accept the fruits and milk, but not the red envelope." He understood that the students in his class were from either rich or powerful families. There must be a lot of money in the red envelope, so he couldn't take it. "Sir, please take it. We hope you recover quickly. If you don't accept it, we'll be hurt. This task was assigned to me. If you refuse to take it, I'll disappoint all the classmates and they'll blame me." Leng Xiaoyao directly squeezed the red envelope into Wang Yiming's palm. She didn't give Wang Yiming any chance to reject it. Because Leng Xiaoyao said that, Wang Yiming was in a dilemma. "Mr. Wang, please take it." "Right, there isn't much money. It just represents our good wishes for you." The other students chimed in. "If so, thank you all." Because Wang Yiming didn't want to disappoint them, he accepted the red envelope in the end. Although the students in Class 8 were all bad at studying and were troublesome, they got along harmoniously these past few years. That happened mainly because Wang Yiming didn't dare to restrict them and let them do whatever they wanted to. Therefore, they didn't bother to make things difficult for him. Leng Xiaoyao and the other students left after staying in the ward for a while, because they needed to attend classes in the afternoon. Wang Xiangyang called old Mrs. Wang right after leaving the hospital. He made up a story of what had happened in the ward and told his mother. He said that Wang Yiming refused to give him money and Wang Yiming's students swore and beat him, but Wang Yiming did nothing. Old Mrs. Wang was aware that Wang Xiangyang made up the story, but it had probably happened similarly. Otherwise, Wang Xiangyang wouldn't be so angry. Therefore, old Mrs. Wang was furious too. After having the call with Wang Xiangyang, old Mrs. Wang immediately called Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming understood why old Mrs. Wang called him, but he still answered it. Without surprise, once he picked up, old Mrs. Wang criticized him heavily. "Yiming, I heard your students beat Xiangyang in the ward and even threatened him. Why didn't you do anything? He's your younger brother. Why didn't you help him? Do you even know what he did to me? I'm injured and in the hospital right now. I badly need money for my treatment, but he asked me for 50,000 yuan as soon as he came. I don't have so much money to give him. I only get 10,000 yuan every month. I give you a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan and I still need to pay for the car and house loan. I barely have any money left. We are barely affording our living expenses. We don't have 20,000 yuan, let alone 50,000 yuan. You always ask me for everything, but have you ever cared about my life?" Wang Yiming complained in anger. My students couldn't stand it and argued with him. He wanted to hit her. Everyone saw it. Luckily, the girl is good at kung fu and wasn't hurt by him. Let me tell you, my student didn't injure him at all. She only grabbed his hand. There are surveillance cameras in the ward. All my students are from either rich or powerful families. None of them are easy to bully. It's normal that they threaten Xiangyang. Do you want them to chase Wang Xiangyang out of City Chong with their family's connections? Hearing that, old Mrs. Wang was struck dumb. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Hearing that Wang Xiangyang had offended those rich and powerful heirs, old Mrs. Wang was scared. Fortunately, Wang Xiangyang didn't injure anyone, otherwise they wouldn't be able to live in City Chong any longer. After all, they were ordinary people and could not go against powerful people. However, old Mrs. Wang was still unwilling to give up. You could have persuaded him to stop. Don't you know Wang Xiangyang's character? Would he listen to me? Wang Xiangyang retorted instead. Old Mrs. Wang was silent. That was true, so she didn't continue to argue with Wang Yiming. All right, since you don't have money right now, I'll borrow some from your uncle. You can help me return it after you have received the compensation, old Mrs. Wang said. Wang Xiangyang didn't really have a job. He made a little money with his friends by doing tasks sometimes. Accordingly, the 2,000 yuan Wang Yiming gave him was only enough for daily expenses. Old Mrs. Wang also didn't have any money. She stumbled and was in the hospital now, but it wasn't serious. It would only cost her several thousand yuan. She told Wang Xiangyang to ask Wang Yiming for more money simply to have some savings. However, she only told Wang Xiangyang to ask Wang Yiming for 20,000 yuan, but Wang Xiangyang wanted 50,000 yuan. It was understandable that Wang Yiming was furious when Wang Xiangyang asked for so much money at this moment. However, old Mrs. Wang still didn't blame Wang Xiangyang because he was her biological son. "How much do you plan to borrow?" asked Wang Yiming. He remembered that Wang Xiangyang just asked him for 50,000 yuan. If he didn't make it clear, he would definitely be trapped. 20,000 yuan for the time being. If it's not enough, I'll borrow more at that time, old Mrs. Wang said. I can call uncle and ask him to see you. He can pay for your medical fees first. I'll pay him back then, Wang Yiming said. Wang Xiangyang asked him for 50,000 yuan, while old Mrs. Wang said she needed 20,000 yuan. Wang Yiming figured out what they actually wanted to do. He should take care of his mother since his mother was in the hospital, but he was in trouble now too. During these years, he supported old Mrs. Wang and Wang Xiangyang all the time, and his own family was affected. His wife was also unhappy about that, mainly because it was never enough. However, Wang Yiming didn't know what else he could do. He could leave Wang Xiangyang behind, but he had to look after old Mrs. Wang. As long as he couldn't leave old Mrs. Wang, he couldn't get rid of Wang Xiangyang. Old Mrs. Wang was displeased. What do you mean? Do you think I'll cheat you out of your money? Chapter 3219, You're not important in my eyes. Old Mrs. Wang was very loud, as if she would be more reasonable when she spoke louder. However, Wang Yiming was sure that she was feeling guilty. Even if his mother wasn't exposed, Wang Yiming understood that they simply wanted to get more money from him. I didn't mean that, Wang Yiming said, but he didn't explain it. There was nothing he should explain. If not, what do you mean? Asked old Mrs. Wang. She believed that Wang Yiming thought she was trying to cheat him out of money. Even if it was the truth, she wouldn't allow Wang Yiming to doubt her like that. Nothing. All right, I'll call uncle right now, Wang Yiming said. Afterwards, he directly hung up. He didn't want to talk to old Mrs. Wang any longer. Old Mrs. Wang was furious when Wang Yiming hung up on her. She even wanted to smash the phone, but she didn't dare to do that because she didn't have money to buy a new one. Damn, he's ungrateful. How dare he hang up on me? Old Mrs. Wang gritted through her teeth. After that, she called her younger brother at once, but the line was busy. Obviously, Wang Yiming made the call before her. Zhao Shanchuan and old Mrs. Wang were biological brother and sister, so he would obviously side with old Mrs. Wang, even if old Mrs. Wang never hesitated to exploit Wang Yiming and didn't tell Wang Yiming that he wasn't her biological son. However, he still disliked old Mrs. Wang's behavior, so he tried to persuade old Mrs. Wang not to do too much. If Wang Yiming was hurt deeply, he wouldn't take care of her any longer. If old Mrs. Wang wanted to borrow money from him and let Wang Yiming return it, he wasn't dumb and required Wang Yiming's agreement. If Wang Yiming disagreed, he would have to ask his own older sister to return the money. However, his older sister never kept her word, and he didn't want to lose money. Besides, old Mrs. Wang asked for too much this time, so Zhao Shanchuan didn't agree. Right after Zhao Shanchuan finished his call with Wang Yiming, old Mrs. Wang called him. The moment he answered it, old Mrs. Wang directly asked, "Did Wang Yiming call you just now?" "Yes, but you're not seriously injured. It only cost several thousand yuan for you to stay in the hospital for a few days. How could you ask Wang Yiming for 20,000 yuan? Xiangyang even raised the number to 50,000 yuan. Hasn't Wang Yiming done enough for you? Don't you know that he just had a car accident and is in the hospital now? Do you want him to know that he isn't your biological son? Do you want to hurt him so deeply that he will abandon you?" Zhao Shanchuan criticized old Mrs. Wang. He visited her yesterday, so he clearly knew her condition. Old Mrs. Wang was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. After a long while, she argued. Won't he receive compensation? Do you think he can get the compensation so quickly? It requires a lot of formalities. Why don't you understand such a simple thing? Is your brain empty? Zhao Shanchuan said without hesitation. Enough, I'm your older sister. How can you say that to me? Old Mrs. Wang snapped at him. If you weren't my older sister, I would have told Wang Yiming that you're not his biological mother early on. Do you think he'll still look after you then? Zhao Shanchuan said angrily. He felt that old Mrs. Wang was ungrateful for his kindness. Perhaps he has doubted whether he's your biological son many times before. If you still want to rely on him to live, have some shame. Don't exploit him too much. Even your biological son would be hurt deeply by your behavior, let alone someone who isn't your biological son. Xiangyang isn't young. If he doesn't have a good job, I'm afraid no one will want to marry him. If you want him to die alone, you can continue to spoil him. After all, you will have to bear the result in the end. Old Mrs. Wang was angry, but couldn't deny it. She knew that Zhao Shanchuan was right, so she could only hang up unhappily. Even though she treated Wang Yiming badly, she was unwilling to let him know that he wasn't her biological son. After all, Wang Xiangyang was a good-for-nothing, so she had to rely on Wang Yiming to live. As for Wang Xiangyang, she obviously didn't want him to die alone. She always wanted him to marry. Anyway, Wang Xiangyang was her only biological son. She didn't want her family to have no offspring. However, because Wang Yiming didn't have a real job, no woman was willing to marry him. Thinking of that, old Mrs. Wang was full of worry. After Wang Xiangyang got back, she talked to him about getting a job and marriage. Upon her mentioning work, Wang Xiangyang got angry. He didn't have any skills, but dreamed of making a fortune. However, he did nothing towards that. Even if there was a high salary, he wouldn't like it because it was tiring. If the job wasn't tiring, he still hated it because it had a low salary. In the capital city, at about 6 p.m., Li Mochen took Mu Yuan and Meng Fan to the 6-star Shengjing restaurant in the capital city. As soon as he walked into the hall, he saw a familiar face. Li Mochen wanted to ignore him, but the man was excited once he saw him. He immediately walked over and blocked Li Mochen's way. Afterwards, he mocked. Oh, isn't this my older cousin who left home and claimed to cut off the relationship with the Li family? It's been ages. I thought you weren't in the capital city. He was making fun of Li Mochen. After all, he was excited because he had a chance to laugh at Li Mochen. Ever since they were little, he was used to bullying Li Mochen, so it became his way to release anger. Although Li Mochen left the Li family, he still met the Li family once in a while because he often stayed in the capital city. Therefore, Li Xiaoyang recognized him at a glance. Since I've cut off my relationship with the Li family, you shouldn't call me cousin again, Li Mochen said coldly. He didn't even bother to give Li Xiaoyang a glance. Li Xiaoyang was displeased and embarrassed. I called you cousin simply for the sake of your face. Don't flatter yourself. In Li Xiaoyang's eyes, Li Mochen was abandoned by the Li family. Without the Li family, he was merely a nobody. Obviously, he had no idea how successful Li Mochen was right now. He had only heard that Li Mochen had a relationship with several important people. However, that was barely comparable to the Li family. After all, the Li family was one of the 7 most powerful families in the capital city. You're not important in my eyes, Li Mochen said coldly. He wouldn't bother to be nice to Li Xiaoyang. Chapter 3220, Li Mochen deserves a lesson. You, Li Xiaoyang was furious. Li Mochen, what do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? I can get you chased out of the capital city. Do you even have the ability? Li Mochen said. He couldn't care less about Li Xiaoyang's feelings. The Li family wasn't important in his eyes either. If he cared about the Li family, he wouldn't have quarreled with them and injured a lot of them, then cut off his relationship with the Li family. When he injured them back then, the Li family couldn't do anything to him. Do you think you are someone after you built a relationship with several important figures? Without the Li family, you're a nobody. I don't think any of them will help you when you're in trouble. Li Xiaoyang warned. He didn't believe that those people would go against the Li family for Li Mochen. When I'm in trouble, do you think you or the Li family can do that? You were unable to do anything 10 years ago, so you can't do anything now either. I'm afraid you will never see me in trouble in your life. I, on the other hand, can easily throw you into trouble if you dare to mess with me again. Li Mochen mocked and warned. After that, he ignored Li Xiaoyang and walked around him before going inside, followed by Mu Yuan and Meng Fan. He wouldn't attack Li Xiaoyang without a reason, but if Li Xiaoyang dared to mess with him again, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. No one in the Li family deserved his kindness. He simply didn't want to cause trouble, so he never attacked anyone. Li Mochen, stop right there. Li Xiaoyang was angered by Li Mochen's warning. He refused to believe that Li Mochen was able to cause him any trouble. Without delay, he ran forward and blocked Li Mochen's way. He wouldn't let Li Mochen leave after embarrassing him. Meng Fan, throw him out. Li Mochen ordered coldly. Yes, sir. Meng Fan answered and immediately went to lift Li Xiaoyang and pulled him outside. Li Xiaoyang was strong, but he wasn't comparable to Meng Fan. He could only struggle and angrily shout at Li Mochen. Li Mochen, tell your man to let me go. Otherwise I'll report it to Grandpa. Grandpa will punish you. Li Mochen didn't respond at all. After Meng Fan threw Li Xiaoyang out and came back, they went into the elevator. Although there were several rich heirs with Li Xiaoyang, none of them dared to stand out. Anyway, it was the Li family's family affair. As outsiders, they shouldn't get involved. Most importantly, they thought that they shouldn't mess with Li Mochen. After all, Li Xiaoyang was pulled out and couldn't even fight back. In fact, Li Xiaoyang had trained in the army for a few years, so he wasn't weak. Watching the drama, the restaurant also did nothing. The manager recognized Li Mochen, who was their boss's friend, so he didn't dare to do anything. What he didn't know was that Li Mochen had a lot of shares in the Shengjing restaurant. Whenever Li Mochen gathered together with his friends, they chose their own places because they were more familiar. Li Xiaoyang was angry after he was thrown outside, but he didn't return to the restaurant. Instead, he took a taxi and left right away. He knew that he would just be thrown out if he went inside again. It was humiliating, so he didn't want to suffer it twice. The Li family was one of the 7 most powerful families in the capital city. It had a long history, but was declining. It was the least powerful family among the 7 families. Anyway, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Except for the other 6 powerful families, nobody dared to disdain the Li family. Actually, the Li family didn't start declining rapidly until a few years ago. Li Mochen played a role in the Li family's decline, because his parents' death had something to do with the Li family, although the Li family didn't directly cause it. Therefore, Li Mochen caused the Li family some trouble instead of killing them. At this time, only Li Zongquan, the Li family's patriarch, was home. The other family members went to work or hung out. Li Xiaoyang told Li Zongquan what had happened to him. Grandpa, I just ran into Li Mochen outside Shengjing restaurant. He was so arrogant that he ordered his people to throw me outside. He humiliated me and the Li family. Hearing that, Li Zongquan showed anger on his old face. What an ungrateful boy. How dare he be so arrogant? Li Zongquan never liked Li Mochen, but he didn't hate him too much at the beginning. However, even if Li Zongquan raised Li Mochen by his side, he didn't care about Li Mochen at all. He even let his other grandsons bully him and did nothing. Li Xiaoyang and the others dared to bully Li Mochen as they wanted simply because Li Zongquan allowed them to do so. About 10 years ago, Li Mochen completely changed and injured many of the Li family. Because of that, Li Zongquan began to hate Li Mochen and even wanted to kill him. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to do that without a reason. Grandpa, I think Li Mochen deserves a lesson. Otherwise he won't respect the Li family, Li Xiaoyang said. He wanted Li Zongquan to pay Li Mochen back for him. Li Zongquan saw through Li Xiaoyang. Although he was unhappy that Li Xiaoyang tried to use him, he indeed had the intention of teaching Li Mochen a lesson. Therefore, he agreed. After Li Xiaoyang left, Li Zongquan called the butler over and told him to arrange for a few strong guys to wait for Li Mochen outside the Shengjing restaurant. They should seize a chance to teach Li Mochen a lesson, but shouldn't kill him. Li Zongquan had too much confidence in himself. Why did he believe that his people were able to beat Li Mochen to death? Every powerful family kept some secret guards. That was a way to protect their wealth. Otherwise, they would easily be defeated. Powerful families seemed arrogant on the surface, but there were battles behind it. Therefore, if they wanted to stay rich, they needed forces. The butler immediately ordered 5 strong secret guards to carry out the task. At 8 p.m., they saw Li Mochen coming out. However, as soon as Li Mochen and his friends came out, he noticed them too. In that instant, Li Mochen realized that it must have something to do with the Li family. After all, he just had an encounter with Li Xiaoyang that afternoon. Given Li Xiaoyang's hatred for him and his quick temper, Li Xiaoyang must be determined to pay him back. Li Mochen did nothing. If those men had confidence, they could attack him first. Chapter 3221, Missing Miss Leng. Li Mochen didn't want them to follow him and expose his residence, so he gave them a chance to attack him. After separating with Mu Yiyang and the others, Li Mochen and his people got into a car. Then, Li Mochen told Mu Yuan to drive to the suburb. "Boss, why do you want to go there?" asked Mu Yuan. "Some people are following us. I want to give them a chance," Li Mochen said. In fact, they could directly get rid of those guys, but Li Mochen didn't want to. After all, he wasn't a warm-hearted person. Since those guys came, he decided to give them a chance to attack him. Moreover, if he could solve the problem using violence, he wouldn't avoid it like a coward. His dignity didn't allow him to. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were startled. They hadn't noticed that some people were following them. Before long, they found those guys. After Li Mochen sensed the power in his body, he was no longer an ordinary man. Therefore, it was easy for him to notice that some people were following him. He didn't blame Mu Yuan and Meng Fan for not noticing it quickly. In the past, he couldn't have done it either. Because those guys didn't know where Li Mochen lived, they confidently believed that Li Mochen didn't notice them yet. When Li Mochen drove towards the suburb, they didn't even think that they were already exposed. Instead, they felt that it was a good thing that Li Mochen drove to the suburb. There was a long and remote road, which would be a great chance to take action. Li Mochen deliberately gave them a chance, so Mu Yuan didn't drive very fast. When there were fewer people on the road, they suddenly stopped. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan got out of the car and went to check something, as if the car had broken down. Those guys who followed Li Mochen thought that they were really blessed today. Li Mochen's car breaking down at this moment was a great chance. Without delay, they stopped behind Li Mochen's car. The next moment, 5 men got out of the car and surrounded Li Mochen's car. They said nothing and just immediately took action. Li Mochen sat in the car and didn't move, because Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were able to deal with those guys. If Mu Yuan and Meng Fan weren't able to, they weren't qualified to be his assistants. Those guys were strong, but they were at a disadvantage when they ran into Mu Yuan and Meng Fan. Although they couldn't be defeated within seconds, they were beaten down to the ground within 5 minutes. "Tell me, who told you to do this?" Mu Yuan said coldly. None of the guys said anything. "Let's go," Li Mochen said from the car. Because he knew who was behind those guys, he didn't bother to interrogate them. There was no need to threaten them either. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan didn't question those guys anymore. They got into the car and drove away. "Boss, could it be Li Xiaoyang?" asked Meng Fan. Although Li Mochen had many enemies, he only had conflict with Li Xiaoyang today. Therefore, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan thought of Li Xiaoyang immediately. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan said nothing else. They were clear of Li Mochen's relationship with the Li family, because Li Mochen had ordered them to make things difficult for the Li family during these years. Because of Li Mochen, they hated the Li family too. However, without Li Mochen's orders, they wouldn't do anything to hurt the Li family. After those guys failed, they returned to the Li family to receive punishment. Knowing that they failed to complete the task, Li Zongquan was angry. To his surprise, there were some skilled men by Li Mochen's side. What was Li Mochen's level? Did he hire 2 skilled men to be his bodyguards because he was bad at martial arts or because he was even better than them? "Did they interrogate you and ask who sent you?" asked Li Zongquan. He knew that Li Mochen probably knew that it was done by the Li family. However, he didn't care. He never believed that Li Mochen was a match for the Li family. The Li family simply didn't bother to kill Li Mochen. They didn't ask. A secret guard answered. Go, Li Zongquan ordered. Although he was mad and was reluctant to accept the result, he didn't send another group of secret guards to attack Li Mochen again. He didn't bother to waste much time dealing with Li Mochen. At that time, the evening class was over, and Leng Xiaoyao went home. Then, she started investigating what had happened to Wang Yiming. Hackers could find out many things, but they couldn't do everything. This time, Leng Xiaoyao didn't find any useful information. Because she couldn't find any useful information from the past, she decided to see what she could find now. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao hacked into old Mrs. Wang and Wang Xiangyang's phones to monitor their calls. As long as they talked about the car accident on the phone, she would have evidence. She already had an idea that Wang Yiyang wasn't his mother's biological child, but he might not believe it without solid proof. When Li Mochen had nothing to do at night, he was always cultivating. Every time after cultivating, he felt that he was becoming even more powerful. Even though he didn't sleep at night, he was still full of energy the next day. When he woke up, he felt grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen was cold, but he understood gratitude. If anyone did him a favor, he would return it with more kindness. After all, Leng Xiaoyao had done him many favors. In addition to that, he couldn't help thinking of Leng Xiaoyao recently. It greatly affected his mood. Sometimes, he really wanted to call Leng Xiaoyao, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he was scared by his thought and tried to get rid of it. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan noticed Li Mochen's unusual behavior. Both of them felt that Li Mochen was different from before. Boss looks really different these days. What happened? Meng Fan talked to Mu Yuan in private. Perhaps he's missing Miss Lang, Mu Yuan said. He didn't really think so, and was simply joking. Really? Meng Fan's face lit up at once and he was excited. That's just my guess, but you can ask the boss. Mu Yuan gave Meng Fan a glance. He said that casually, but Meng Fan took it seriously. I won't do that. Meng Fan curled his lips. If he dared to do that, he would have done that early on and wouldn't have to ask Meng Fan. Although Li Mochen was upstairs, he clearly heard Mu Yuan's conversation with Meng Fan. Then he frowned. Was it that obvious? Chapter 3222, What do you think? Because Leng Xiaoyao had become beautiful, many boys wrote a love letter for her, but Leng Xiaoyao rejected them. If they left the love letters in her desk drawer, she would directly throw them into the trash can. Afterwards, there were rumors about Leng Xiaoyao, saying that Leng Xiaoyao was cold and made those boys lose face and that she had hurt their dignity. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. It bothered her when they wrote love letters for her and yet they even blamed her for rejecting them and throwing their love letters away. Did she have to accept them no matter who confessed affection for her? If she did, they would criticize her for being disloyal, cheap, and disgusting. When Leng Xiaoyao and her friends went to eat at the canteen, they heard several girls in front of them talking about Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that, but Chenmeng and the other girls couldn't stand it. They went ahead and argued with those girls. Does Leng Xiaoyao have to accept every boy who confesses to her? If so, Leng Xiaoyao will have countless boyfriends. Wouldn't you criticize her for being disloyal then? Shang Mengxin questioned. Right, if someone you don't like confesses to you, will you accept him? And you? How about you? All the girls she asked shook their heads. Since you all wouldn't accept that, why do you criticize Xiaoyao for doing the same thing? Wu Minmin said. But you can't throw their love letters into the trash can right in front of their faces. One girl argued. She felt that it was rude. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao opened her mouth. If you write a love letter to the boy you have feelings for and he accepts it, would you think that he's also interested in you? Would you think that you can be boyfriend and girlfriend? Leng Xiaoyao spoke in a flat tone. She wasn't mad and didn't scold them. She simply asked them several questions. Those girls thought for a while, then nodded. You're right. It was true that they would think the boy they liked was also interested in them if he accepted their love letter. Once Leng Xiaoyao asked them those questions, they understood her meaning. So, since I have no interest in them, why should I let them misunderstand me? Isn't that more hateful? Only calculating girls prefer to be chased by a group of boys. They won't say yes or no. When they feel upset, they'll complain to the boys, but once they're happy, they won't pay attention to the boys. All the boys are only their plan B. Don't you think that's disgusting? Leng Xiaoyao asked. They thought that it was reasonable, so those girls said nothing. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to make it difficult for them, so she walked away with An Chenmeng and the other girls. The onlookers began to discuss it when they were gone. I think Leng Xiaoyao is right. Since she has no interest in them, she shouldn't give those boys a misunderstanding or a chance. Right, otherwise it would be even more hateful. It's better that she directly rejects them. In a blink of an eye, the due date for He Fengqi to pay reached the last day. He returned the money on time, because he didn't dare not to do it. After 2 days of listening to old Mrs. Wang and Wang Xiangyang's calls, Leng Xiaoyao got the evidence. Wang Xiangyang lost 100,000 yuan when he went to gamble with his friends at a casino a while ago. He borrowed the money from his friend and his friend was urging him to pay it back. He had no money, so he had to turn to old Mrs. Wang for help and asked her to get the money from Wang Yiming. Old Mrs. Wang was mad when she heard that. She was aware that Wang Xiangyang had a bad habit of gambling. She had tried to persuade him to stop, but Wang Xiangyang wouldn't listen. Luckily, Wang Xiangyang won more often than he lost, so she could only turn a blind eye on that. Unexpectedly, he lost 100,000 yuan this time. 100,000 yuan was a sky-high price for her. Old Mrs. Wang was mad. Didn't I tell you not to gamble? Why did you go to the casino again? How can we pay back so much money? I just wanted to win a fortune. I didn't expect to lose. Wang Xiangyang was irritated too. He had good luck before that. He didn't know that he would suddenly lose so much money. Who can become rich by gambling? Old Mrs. Wang said in anger. She knew that it was highly likely to lose money by gambling. Why? I know several people who became rich by gambling. And those famous gamblers rely on gambling to make money. Each of them make tens of millions of yuan, Wang Xiangyang retorted. He saw that many people had won a lot of money by gambling, so he thought that he could win too. Becoming one of the people who could become rich by gambling was his goal. Do you have the ability? Old Mrs. Wang said. She rarely rained on Wang Xiangyang's parade, but this time she was extremely angry at him. Are you my mother or not? Why won't you encourage me? Anyway, I already owe them a lot of money. I can't do anything about it now. Go ask Wang Yiming for the money. Isn't he going to receive the compensation for his car? His car cost him 200,000 yuan, so he should get a compensation of 200,000 yuan at least. It shouldn't be a problem to give me 100,000 yuan, Wang Xiangyang said, taking it for granted that he would give him the money. He always took it for granted, as if Wang Yiming owed him. Whenever he needed anything, he turned to Wang Yiming for help, thinking that Wang Yiming should agree. If not, it was Wang Yiming's fault. You, old Mrs. Wang was furious. Upon thinking that she needed to ask Wang Yiming for 100,000 yuan, she didn't know how to do that. Your uncle said that we can't ask for too much from Wang Yiming. If he's hurt deeply by us, he won't help us again, old Mrs. Wang said, feeling that it would be difficult. However, if she didn't ask Wang Yiming for money, she was afraid that Wang Xiangyang would be in trouble. I don't care about that right now. Who knows what will happen in the future? He isn't your biological son, so why do you care about him so much? Anyway, as long as he doesn't know that you're not his biological mother, he won't abandon you no matter how much you hurt him. If I don't return the money, they'll beat me. If I'm beaten to death, you will have no son, Wang Xiangyang said furiously. Is it so serious? They'll beat you if you don't pay them back. Old Mrs. Wang was scared and her face turned pale. Those men are gangsters. They're unreasonable, Wang Xiangyang said impatiently. He only dared to bully the weak like old Mrs. Wang and Wang Yiming. He didn't dare to be aggressive outside. Especially when he hung out with those gangsters, he had to please them carefully. Although he was afraid of them, he still enjoyed hanging out with them because he loved the excitement. Chapter 3223, He should take responsibility for his own deeds. Why do you hang out with gangsters? Old Mrs. Wang was mad again. She was aware that Wang Xiangyang's friends were fair-weather friends, but she didn't expect them to be gangsters. Ordinary people were scared of gangsters because they were cruel and reckless. It's useless to talk about that right now. Will you ask Wang Yiming for the money? They only gave me 3 days. Wang Xiangyang shouted. Even if he was with his mother, he never bothered to be nice to old Mrs. Wang. He was old Mrs. Wang's biological son, so old Mrs. Wang had to help him no matter how angry she was. Anyway, nothing was more important than her son. Therefore, old Mrs. Wang had to give in. Fine, I'll call Wang Yiming right now. After speaking with Wang Xiangyang, old Mrs. Wang called Wang Yiming at once. Yiming, do you have the compensation yet? Asked old Mrs. Wang. Perhaps because she needed Wang Yiming's help, she was unusually gentle this time and even tried to please Wang Yiming. Not yet. Wang Yiming answered in a flat tone, because he understood that old Mrs. Wang only wanted his money. Old Mrs. Wang wasn't affected and continued. When can you get it? No idea, Wang Yiming said. How much compensation can you get for your car? Old Mrs. Wang asked again. Wang Yiming squinted and showed coldness. Since old Mrs. Wang asked about the car, she must want a lot of money this time. I don't know, Wang Yiming answered. Old Mrs. Wang lost her patience. How can't you know how much your car is worth? We haven't talked about that yet. How could I know? Wang Yiming said, no matter how much I can get, I'll use it to buy a car. It's not convenient without a car. In fact, he didn't care whether he could buy a car with the money. However, he knew that old Mrs. Wang would repeatedly ask him about the money if he didn't buy a car. Therefore, he would rather buy a new car. Why do you still want a car? Can you afford the house and car loan? Old Mrs. Wang said. It sounded as if she cared about him, but she was just afraid that Wang Yiming would buy a new car with the compensation. In that case, she wouldn't be able to ask him for the money. It's not convenient without a car, Wang Yiming said again. You, old Mrs. Wang was mad. She didn't ask again and directly told him her purpose. You don't need to rush to buy a new car. The thing is that your younger brother lost 100,000 yuan at a casino. He borrowed the money from his friends. Now his friends want him to pay it back within 3 days or they'll beat him. You'll get the compensation, so you can help your younger brother to pay them back. He'll return it to you once he has money. Wang Xiangyang would return it to him when he had money. Wang Yiming didn't believe it at all. He knew that Wang Xiangyang had a hobby of gambling and had lost dozens of thousands of yuan before. He had lent Wang Xiangyang money, but Wang Xiangyang never paid him back. He had tried to persuade Wang Xiangyang to get rid of the hobby, but Wang Xiangyang wouldn't listen and even said that it was his own business. Because Wang Xiangyang didn't ask him for money again when he owed money at gambling, he didn't complain about it. However, to his astonishment, Wang Xiangyang lost 100,000 yuan this time. He's your younger brother. Only you can help him now. You can't leave him in trouble, old Mrs. Wang said. She played the familial relationship card. Wang Yiming remained silent. He wouldn't abandon them, but he couldn't give Wang Xiangyang 100,000 yuan right now. Besides, he doubted whether it was true. He wondered whether this was an excuse they made up to ask him for money, or if Wang Xiangyang really lost so much money. Say something. Old Mrs. Wang was anxious when Wang Yiming remained silent. She was afraid that Wang Yiming would refuse to lend them the money. Xiangyang is 30 years old. He isn't a kid. He should take responsibility for his own deeds. If he lost the money by doing business or encountering an accident, I would help him as long as I can, but gambling isn't a good thing. If he doesn't learn from this and we help him every time, he'll be spoiled and will make even more serious mistakes next time, Wang Yiming said. Will you just watch your younger brother beaten to death by them? How can you be so cold-blooded? It's just 100,000 yuan. I'm sure you can afford it. Old Mrs. Wang swore. She felt that Wang Yiming was too cold-blooded. Hearing that, Wang Yiming thought it was ridiculous, but he wasn't really mad. He was already hurt deeply and gradually didn't care anymore. I'm cold-blooded. Haven't I helped you enough during these years? You ask me for money all the time. Did you care about me at all when I was injured in a car accident and am still in the hospital right now? Old Mrs. Wang was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say. She never thought that her behavior was unacceptable because Wang Yiming wasn't her biological son. No matter how she exploited him, she never cared about the result nor felt guilty. However, she panicked a little when Wang Yiming questioned her now. Anyway, upon thinking of Wang Xiangyang, old Mrs. Wang summoned up her courage and asked, "Shouldn't you help your younger brother? He should take responsibility for his own actions. If you want to help him, you can sell your house. After returning the 100,000 yuan, you can buy a smaller house," Wang Yiming said. Old Mrs. Wang had different options, but she was used to taking advantage of him. Although the house was old, it could be sold for 1.5 million yuan. After returning 100,000 yuan, they could buy a smaller house with 2 bedrooms in a suburb. The housing price was high in city Chong, but it wasn't crazy in a suburb. It should be about 15,000 yuan a square meter. They should be able to afford a house of 18 square meters and still have money to decorate it. What? You want us to sell the house? Old Mrs. Wang was angry as soon as she heard that. She couldn't accept it at all. You can solve the problem by yourself. Why do you have to ask me for help? Do you really think I'm dumb? Anyway, I already gave you a solution. It's up to you whether you want to do that, Wang Yiming said in annoyance. The next moment, he directly hung up. In case old Mrs. Wang called him again, he turned his phone off. The other people in the ward heard Wang Yiming's conversation. They all felt sympathy for him. When Wang Xiangyang heard that Wang Yiming was unwilling to lend him money and even asked them to sell the house, he was furious and went to the hospital at once. That happened at noon when the students had free time, so Leng Xiaoyao went to see Wang Yiming with the evidence without delay. Chapter 3224, Not Biological Son. Right after Leng Xiaoyao arrived, Wang Xiangyang came. Leng Xiaoyao didn't even have time to talk to Wang Yiming about the secret. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao, Wang Xiangyang was scared. What are you doing here? If she was here, he couldn't talk to Wang Yiming. What are you doing here then? Leng Xiaoyao looked at him with a vague smile and asked meaningfully. Noticing Leng Xiaoyao's expression, Wang Xiangyang panicked a lot. He felt that Leng Xiaoyao saw through him, but he still argued. I came to see my brother. Oh, of course, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't stop him, but he couldn't do anything while she was here. Wang Yiming understood why Wang Xiangyang came here, so he put on a cold face and said nothing. Because of Leng Xiaoyao's presence, Wang Xiangyang didn't know how to start. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth. Yiming, you really won't help me. I think I've made it very clear to Mom, Wang Yiming said in a flat tone. Are you going to be so cold-blooded and refuse to help me? Wang Xiangyang trembled in anger. You can handle it on your own. Why do you have to ask me for help? I'm not dumb, Wang Yiming said. Wang Xiangyang was so angry that he wanted to hit Wang Yiming. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoyao was watching him, so he didn't dare to do anything. Wang Xiangyang also understood that he couldn't talk about it right now, so he could only leave in fury. Mr. Wang, can we have a private talk outside? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Because Wang Yiming wasn't seriously injured, he could walk. Wang Yiming stood up and went out with Leng Xiaoyao. They went to the yard and sat down at a place without anyone around. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao asked, Mr. Wang, have you ever thought that you might not be your mother's biological son? Wang Yiming was struck dumb for a second. He didn't understand why Leng Xiaoyao asked about that, but he still honestly replied. My mother has been very cold to me ever since I was little, but sometimes she's not so bad, especially in front of my father. Before I graduated from school, I never doubted that. After all, parents caring more about a kid than the others happens in many families. However, after my father passed away 6 years ago, she and Wang Xiangyang always ask me for money. Whenever they encounter trouble, they turn to me for help. I didn't think it was a big deal until I was married because it caused conflict between my wife and me. My wife is considerate and she has never stopped me from helping them when it's necessary, but they ask me for money all the time and don't care about my life at all. I started to wonder whether I'm really her biological son. Saying that, Wang Xiangyang laughed at himself. He had that doubt, but didn't really think so because his father was indeed his biological father and Wang Xiangyang and he were really biological brothers. What if you're not your mother's biological son? What will you do then? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. If she isn't my biological mother, it'll be much easier. It's really hard to be treated unfairly by my own mother, Wang Yiming said. He didn't love his mother because she always treated him unfairly. He only fulfilled his duty to take care of her. If she isn't your biological mother, will you still take care of her? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Even though old Mrs. Wang wasn't Wang Yiming's biological mother, he would still take her as his mother this life. It was impossible for him to abandon her. If he did that, he would be criticized. When Leng Xiaoyao asked him the second time, he felt that something was strange. What Leng Xiaoyao was going to tell him must have something to do with that. Was he really not his mother's biological son? Thinking of that, Wang Yiming had mixed emotions. Yes, let me play a recording for you first, Leng Xiaoyao said. She took out her phone and played the voice recording of Wang Xiangyang's call with old Mrs. Wang. Wang Yiming was shocked when he heard that he was indeed not old Mrs. Wang's biological son. It turned out that they weren't connected by blood. After being struck dumb for a while, Wang Yiming came back to his senses. I'm sure that I'm my father's biological son. I'm also sure that Wang Xiangyang and I are biological brothers. Why am I not? Wang Yiming's mind was in a mess. He didn't know why it happened. Leng Xiaoyao had a guess. If so, you might be the child of your father and his ex. Wang Xiangyang is your father and old Mrs. Wang's kid. You and Wang Xiangyang have the same father but your mothers are different. My father doesn't have an ex-wife. Did my biological mother not marry my father? If Leng Xiaoyao guessed correctly, it would be the only reason. It's possible, Leng Xiaoyao said. Even though Wang Yiming had doubted it many times before, he had never thought about it seriously. As a result, he couldn't accept it all of a sudden. How did you get this voice recording? Wang Yiming asked curiously, but he didn't blame Leng Xiaoyao. When I visited you last time, I said that you might not be your mother's biological son. Wang Xiangyang reacted strangely and I noticed it. I'm good at hacking, so I immediately conducted an investigation. I failed to find any useful information, so I monitored their calls. Earlier, I got the evidence, so I came to see you at once, Leng Xiaoyao said. Wang Yiming was astonished. He didn't know that Leng Xiaoyao was a hacker. She was really full of surprises. Leng Xiaoyao, thank you. Wang Yiming thanked her sincerely. If it hadn't been for her, he would never know the truth. It's my pleasure, Mr. Wang. I'll leave it to you afterwards. If you need any help, feel free to call me. Don't think lightly of me. I have a lot of skills, Leng Xiaoyao said. She was afraid that Wang Yiming wouldn't turn to her for help because he was afraid that she couldn't handle it. Since she was already involved, she wouldn't mind completely solving the problem for him. Sure, I will. Wang Yiming understood that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl, so he agreed. After that, Leng Xiaoyao walked Wang Yiming back to the ward, then left the hospital. She didn't immediately go to school because she hadn't eaten yet. She needed to fill her stomach first. As she walked along the road, a black private car suddenly stopped by her side. The rear window opened and Leng Xiaoyao subconsciously turned to look at it. The next moment, she saw a familiar face and her eyes lit up. Chapter 3225, his heart skipped a beat. Hi, Brother Mochen. Leng Xiaoyao greeted him. Before he invited her, she directly opened the car door and got inside quickly. The car doors were usually locked, but Li Mochen told Mu Yuan to unlock the door when he asked him to stop the car. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao's excited face, Li Mochen somehow felt pleased. Even his voice became gentler. What are you doing here? Even though Mu Yuan and Meng Fan knew that Li Mochen had a different attitude towards Leng Xiaoyao, they were still startled by his gentle voice. They had never seen Li Mochen being so gentle before. Our head teacher was in a car accident. He was injured, so I came to see him, Leng Xiaoyao said. Oh, Li Mochen answered. He didn't care about that. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm starving. Brother Mochen, why don't you buy me a meal? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't really lack a free meal, but she wanted to eat with him. No problem, what do you want to eat? Asked Li Mochen. Just drive and we can have whatever we see, Leng Xiaoyao suggested. She wasn't a picky eater. Sure, Li Mochen replied and told Mu Yuan to drive slowly, so they could see what they wanted to eat. Brother Mochen, when did you come back? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. I passed by and saw you, Li Mochen said. It seems that we're destined to meet. Leng Xiaoyao said. They were destined to meet. Li Mochen's heart skipped a beat. Before long, they saw a private, home cuisine restaurant which seemed good, so they chose it. Only Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao went to eat. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan didn't follow them. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind and Li Mochen allowed them to go with him, but they were smart and decided not to follow. Although Li Mochen allowed them to go with him, he was satisfied with them being sensible. Li Mochen asked Leng Xiaoyao to order, so Leng Xiaoyao ordered several dishes, but they were Li Mochen's frequent choices. I don't know. If there is nothing else to deal with, it's no difference where I stay. If there is something to deal with, I'll go, Li Mochen said. In the past, he mostly stayed in the capital city, but now he often went to City Chong. He understood that it had something to do with Leng Xiaoyao, but he was unwilling to face it. He deliberately ignored his special feelings for Leng Xiaoyao. Does that mean you're free when you're in City Chong? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. If so, why don't we go to the circuit and compete again after eating? Leng Xiaoyao suggested. She hadn't raced a car for a long time, and wanted to do it today. She got excited after Li Mochen showed up since she rarely met a match. Don't you need to go to school? It's Friday today, asked Li Mochen. Although Leng Xiaoyao was an excellent student, he felt that he might get Leng Xiaoyao into a bad habit if she always went to have fun with him. Given my scores, it doesn't matter whether I go to school or not, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great. If so, Li Mochen said nothing else. He subconsciously didn't want to disappoint Leng Xiaoyao. After having the meal, they went to the circuit. Coincidentally, Leng Xiaoyao saw Chu Jianan at the circuit. Zhang Yian was with him. Once Leng Xiaoyao saw them, she had a big smile. They were really bold and dared to go out together during the day. When Leng Xiaoyao saw them, they noticed her too. Both of them were embarrassed. Luckily, they weren't alone. There were 2 women and 3 men with them, so they weren't afraid that Leng Xiaoyao might be suspicious of them. All of them had attended the Mo family's birthday party, so they recognized Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. They were aware that Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with Li Mochen, but they didn't expect them to be close enough to hang out together. They didn't know Li Mochen's background, but he must have a high status given Master Mo's attitude towards him. Therefore, they stood in awe of Li Mochen. Chu Jianan especially felt that Li Mochen was looking at him all the time, so he was under a lot of pressure. He understood that Li Mochen was staring at him due to Leng Xiaoyao, but because of that, he was even more upset. Leng Xiaoyao became outstanding and Li Mochen, who was also outstanding, was by her side. They were like a perfect couple. Chu Jianan didn't want to admit it, but it was the truth. Li Mochen focused on Chu Jianan for a long while, so Leng Xiaoyao noticed it. She gave him a glance, and Li Mochen immediately withdrew his gaze. It seemed as if he was caught doing something bad by Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think it was an issue. She was just curious about why Li Mochen disliked Chu Jianan. Leng Xiaoyao didn't avoid Chu Jianan and the others. Instead, she wanted to watch a drama, so she walked to them and said meaningfully, "Oh, is Leng Yuki absent?" "Yuki is in class." Zhang Yian replied subconsciously. "She's in class, well, one of you is Leng Yuki's boyfriend, while the other is her best friend. Why would you hang out without her? That's really strange." Leng Xiaoyao seemed confused. Was she confused? No, she had solid evidence of their affair. "Don't be ridiculous. We came here with our own friends. Don't spread rumors." Chu Jianan snapped at Leng Xiaoyao. He reacted immediately, not because he cared about Leng Yuki. If he did, he wouldn't have a sexual relationship with Zhang Yian. He simply didn't want anyone to know about their relationship. In fact, no one knew about it yet. In his eyes, Zhang Yian was only a secret lover. Really? Leng Xiaoyao gave him a meaningful smile as if she saw through him. Both Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian were scared, but they didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao really knew something. Leng Xiaoyao stopped talking with them, then called Li Mochen and walked away. "Miss Leng, is there anything wrong with them?" asked Mu Yuan curiously. "Yes, Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian have slept together behind Leng Yuqi's back, but their relationship can't be made public. I wonder how Leng Yuqi would feel when she finds out that her best friend stole her boyfriend right after she stole the man away from me," Leng Xiaoyao said excitedly. She bet that it would be dramatic once Leng Yuqi found out. Chapter 3226, Li Mochen's Unhappiness. As for when Leng Yuqi would find out, that was up to Leng Xiaoyao. It seemed that today was the time. Upon hearing that Leng Yuqi had stolen Chu Jianan away from Leng Xiaoyao, he was displeased but said nothing. Perhaps even he didn't notice his emotional reaction, but Leng Xiaoyao and the others sensed it. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan exchanged a knowing glance secretly. Although Li Mochen refused to admit that he had special feelings for Leng Xiaoyao and might not realize it, they were sure that Li Mochen had interest in Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing, but she was curious about why Li Mochen reacted like that. Was he interested in her? Did he get jealous? If so, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't know how to face him. She only felt that she owed Li Mochen and needed to return his favor. She hadn't thought about anything else yet. "Are you all right? Is it because of him?" Seeing that Leng Xiaoyao was distracted, Li Mochen asked with displeasure. He thought that it was related to Chu Jianan. "Not at all. He's just trash in my eyes. I just suddenly had a feeling that you're interested in me," Leng Xiaoyao joked, half seriously. No matter how she thought of Li Mochen, she didn't want him to misunderstand her and be unhappy due to Chu Jianan. After all, she wouldn't be affected by Chu Jianan. Upon hearing that, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan snorted with laughter. Miss Leng was too straightforward. However, they were quite curious about Li Mochen's reaction, so they subconsciously turned to look at him. Li Mochen was struck dumb for a second and panicked a little, then he denied it. "How is that possible? Don't think too much. Ha ha." Leng Xiaoyao laughed this time. "I'm joking. Don't be so serious." Leng Xiaoyao didn't feel upset when Li Mochen denied it, but Li Mochen somehow was slightly disappointed. When Leng Xiaoyao and the others went far away, Zhang Yian asked Chu Jianan worriedly, "Jianan, I'm afraid Leng Xiaoyao has misunderstood our relationship. If she tells Yuki about it, what should we do?" Actually, Zhang Yian wasn't really worried. She couldn't wait to let Leng Yuki know about her affair with Chu Jianan. She simply said that to see Chu Jianan's reaction and attitude. She wanted to know whether Chu Jianan cared about Leng Yuki's feelings. "So what? There is nothing abnormal between us," Chu Jianan said. Hearing that, Zhang Yian was very sad, but she said nothing. Chu Jianan didn't want other people to know about their relationship, so she couldn't tell anyone. After all, she didn't want Chu Jianan to be mad. Although Zhang Yian came with a girl, she actually had an appointment to meet Chu Jianan. "Right, Yian, don't worry, we can help you prove that you're innocent. One of you is Yuki's boyfriend, while the other is her best friend. She will definitely trust you instead of Leng Xiaoyao. I believe you wouldn't do something like that," Zhang Yian's female friend said. She trusted Zhang Yian. However, Zhang Yian felt embarrassed because she really did that. She wondered what they would think of her and whether they would still be friends with her after finding out that she slept with Chu Jianan behind Leng Yuqi's back. However, even if she did that, she wouldn't allow other people to disdain her and criticize her for being shameless. After all, it was her personal affair. At the same time, Li Mochen asked Leng Xiaoyao, "Which track?" "The third track," Leng Xiaoyao said without hesitation, because the other two tracks weren't all that challenging. Safety is the most important. Li Mochen was aware of Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, but he was still worried. "I know," Leng Xiaoyao replied. After that, they went to pick a car. Today wasn't the weekend, but the circuit was very crowded. Leng Xiaoyao was curious about it. "Why are there so many people today? It's even more crowded than the last 2 times I came here." "Because Si Yiki made an advertisement with the video of us racing. Don't worry, people can only see the racing's cars, not our faces. If there is anyone who can be faster than us, he will get a SVIP card for your circuit." With the card, he can have free service once a month and a 50% discount for other services. The city isn't limited as long as there is a YAR circuit. The VIP cards are limited. Normally only friends, customers who spend over 20 million yuan, or those who put 50 million yuan in the card can get it. There are many rich people, but few are willing to spend so much money at a circuit. So, many people want to try it because it's free today. Mr. C is really a good businessman. I'm sure he must be making double the money these days, Leng Xiaoyao said. Yeah, many times more than usual, Li Mochen agreed. After all, people needed to pay if they wanted to race cars here. Those who were interested in car racing didn't lack money, so they were willing to try to win a SVIP card. Even if they didn't lack money, they couldn't spend 20 million yuan here every year. They had money, but they wouldn't spend it in the circuit. Li Mochen seemed to be displeased when Leng Xiaoyao complimented Si Yiki, so he added. It was my idea. Si Yiki simply carried it out. Leng Xiaoyao heard his displeasure, so she snorted with laughter. Brother Mochen, I thought that you don't care about the credit. Li Mochen suddenly didn't know how to reply. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan smiled secretly. It was rare to see their boss upset because of such a trivial thing. They knew that Li Mochen got jealous due to Si Yiki. Because there were many professional racers who were attracted here by the ad, there were about 7 groups ahead of Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Each group only needed a short time to race, so it wouldn't take long before the 7 groups finished. By the time Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen chose a car, 3 groups were done. Therefore, they went to wait at the entrance. Both Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were good-looking, so once they showed up, they attracted a lot of attention. Many people wanted to strike up a conversation with them, but didn't dare to do. Chapter 3227, Because I'm Smart. Finally, 2 sexy and beautiful women walked towards them. They walked proudly and seemed to have the confidence to succeed. Hi handsome, nice to see you. My name is Xianxia. My father is a shareholder of YAR Circuit. May I know your name? Xianxia asked. She looked arrogant, but spoke politely. She told Li Mochen who she was and was full of confidence. It seemed that she thought that Li Mochen would be interested in her once he heard that she was rich. However, Li Mochen didn't give her a glance and ignored what she said. He had heard of a shareholder with the surname of Cao, but Cao only had 2% shares and wasn't important. He didn't disdain Cao just because he was an unimportant shareholder, but he disliked Xiaoxinya's behavior. Miss, please stay away. Don't get so close. Mu Yuan walked forward at this time. His voice sounded a little cold, but he remained kind. Xiaoxinya was mad. Before she said anything else, the woman next to her snapped at Mu Yuan. What do you think you are? We're not talking to you. Union. Xiaoxinya criticized her friend, feeling that she was being rude. It's true. No one dares to embarrass you like that. Zhang Union argued. Xiaoxinya was unhappy. So who do you think you are? Mu Yuan retorted. He wasn't as cold to women as Li Mochen, but he wouldn't treat women differently either. As long as she was hateful, he wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson. Zhang Union was angry. Xinya's father is a shareholder of this place. I'm Xinya's best friend, so who do you think I am? She tried to bully other people with her friend's influence. Shut up. Xiaoxinya got mad and coldly criticized Zhang Union. She knew that Zhang Union always blurted things out, but it was unacceptable and she felt awkward. Xiaoxinya relied on her father's position in trying to get Li Mochen's attention, but she wasn't dumb. Xinya, I'm defending you. Why are you mad at me? Zhang Union felt aggrieved and complained. Xiaoxinya was struck dumb by Zhang Union and didn't know what to say. Are you an idiot? If you want to defend this miss, why are you embarrassing her all the time? Do you want to drag her into trouble? She hasn't said anything yet, but you've said a lot. She told you to shut you, but you argued more. I don't think you're really defending her. You're clearly embarrassing her, Leng Xiaoyao said meaningfully. She could see that this girl was a White Lotus bitch who wanted to trap Xiaoxinya. Xiaoxinya tried to strike up a conversation with Li Mochen, but she didn't do anything else. She even stopped Zhang Union, which wasn't an act. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao could see which one of them was really bad. She never liked White Lotus bitches. Since there was one right in front of her, she decided to teach the girl a lesson. Zhang Yunyan panicked a little, then she argued angrily. That's ridiculous. I would never deliberately embarrass Xianxia. We're best friends. Xianxia hadn't thought that Zhang Yunyan wanted to trap her, but she had her doubts now. Zhang Yunyan always embarrassed her by saying and doing shameful things. She used to think that Zhang Yunyan was too straightforward, but she felt that it might not be the truth after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words. Zhang Yunyan wasn't like that all the time. Sometimes, she was very smart. I think you better not do that again. I'm afraid you are embarrassing her again and again because you're jealous of her, Leng Xiaoyao said. Nonsense. Zhang Yunyan shouted. Without delay, she turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, don't listen to her. We're good friends. I'm not jealous of you. I'm sorry, please excuse me. Xianxia ignored Zhang Yunyan and excused herself from Leng Xiaoyao and the others. Then she pulled Zhang Yunyan and walked away. Zhang Yunyan didn't dare to face Leng Xiaoyao again, so she didn't struggle when Xianxia pulled her away. Miss Leng, how did you know that that woman was deliberately embarrassing Miss Cao? Meng Fan asked curiously. At the beginning, they didn't have that feeling, but they agreed with Leng Xiaoyao after hearing what she said. However, they were curious about why Leng Xiaoyao said that. Because I'm smart. Leng Xiaoyao answered proudly. Meng Fan said nothing else. It was true that Leng Xiaoyao was very smart. In fact, it was just easier for a woman to notice White Lotus bitches. Xianxia pulled Zhang Yunyan to a place without anyone else around, then she questioned her. Yunyan, why did you continue when I told you to stop earlier? Zhang Yunyan panicked a little, then explained aggrievedly. The man ignored you, so I stood out for you. Do you really believe that woman's words? Do you think I deliberately embarrassed you? Xianxia, we've been good friends for years. Don't you know me? Saying that, Zhang Yunyan acted as if Xianxia really misunderstood her. In the past, Xianxia wouldn't be suspicious of Zhang Yunyan. However, she just observed Zhang Yunyan's reaction. She could see that Zhang Yunyan panicked. Therefore, she stayed doubtful. Anyway, Xianxia didn't plan to point it out right now. I was really embarrassed by your words just then. You didn't stop when I told you to do so. That also hurts me, so please don't interrupt again in the future. We're good friends, but we're independent too. No one can make decisions for someone else. Although Xianxia didn't argue with Zhang Yunyan, she decided not to hang out with her again. Even if they stayed in touch, she wouldn't treat Zhang Yunyan sincerely again. She wouldn't allow Zhang Yunyan to interfere in her affairs either. Chapter 3228, Why didn't you tell me? Xianxia didn't argue with Zhang Yunyan because their fathers were business partners. It wouldn't do her family any good if she had a bad relationship with Zhang Yunyan. Xianxia, Zhang Yunyan felt aggrieved, but still agreed. Fine. Zhang Yunyan felt that Xianxia still trusted her, but was slightly mad at her after being embarrassed and so asked her not to interfere again. If that was the case, then Zhang Yunyan was still satisfied. She didn't think a strange woman could so easily damage her relationship with Xianxia. Before long, it was Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's turn to race. Because racers were mainly men, everyone was surprised to see a young girl. At the same time, they took her lightly. In most men's eyes, women didn't have any skills. Besides, a female driver had a negative connotation nowadays. Does she think it's a kid's game to race cars? How dare she do this? And she even chose the third track. Why would she risk her life just for a SVIP card? Right, she's so beautiful. I don't want her to have an accident. Xianxia and her friends also saw Leng Xiaoyao, but none of them believed that Leng Xiaoyao could win. Especially Zhang Yunyan, who was embarrassed by Leng Xiaoyao publicly. She even cursed Leng Xiaoyao and hoped that Leng Xiaoyao would have an accident. Leng Xiaoyao, however, didn't care. Brother Mochen, remember to do your best. It's not easy to meet a strong competitor like you. If you don't, I won't talk to you again, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. If Li Mochen didn't do his best, it would be boring. Sure, Li Mochen answered. Even if he wanted Leng Xiaoyao to win, he wouldn't let her know. He didn't care about the result. Leng Xiaoyao's safety was more important in his eyes. As long as Leng Xiaoyao was safe, he would do his best in the game. Afterwards, they got into their cars. As soon as the race started, they set off at the same time. No one thought that Leng Xiaoyao could win, but they soon realized that they were wrong because Leng Xiaoyao drove extremely fast and steadily. Her car was nearly touching Li Mochen's. Jesus, I might have taken this woman lightly. It turns out she is a master. I was so wrong. Someone argued. Shut up if you know nothing about car racing. You just look stupid. Zhang Yunyan was mad, but couldn't say anything because she indeed knew nothing about car racing. People who knew car racing could see that Leng Xiaoyao really had skills. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell Siyiki that they came to the circuit, so Siyiki had no idea. At this time, Siyiki and several of his friends were watching the race being projected in the VIP room. They didn't see any skilled racers, so they felt bored. All of a sudden, they noticed two fast-moving cars and immediately stood up in excitement. These two racers were as skilled as Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Siyiki didn't expect the two racers to be Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen because he thought that they would tell him if they came. Without delay, Siyiki called the registration counter to find out who these two racers were. After finding out who they were, he was mad. Damn, why didn't they tell me? Don't they take me as a friend? Siyiki swore when he finished the call. He was so angry. Yiki, what's wrong? Siyiki's friends asked him at once. These two racers on the track are my friends. I didn't know that they came today. Siyiki said angrily. Are they the two people in the promotion video? One man guessed. Yes, they are, Siyiki said. Because he was angry, his voice was a little aggressive. Gee, we're lucky to see them. Yiki, can you introduce us to them later? We want to meet them, one man said. Right, the others chimed in. I'll ask them later, Siyiki said. He couldn't make the decision for Li Mochen. Great, the others agreed. They didn't think it was wrong. After all, they wanted to see Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao, so they needed their agreement. Both Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were skilled, so the race was very exciting. At the bend, neither of them slowed down, but no accidents happened. They drove steadily along the track. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen overtook one another in turns. Either of them could be ahead. The audience even guessed whether they would arrive at the ending point together. At the same time, many people guessed whether they were the two people in the promotional video. Why'd I have a feeling that they might be the two people in the promotional video? I believe so, especially since when they went around the bend, they didn't slow down at all and drove steadily. It's the same as the video. Oh my, if so, we're really lucky to see them today. That girl surprises me more. I thought she couldn't do it, but unexpectedly she's a master. Zhang Yunyan was extremely displeased. She thought that Leng Xiaoyao didn't have any skills. However, to her astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao was an extremely skilled racer. She cursed Leng Xiaoyao and wanted to see her have an accident, but nothing happened. When the two racing cars came closer and closer to the finish line, they were still barely apart. No one could tell which one of them would arrive first. I think they should arrive at the same time. I think one of them hasn't done their best. Even so, they're impressive. Look at how little time they've used. Upon looking at the time, everyone was shocked, because Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were too fast. Without surprise, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen arrived at the ending line at the same time, but they were several seconds faster than last time. When they got out of the cars at the finish line, a large group of people surrounded them and asked whether they were the two people in the promotion video. Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to keep it a secret. She admitted it and got many people's compliments. Right at this moment, a male voice sounded in an acid tone. It's really funny. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming? I didn't know that it was you until I noticed two skilled racers and asked the registration counter about it. It was Siyiki. He looked quite unhappy. Because the crowd knew that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were the two people in the promotion video, they weren't surprised that Siyiki seemed so familiar with them. Chapter 3229, Do You Have to Be So Ruthless? You already know, so it doesn't matter whether we told you or not, Li Mochen said, not caring about Siyiki's feelings at all. Siyiki was struck dumb for a moment and felt aggrieved. It's different. The result is the same, Li Mochen said coldly. Siyiki opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Li Mochen always talked to him like that. Leng Xiaoyao gloated over Si Yiqi's bad luck and said straightforwardly, Mr. Si, do you know that you're acting like an unfairly treated boyfriend right now? It seems as if Brother Mochen is a bad man who abandoned you. Mu Yu and Meng Fan snorted with laughter. In fact, they had the same idea, but they didn't dare to say it aloud. Si Yiqi was angry and gritted through his teeth. You two take advantage of me every time. Li Mochen was unhappy when Leng Xiaoyao said that he seemed like a bad man. He stared at Leng Xiaoyao and argued seriously. I'm not a bad man. Fine, you two clearly don't know how to joke. It's boring. Leng Xiaoyao lost interest at once. She pretended to be displeased and walked away. However, she wasn't actually mad because it wasn't a big deal. Li Mochen, however, thought that she was mad. He immediately followed her and explained. I know it's a joke, but I don't want to be misunderstood. I know, Leng Xiaoyao answered, but her flat tone made Li Mochen think that she was still unhappy. Are you mad? Li Mochen asked with a frown, feeling anxious. What if Leng Xiaoyao was really mad? What should he do? When did he begin to care about Leng Xiaoyao's feelings? Even Li Mochen didn't notice it himself. Not at all. Why should I be mad? Leng Xiaoyao replied, though still in a flat tone. I can tell you're mad. Li Mochen compressed his lips and looked confident. Ha ha. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh when she saw that expression on Li Mochen's face. Do you think I easily get mad? When Leng Xiaoyao laughed, Li Mochen was relieved. Of course not. Si Yiqi and the others who followed them were shocked. To their surprise, Li Mochen cared so much about Leng Xiaoyao's mood. It was impossible that Li Mochen didn't have interest in Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen didn't realize that he had reacted strangely until now. After it was mentioned he was embarrassed, but he said nothing. He only gave Si Yiqi a cold glance. Si Yiqi was scared at once and changed the topic. Oh, I just remembered something. Mochen, I have a few friends who are professional racers. They really admire you and want to meet you. What do you think? If you're willing to see them, we can go to meet them. If not, you can go to another lounge. I'll go to see you later. Let's go to see them, Li Mochen said. Since they were Si Yiqi's friends and Si Yiqi asked him to do that, he wouldn't disappoint him. After all, it wasn't difficult. Although Li Mochen was always aloof and cold, he wasn't arrogant and was willing to make friends. Otherwise, he couldn't have so many friends. He seemed hard to get along with on the surface, but he was actually quite reliable. He never spared his effort to help his friends when they encountered trouble. Li Mochen got shares of so many companies because they had received help from Li Mochen or needed his help to some extent. Li Mochen has his own company, so he normally wouldn't buy shares of other companies. Before long, they went to the lounge that Si Yiqi's friends were staying in. Once Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen came, the three people inside stood up to welcome them. They kindly exchanged greetings. Li Mochen looked a little cold, but remained polite. Two of the three people were professional racers with some fame. They were skilled too and had won many prizes. However, both of them failed the challenge. They came for the challenge, not only to win the SVIP card, as Si Yiqi's good friends they already had won. They simply accepted the challenge because they wanted to try. The challenge was available not only in the Yar circuit of City Chong. They could try in the Yar circuit in different cities too. They only came here because Si Yiqi was here. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they wanted to see him. You're so good at racing. It's a shame that you're not in the industry. I think you're even better than the professionals, one man said jokingly. Right, if you join the industry, I'm afraid Country Billy wouldn't win the championship. In international games again, talking about that, they felt it was a shame. Shortly after Leng Xiaoyao left, Wang Yiming's wife came to see him. Then Wang Yiming told his wife that he wasn't his mother's biological son. Although Wang Yiming felt relieved after hearing that, he was still very sad. After all, old Mrs. Wang had been his mother for over 30 years. Wang Yiming's wife was surprised, but also felt more relaxed. She had a bad relationship with old Mrs. Wang. However, old Mrs. Wang was Wang Yiming's mother, so she had to tolerate her. If old Mrs. Wang wasn't Wang Yiming's biological mother, she wouldn't need to put up with her in the future. Even though Wang Yiming learned that old Mrs. Wang wasn't his biological mother, he would still give her a monthly allowance. Wang Yiming's wife agreed with that, but they wouldn't support old Mrs. Wang like before. Wang Xiangyang was upset after failing to talk with Wang Yiming. When he was home, he urged old Mrs. Wang to call Wang Yiming again. If Wang Yiming didn't lend them money, they would have to sell the house, and they were reluctant to do that. When old Mrs. Wang called Wang Yiming again, he still answered it. "Yiming, do you have to be so ruthless?" Old Mrs. Wang criticized. Wang Yiming took a deep breath. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I'm not ruthless, but you are. I already know that you're not my biological mother, and that is why you never hesitate to exploit me." Chapter 3230, How is it possible? Since I already know, I will be honest with you. I won't help you with anything again. I'll only give you a monthly allowance as usual, but it's just for you. If you give the money to Wang Xiangyang, you will have to bear the consequences on your own. I won't care about you. Although 2,000 yuan wasn't a lot, it was enough for old Mrs. Wang to live alone. Therefore, Wang Yiming wouldn't give her more. After all, he had his own family to support. Anyway, old Mrs. Wang wasn't his biological mother, it was already very nice of him that he was willing to do that. Even if old Mrs. Wang was his biological mother, most people wouldn't want to look after her given her behavior. If old Mrs. Wang treated him well, he would regard her as his biological mother even though she wasn't. Blood connection wasn't that important. Their relationship was more important. Hearing Wang Yiming's words, old Mrs. Wang was stunned. Wang Yiming was aware that he wasn't her biological son. How did he find out? Did Wang Xiangyang leak it? Thinking of that, old Mrs. Wang abruptly turned to look at Wang Xiangyang. Wang Xiangyang was surprised and didn't know why his mother stared at him like that. "What's wrong?" asked Wang Xiangyang. Old Mrs. Wang said nothing, but angrily replied to Wang Yiming. "Who told you that? It's ridiculous." She refused to admit it, because she would be doomed if she did that. "Someone sent me a voice recording of your conversation with Wang Xiangyang. You said it on your own. It's useless even if you deny it now," Wang Xiangyang said coldly. "What? A voice recording? Who gave you that? Why does it even exist?" asked old Mrs. Wang. She knew little about technology, so she couldn't accept it. Even if it really existed, she really hated the person who did that. "It's not important. Anyway, it's useless even if you deny it now," Wang Yiming said, then hung up on old Mrs. Wang. "You, old Mrs. Wang was furious. "Mom, what happened?" asked Wang Xiangyang. "Wang Yiming knows that he isn't my biological son," old Mrs. Wang said, feeling helpless. "What?" Wang Xiangyang was astonished. "How did he find out?" "He said someone gave him a voice recording of our conversation. He found out from that," old Mrs. Wang said. "What? Someone has a voice recording of our conversation?" Wang Xiangyang was angry. He was young, so he knew more about technology than his mother. He understood that it was possible, so he said in a voice thick with hatred, "Wang Yiming must have been suspicious of us long ago. He must have paid a hacker to listen to our calls." Old Mrs. Wang was shocked. "What's a hacker? How can they hear our conversation?" asked old Mrs. Wang. She believed that only the two of them could listen to each other. How could another person hear their conversation? "It's due to technology. A hacker can get a lot of information using a computer," Wang Xiangyang said. "Really? I can't believe it." Old Mrs. Wang was amazed. "It's not important. What should we do now? If he doesn't help me, do we have to sell the house?" Wang Xiangyang was irritated. He was really unwilling to sell the house. Although this house was old, it was near the city center. "What can I do? We can only ask your uncle," old Mrs. Wang said in annoyance. Upon hearing her mention Zhao Shanchuan, Wang Xiangyang was excited. "Can we borrow the money from uncle? It's 100,000 yuan, not 10,000 yuan. Your uncle doesn't have so much money. Even if he does, he won't lend it to us," old Mrs. Wang said in annoyance. She knew her younger brother very well. She dared to force Wang Yiming to satisfy her needs using moral coercion, but Zhao Shanchuan was her biological younger brother, unlike Wang Yiming wasn't her biological son, so she cared about Zhao Shanchuan's feelings. Why? I'm his biological nephew. Could he be so cold-blooded too? Wang Xiangyang said unhappily. He felt that his uncle should help him since they were relatives. Shut up, how could you judge your uncle like that? Hasn't your uncle helped you enough? Old Mrs. Wang snapped at Wang Xiangyang. She was grateful to Zhao Shanchuan for helping them, but wasn't grateful to Wang Yiming. Instead, she took Wang Yiming's help for granted. Afterwards, she added, I can ask him whether he can lend us some. Even if they could borrow some from Zhao Shanchuan, it wouldn't be enough, because they didn't have any savings. They needed someone who could lend 100,000 yuan to them. Old Mrs. Wang called Zhao Shanchuan, but didn't say that she wanted to borrow money from him right away. At first, she told Zhao Shanchuan that Wang Yiming had found out that he wasn't her biological son, and that Wang Yiming would only give her a monthly allowance in the future. He wouldn't help them with other things. Saying that, old Mrs. Wang was extremely displeased. She felt that Wang Yiming was too cold-blooded. However, she never realized that her actions made Wang Yiming treat them like that. What? Wang Yiming already knows. How is that possible? Zhao Shanchuan was also surprised, but he quickly accepted it because he knew that Wang Yiming would find out sooner or later. Even if Wang Yiming didn't know, he must have had doubts. He said someone sent him a voice recording of my conversation with Xiangyang. Xiangyang believes that he must have been suspicious of us long ago, so he paid a hacker to listen to our calls, old Mrs. Wang said. There was still dissatisfaction in her tone. Zhao Shanchuan felt it was extremely funny. I told you not to exploit Wang Yiming too badly, but you wouldn't listen. Now the secret has been exposed and he won't care about you. You deserve it. Honestly, Zhao Shanchuan felt no sympathy for old Mrs. Wang, because she deserved it. He had reminded her to be careful many times, but she never took it seriously. It has already happened now. How can you still blame me? Help me deal with it. Old Mrs. Wang was quite irritated when Zhao Shanchuan criticized her. Isn't it your fault? Did you take it seriously when I reminded you to be careful? You only call me when you're in trouble. I can do nothing about it. You can deal with it by yourself. Zhao Shanchuan was mad, so he hung up on old Mrs. Wang even before she could ask him for money. Chapter 3231, Your grandfather really spoils you. Old Mrs. Wang was mad, but still called Zhao Shanchuan again, but he refused to answer her call. How could uncle do that to us? Wang Xiangyang was also angry that Zhao Shanchuan didn't want to help them. When old Mrs. Wang called again, Zhao Shanchuan directly turned his phone off, which greatly angered old Mrs. Wang. However, old Mrs. Wang still needed Zhao Shanchuan's help, so she decided to visit Zhao Shanchuan at his home. Old Mrs. Wang wasn't seriously injured, so she left the hospital yesterday. She wasn't agile, but she could still walk. What Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen had done in the circuit quickly became hot news. Chu Jianan and the others also heard about it. However, no one knew their names. They only heard that they were a beautiful young girl and a handsome young man in their 20s, so Chu Jianan and the others didn't realize that they were Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. However, he subconsciously thought that it was possible because the ages and appearances matched Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. He wondered whether Leng Xiaoyao was actually skilled at car racing. Nevertheless, Chu Jianan was very unhappy that Leng Xiaoyao became so outstanding. He had mixed emotions. He couldn't stop being attracted to such an impressive girl, but he still harbored grudges against her for humiliating him. He had the desire to either have her or ruin her. After meeting Leng Xiaoyao today, the desire grew stronger. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen stayed at the circuit and ate with Si Yiki and the others. After the meal, Li Mochen drove Leng Xiaoyao home. On the way, Li Mochen received Mu Yiyang's call. Mu Yiyang said that they were carrying out a task and found a strange ancient building deep in the mountain. It was May. The weather had become warmer. Even if it wasn't hot, it shouldn't be cold. However, as soon as they got close to the ancient building, they felt extremely cold. Especially after they entered it, the temperature seemed to drop to below 5 degrees, making them all shake from the cold. In addition, it was the day and was very bright outside, but it was dark inside the building. Besides, the yard of the ancient building contained many bones and looked creepy. None of them dared go in. They were so scared that they returned directly. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao, who was next to Li Mochen, was interested. "Where is it? Can I go have a look?" Mu Yiyang, on the other side of the phone, was struck dumb once he heard Leng Xiaoyao's voice. The next moment, he laughed and joked. "Oh, I just left the capital city and you rushed to see Leng Xiaoyao in City Chong. Good for you." "Nonsense." Li Mochen was displeased and immediately snapped at Mu Yiyang. Although it was the truth, he wouldn't admit it. "It's true. Or did Leng Xiaoyao go to the capital city to see you?" Mu Yiyang didn't believe it and was sure that Li Mochen had a lot of interest in Leng Xiaoyao. "Where is the ancient building?" Li Mochen asked. He didn't want to argue with Mu Yiyang. Mu Yiyang didn't continue either. "It's in City Qin, deep into Qinzhou Mountain. I don't know its specific location, but if you want to come, I can take you there. You can also help me with it, ha ha." This task was slightly tricky, not only because this ancient building was creepy, but also because the whole Qinzhou Mountain was very strange. Therefore, they didn't dare to take action. Li Mochen turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. "When do you want to go?" "Right now. If there is a plane going to City Qin, we can leave right away," Leng Xiaoyao said. She couldn't wait to see the mountain. Without delay, she used her phone to search for plane tickets. "Will your family let you go?" asked Li Mochen. He felt that Leng Chengyuan would be worried about her and might not allow her to go there. "Don't worry, I can deal with it," Leng Xiaoyao said. Great. If so, Li Mochen didn't need to worry about her. After that, he said to Mu Yiyang, "We'll book plane tickets right now. If everything goes well, we can meet tonight." "Sure, see you then," Mu Yiyang replied. "There are plane tickets to City Qin tonight. It'll take off in 2 hours," Leng Xiaoyao said a little excitedly. "I'll book the plane tickets," Li Mochen said, doing it on the phone. "No problem." Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn him down. She told Li Mochen her ID information, then Li Mochen booked plane tickets to City Qin. After they decided to go to City Qin, Mu Yuan drove straight to the airport. Because the circuit was near the suburb, they needed to spend about 50 minutes on the road. It wasn't bad for them to go to the airport right now. Leng Xiaoyao called Leng Chengyuan when they were halfway there. She said that she was traveling to City Qin with her classmates tonight and that they had already booked the plane tickets. Leng Chengyuan could do nothing about it since Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't tell him what she was doing till it was too late. He understood that he couldn't stop her, so he could only remind her to be careful. Leng Chengyuan spoiled her because he loved her, but also because he had confidence in her. If she was just a weak girl, he wouldn't allow her to travel around no matter how much he loved her. "Miss Leng, your grandfather really spoils you," Meng Fan said with a smile. "It's mainly because he believes that I can protect myself," Leng Xiaoyao said. Right. Meng Fan couldn't deny it. Leng Xiaoyao was so strong, there were few people who could hurt her. Currently it was about 7:30 p.m. They would arrive at the airport at about 8:20 p.m. and the plane would take off at 9:30 p.m. The flight was about an hour and 15 minutes, so they arrived at the airport of City Qin at about 11:20 p.m. They spent 20 minutes leaving the airport. When they arrived, Mu Yiyang was already waiting for them outside the airport, but he was alone. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived, they met Mu Yiyang and left by car. "Do you want to go there right now or tomorrow morning?" asked Mu Yiyang. "Right now," Leng Xiaoyao replied. Although Leng Xiaoyao answered the question, Li Mochen said nothing, so Mu Yiyang understood that Li Mochen agreed with Leng Xiaoyao, and he didn't bother to ask again. It didn't matter even if they took action at night. Instead, it might be more convenient. "Are we enough, or do you need me to call more people?" asked Mu Yiyang. He was afraid that it might be inappropriate for his teammates to go, but they might need more people to deal with it. "We're enough," Li Mochen said. It was indeed inconvenient to take other people with. He trusted Mu Yiyang's teammates, but they were going to use their magical power, so it was better to keep it a secret. Chapter 3232, The Strange Ancient Building. Sure, Mu Yiyang agreed and drove straight to Qinzhou Mountain. Qinzhou Mountain was far from City Qin, so they didn't arrive until an hour later. When they reached the mountain, they had to walk. It wasn't difficult to climb Mount Qinzhou, but the road became more rugged the deeper they went. Nevertheless, it was still easy for them. Because Mu Yiyang and his teammates had only come once during the day, he lost his way at night and wasted some time on the road. As a result, it took them an hour where people usually took about 40 minutes. As they got closer, Leng Xiaoyao found the direction before them. Her senses could reach within 500 meters, so she noticed the ancient building when they reached about 500 meters from it. In the beginning, Mu Yiyang thought that Leng Xiaoyao pointed in the direction following her instincts, but unexpectedly they arrived a short while later. Mu Yiyang couldn't help but compliment Leng Xiaoyao. "Leng Xiaoyao, you're really awesome." "I agree with you," Leng Xiaoyao replied proudly, but no one thought that she was being narcissistic. Li Mochen didn't have magical senses yet, but he had acute senses, so he had also sensed the evil power from about 100 meters away. There was a strong evil power. When they reached the front of the ancient building, they even saw 3 ghosts floating above the roof. Only Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen could see them, but this was the first time that Li Mochen had ever seen ghosts. He was scared at first and felt extremely uncomfortable. He even felt a sharp pain in his head. He felt the sharp pain, not because he saw these ghosts, but because this ancient building looked familiar to him. Why did he have that feeling? All 3 ghosts were male ferocious ghosts that were shining with a red glow. There were different levels of ghosts, namely gray-hearted ghosts, white-shirt ghosts, yellow page ghosts, black shadow ghosts, ferocious ghosts, and green ghosts. Gray-hearted ghosts were the lowest level. They were mainly ghosts who were ready to be reincarnated after death and were waiting in line. Normally, people could see them and they didn't have much hatred nor were they reluctant to leave the mortal world. They weren't harmful to people. After gray-hearted ghosts were white-shirt ghosts, yellow page ghosts, and so on. Ferocious ghosts contained a strong hatred. Most of them killed people whenever they saw one. Most of them did, but not all of them. Green ghosts had an even stronger hatred than the ferocious ghosts. They were like ghosts with magical power. People who had done too many bad deeds or killed could be easily possessed by them. Upon seeing Leng Xiaoyao and the others, those ghosts got excited. It seemed as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves at them, but unfortunately they couldn't leave the ancient building. They had abnormal reactions, but not because they wanted to hurt them, instead it was because they felt they were familiar. At that moment, one of the ghosts opened its mouth and shocked Leng Xiaoyao as well as Li Mochen. Head. It greeted Li Mochen, but why did it call Li Mochen head? Li Mochen was struck dumb, but Leng Xiaoyao immediately thought of something. Leng Xiaoyao had a guess that Li Mochen was reincarnated, so his previous incarnation must have something to do with these ghosts and this house. It seemed that they made the right decision to come here. "You can wait outside. Brother Mochen and I will go inside," Leng Xiaoyao said. If she wanted to figure it out, she needed to go in to ask those ghosts for the reason. In that case, she couldn't let Mu Yiyang and the others go inside. "Can we go with you?" Mu Yiyang was slightly worried about them and himself. This place was very creepy. Even if he had carried out tasks at night for many years, he was still frightened. "Are you scared?" Li Mochen asked with slight disdain. "That's ridiculous. I'm not scared at all. I'm just worried about your safety. It's not a big deal to stay outside." Mu Yiyang immediately denied it to save his face. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went inside. Once they were in the house, those ghosts floated to them. The one who called Li Mochen head earlier asked him excitedly, "Head, you can see us, right?" It could feel that Li Mochen could see them. Li Mochen nodded and asked, "Why do you call me head?" "Because you're the head. Head, we've waited for you for 10 years. We finally met," the ghost said excitedly. 10 years. Li Mochen had a big frown because he didn't have any memories of them. He was struck dumb when they talked to him. He was only 16 years old 10 years ago. He clearly remembered that he stayed with the Li family in the capital city before 16 years old. He didn't have any abilities, so how could he have them as his subordinates? He didn't have any memories of them, but he somehow felt that these ghosts and this house were familiar. Leng Xiaoyao, however, believed it was a key clue, because Li Mochen completely changed after going through an accident 10 years ago. Even though Leng Xiaoyao had a guess, she still asked, 10 years ago, he was only 16 years old. How did he become your head? When Leng Xiaoyao opened her mouth, those ghosts were astonished. They thought that only Li Mochen could see them, but unexpectedly the girl could also see them. Anyway, if she could see them too, she must be different from other mortals. Because Leng Xiaoyao came with Li Mochen, the ghost was willing to answer her questions. Because the head's body isn't his original body. He only possessed it to stay alive. He used to be the head of Tiancheng Set, from country Dongchu and Guiyan land. His title is Immortal Lingyan. When was going through the tribulation during the Yuanying period, he was schemed against by Immortal Lingfeng from the same sect, so he failed. The head had his tribulation right in this yard. We didn't protect him well, so Immortal Lingfeng succeeded. Because they believed that Li Mochen was their head, they were very honest. Afterwards, they knelt down before Li Mochen and asked him to punish them. Chapter 3233, Guiyan Land. Hearing that, Li Mochen was shocked and had mixed emotions. His mind was in a mess. His body wasn't his original body, and was actually possessed by another person's soul. He used to be the head of Tiancheng sect, from country Dongchu, Guiyan land. Immortal Lingyan, Immortal Lingfeng. Tribulation during the Yuanying period. Li Mochen was totally confused by all of this. Leng Xiaoyao, however, wasn't confused or shocked. She was merely a little surprised. Although the ghost seemed to clearly know Li Mochen's experience, she wasn't fully convinced. Therefore, she continued to ask, it's hard to say whether a man's soul can really possess another person's body. Why are you sure that he's your head? The head has a special body and his soul will never disappear no matter what incarnation. Even if he dies, the quality of his body stays. As for the reason why I'm sure that he's our head, we're all the head's henchmen. We've been raised by the head's blood, so we can sense him, the ghost said, his voice filled with determination. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know whether it was true, but she was convinced to some extent when the ghost mentioned the quality of Li Mochen's body. Li Mochen, who was doubtful, had the same opinion. However, he had no memory of them at all, so he didn't know what to say. Head, we're sure that you're our head. The head has a special body. As long as you can control the power in your body, you'll get your memories back. When you reach a high level, we can return to Tiancheng sect to pay Immortal Lingfeng back, the ghost said. Back to Tiancheng sect? You can go back to Guiyan land. Leng Xiaoyao asked curiously. When the ghost mentioned Guiyan land, she understood that they weren't talking about the planet they were on right now. Yes, we came here through a delivery formation in the backyard of this house. After the head failed, he used the delivery formation and moved us in the house over here. However, we have to break the formation at the backyard in order to use the delivery formation again. We can only freely go to the front yard. The backyard is locked by the formation. We can't go there. And if we want to return to Guiyan land, the head must go back to the peak of the Yuanying period. Otherwise, it's meaningless. There are all kinds of masters in Guiyan land. Cultivators in Yuanying period aren't common, but they are also not rare. Most importantly, Immortal Lingfeng already reached the primary stage of the Yuanying period 10 years ago. After 10 years, he should be at the middle stage at least. Luckily the head has a special body. As long as you become a cultivator, it should be easy for you to regain your abilities within 1 or 2 years, the ghost explained. They had waited for 10 years, so 1 or 2 more years didn't matter much. Li Mochen didn't have any memories, so he didn't have much interest in revenge. However, he was curious about the land that this ghost mentioned. He wanted to pay it a visit. Is Guiyan land very large? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She was very curious about Guiyan land. Since it was a land and there were countries on it, it shouldn't be like the Alpha planet where only a small cultivation world existed. Of course, Guiyan land is completely different from the current world. We admire the strong. There are 4 countries on land Guiyan. They are named the East, the South, the West, and the North. In addition to the 4 countries, there are many other powerful families and sects. Each of them is as rich as an empire. Some are even more powerful than a country. Therefore, even the imperial family has to respect them, said the ghost. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoyao was even more interested. Brother Mochen, after you regain your abilities, why don't we visit Guiyan land? No problem, Li Mochen answered. Whether or not he was the head of Tiancheng sect, he was interested in Guiyan land, so he decided to visit it. If he was an ordinary man, he wouldn't do that, but he wasn't. Everyone had ambition. If he wasn't ambitious, he wouldn't have become so rich. However, he never did bad things to gain his power. He always relied on his own abilities. Because the ghost couldn't sense any aura cultivation from Leng Xiaoyao, it thought that Leng Xiaoyao was an ordinary girl. After all, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't Li Mochen. Li Mochen had a special body and could hide his aura and level. Once ordinary people's hearts exploded, they were bound to die. Leng Xiaoyao smiled but said nothing. She directly summoned up some magical power in her palm, then hit a nearby stone fence. With a boom, the stone fence was broken to pieces. This time, those ghosts were shocked. To their surprise, this girl was a cultivator too. At that moment, they heard Mu Yiyang's worried voice. Mochen, what happened? They couldn't hear their conversation from outside, but the explosion was much louder, so they heard it. They wanted to rush inside, but were afraid of running into something they shouldn't mess with. Therefore, Mu Yiyang asked Li Mochen about the situation first. It's fine. You all can wait outside, Li Mochen replied. In that case, Mu Yiyang and the others didn't go inside. I wonder what's going on in there. I didn't hear a fight, just an explosion, Mu Yiyang soughed worriedly. No matter what has happened, since our boss said it's fine, it should be fine, Mu Yuan said. Right. Meng Fan nodded. However, they were still worried. Leng Xiaoyao said, I'm a cultivator. Although I just built the foundation, I have the same experience as your head. I also failed once when I went through a tribulation. I was at the peak of the golden core stage back then, but I think it's enough for me to protect myself in Guiyan land. Both Li Mochen and the ghosts were surprised. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to have such an experience. However, thinking of Leng Xiaoyao's change, Li Mochen thought that she must have gone through that during that time. Even though there are all kinds of masters in Guiyan land, they are mainly at the golden core stage. Not many of them can reach the Yuanying period, so you would have a position there, said the ghost. Then it asked confusedly, if you're a cultivator, why can't we sense any aura of cultivation from you? If Leng Xiaoyao just built her foundation, she shouldn't have the ability to hide her aura and level. Did Leng Xiaoyao really have a special body too? She could hide her air and level like Li Mochen. Chapter 3234, obviously it's a scheme. Because I have a special body, no one can tell that I'm a cultivator when I don't use my magical power, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't know the details. She only found that out when she encountered an evil cultivator last time. The evil cultivator didn't sense that she was also a cultivator, so she found that she could hide her level. That said, the ghost didn't ask more. After all, it should be a secret. Oh, we've talked a lot, but what are your names? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao talked most of the time and seemed more important than Li Mochen. However, Li Mochen's mind was in a mess right now. He couldn't understand what was going on all of a sudden, while Leng Xiaoyao was much more clear-headed. She also knew more about cultivators, so it was easier for her to communicate with them. In addition, Li Mochen didn't care about it either. Instead, he felt lucky that Leng Xiaoyao was here, otherwise he would be even more confused. Today, he learned more about Leng Xiaoyao's extraordinariness. Leng Xiaoyao turned out to be more special than he thought. Perhaps she still had more surprises that he didn't know about. My name is Leng Yan. This is Kai Feng and Luo Han, the ghost named Leng Yan introduced. Oh, do many people know about this place? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Some passers-by have noticed this place, but they were all scared away by the creepy yard. No one dared to come inside. Leng Yan said, but, we've never hurt anyone. What you said is very strange to me. If it's true, I'll talk to you about the details after getting my memories back, Li Mochen said. He couldn't remember anything right now, so it was meaningless no matter how much they told him now. It would only be meaningful after he remembered everything. He didn't tell them that he felt that the ancient building was very familiar. Even if he believed them to some extent because of the familiar feeling, he wouldn't be honest with them until he had control of the situation. Sure, Leng Yan and the others answered. They understood that Li Mochen didn't have any memories about them, so it was meaningless no matter how much they talked about things. Anyway, Li Mochen already learned what he should know. As for the other things, that relied on him remembering them. For example, the formation in the backyard and the delivery formation could only be opened by Li Mochen. Let's go. Li Mochen turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. Afterwards, they turned around and left. Once they came out, Mu Yiyang and the others surrounded them. What happened just then? Asked Mu Yiyang. I was startled by a mouse and subconsciously hit at it, but I only hit the stone fence. It broke, Leng Xiaoyao said. Mu Yiyang didn't doubt her reply. Ordinary people couldn't break a stone fence, but Leng Xiaoyao wasn't ordinary. So it was possible. Did you find anything? Asked Meng Fan. Not yet, but it's filled with evil power. There must be evil things inside, so it's very dangerous, Leng Xiaoyao said. Since Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen had observed the ancient building and found nothing, they didn't stay there and left at once. When will you go back? Asked Mu Yiyang. In fact, this task wasn't assigned to us, it was meant to be the Feiyu team. However, because they couldn't finish it even after a long time, the leader ordered us to help. We didn't care and were willing to help, but the Feiyu team seemed displeased when we came. They aren't being cooperative and asked us to act separately. We were following the suspects, but they alerted them right when we entered Mount Qinzhou. On the way, we found the ancient building. Because we were mad at the Feiyu team, we returned to the city center. Actually, we planned to catch the suspects to teach the Feiyu team a lesson, but I don't think it's important right now. We can just leave it to them, Mu Yiyang said. As a soldier, it was his duty to catch and prevent evil, but he had a temper too. There were grudges between his team and the Feiyu team, but he was still willing to help. However, the Feiyu team wasn't professional and took action before them due to being too competitive. It was impossible for him not to get angry. Mu Yiyang was very honest with Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao, because he believed that they would keep it a secret. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously. Perhaps we can meet them tonight. Coincidentally, when Mu Yiyang brought it up, Leng Xiaoyao used her magical senses trying to find the Feiyu team. A while later, she heard several extremely low voices. Given their conversation, she bet they were the suspects Mu Yiyang was looking for. Mu Yiyang was struck dumb for a second. He joked. Can you sense where they are right now? We can go and see, Leng Xiaoyao said, before walking towards the suspects. No one doubted Leng Xiaoyao's decision. Whether she really sensed them or was wrong, the fact that she found the ancient house with her senses proved her ability. They would see whether she was wrong. Even if she was wrong, they would just take it as exercise. I think it's a scheme that you were sent here, Li Mochen said confidently. It wasn't a secret in the military that Mu Yiyang's team didn't get along with the Feiyu team. However, their leader still assigned Mu Yiyang to help the Feiyu team in order to make them have conflicts. When the two teams took action together and Mu Yiyang's team caught the suspects, Feiyu team would be embarrassed. It would make them hate one another even more. However, if the Feiyu team caught the suspects, Mu Yiyang's team would be embarrassed. Only when they caught the suspects by working together would everyone be fine. However, obviously the Feiyu team didn't want to be cooperative. Right, it has something to do with the Shen family. Mu Yiyang suddenly was displeased. But it's an order. We can't disobey it, so I agreed. I also tried to work with them, but they refused. I don't care. After all, we don't care about fame as much as the Feiyu team does. The Shen family was one of the 7 most powerful families in the capital city. It didn't get along with the Mu family and never missed any chances to make things difficult for the Mu family. Mu Yiyang was already used to it. Chapter 3235, Come to Catch You. It was a little difficult to walk on the path here. Normally, people wouldn't come here. There were too many tree vines, so it was easy to stumble. Luckily, they had good night vision. With Li Mochen's guidance, they didn't stumble. Li Mochen walked at the front and Leng Xiaoyao told him the direction. After walking about 400 meters, Li Mochen sensed those people too. There seems to be a cliff ahead, Li Mochen said, though he wasn't very sure. Yes, it's a cliff. It's about 50 meters from us, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao sensed it early on, but didn't say it aloud because it would be too unbelievable for Mu Yiyang and the others. 50 meters. How can you sense it already? Hearing that, Mu Yiyang and the others were extremely shocked. They couldn't notice it at all until they were close. Because we're skilled, Leng Xiaoyao joked. However, she couldn't tell them the real reason. That's impressive, Mu Yiyang said. He agreed with her and didn't ask more because he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't. As they got closer to the cliff, they took careful steps. When they were 30 meters away, Li Mochen told Mu Yiyang, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan to stop. Afterwards, he continued to go ahead with Leng Xiaoyao. Mu Yiyang and the others agreed and waited at the same place. However, they waited at the side every time and had to let Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen take action, so Mu Yiyang felt slightly frustrated. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were clearly aware of those people's location, and made sure that they were the suspects Mu Yiyang and his team were looking for. They were at the edge of the cliff right now. Alpha, D Alpha Ethni, Theta M. There weren't many of them since there were only 4 people. Oh, boss, why didn't we run away overnight? One man asked in confusion. They must be searching the mountain right now. I don't want to run into them. This is a cliff. They would expect us to stay here, the man, who was called the boss, said confidently. Boss is right. Although it's also dangerous to escape during the day, it's easier for us to notice and avoid them, another man said. They were right. They had already been targeted, but they didn't realize it yet. When Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen got close to them, they took action at once. Before those men could react, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen reached them. Before they could even fight back, they were beaten to the ground. They had no chance to fight back. Who are you? Asked the leader. He thought that they were sent by the military, but he rejected that after seeing that they were a man and a woman. Who came to catch you? Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. Why do you want to catch me? Asked the leading man. Although he had a guess, he still wanted to figure it out. Ra PD Alpha N. Nu. S-Om, I don't know. You can ask them about it later. Leng Xiaoyao shouted to Mu Yiyang, Yiyang, you can come over now. Leng Xiaoyao directly called to Mu Yiyang because she sensed no other people in this area. She wasn't afraid that those men had helpers who would be alerted. Once Leng Xiaoyao shouted at them, Mu Yiyang and his team ran over. Mu Yiyang didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen would really find those men, so he didn't realize that Leng Xiaoyao called him to catch them until he saw them on the ground. He was shocked. Damn, you're unbelievable. You caught them within such a short time. Can you see people from 1,000 meters away? Mu Yiyang exclaimed. He said them, but he was mainly talking about Leng Xiaoyao. They only knew that Leng Xiaoyao had special abilities. They didn't know that Li Mochen wasn't an ordinary person either. However, even though they knew that Leng Xiaoyao had special abilities, they didn't know the details, so they were really amazed. We can't, but I have sharp senses. Leng Xiaoyao said jokingly. That's true. Mu Yiyang agreed. Although it still sounded a little unbelievable, he could only digest the news by himself. After a glance at Mu Yiyang, those men figured out the situation without asking more. They tried to struggle, but couldn't run away, so they had to accept the result. Along with the 4 suspects, there were 2 suitcases. Mu Yiyang went to open them. Both of the suitcases were filled with guns. Although Mu Yiyang came for these guns, he was still displeased when he saw them. When they left, each of them escorted 1 suspect, while Leng Xiaoyao carried the 2 suitcases. For ordinary people, the 2 suitcases were very heavy, but it couldn't be lighter for Leng Xiaoyao. They knew that Leng Xiaoyao was strong, so they let her do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't make a girl do something like that. This time, Leng Xiaoyao walked at the front to lead them. With her help, they wasted no time on the road and quickly reached the foot of the mountain. There they had a 9-seat MPV, so it could accommodate them. Even if 2 more people wanted to squeeze in, it wouldn't be a problem. There were ropes in the car, so they tied the suspects up to stop them from struggling before getting into it. After they got in the car, they left. Mu Yiyang called his teammates and told them to meet him at a certain place. Mu Yiyang told them to rest in a hotel after he decided not to help the Feiyu team. It was already 3 a.m. and they were asleep, but they would wake up the moment their phones rang. Hearing that the suspects were caught, they were astonished. However, knowing that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were there, they felt that it was normal. Because of Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's help last time, they quickly caught the suspects. Now Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen had a very high status in their circle and were their idols. After calling his teammates, Mu Yiyang also called the team leader of the Feiyu team, Cheng Yiji. Even though he disliked them, they had the same target this time. Therefore, it was necessary for him to inform the Feiyu team. Cheng Yiji didn't want to answer Mu Yiyang's call, but he still picked it up after thinking for a while. Chapter 3236, Don't Be So Emotional. When Cheng Yiji heard that Mu Yiyang caught the suspects before him, he was shocked. At the same time, he was also embarrassed. He had planned to embarrass Mu Yiyang by catching the suspects first, but now the situation was the opposite. Because Mu Yiyang caught the suspects, he needed to meet him. Boss, did Mu Yiyang really catch those suspects? Cheng Yiji's teammate asked with uncertainty. He really couldn't accept it. He told me he did. Since he said that, he must have caught them, Cheng Yiji replied in a deep voice. Although he disliked Mu Yiyang, he understood that Mu Yiyang wouldn't joke with him about something like this. I didn't expect him to catch them before us. I'm afraid they'll be even prouder this time and will disdain us more, another teammate said. He was also unhappy because of the situation. Although they were all soldiers and had the same duties, they were in different teams, so they were unavoidably competitors. All of them wanted to win the honor. For a long time, Mu Yiyang's team had better skills and won more honors than them, so the Feiyu team hated them. They didn't know why their leader asked Mu Yiyang's team to help them when everyone knew that they didn't get along. Did the leader want to cause conflict between them? Cheng Yiji tried to figure out their leader's intention, but Mu Yiyang already knew who made it happen. In fact, the Feiyu team was dragged into trouble by Mu Yiyang this time. However, the Feiyu team wasn't completely innocent. Why was it the Feiyu team instead of other teams? It was because the Shen family didn't get along with the people behind the Feiyu team either. Therefore, Mu Yiyang didn't feel guilty. Mu Yiyang set the meeting place to be in a certain part of a suburb. Because of the special situation, they couldn't meet at the city center. Mu Yiyang's teammates arrive at the place first. About 5 minutes later, Cheng Yiji and his team came, but Mu Yiyang and the others were still absent. The Feiyu team thought that Mu Yiyang's team caught the suspects, but they didn't see them after coming. Where are Mu Yiyang and the suspects? Cheng Yiji asked in annoyance. They'll be here in a minute, Lim Mu said in a cold tone as well. After all, they disliked one another. Didn't you go catch those suspects with them? Asked Cheng Yiji with a big frown. Did Mu Yiyang catch the suspects alone? He could do it alone. Not really, Lin Mu answered. He didn't mention Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen because he wasn't sure whether he could talk about them. Did Mu Yiyang really catch them alone? Does he have that ability? A member of the Feiyu team doubted. Or did he not catch the suspects and simply wanted to deceive us into coming here? Questioned another member of the Feiyu team. Since our leader said that he caught them, it means he did. We'll know the details after they come, Lin Mu said. That being the case, Cheng Yiji and his team said nothing else. At this time, they couldn't argue with the fireworks team because they believed Mu Yiyang's words. If Mu Yiyang didn't catch the suspects, they would see what they could do. They didn't wait for long before Mu Yiyang and the others arrived. Mu Yiyang had no intention of stealing the credit, so Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen came with him. Cheng Yiji recognized Li Mochen. He didn't know much about Li Mochen, but he had heard that two of Li Mochen's closest subordinates were very skilled. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised by the news that Mu Yiyang caught the suspects with him. Cheng Yiji knew Li Mochen, but some of the others didn't recognize him. As a result, they immediately criticized Mu Yiyang. Leader Mu, this is a task from the military. How could you carry it out with strangers? Don't you know the rules? Even if they guessed that there were probably several people with Mu Yiyang when he caught those suspects, he seized the chance to criticize Mu Yiyang because Mu Yiyang embarrassed their team. Cheng Yiji didn't stop him because he wanted to see how Mu Yiyang would reply. They are my friends. We went for a hike in the mountains, when we happened to run into the suspects and caught them, Mu Yiyang said in a flat tone. He didn't care about their criticisms. They couldn't take strangers to do tasks. However, if anyone assisted them in catching the suspects, they could win the honor and get a reward if they wanted it. Anyway, Li Mochen and the others didn't need it. You went for a hike in the mountains and saw them by chance. Do you think we're dumb? The man didn't believe it. You wanted to catch those suspects before us, so you turned to them for help. I don't think you're dumb, but you are idiots. I told you the truth, but you won't believe me and purposely misunderstand me. I don't think you're mentally sound. Mu Yiyang retorted. He was being honest, but they wouldn't believe him, so he was displeased. The man was mad, but Cheng Yiji interrupted him before he could continue. Shut up. The man was reluctant to stop, but he still obeyed Cheng Yiji's order. Then why did they go around in the mountains late at night? Cheng Yiji asked. He wasn't convinced by Mu Yiyang's reply, but he was less aggressive. They finished the task since the suspects were caught, but it wasn't their credit, so Cheng Yiji was unhappy about the involvement of Li Mochen and the others. It has nothing to do with you. Cheng Yiji, could you not be so emotional when you carry out tasks? Are you really dumb? Don't you know that we were all schemed against this time? My team was willing to help you no matter what grudges we have against one another, but you refused to be cooperative. Don't you know that you're digging your own grave by doing that? Mu Yiyang mocked. Cheng Yiji had skills, but he was reckless. Cheng Yiji was angry when Mu Yiyang lectured him, but he had to admit that Mu Yiyang was right. He refused to work with Mu Yiyang's team. Because he disliked them, but he ignored the consequences of doing that. His team wouldn't suffer any losses if they caught the suspects first. However, if Mu Yiyang's team did it before them, reality showed that Mu Yiyang's team caught the suspects before them. Chapter 3237, Fine, I can stop. The Feiyu team had pursued those suspects for several weeks. Mu Yiyang's team didn't come until this morning, but they quickly caught those suspects. It proved that the Feiyu team was incompetent. Although some of the Feiyu team wanted to argue over that, they didn't know what to say. After all, the fireworks team indeed promised to be cooperative, but they refused. In addition, Mu Yiyang quickly caught those suspects with the others, which proved his skill. I didn't catch them alone this time. It was not done by my team either, so I won't argue with you. We can say that we caught them together. If you dislike my team, try to surpass us with your abilities, but for now we are working together. I hope you can be cooperative for the sake of this task. If it hadn't been for you, we could have caught those suspects this afternoon. It wouldn't have taken us so much time, Mu Yiyang said. Since this task was a trap, he wouldn't allow the mastermind to achieve his goal. The Feiyu team was surprised. Mu Yiyang was willing to say that they caught those suspects together. Are you seriously willing to say that we catch them together? Asked Cheng Yiji with uncertainty in his voice. Don't project your shortcomings on us. We're different from you. We never carry out tasks with emotions. Tasks are the most important thing in our eyes, and the next is honor. Mu Yiyang mocked. He embarrassed and angered the whole Feiyu team, but it was the truth. Therefore, the Feiyu team couldn't say anything about it even though they were displeased. Mu Yiyang didn't want to argue with them, so he said, all right, we caught them. You can take them back. Because his team wasn't the ones in charge of this task, and they only assisted the Feiyu team, they didn't need to escort those suspects together. Aren't you afraid that we'll say it was done by us? Asked Cheng Yiji. He wouldn't actually do that. Even if he did plan to, he wouldn't say anything to Mu Yiyang. You can try if you want to. Mu Yiyang sneered. He didn't care about it at all. If he had worries, he wouldn't have asked Cheng Yiji to take those suspects back. Moreover, he knew that Cheng Yiji wouldn't say that if he really wanted to do that. There was conflict between them, but it wasn't serious. Mu Yiyang trusted Cheng Yiji. Chang Yiji was a little selfish, arrogant, and competitive, but he wouldn't return kindness with ingratitude. Chang Yiji said nothing else. He took those men from Mu Yiyang and directly left. Li Mochen and the others stayed with Mu Yiyang and his team. After Chang Yiji and his teammates left, Mu Yiyang talked to his teammates. All right, you can take 3 days off. Do whatever you want to do. Same rules as always, don't go too far and stay on standby. Normally, they could take a short vacation after finishing a task, but sometimes they had to get back to work if there was a sudden task. Yes, sir. Everyone was excited when they heard that they could have a few days off. I'm curious, how did you find those people? Lin Mu asked curiously. That was what everyone wanted to know. Therefore, as soon as Lin Mu asked that question, the other teammates looked at Mu Yiyang and the others curiously. They hoped that Mu Yiyang would tell them. Miss Leng found them. I did nothing from the beginning to the end. The credit should go to her, Mu Yiyang said. He didn't feel embarrassed even though he didn't catch the suspects. It wasn't his effort, so he wouldn't steal the credit. However, he couldn't tell them the details, so he immediately interrupted. All right, go now. We need to rest as well. Hearing that, the others dispersed. They wouldn't leave right now. It was late at night, so they would rest in the hotel first. Before Li Mochen and the others came, Mu Yiyang had booked rooms for them, so they would directly go there. Where do you want to go next? Take me with you, Mu Yiyang said. He felt that it was more interesting to be with Li Mochen and the others. He didn't want to go with his teammates nor did he want to go back to the capital city. Where do you want to go? Li Mochen turned to ask Leng Xiaoyao. Since we're here, we can enjoy ourselves for 2 more days. We can go home on Sunday night. No problem. Li Mochen said, we'll go wherever you want to. Yiyang can also tell us where it is good to go. You can choose. I'll see where we can go later, Leng Xiaoyao said. She was unfamiliar with City Qin, so she didn't know what places they could visit. Sure, Li Mochen said. Mochen, you're so considerate when you're with Leng Xiaoyao. Mu Yiyang joked. He was sure that there had to be something going on between them. Before Li Mochen said anything again, Leng Xiaoyao opened her mouth. I'm a girl. Should he care more about you than me? Hey, are you defending Mochen? Mu Yiyang said meaningfully. So, are you jealous? Leng Xiaoyao didn't deny it, but she showed no affection either. Nevertheless, Li Mochen's heart still skipped a beat. Why should I be envious? I'll only be envious of you when you're a couple, Mu Yiyang said. He deliberately said that in order to see how they would reply. Can't you be quiet for a while? Li Mochen said coldly. He thought that Mu Yiyang couldn't behave. Fine, I'll stop. Mu Yiyang gave in at once. If Li Mochen was really annoyed, he might be left behind. Anyway, they would be together for the next few days, so he had time to observe them. It was 4 a.m. when they got back to the hotel. Without delay, they went to their own rooms. Because they went to sleep late, Li Mochen told them to sleep more. They could meet for lunch before hanging out. In fact, even if they stayed up all night, it wouldn't be a problem. Li Mochen simply said that to let Leng Xiaoyao have some more sleep. Although Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't be affected even if she didn't sleep for a few nights. She preferred to have a good sleep if there was no need to stay up so late. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoyao woke up the next day, it was already 10 a.m. She surfed on the internet, looking for interesting places. Chapter 32-38. Perhaps because of Leng Yan's words, Li Mochen had illusions and remembered something. After Li Mochen fell asleep, he had a few dreams. He dreamt about himself in a purple long robe, standing at the peak of a mountain while looking down at the cliffs hidden in clouds. The wind blew by, and the front of his clothing blew up, revealing a sense of immortality. Afterwards, he stepped on a sword and flew in the air. Passing by a square, he saw a large crowd of people dancing with swords. They were dressed in purple clothes and looked like people in a costume drama. At that moment, Li Mochen suddenly woke up and couldn't sleep again. He didn't know whether it was just a dream or his lost memories. When Leng Xiaoyao woke up the next day, it was already 10 a.m. She surfed on the internet, looking for interesting places. The place tourists had to visit was Qinhuang Palace. City Qin was the hometown of the founding emperor of the Qintian dynasty in ancient times. Therefore, the emperor of the Qintian dynasty ordered people to build a palace here. He would come back and stay there for 10 days to half a month every year or so. City Qin was also an important customs city. In addition to the famous Qinhuang Palace, there was a famous customs, Qin Customs. Qin Customs was built after the Qintian dynasty was founded. Its emperor used it to guard the borders. There was a small island 50 kilometers away from Qin Customs. The small island was called Wengu Island. It was said that a nearby country wanted to attack City Qin under the leadership of the founding emperor. Unfortunately, they encountered a tsunami. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the island died on the spot. As a result, this island was always creepy and strange. Many people had tried to explore it, but they either died or didn't dare to go inside. It aroused Leng Xiaoyao's interest, so when they met up, she told Li Mochen that she wanted to visit the Island of Bones. Leng Xiaoyao, you really like strange places. You're extremely bold, Mu Yiyang said resignedly. He had heard of the Island of Bones before, but had never visited it. However, he felt that it was stranger than the ancient building. He was scared upon hearing its story. If you don't dare to go, you can wait for us in the hotel, Li Mochen said, showing his obvious disdain. He agreed with whatever Leng Xiaoyao wanted to do. Knowing the story of the island, he felt interested too. Did I say I don't dare to go? I was just amazed by you. Mu Yiyang argued. If he went there alone, he wouldn't have the courage. However, with Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's presence, there was no reason for him to be timid. Therefore, they decided to set off after having lunch. They needed to go to the Island of Bones through the Qin Customs. There were speed boats for rent, so they could sail with one. Qin Customs was one of the famous tourist attractions in City Qin, so there were many visitors. Once Li Mochen and the others showed up, they attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was impressed by their outstanding appearances. Along the way, no one came to strike up a conversation with them. However, when they finished renting a yacht and were about to sail, some people walked over to talk to them. They were two women who were about 24 years old. They were beautiful and sexy, wearing casual clothes. Most importantly, they were obviously good at martial arts. Hi, handsome guys, nice to see you. Where are you going? Can we join? One woman asked. She was very outgoing and left a good first impression on them. No, Mu Yuan replied straightforwardly. Normally, there was no need for Li Mochen to reply when Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were there. Don't be so mean. I know a good and exciting place. Do you dare to go? The woman said, challenging them. Leng Xiaoyao guessed that they were going to the Island of Bones as well, so she said, an exciting place. I bet it must be the Island of Bones. The two women were struck dumb for a second. To their surprise, Leng Xiaoyao guessed it correctly right away. It was true that they were going to the Island of Bones, but they were still slightly scared. Therefore, they targeted Li Mochen and his friends after seeing that they weren't weak. Most importantly, they were extremely handsome. They were attracted to Li Mochen and the other men, so they didn't notice Leng Xiaoyao until she spoke. Once they noticed Leng Xiaoyao, they were stunned by her appearance. The woman who spoke to them was only amazed by Leng Xiaoyao's beauty, but the other woman was immediately jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao and the others saw their reactions, but didn't care. Yeah, we're going to the Island of Bones. Do you dare to go with us? Since they knew their purpose, the woman didn't bother to keep it a secret. At the same time, she didn't forget to challenge them. She did that because she wanted them to go with her. However, if Li Mochen and the others didn't want to go, she wouldn't force them to. After all, they had no right to do that. Well, we're heading to the Island of Bones too. Leng Xiaoyao smiled. The two women were excited and continued. Since we're going to the same place, let's go together. Whatever, we just coincidentally have the same destination. No one is following anyone else. Whatever we do, don't interfere, Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course, the woman answered. Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn them down, so Li Mochen and the others also agreed. They didn't care whether the two women were good people or not. If they were good people, they would allow them to follow them, but they wouldn't pay much attention to them. If they were malicious, they wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan couldn't only drive cars, they could pilot planes and yachts as well. It wasn't a problem for them. After they took their yachts, the woman who was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao said acidly, "One girl is going out alone with 4 men. She must be cheap." Her tone was full of jealousy, because that was really what she thought. However, if she was with 4 men, she would think differently. Chapter 3239, So what even if it's deliberate? Dai Ya, the other woman, frowned. "Don't spread rumors before you know her. It's offensive." "I'm not afraid," the woman said disdainfully. She said that because she had confidence. "Musi, we're not in City High," Dai Ya reminded her in a low voice. Their families were influential in City High and ordinary people could do nothing to them, but this wasn't City High, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Fine. Lin Musi was unhappy, but she didn't say anything else. Although Leng Xiaoyao allowed the 2 women to go with them, she didn't bother to wait for them. Meng Fan sailed the yacht according to his abilities, so their speed was very fast. The 2 women were skilled too, so they weren't left too far behind. However, a while later, they fell farther and farther behind. The 2 women even wondered whether they were doing it on purpose. They must deliberately be doing this. Lin Musi was mad. "So, it was our decision to follow them." On the other hand, Dai Ya wasn't displeased. After all, they had decided to follow them. If there were only the 2 of them, they wouldn't dare to go to the Island of Bones if it was really as scary as it was said to be. Lin Musi was still unhappy. "But we're girls. Shouldn't those men care about us?" She had always been spoiled by men, so she couldn't accept that a man didn't care about her feelings, especially when she had an interest in them. As a result, she was very upset that they treated her like that. "Musi, you should get rid of that bad habit, or you'll cause trouble for yourself. Some men are willing to take care of women, but not every man will do the same. There is no relationship between us and them. Why should they care about your feelings? Do you think it's good if a strange man takes care of you at the first meeting?" Dai Ya lectured Lin Musi. She strongly disagreed with Lin Musi on many things, but she wouldn't bother to argue over that when it had nothing to do with her. This time, they went out together. She didn't want to be dragged into trouble by Lin Musi's behavior. "Dai Ya, I just said a simple sentence. Do you have to judge me like that? Aren't you my friend?" Lin Musi was slightly displeased. Even if Dai Ya was right, she didn't want Dai Ya to criticize her for a group of strangers. "I'll only say it once. It's up to you whether you listen to me or not. Anyway, it's you who has to bear the consequences of your own behavior, but I have to tell you none of them are simple. You better stay quiet later. Don't fight with them or I won't help you. I don't want to end up in trouble," Dai Ya warned. Although she sounded cold-blooded, it wasn't her duty to help Lin Musi. In addition, she had already reminded Lin Musi to behave herself. If Lin Musi refused to listen, she couldn't do anything about it. Dai Ya, Lin Musi was angry. She wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say. Although she disliked Dai Ya's words, she had to admit that Dai Ya was right. Whether or not Lin Musi listened to her, Dai Ya ignored her. Lin Musi was unhappy, but she didn't say anything else. Dai Ya and Lin Musi were far behind Leng Xiaoyao and the others, but the distance was not more than 50 meters. They could see Leng Xiaoyao and the others, so they wouldn't get lost. About 20 minutes later they arrived. There were many small islands outside Qin customs. Some of them were developed into tourist attractions, but no boats dared to approach the Island of Bones. Once they came close, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen sensed a strong evil power from the Island of Bones. It seemed that there were many ghosts on it. They wondered whether those ghosts would be worse than ferocious ghosts. Given their abilities, they could deal with several ferocious ghosts, but they would be no match if there were too many. Anyway, it wasn't easy to encounter ferocious ghosts, so they weren't too worried. Mu Yiyang and the others couldn't sense the evil power, but they felt it becoming much colder all of a sudden. It was creepy and strange. Especially since there was white mist covering the island, which added to the gloomy feeling. "This place is really creepy," Mu Yiyang exclaimed. His body trembled a little. He wasn't frightened, it was just a natural reaction to the environment. "I wonder if there are ghosts or monsters on this island." Leng Xiaoyao was very curious about it, but she wasn't nervous because of that. Instead, she hoped to see some. In order to improve her skills, she needed practice. It wasn't enough to absorb magical power. Practice was just as important as magical power. Just as a body was as indispensable as a soul. She had few chances to practice her skills because no one was a match for her except for Li Mochen. After all, she was a cultivator. I hope not. What if we can't defeat them if they really exist? Mu Yiyang said. Even if Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary person, she might not be able to deal with monsters and ghosts if they really encountered them. He didn't disdain Leng Xiaoyao, but he had no idea about her abilities either. So be it, Leng Xiaoyao said calmly. Why aren't you afraid? Asked Mu Yiyang. Was Leng Xiaoyao strong enough to be not afraid of monsters and ghosts? Thinking of that, he asked, aren't you afraid of monsters and ghosts? I'm not afraid of the weak ones, but I'm afraid of strong ones, Leng Xiaoyao admitted. However, she showed no fear. No one knew whether she was telling the truth. Suddenly, Mu Yiyang didn't know what to say. When the yacht stops, I'll draw a talisman for each of you in case you really encounter ghosts, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Li Mochen and she could protect them from being attacked by ghosts, they could never be too careful. They might not have time to take care of Mu Yiyang and the others if they ran into strong ghosts. Thank you, Xiaoyao. Mu Yiyang answered at once. They would feel safer with a talisman. Chapter 3240, Follow us if you don't know the direction. After the yacht Leng Xiaoyao and the others sailed and stopped by the shore, they didn't get out at once. Instead, they waited till Leng Xiaoyao finished drawing the talismans. Daya and Lin Muzi saw them ahead and thought that they were waiting for them. However, this place was really creepy and strange. Once they got close, they felt a cold wind and shivered. Luckily, there were more people with them, otherwise they would have given up right after they came. This place is so strange. Do we have to go inside? Asked Lin Muzi, hesitating. If you don't want to go, you can wait in the yacht, Daya said. Although she was a little scared too, she was already here and there were other people with her, so she wasn't too frightened. I don't want to be alone. Lin Muzi refused at once. She would rather go inside along with the others than to be left alone. At least she would feel safe with a group of people. Right after Daya and Lin Muzi arrived, Leng Xiaoyao finished 3 talismans. She gave them to Mu Yiyang, Mu Yuan, and Meng Fan. Li Mochen was no longer an ordinary person, so average monsters and ghosts couldn't hurt him. Even though Li Mochen was only in the early stage of cultivation, the power in his body was waiting to explode. Once he could make full use of the power, he would be even stronger than Leng Xiaoyao. Shouldn't Mochen have one too? Mu Yiyang asked confusedly. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan also turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao with confusion. Although they understood that she must have done that for a reason, they still wanted to know why. I don't need it, Li Mochen said. Brother Mochen is different from you. Leng Xiaoyao put on a mysterious smile, but she didn't elaborate. Anyway, since she said that, it should be unnecessary for Li Mochen. Is Mochen like you now? Mu Yiyang asked curiously. Yes, but it's a secret for now, Leng Xiaoyao said. Mu Yiyang and the others were surprised. Were Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao really so different from them? Compared with Mu Yiyang, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were less surprised, because they were aware of the secret. Nevertheless, no matter how curious Mu Yiyang and the others were, they didn't ask about it since Leng Xiaoyao said it was a secret. After that, they got off the yacht. Daya and Lin Muzi walked towards them. Hi, my name is Lin Muzi. May I know your names? Lin Muzi introduced herself politely, but she focused on Li Mochen the entire time. Honestly, Li Mochen and the others didn't care about their attitude at all. Li Mochen didn't give Lin Muzi a glance. Mu Yiyang said nothing either. Only Mu Yuan replied, "We're just strangers. I don't think it's necessary to know one another's name." Lin Muzi was displeased because they embarrassed her so openly. Although it was Mu Yuan's reply, Li Mochen's attitude showed that he had no interest in her. As a result, Lin Muzi was extremely embarrassed. Seeing that, Daya immediately snapped at Lin Muzi in case she said something unacceptable. Muzi, come here. Although Daya didn't want to lecture Lin Muzi, she still reminded Lin Muzi to behave. However, if Lin Muzi still refused to listen, she wouldn't bother to stop her again. Lin Muzi was reluctant to accept the result, but she still walked towards Daya. "Sorry, we won't bother you again," Daya said. She wasn't displeased. After all, they were strangers, so they had no duty to treat them well. Leng Xiaoyao and the others said nothing. They directly turned around and walked onto the island, followed by Daya and Lin Muzi. The island was covered in rocks and dense forests, so the roads were very rugged. Leng Xiaoyao and the others walked slowly all the way. In fact, there was no need to rush, and they were observing while walking. The island of bones wasn't very large. According to the data, it was about 1.5 kilometers long and 700 to 800 meters wide, so Leng Xiaoyao's magical senses could cover 1/3 of it at a time. She could also feel where the strongest evil power was. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao led them to the place with the strongest evil power. Lin Muzi was a little displeased when Leng Xiaoyao walked in front of them, but she said nothing after thinking for a while. Due to the strong evil power on the island of bones, there were many snakes, rats, and other small poisonous animals. Luckily, Leng Xiaoyao and the others had good eyesight, so they easily noticed the poisonous snakes and insects and forced them to stay away. Daya and Lin Muzi didn't have that ability. As a result, they touched the poisonous snakes and insects every once in a while. Fortunately, they weren't weak, so they quickly got rid of them. "These things are disgusting." Lin Muzi was angry and disgusted. Even if she had been through a tough time before when she learned kung fu, she had never been in such a disgusting environment. Therefore, she regretted coming here. Tolerate it even though you're disgusted. And be more careful. Don't be injured by them, Daya warned. Although she felt it was disgusting too, she decided to face it since she was already here. Left with no choice, Lin Muzi had to tolerate it. Walking ahead, they didn't only see snakes and rats, they also saw many skeletons. It was so scary that Lin Muzi vomited. "Daya, I think we should leave. I can't stand it any longer." Lin Muzi couldn't tolerate it and wanted to leave. Daya frowned. "Do you know the direction?" Lin Muzi was struck dumb for a second. She had no idea where they should go. Without a guide, she wouldn't be able to leave. Because no one had visited this island for many years, there was no road. Besides, there was white mist all over the island, so they could only see things 4 meters around them. "If you don't know the direction, just follow them. If we go back alone and get lost, we will be in trouble," Daya said coldly. She didn't remember the route. Even if she did, she didn't dare to return with Lin Muzi. Without Leng Xiaoyao and the others, she wouldn't have even dared to come here. "Do you believe she knows the way?" Lin Muzi argued. She was talking about Leng Xiaoyao. If another person was their guide, she would say nothing. Unfortunately, it was Leng Xiaoyao. There were so many men with them. Why should a girl do that job? Why did these men allow her to? Lin Muzi thought that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't a good person and was convinced that she was cheating these men. She was too good at making up rumors and held a strong bias against Leng Xiaoyao. Chapter 3241, Rescue Lin Muzi. Whether she knows the way or not, they are a large group. "If any accidents happen, they're safer than us," Daya said in a low voice. She got impatient because Lin Muzi had so many complaints. "Keep your complaints to yourself. Don't cause trouble because of your mouth." She was afraid that Lin Muzi might annoy Leng Xiaoyao and the others. If they dumped them here, they wouldn't be able to leave on their own. What if they encountered danger? Lin Muzi opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end, because she knew that Daya was right. At that time, a poisonous snake suddenly lunged at Leng Xiaoyao from a tree. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't get rid of it with her magical power, so she waved the stick in her hand and knocked it away. If she only hit the snake away, it wouldn't be too shocking. However, the poisonous snake was knocked a few meters away. Ordinary people couldn't do that. Therefore, Daya and Lin Muzi were amazed. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao was so awesome. However, Lin Muzi refused to admit it. She felt that it was only a coincidence. Mu Yiyang and the others who were aware of Leng Xiaoyao's skills weren't surprised at all, because Leng Xiaoyao left a deep impression on them. As they walked forward, the evil power became stronger and stronger and the temperature became increasingly low. Luckily, they were prepared before they came. All of them carried a coat. In addition, they were good at martial arts, so they were physically strong. Nevertheless, the creepy and cold wind made them feel scared. There were not only poisonous snakes and insects, herbs also abounded on this island. Leng Xiaoyao had no interest in common herbs, but there were reishi mushrooms and ginseng. It was impossible for her to ignore them. Moreover, all of them were over 100 years old. Are they also poisonous since they are growing here? Asked Mu Yiyang worriedly. No matter where they grow, they're not harmful, Leng Xiaoyao said disdainfully. Leng Xiaoyao started picking the reishi mushrooms. Li Mochen asked Mu Yuan to help Leng Xiaoyao carry them and asked Meng Fan to help her dig them out. Leng Xiaoyao could simply stand on the side. Lin Muzi was very scared and uncomfortable, but Leng Xiaoyao and the others still had interest in picking up herbs. She was furious. However, if she had found those reishi mushrooms and ginseng first, she would have had a different opinion. Noticing Lin Muzi's emotions, Daya gave her a warning glance in case she caused trouble again. Lin Muzi, who was angry, had to curb her anger. If she had seen them first, she would have picked them up as well. However, Leng Xiaoyao and the others walked in front, so she couldn't see the herbs first. Because the ginseng was several hundred years old, it could run. Right as Meng Fan dug the ground open, it jumped outside and tried to escape. Leng Xiaoyao saw it and quickly caught it. Gee, I knew that ginseng can run, but I've never seen it before. Mu Yiyang exclaimed. The others were also surprised to see the ginseng running. I'm amazed, Miss Leng is very fast. Mu Yuan exclaimed too. After catching the ginseng, Leng Xiaoyao put it in her backpack. The ginseng stopped running once it was trapped. It could only run around when it was free. It was easy to find ginseng, but not easy to find reishi mushrooms. After all, they didn't come for reishi mushrooms and ginseng. They picked them up by chance. See, there are 2 reishi mushrooms. Lin Muzi suddenly saw 2 reishi mushrooms as they walked, so she immediately went to pick them. Because she rushed there, she forgot to observe the situation. When she reached the reishi mushrooms, she reached out her arm. Unfortunately, before her hand touched them, she was bitten by a poisonous snake which suddenly appeared. Lin Muzi was scared and screamed. Muzi, what happened? Daya was frightened and ran over at once. When she saw the dark blood running from Lin Muzi's wrist, she was shocked. A snake, a snake. Lin Muzi fainted the next moment. Muzi. Daya called her, but Lin Muzi gave no response. Leng Xiaoyao and the others wouldn't bother to help them if something else happened. However, it was an emergency. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't watch Lin Muzi die. After all, there was no grudge between them. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao walked over. Li Mochen and the others didn't stop her from doing that, but they didn't help her either because they weren't girls. Move, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Daya immediately moved away. She could see that Leng Xiaoyao was going to try to save Lin Muzi. Although she didn't know whether Leng Xiaoyao would succeed, Leng Xiaoyao seemed confident and should have some skills. Leng Xiaoyao squatted next to Lin Muzi. She directly tore Lin Muzi's sleeve apart. It was an emergency, so she didn't have time to remove Lin Muzi's coat. Lin Muzi was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, which made it convenient for Leng Xiaoyao to treat her. Leng Xiaoyao pressed her fingers on the vessels of Lin Muzi's arm and put magical power into her body to force the poisonous blood out. At the same time, the magical power helped Lin Muzi quickly recover and wake up. Daya didn't know what poison it was, but she understood that it must be very poisonous because Lin Muzi passed out within a short time. However, as soon as Leng Xiaoyao came, she saved and woke Lin Muzi up, which surprised Daya. Not everyone would feel that it wasn't a big deal for Leng Xiaoyao to easily solve the problem. Miss Leng, thank you. Daya thanked Leng Xiaoyao at once. She heard other people call Leng Xiaoyao's name along the way, so she knew her name. After thanking Leng Xiaoyao, Daya continued to talk to Lin Muzi. Muzi, you were bitten by a poisonous snake, but Miss Leng saved your life. It was necessary to let Lin Muzi thank Leng Xiaoyao in person. Lin Muzi woke up, but she wasn't clear-headed yet until she heard Daya's words. Lin Muzi was shocked when she heard that Leng Xiaoyao saved her life. At the same time, she doubted Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Anyway, since Dai Ya said that Leng Xiaoyao had rescued her, it must be the truth. Although Lin Muzi disliked Leng Xiaoyao, she was grateful to her for saving her life. Therefore, she thanked Leng Xiaoyao. Thank you. Chapter 3242, A Wolf Monster. It's fine. Have a rest. I'll go get some herbs for you, Leng Xiaoyao said, then she stood up and walked away. Lin Muzi had already expelled the poisonous blood and was fine with the help of her magical power. In order not to attract too much attention, Leng Xiaoyao didn't put a lot of magical power into Lin Muzi's body. Lin Muzi still needed herbs for treatment. I'll go with you, Li Mochen said. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to go alone, not because he doubted her abilities but because he subconsciously wanted to protect her. You can stay here. I won't go too far, Leng Xiaoyao said. This island was very dangerous. If Li Mochen left with her, no one would be there to protect the others. Can't I go with Xiaoyao? Mu Yiyang asked. Stay here. Don't burden her. Li Mochen snapped at him. Why would I burden her? Mu Yiyang argued. Although he wasn't as strong as Leng Xiaoyao, he didn't think that he would be a drag on her. However, Li Mochen was angry, so he had to give up. You will. Li Mochen answered with certainty. Ha ha. Leng Xiaoyao, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were amused. Mu Yiyang, on the contrary, was upset. I'll just go alone. Leng Xiaoyao stopped laughing and left. Seeing that, Dai Ya was even more convinced of Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Was this girl really so awesome? Why did they allow her to go alone? Because there were many kinds of herbs on this island, Leng Xiaoyao quickly came back with what she needed. As soon as she got back, she pounded them with a stone and applied them to Lin Muzi's wound. They didn't have bandages, so Leng Xiaoyao wrapped it up with leaves. Although Lin Muzi disliked it, there was no other solution, so she had to accept it. Have a rest before you continue, Leng Xiaoyao said. Even if Lin Muzi was fine, she was still a little weak. At the same time, Leng Xiaoyao decided to cut some thin and soft vines to weave a basket for the picked reishi mushrooms. Although there were only a few reishi mushrooms, she thought that they might find more later. Knowing what Leng Xiaoyao wanted to do, Li Mochen stopped her and asked Mu Yuan together with Meng Fan to do it. Leng Xiaoyao accepted his help, so she just waited at the same place. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan came back with thin and soft vines and made a basket. It wasn't difficult, and it didn't need to be beautiful. They only needed a solid basket to put things in. Within a short time, they finished a basket. After placing some weeds at the bottom, they put the reishi mushrooms inside. Lin Muzi rested for half an hour and got quite a lot of strength back, so they continued to walk. Dai Ya wanted to thank Leng Xiaoyao with a gift of the 2 reishi mushrooms Lin Muzi had found, but Leng Xiaoyao declined. Lin Muzi was unwilling to do that as well, because she was bitten by a poisonous snake. However, if it hadn't been Leng Xiaoyao, she could have died, not to mention getting the 2 reishi mushrooms. Therefore, she said nothing. After Leng Xiaoyao declined, she felt somewhat upset, but still said nothing. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't want them, she would take them. Lin Muzi had many bad habits, but she was good at martial arts, so she wasn't weak. She could still walk after the accident. Even though she still wanted to leave this dangerous place, she didn't dare to, nor did she bring it up again. After walking for a while, they suddenly noticed that something was quickly moving towards them. Is it a tiger, a leopard, or a wolf? Mu Yiyang guessed. If it was that, he wouldn't be scared because he often ran into them when he carried out tasks. It's possible, Leng Xiaoyao replied. Although she hadn't seen it yet, she was sure that it was an animal from the sound of its steps. Besides, it was very vicious, so it could have become a monster. However, it was at a low level and couldn't take the shape of a human, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. When Li Mochen sensed the monster, he subconsciously turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. Afterwards, he walked to the front. Let me deal with it. No problem, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Given Li Mochen's abilities, he could easily handle it. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to worry about him. Even if she was at a higher level than Li Mochen, she might not be able to win if they had a serious fight. If Li Mochen made full use of the power in his body, she could barely fight back. Before long, they saw it and found that it was a wolf monster. Seeing a wolf, Lin Muzi was nervous, and so was Daya. Even though Li Mochen and the others were with them, they didn't know how skilled they were, so they were still worried. Once the wolf monster arrived, it directly attacked Li Mochen. However, it suddenly stopped in surprise when it sensed the aura around Li Mochen. Looking at Li Mochen, it looked shocked and stood in awe of him. It didn't sense magical power from Li Mochen until now. It turned out that he was a cultivator. The wolf monster felt stressed in front of Li Mochen, so it hesitated about whether to attack him or step back. Li Mochen didn't give it time to think. When it stopped, he immediately attacked it and it turned to escape quickly. Except for Leng Xiaoyao, everyone was struck dumb. The wolf monster looked very fierce earlier, but now it ran away. Li Mochen didn't catch up, but kicked a stone the size of his fist at the wolf monster. In an instant, the stone accurately hit the wolf monster. If the wolf monster was hit by a stone from an ordinary person, it wouldn't be injured. However, Li Mochen used his power and made the stone as heavy as a large rock. As a result, the wolf monster was knocked to the ground and everyone was amazed. Damn, when did Mochen become so strong? Mu Yiyang was shocked. He hadn't practiced kung fu with Li Mochen for a long time. He had no idea when Li Mochen became so strong. Boss has improved his skills a lot recently, Mu Yuan said. Speaking of that, he was surprised as well. Li Mochen reacted too quickly so they felt as if it was a dream. What surprised them more happened afterwards. The wolf monster was seriously injured after falling to the ground, but it could still fight back and escape. Chapter 3243, Don't alert them. However, when it stood up, Li Mochen directly jumped in front of it and blocked its way. Without delay, he hit it once more, causing it to fall to the ground again and howl. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. Is this Qinggong? Mu Yiyang was shocked. Qinggong in wuxia shows was exaggerated, but ordinary people couldn't do that. Daya and Lin Muzi also wondered who they really were. They didn't know, but they could see that Li Mochen was extraordinary. This time, the wolf monster was seriously injured and could barely struggle. It was in trouble. In fact, if it hadn't attacked them, Li Mochen wouldn't bother to attack it even though it was a monster. They didn't have a bias against monsters. Whether it was people or monsters, there were good and bad ones. Therefore, before they made sure that the monster was bad, they wouldn't do anything. However, if they found out that it was bad, they wouldn't let it go. After the wolf monster was seriously injured, Li Mochen didn't continue. Even if it didn't die right now, it wouldn't live for long because its energy core was broken and it was badly injured. I heard wolves are social animals. Is there a group of wolves? Lin Muzi said worriedly. They weren't afraid of 1 or 2 wolves, but what if there were a dozen? No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be a match for a group of wolves. We can only face it if there really is a group of wolves. If we hadn't killed the wolf, we would have been in danger, Daya said. After the wolf monster howled, Leng Xiaoyao and the others were prepared to face a group of wolves. If the other wolves were at the same level as this wolf monster, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't be afraid. She was only afraid that there were stronger wolves. After all, since there was a wolf monster, there might be other beings that were stronger than it. Fortunately, they didn't see another wolf and smoothly reached the place with the strongest evil power. It was a huge pit that was about 10 meters wide as well as deep. There were piles of skeletons in it. Above it were over 10,000 poisonous snakes. It was clearly a poisonous cave. Seeing that, Daya and Lin Muzi vomited and didn't dare to give it another glance. It was not only them, Leng Xiaoyao and the others were also scared. It's so scary, Mu Yiyang exclaimed. This is the first time that I've ever seen such a disgusting and frightening scene, Mu Yuan said. I feel like vomiting, but there is nothing in my stomach, Meng Fan said in fear. No way, you can see that too. Are they animals' bones? There are too many poisonous snakes. Whatever falls in there will be eaten up, Mu Yiyang said. He didn't dare to observe the huge pit, so he thought that there were bones of animals. It's not animals, it's humans, Li Mochen said. He also felt disgusted by the scene, but he still observed it carefully. It said that many people have come here, but none of them left this place after coming inside. Is it possible that they died in the pit? Daya guessed. But why did they die here? This is a huge pit, so people can easily see it. They shouldn't have jumped down by themselves, asked Meng Fan. Daya agreed and said, perhaps they fell in by accident. It's possible, Mu Yuan said. However, at this moment, Leng Xiaoyao heard noises from a distance, so she immediately used her magical senses to figure them out. When she didn't use her magical senses, she could only hear sounds within dozens of meters. It consumed her energy to use her magical senses, so she didn't use it until it was necessary. Once she used her magical senses, she noticed several people walking and talking about 50 meters away. They spoke in language Yin. There are no more people right now. When can we get the next batch? The leader said that he needs more next month. We already caught some, but they can't be moved over because something went wrong. We need to wait for about 4 days. I hope it can be done as fast as possible. No more people. A batch. Hearing those keywords, Leng Xiaoyao had a premonition. Everyone, hide. Leng Xiaoyao immediately said to the others. Everyone was surprised. Did Leng Xiaoyao hear? Someone was coming. Most importantly, was there anyone on this island? They were surprised, but didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's words, so they hid in an unobtrusive place. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Li Mochen focused at once and also heard the people talking. However, he couldn't hear their conversation clearly. After all, he was unable to make full use of the power in his body. Because of Mu Yiyang and the others' presence, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't say much about it to Li Mochen. They quietly waited and watched the woods. A few minutes later, 4 men in white coats appeared. They were carrying stretchers. 2 carried one with a man lying on it. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoyao and the others wondered whether they were going to throw the 2 men on the stretchers into the pit. In that case, the fresh skeletons Leng Xiaoyao just mentioned must have something to do with them. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were very sure of that. However, these people had obviously stayed on this island for a long time. There were wolf monsters. How did they survive? Were those wolf monsters their helpers? The 2 men are dead. I think it's complicated. We shouldn't alert them right now, Leng Xiaoyao said in a low voice. She didn't want them to make any sounds when those people threw the 2 men into the pit. Before knowing who those men were, they should rather stay quiet. In fact, they were anxious when they thought that those people were going to throw the 2 men into the pit. They couldn't just watch the 2 men being thrown in and do nothing. If the 2 men were thrown into the pit, they were doomed to death. After hearing that they were already dead, they were relieved. However, they were still angry and sad because the 2 men's bodies would be eaten. Like Leng Xiaoyao said, it was very complicated, so they had to stay quiet for the time being. As a result, they could only watch the 2 men being thrown into the pit. The next moment, thousands of snakes bit and ate the 2 men's bodies. The 4 people left at once. From the beginning to the end, they didn't notice that some people were watching them from not far away. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.